Welcome to Sally Fox Audiobook Player's Journey in Anime World, FGO, 201 to 252. Books 52 chapters, Memo 98,035 words, Stopwatch 392-minute read. Chapter 201, FGO, 201. 2,136 words. Only by personally experiencing the effects of return by death on these otherworldly visitors could Ryu properly prepare for his next steps. At that moment, under Ryu's gaze, Natsuki Subaru, suffering from excessive blood loss and a destroyed kidney, finally lost all signs of life. It's happening. Ryu suddenly sensed an immense surge of death energy approaching and quickly issued a warning. He didn't need to say it, Semiramis and Anastasia both sensed the terrifying power at the same time. The next second, the three of them, along with Subaru's body, were engulfed in thick, dense black mist. In an instant, the ordinary surroundings transformed into an abyss filled with darkness and death. From the depths of the mist, faint murmurs of a girl's voice could be heard, adding a chilling eeriness to the atmosphere. Ryu, however, focused all his attention on Subaru. As expected, with the appearance of the black mist, time seemed to rewind, blood spilled on the ground began flowing back into Subaru's wound, and the stab wound healed visibly. The most important change was that Subaru, lifeless only moments ago, began to revive. But then, something unexpected happened. As if provoked, the time gem embedded in Ryu's right-hand gauntlet suddenly emitted a dazzling blue light. In an instant, the black mist dissipated, and the flow of time returned to normal. Looking at Subaru's gradually cooling corpse in the distance, Ryu was speechless. He hadn't intended to do anything to Subaru. As a fan of the anime, Ryu had a neutral attitude towards Subaru, he neither liked nor disliked him. Aside from thinking that Subaru talked a bit too much, he was just an ordinary Japanese high school student. Yet somehow, he had inadvertently killed him. Ryu could only feel as though a wave of malicious intent from the heavens was targeting him. Ryu-sama? Anastasia looked at him with wide-eyed surprise. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Just as Ryu started to explain, Semiramis, seemingly unsatisfied with the smallness of the incident, added her comment. Era Master acts decisively. As expected of the man I've set my eye on, you truly have the makings of a hero, hee. She snapped open her fan, covering half her face as she chuckled, her eyes alight with amusement. Ryu couldn't help but show a helpless expression. Sure enough, Anastasia's face now held a hint of suspicion. He instantly felt a headache coming on. And he couldn't even properly explain himself. After all, they had seen the time gem on his right hand glow, so any denial would be unconvincing. But then, Anastasia's next words lifted Ryu from despair. Though this boy is indeed pitiful, I believe in you, Ryu-sama. And even if it truly was you, I will always stand by your side. With that, Anastasia gave a slight smile. Ryu wasn't sure if her smile could topple nations, but it certainly won him over. Unlike a certain troublemaking seductress, this was a true angel. Era such a bold statement. Semiramis's amusement deepened, unaware of Ryu's thoughts. Compared to the boredom of sitting in the hanging gardens, following this master was far more interesting. Just then, a fresh wave of black mist, filled with endless death energy, surged toward Ryu. The Avenger had arrived. Ryu's expression immediately turned serious. Anastasia and Semiramis quickly set up layers of defensive spells in front of him. However, the defensive barrier they created, which could withstand a full-force strike from an A-rank anti-army noble phantasm, shattered instantly on contact with the black mist. The mist didn't pause as it enveloped Ryu. Ryu-sama. Anastasia cried out, desperately reaching out her hand, trying to grab the hem of his robe. Stay here and don't move. I'll go meet our guest and be back shortly. Ryu gave her a reassuring look. In the next second, he was swept away by the black mist and disappeared. Within the endless black mist filled with death, a silver-haired half-elf girl stood quietly, her slender frame draped in a dress woven from shadows. Her exposed skin appeared deathly pale as if it hadn't seen sunlight in years. The girl's face was obscured by the dense black fog, completely shielding her from view. Even with Ryu's power, he couldn't see her true appearance. At that moment, the deathly black mist began eroding Ryu's life force. Ryu furrowed his brow slightly. Even with his regenerative abilities, he estimated he could only last an hour before the deathly aura would completely consume him. Though the chances were slim, he still hoped to convince the Witch of Envy in front of him to let go of her hatred. Miss Sadella, you might not believe it, but this is just a misunderstanding. Sadella, however, was uninterested in explanations. She continued muttering something under her breath. Ryu instinctively listened closely, but what he heard sent chills down his spine. You took away my light. You took away my love. I will kill you, kill you, kill you. On endless repeat. Ryu realized that Sadella was not going to listen to his explanations. Looks like this fight is inevitable. With his decision made, his eyes instantly turned cold. Although he hadn't intended to fight the final boss of this world right from the start, at this point, even if he wanted to call a truce, Sadella, who had lost her beloved, wouldn't let him go. So Ryu acted decisively. He slowly raised his right hand and, snap. He snapped his fingers. He was copying a certain purple titan. It was just that the gesture was simply too cool. World source skill, world separation. With that crisp snap of his fingers, the entire world shifted. The abyss, filled with endless deathly black mist, transformed. Above them was a vast, starry sky, and below their feet was a mirror-like lake that reflected their images clearly. In an instant, the Witch of Envy, who had devoured half the world and brought endless death, was reduced to a harmless little lamb. Poof! Ryu nearly had a nosebleed. With all her powers gone, even the shadowy dress that had been covering Sadella disappeared. Standing before him now was none other than a completely bare Emilia. No wonder she's ranked among the top 3 most beautiful women in the world. Emilia, or rather, Sadella, had a slender figure that was neither frail nor flat-chested but perfectly curvaceous. A body where adding 1 more pound would make her too plump, and losing 1 would make her too thin. Her assets, perfectly shaped to fit in one hand, were balanced by long, graceful legs that made up almost half of her height, with lines that seemed tailor-made for white stockings. Just those legs alone could captivate someone for a lifetime. Her skin was delicate, as pure and white as fresh snow, and complemented her perfectly shaped oval face, violet eyes, petite nose, cherry lips, pointed ears, and long, mercury-like hair. She resembled the most exquisite, delicate doll, inspiring the desire to cradle her with care. Suddenly stripped of her clothes and standing before a man, any ordinary girl would instinctively try to cover herself. But Sadella looked utterly desolate, her eyes vacant, unbothered that Ryu had seen every inch of her pure form. Instead, she extended her arms like claws and slowly approached him. Her expression conveyed only one message. Even if I lose all my power, I will strangle you with my bare hands. I will bite you to death. Even if I turn into a demon, I will drag you down to hell with me. Ryu immediately understood, reconciliation between him and Sadella was impossible. Only one of them could leave this place alive. Ryu didn't want to die, so he could only act ruthlessly to survive. 3 minutes later. Anastasia, waiting anxiously where he'd left her, subconsciously clenched her clothes tightly, her lips pressed together. Semiramis appeared calm, but her foot was tapping the ground lightly. At that moment, a flash of light appeared, and Ryu's figure emerged, half kneeling. Ryu-sama. Anastasia hurried over to support him. Just as Ryu stood up straight, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The world source skill, Wordle Separation. This ability was nearly invincible, but such a heaven-defying power came at a steep price. Using world source skill required sacrifice and irreversibly weakened his life force, similar to a game where the maximum HP was permanently reduced. If he continued to use it recklessly, he would soon die from the toll on his life force. Gaining immense power always comes at a cost. Equivalent exchange is the true rule of this world. As Anastasia hurriedly applied healing magic on Ryu, a high-pitched, melodious voice interrupted them. You killed someone in broad daylight. Ryu instinctively looked up and saw a face identical to Satella's. The difference lay in their temperament. Satella bore the despair and darkness of someone forsaken by the world, while the girl before him radiated a pure light that had emerged from countless hardships yet remained her own. She wore a formal white gown, with a dragon insignia embroidered on the wide sleeves, a fantastical outfit befitting a divine attendant. Her flowing hair, like a cascade of stars, was adorned with a white, flower-shaped ornament. The absolute zone between her short skirt and white stockings was irresistibly charming. Despite her pure, crystal-like innocence, she exuded an entirely different allure. Such beauty, if she were in the real world before Ryu's transmigration, wouldn't just draw fans because she resembled the Witch of Envy. Even if she were the actual Witch of the Apocalypse, she would still win countless die-hard followers. If she was hated, it could mean only one thing: the people of this other world were censored. She was none other than Emilia, this world's heroine with a deep, intricate connection to the Witch of Envy, Sadella. Standing at the entrance to the alley, Emilia's initially shocked expression gradually turned serious as she saw the trio's silence. Please come with me to the city guard station, or... Ryo frowned, sensing the deep malice of the universe pressing down on him. He had just transmigrated here, and the protagonist, known as Subaru Natsuki, had accidentally been killed by him. As a result, he incurred the wrath of the Witch of Envy, Sadella, who broke free from her seal to seek revenge. The grudge between them was now irreconcilable. While Ryo had some sympathy for Sadella, who looked like Emilia, and felt for her tragic fate, he had still chosen to end her. Yet just as he returned, barely catching his breath, the real heroine, Emilia, appeared and mistook them as murderers. This was truly a hellish start. Ryo frowned, saying nothing, while Anastasia turned her back on Emilia, ignoring her as she continued fussing over Ryo. Then, a gleam of interest sparked in Semiramis's usually lazy eyes. She put on a villainous expression and spoke in a harsh tone. Or else what, little girl? Since you've seen us, we might as well kill you too. As if realizing something, Semiramis's eyes lit up with a mischievous glint as she looked Emilia over. Seeing you now, you're quite the beauty. If we sold you to a brothel, you'd fetch a high price for sure. A wave of dread washed over Emilia as if her clothes had been stripped off and a venomous snake slithered over her body. Terrified by Semiramis's menacing demeanor, Emilia's expression was that of a bullied lamb, and she instinctively took a step back. At that moment, blue and white light particles, like stardust, gathered around Emilia, and a cute little kitten suddenly appeared in front of her. Amazingly, the kitten spoke in a soft, childlike voice. Hold on, lady over there. I can't just pretend I didn't hear that. If you intend to bully my daughter, I won't stand for it. Puck. Emilia called out joyfully, then waved her hand toward Ryo and the others. Several fist-sized ice crystals materialized from thin air and slammed into the ground in front of them. Please don't make this difficult for me. I don't want to use force, so can you come with me to the city guard station? With Puck as her backbone, the once soft and sweet Emilia took on a more assertive demeanor. This cat, named Puck, was one of the 3 artificial spirits created by the Witch of Greed. Despite its cute appearance, it was a monster capable of world-ending destruction, known as the Beast of the End. Semiramis was about to speak when Ryo stopped her. The person on the ground was stabbed to death by a white-haired thug. He had an accomplice, a short guy, and a big brute. Ryo said, looking at the floating spirit, Puck. You should be able to tell whether I'm lying or not, right? Chapter 202, FGO, 202. 2018 words. Emilia glanced subconsciously at Puck, who nodded. Well, from what I can tell, you're not lying. Emilia placed a hand over her chest, and her tense expression softened slightly. Is that so? Then, could you please notify the city guard? We still have urgent matters. She had something extremely important to attend to, but on the way through the alley, she stumbled upon a murder. Her kind nature had compelled her to stop. Now, with the misunderstanding cleared up, Emilia was eager to leave. Wait, Leah. Puck stopped her and then looked over at Ryo. Though I don't think you're lying, my perception is based on sensing the mana within you, not some lie detection blessing. Skilled magic users can block such perception, and it seems you and your companions have that ability. I can sense strong energy from each of you, and there's a heavy stench of blood about you. You've taken quite a few lives, haven't you? So, who are you, and what are you doing in the kingdom of Lugunica? The cute feline face held a trace of suspicion. Ryo's eyes flickered with surprise. He hadn't expected Puck, usually a mascot-like presence, to be so perceptive. But he couldn't afford to lose ground now. Ryo replied, we're just travelers from another land. What, is the mighty Beast of the End checking IDs now? Besides, if I'd acted, that boy wouldn't even leave a trace. To punctuate his point, Ryo stomped his foot on the ground. Boom. The brick-paved alley fractured instantly, cracks spiderwebbing outward as the ground trembled. From outside, startled cries rose as if an earthquake had erupted within a wide radius. Seeing this, Puck's expression turned wary. At that moment, a red-haired young man in a pristine white knight's uniform noticed the disturbance and hurried over, while on the opposite rooftop, a small figure darted across the skyline. Puck. Emilia cried out in surprise, instinctively readying to chase the figure. Even if you pursue her, you won't catch up. That thief has an acceleration-type blessing. You'd need a large-scale spell in the city to intercept her. You can't use large-scale spells in the city. That would endanger innocent people. Emilia rejected Ryu's suggestion without hesitation. Well then, follow me. I might know where that thief is headed. If you have guts, that is. Ryu's half-smile challenged Emilia to make a choice. Emilia hesitated and glanced at Puck, whose cute cat face looked troubled. In its current state, unless Puck fully unsealed its power and released its true form, even joining forces with Emilia wouldn't guarantee victory. If Ryu had sinister intentions, the consequences could be disastrous. More troubling still, despite Puck's more than 400 years of experience, it couldn't fully gauge Ryu's true depth. What is your real goal? Ryu grinned, pointing at Emilia. My goal? Simple. It's for her, Emilia, one of the 5 royal candidates of the Kingdom of Lugunica, to become the true Witch of Envy. If you want to know where that thief went or understand why all this is happening, follow me. With that, Ryu turned and began to walk away. He knew the commotion would attract a certain cheatbug named Reinhard, and if he didn't leave now, he'd be cornered. Although Ryu wasn't afraid of Reinhard, he wasn't keen on using that technique consecutively. The side effects were too severe, and repeated use would temporarily strip him of combat abilities, jeopardizing his plans. So, for now, he chose to retreat. Emilia and Puck exchanged glances and ultimately followed. Ryu's words were too significant to ignore. A few minutes later, a red-haired young man in a white knight's uniform arrived at the alley. By now, the area was empty except for a strangely dressed corpse. He frowned. This was a turbulent time for the Kingdom of Lugunica, with the royal family gone, and now a foreigner of unknown origin dead here. It was far from a good omen. As the sound of clanking armor echoed, several city guards arrived at the scene. When they saw the red-haired man, their eyes filled with respect. Lord Reinhard. The red-haired man was none other than the Sword Saint Reinhard, renowned as the strongest sword saint, a knight of knights, bearing many titles. In the original story, he was the author's favored character, able to add blessings unique to this world and known as its strongest warrior. After entrusting the foreigner's body to the guards for burial, Reinhard frowned deeply. If only I could uncover clues related to this murder. Suddenly, he felt a flash of insight. His mind raced, connecting previously unnoticed details, piecing together the scene as if with a magnifying glass. So that's it. His eyes gleamed as he deduced the events in the alley. The culprit must be a local thug. 3 people were at the scene, not far from here, 2 women and 1 man. Later, another arrived, likely a girl and an elf mage. Reinhard quickly determined the direction the thugs had fled and set off after them. Unbeknownst to him, a new blessing, detective, had been added to his array of powers. Meanwhile, several powerful beings across the world sensed the death of the Witch of Envy, Sadella. At the edge of the world, within the great waterfall, a mythical creature opened its slit-like pupils, briefly showing confusion before closing them again, indifferent to the world's affairs. In an unknown ruin at the border of Lugunica, a girl with long snow-white hair, dark eyes like a starless sky, and a stunningly beautiful face, was sipping tea. Suddenly, she rose in shock, her teacup shattering on the table, splashing crimson tea across her dress like blood. She barely noticed, muttering in disbelief, "Dead? Just like that? Is she dead so easily? He. Ha ha ha. Ha ha." Her face twisted as she threw her head back in a fit of laughter, her expression wild. In that instant, the world stirred with the news of the Witch of Envy's demise. Ryu's decision to have Emilia inherit Satella's power and become the next Witch of Envy wasn't made on a whim. As soon as he learned that his next mission world was Reed Zero, he began forming a plan. After a fatal confrontation with Sadella, which forced him to use his ultimate move to kill her, Ryu acquired 2 items. Alongside the mission assigned by the system, his determination to develop Emilia into the next Witch of Envy solidified. Hints in the original story suggested an intricate connection between Satella and Emilia, an identical appearance, a body that could easily be possessed by Satella's soul, and the claim of having the world's largest mana reserves. These clues led Ryu to a bold theory: Emilia was likely a vessel crafted by Satella to hold her soul. It was said that Satella's body had been sealed by the original 3 heroes, yet her soul continued to roam, causing chaos. With the 2 key items he obtained after defeating Natsuki Subaru and Sadella, Ryu's theory gained confirmation. In other words, if he could transfer Satella's power to Emilia, he could create a new Witch of Envy. After killing Sadella in the world separation, Ryu thought the system would settle down. Instead, it issued a mission. Ding, Natsuki Subaru, Flugel, sealed, is dead. The host has obtained the seal key, 1/3. Collecting this item will allow you to unseal the witch's core. Ding, the host has killed the Witch of Envy, Sadella. You have obtained the sealed witch's core. You have obtained the root gem, unidentified. Ding, it is now time to activate the main mission, Light and Dark. This mission will proceed in 2 steps. Collect the seal keys to unseal the witch's core. The host may choose to destroy the witch's core or select a new host for it. Light or darkness, destruction or rebirth, all lie in the host's choice. Note, the witch's core must be absorbed voluntarily by the individual, no one can be forcibly compelled. Mission completion reward, unknown. This mission was rare, a self-directed one. The moment he saw it, Ryu's vague plan crystallized. He would transform the pure-hearted Emilia, innocent as a saint in the original story, into a witch of envy capable of destroying the world. As for the mission reward, he felt he had already received it. What could be a better reward than the root gem? He looked down at the green gem in his hand, radiating endless vitality. Just holding it, he could feel a surge of life force spreading from his palm throughout his body. The permanent damage to his life force from using the word source skill, world separation, was starting to heal. Once the root gem was fully identified, he would regain his true strength, no longer bound by his current limitations. However, getting Emilia to accept the Witch of Envy's power wouldn't be easy. The mission note was clear, it had to be completely voluntary. And that was the hardest part. Not only would he need to convince Emilia, but he would also need to sway her contract spirit, Puck, who treated Emilia like his own daughter. For a kind-hearted girl who had been discriminated against all her life due to her resemblance to the Witch of Envy, the idea of accepting that power was terrifying. To persuade her to accept it willingly, Ryu would have to approach the matter carefully. Fortunately, Emilia was pure-hearted. He would need to play to this aspect of her nature to achieve his goal. The group walked from the outer city into the slums. As they ventured deeper into the rundown areas, Emilia's concern grew. The sun was nearly set, and Puck was starting to look tired. Puck was strong and adorable but had a strict schedule, limited to activity between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., much like a salaryman. Once evening arrived, Puck would have to return to the crystal on Emilia's body to rest until the next day. Though Emilia had a vast reserve of mana, her aversion to fighting made her less formidable. Once Puck returned to rest, Emilia would be left vulnerable, facing Ryu and his 2 companions alone, like a lamb in a den of 3 tigers. Still, the gem stolen from her symbolized her eligibility for the royal selection, an item of great importance. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and follow Ryu and the others. Are we there yet?" she asked nervously. Ryu suddenly stopped, turning to look at her. "You don't need to be so tense. If I'd wanted to do something to you, even if this cat unsealed its true form, it wouldn't make any difference." Puck immediately crossed its little paws over its chest, adopting an indignant, grown-up pose. "I can't just let that comment slide." Ryu chuckled softly, and the time gem on his gauntlet began to glow blue, enveloping everyone in its light. "Not good. Zawarudo, time stop." Puck tensed, but before he could react, his consciousness was interrupted. A moment later, Ryu's hand rested on Emilia's shoulder, while his other hand lightly pinched Puck's neck. "See? That was easy," Ryu teased. Emilia trembled, while Puck's expression turned deadly serious. "Relax. I told you, I mean no harm." "Don't scare yourself," Ryu said, releasing Puck's neck but keeping his hand on Emilia's shoulder. "Hey! Get your hand off my daughter." Puck protested. Beside him, Anastasia's expression turned angry, while Semiramis watched with amused interest, the picture of a bystander. Ryu sent a telepathic message to reassure Anastasia, then, ignoring the indignant little cat, leaned close to Emilia's ear and pointed toward the slums. "What do you see?" Dilapidated houses, filthy streets, and lifeless faces all entered her sight. Her bright indigo eyes dimmed slightly. Emilia opened her mouth, but no words came. "Why are you participating in the royal selection? What reason do you have for wearing the crown? What is your truest wish?" "Of course, it's so that people won't have to suffer anymore, so everyone can live happy lives together," she blurted out, her eyes sincere and pure. Chapter 203, FGO, 203. 2086 words. "You're too naive. Ryu responded with a harsh tone. Let's not even discuss how someone who looks exactly like the Witch of Envy could manage to defeat all the other candidates and ascend to the throne. Tell me, how exactly do you plan to achieve this wish of making everyone's lives better? Hey. If you bully my daughter again, I'll bite you, you know. Puck was baring his teeth and claws in midair. Ryu shot him a cold glance. If you truly care about her, then be quiet. Governing a country isn't like hosting a dinner party, and wearing the crown isn't as simple as you think. TCH. Though Puck was both a powerful fighter and an adorable companion, he knew nothing about ruling a country, let alone one primarily populated by humans, creatures known for their cunning and complexity. Though visibly displeased, he set aside his pride to listen for Emilia's sake. However, he secretly resolved that if Ryu started spewing nonsense, he'd immediately give him a cat paw punch. Ryu turned to look at Emilia, who was at a loss for words. Let me ask you a more specific question. If you wish to make people's lives happier, you have to ensure their basic needs of food, clothing, shelter, and transportation are met. Beyond that, there's healthcare, education, and more. So, what are your policies if you become queen? I haven't thought about that yet. Guiltily, Emilia averted her gaze. Having been rescued from the ice by Puck, she had lived in the forest ever since. Only recently, thanks to a certain manipulative jester, had she entered the royal selection with pure intentions. But she had never received an elite education, and governing even a small border territory was a daunting task for her. Just saying pretty words won't make people happier. Ryu's final remark left Emilia flustered. I am not. I didn't mean it like that. She wanted to argue but found herself at a loss for words. It was only at this moment that Emilia began to truly reflect. What she lacked wasn't the resolve to do it but the knowledge of how to do it. Seeing Emilia's stubborn expression, Ryu decided not to push her too hard. After all, he still needed her for the mission. Let's set aside national policies for now. What you currently lack is experience and knowledge, which can be gradually acquired. Having a good teacher would help as well. But the most critical issue right now is this: even if you do become queen, you won't be able to change anything. What? Haven't you realized it yet? Ryu smirked. The king of Lugunica Kingdom is nothing more than a powerless figurehead. Emilia covered her mouth in shock. The real power in this country lies with the Council of Wise Men, backed by the nobility that controls the finances and the royal guard that commands the military. This stable triangle of power maintains Lugunica's balance. The dragon Volcanica serves as an external stabilizing force. If this triangle becomes unsteady, the dragon intervenes to restore balance. And the king? Perhaps just a figurehead, a beautiful bird in a gilded cage. The loss of the king and royal family with succession rights should have led to the country's collapse, but Lugunica has remained stable, a fact that proves my point. Having once ruled a world himself, Ryu easily saw the hidden dangers within Lugunica. His words tore at the darkness beneath the nation's surface, delivering a heavy blow to the naive Emilia. Her expression became that of a confused and helpless child. To completely discourage her from participating in the royal selection, Ryu pressed on. He placed his other hand on Emilia's shoulder, forcing her to look him in the eyes. Among the other royal candidates, the Duchess has the military support, the widow likely represents the nobility, and the merchant woman, at least, has wealth. Whoever among them is chosen will have a faction behind them and won't be a powerless puppet. But you, Emilia, who is your supporter? What faction do you have behind you? Is it that ridiculous court jester of a magician? Or this adorable little slacker of a pet? Emilia instinctively wanted to argue, but she realized that her only real supporter was Roswell, the lord of a remote border territory. As for Puck, could she rely on freezing all her opponents? Ryu's expression became contemplative. Now that I think about it, you might have the highest chance of being selected. Choosing someone without a faction would make it easier for the hidden powers to control you. If I were in their shoes, I'd choose you too. So, it's truly unfortunate, Emilia-tan. Even if you put in all the effort to become queen, you still won't be able to achieve your wish of making the people happier. Ryu's words struck Emilia like a sword, piercing her heart. Her violet eyes dimmed as she murmured, how did it come to this? I just wanted everyone to be happy. How did it end up like this? Hey. You've gone too far. I'm going to bite you. I swear I'm going to bite you. Puck bared his teeth and claws, attempting to leap at Ryu, but Semiramis trapped him with magic. Ryu-sama, you're being such a big meanie. Anastasia's voice echoed in his mind through telepathy. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Ryu's forehead. Why was she calling him out like that? But he hadn't finished his speech. Enduring Anastasia's odd gaze, he put on the smile of a caring older brother. The ruling class in Lugunica is completely ossified. To fulfill your wish, you'd have to dismantle the existing system. Doing so would make you the common enemy of the Council of Wise Men, the Royal Guard, and the nobility. And with your resemblance to the Witch of Envy, the people won't stand by your side either. Then, what should I do? Emilia asked instinctively. Gotcha. Ryu thought, mentally celebrating as his expression softened. At this moment, to the others, Ryu looked like a big, bad wolf tempting a little lamb. It's simple, young girl, become a magical girl, crossed out, witch. Emilia was the type who couldn't keep anything hidden in her heart. One look at her face, and anyone could tell what she was thinking. On the way to the slums, she had already clearly rejected Ryu's earlier proposal. This time was no different. Even after enduring Ryu's barrage of persuasive words, when he mentioned the Witch of Envy, Sadella, Emilia's eyes gradually regained their brightness. Her brow furrowed slightly, her lips moved, and it was clear she subconsciously wanted to refuse. The toll on her psyche was evident. For someone so innately kind to be slandered as a madwoman bent on world destruction, yet still hold fast to her beliefs, despite the coldness and disdain from others, was truly admirable. Anyone with a slightly weaker resolve would likely have succumbed to the darkness by now. This was what people might call a natural protagonist's personality. Ryu had only seen such a rare trait in a certain golden-haired ninja who had been possessed by an evil fox. Don't be so quick to refuse. Noticing the resistance in Emilia's expression, Ryu immediately cut in, temporarily dispelling her thoughts. He knew they were at a crucial moment. With each of her refusals, Ryu's chances of persuading her would diminish. After 3 rejections, without external intervention, the chance would approach 0. Every refusal would strengthen her inner resolve, turning rejection into a habit. Ryu decided he had to shake her determination on this second attempt. The key was breaking down the cage in her heart, a cage built from others' cold stares, curses, and disdain. Organizing his thoughts, Ryu continued, right now, all of Lugunica is like a doomed chessboard for you. What do you do when faced with a situation like this? His tone was that of a sly uncle, gently luring the innocent, pure-hearted Emilia. I should. Emilia's face showed a hint of confusion, thinking that the appropriate response would be to admit defeat. Reading her thoughts, Ryu pressed further. Do you resign, give up your wish, and accept the prejudice others have against you? I won't. Emilia shook her head instantly. Good. Ryu smiled, resembling a scheming wolf in disguise. Since you don't want to give up, yet you have no moves left, there's only one solution. He deliberately paused. Just as he expected, Emilia's eyes instinctively focused, listening intently for his answer. Don't let that cat interrupt, Ryu mentally instructed Semiramis. A strange glint flickered in Semiramis's eyes, and her bright red lips curved into a lovely smile. Without a word, she moved her fingers slightly, and the magical barrier surrounding Puck immediately silenced all sound from inside and out. Lia. Don't listen to him. Puck sensed something amiss and anxiously pounded on the barrier. But unless the seal was broken and he released his true form, there was no way for him to break through Semiramis's magic. Then, Ryu spoke, enunciating each word clearly. Overturn the chessboard and start everything anew, on your terms. A thunderbolt seemed to strike in Emilia's mind. To overturn the giant chessboard of Lugunica would mean countless lives lost. Even someone as innocent as she could imagine the endless clashes of swords and rivers of blood that would follow. Her slender body trembled slightly, and her eyes revealed a trace of fear. I can't do that, she exclaimed. Yes, you can. To break the old order, bloodshed and sacrifice are inevitable. But sacrificing a few can bring happiness to the many. But many innocent people would get caught up in it. Innocent? In a revolution, there are no innocents. Or is this the limit of your resolve? That you're willing to abandon your ideals just because you don't want to dirty your hands? But... Emilia hesitated, a look of uncertainty crossing her face. She felt that something was wrong in Ryu's argument but couldn't pinpoint it. Think about it. With the power of the Witch of Envy, Sadella, you could overthrow the Council of Wise Men, the Royal Guard, and the nobility. You could reshape Lubunica according to your will and bring happiness to all the people. And it won't stop at Lubunica, the neighboring nations, perhaps even the entire world, would change because of you. Use fear as a tool for governance, and spread light across the world. Like a cult leader recruiting a new member, Ryu continued to influence Emilia, instilling the belief that with the witch's power, she could change the world and bring happiness to the people. Having once led the world's largest religion, Ryu's manipulation skills, though unofficial, were undoubtedly at an EX level. Emilia's violet eyes wavered as her long-held beliefs began to crumble. But she trailed off, uncertain. With a gentle, brotherly smile, Ryu placed his hands on her shoulders. Are you worried that you can't control the power of the Witch of Envy, or that you cannot rule the world? Don't worry. Power is just power, neither good nor evil. And I will always be by your side, guiding you to become a capable queen. The hesitation in Emilia's eyes grew. Knowing that haste could lead to a backlash, Rhea decided to ease back. You don't need to give me an answer now. After all, this is a decision that affects the future. It might be best to think it over carefully, maybe even discuss it with Puck, he kindly suggested. He knew his words had planted a seed in her heart. Emilia had a bit of a savior complex, carrying an extraordinary sense of responsibility. This trait gave her a steely resolve but also burdened her with unnecessary obligations. Though the welfare of the slum dwellers had nothing to do with her, Roswell had persuaded her into the royal selection, pushing her forward unprepared. Now, likely, she was filled with visions of his grand idea, absorbing the witch's power, bringing happiness to the world, sacrificing herself for the greater good. It was truly tragic, yet it made her all the more endearing. Ryu was beginning to understand why Subaru Natsuki, the original protagonist, risked his life repeatedly for Emilia. A girl like her was simply impossible to hate. The people of this strange world were blind to her value. Having said all he needed, Ryu signaled for Semiramis to release Puck. As soon as the barrier lifted, Puck flew to Emilia, spreading his paws protectively in front of her. Chapter 204, FGO, 204. 1748 words. What exactly did you say to my daughter? The fluffy cat's face scrunched up in anger, and suddenly, a dozen ice shards appeared in the air, all aimed at Ryu. It was clear Puck was genuinely enraged now. His actions instantly turned the atmosphere in the room tense. Anastasia remained still, yet the shadow beneath her feet twisted, transforming into a towering creature looming behind the three of them. Simultaneously, black ice mist began to gather in her palms. Semiramis crossed her arms, casually lifting her prominent chest as she watched the drama unfold, a faint, purple glow flickering at her fingertips. Ryu, on the other hand, seemed unperturbed and defenseless. He simply smiled at Emilia and Puck. The seed had already taken root and sprouted. Emilia wouldn't disappoint him. Just as he anticipated, Emilia suddenly hugged Puck from behind. Leah. Puck turned his head in surprise, but Emilia's face was hidden behind her bangs, her beautiful violet eyes obscured by shadows. Sorry, Puck. I need some time alone. Puck reluctantly retracted the ice shards, though he still looked furious, waving his tiny arms and legs at Ryu from afar. If you try to manipulate my daughter into doing something strange, I definitely won't let you off. Ryu shrugged, completely unfazed by Puck's threat. For this doting father, Emilia was the biggest weakness. As long as he won her over, Puck's resistance would be futile. In the end, Puck would yield to Emilia's wishes, no matter what. Puck was exactly the kind of foolish dad who'd destroy the world if it meant protecting his daughter, so he was the easier one to handle. The real challenge lay with Emilia herself. Despite her gentle appearance, she possessed a strong will. It made sense. In today's world, if a girl were cursed and insulted every day, most would either break down, run away or even turn bitter. But Emilia endured it all, standing firm in the royal selection despite the scorn and hatred. Beneath that fragile exterior was a heart as strong and brilliant as a diamond. To persuade her, Ryu would need to be subtle. The power of the Witch of Envy in anyone's hands could lead to world destruction. So, why not take responsibility for it yourself? Emilia, remember my words, you are destined to become a symbol of fear for this world. This is a mission you cannot escape from. Leaving these words behind, Ryu led the way forward. Think it over carefully. After all, this is a decision that will affect the rest of your life, don't make it hastily. For now, follow me, and we'll retrieve your gemstone. Though I think it's a joke, the thief who took it still needs a lesson. From afar, Ryu's voice echoed. Lia, don't listen to his nonsense. Puck's fluffy face showed a trace of worry. He felt things were slipping out of his control, but he was powerless to stop them. I'm fine, Puck, Emilia murmured, biting her lip as she followed closely behind Ryu. Watching her walk away, Puck felt as if his daughter was drifting further from him. He shook his tiny head and quickly flew over, hiding in Emilia's hair. Anastasia gazed at Emilia's back, a dark glint in her eyes, while Semiramis wore a playful smile, her gaze shifting from Ryu to Emilia, then to Anastasia. With their thoughts, they ventured deeper into the slums under the setting sun. They eventually arrived at a slightly larger wooden cabin. Its door was tightly shut, suggesting no one was home. But Ryu didn't care. He kicked it open with a loud bang. Inside, the two occupants and Emilia, who followed behind Ryu, were stunned. Emilia, snapping out of her thoughts, looked at Ryu in shock. This seems a bit wrong, doesn't it? Breaking into someone's house like this. As a gentle soul, Emilia had never done anything as violent as kicking down a door, and she was so shocked that she stuttered. Ryu shot her a look of disbelief. Are you telling me you're going to be polite to the thief who stole from you? Who's the bastard that kicked down my door? I'll twist your head off. An elderly giant with white hair and a beard stormed out, wielding a hammer larger than a human head. Ryu, in a flash, kicked the old man in the stomach. Old man Rom. Did you owe someone money and get beaten up for it? At that moment, a girl's cheeky voice came from inside the house. Before she could finish, Old Man Rom's massive body was flung back into the house, smashing the bar counter to pieces, and burying him under stolen goods and wooden debris. Old Man Rom. The girl cried out, horrified. As Ryu walked through the door, the blonde, red-eyed girl inside drew a dagger, baring her teeth like a kitten bracing to defend itself. Who the hell are you? Ryu strode into the room confidently, taking in its layout, a bar set up with shelves behind the counter filled with stolen goods, jewelry, weapons, armor, books, and more. Only then did he turn his attention to the blonde-haired, red-eyed girl, Felt, the royal family's last candidate for the selection and an orphan raised by Old Man Rom. This time, Felt had stolen Emilia's insignia on a commission. Ryu admired her boldness, she didn't even know who she was dealing with. If it weren't for her importance to the story, she wouldn't last beyond a chapter. What are you staring at? Felt glared as Ryu's gaze lingered, his expression condescending. Flat. A vein popped on her forehead as her frustration reached a boiling point. By then, the others had entered the house. Ah. It's you who stole my insignia. Felt's expression soured immediately. First, her body had been insulted, and now the owner of the stolen item had shown up. If she knew a certain spiky-haired boy, she might have shouted toward the heavens, Fukuda. Please give it back. It's something very important. Emilia said, stepping toward Felt. Ryu slapped his forehead in disbelief. This girl was beyond hope. Why be polite to a thief? Just knock her down and take it back. Ha! Once it's in my hands, it's mine. If you want it, pay for it, Felt scoffed, finally finding an outlet for the anger Ryu had sparked in her. To Ryu's surprise, the sincere Emilia started negotiating with Felt. But I don't have that much money on me right now. Could you give it back first, and I'll get the money for you later? Ha! Who cares? It's cash on delivery. If you don't have money, don't ask for things. Do you think I'm stupid, you fool? Felt mocked, sticking her tongue out. Emilia looked at Ryu helplessly. Ryu shook his head, it seemed turning this innocent little flower into a world ending which was going to be a long, challenging journey. He stepped forward, his voice cold. Hand it over. Huh? Are you? Felt began, about to throw an insult, but a blazing ray of sunlight grazed her neck, slicing through a strand of her hair before piercing the full-body armor in the corner and the wall behind it. Cold sweat immediately broke out on her forehead. Without another word, she pulled a deep purple insignia with a ruby from her chest, bent over, and raised it above her head with both hands. Here. Emilia stood in stunned silence, staring at Ryu. Go get it, he said. Okay, Emilia replied, taking a deep breath as she walked toward Felt. Just then, Old Man Rom, who had been kicked into the bar, began to stir. Rubbing a large bump on his head, he grumbled, Felt, what are you doing? You let the owner find us? My poor old bones. That guy has no respect for the elderly. Seeing that old man Ram wasn't seriously injured, Felt breathed a sigh of relief, and her hostility toward Ryu and the others lessened slightly. TCH, guess I've lost this time. Do what you want. Before Ryu could respond, Emilia interjected, I won't do anything to you. I just want my insignia back. With that, Emilia reached for the insignia in Felt's hands. Suddenly, a dark figure crashed through the window, lunging toward Emilia and Felt. In an instant, Ryu appeared beside Emilia, throwing a punch at the intruder, who swiftly drew a strange, bone-shaped short knife and slashed at Ryu's fist. Clang! A metallic sound echoed as sparks flew. The knife clashed with Ryu's fist. With a sharp crack, the blade's tip snapped and flew toward Felt, who ducked just in time. The assailant finally spoke, their voice soft and seductively magnetic. Era, you seem strong, boya. It was a seductive, deadly beauty, like a poppy in bloom. She wore an extremely revealing black dress, with a deep plunge at the chest, exposing her pale, ample bosom and a small navel. A red and black cloak hung over her shoulders, and high heels accentuated her sheer tights, which outlined her legs from feet to waist, showcasing her alluring figure. Her provocative dress and mesmerizing face, combined with black eyes that seemed strangely familiar to Ryu, and black hair tied into a ponytail adorned with a purple rose, made her a striking, mature beauty. The moment Ryu saw her, he made up his mind to make her his personal plaything. She had no idea what he had planned. She smiled at him. I wonder what your intestines look like. I'm looking forward to it. Dealing with a twisted woman like her required overpowering her, and then dragging her back to be trained properly. Ryu stopped the others from intervening. Without a word, he used shave to dash in front of her. Though she was momentarily shocked by his speed, her battle instincts kicked in. Despite her revealing outfit, she somehow produced another short knife and slashed it viciously at his abdomen. Ryu's eye twitched. How obsessed are you with intestines? Even so, he didn't dodge. He aimed a punch at her stomach, ready to trade injuries. A normal person would never use such a reckless tactic, but the woman before him was far from normal. She was enthralled by twisted things. Her black eyes glittered with excitement and bloodlust, and Ryu even saw her subconsciously lick her lips. Though a punch for a slash seemed unfavorable, Ryu didn't hesitate, letting the knife slice his abdomen while his punch landed unerringly on her stomach. Chapter 205, FGO, 205. 1988 words. The short knife scraped across Ryu's abdomen with a soft tearing sound, SSSSH. Ripping a large hole in his clothes. But it didn't even leave a mark on his skin, let alone cut him. Even more absurdly, with a crack, the knife snapped in two. The assassin, whose real name was Elsa, looked completely baffled. Immediately afterward, with a boom, Ryu's iron fist drove hard into Elsa's soft abdomen. The force blasted through her body, tearing a massive hole in her clothes and cloak. A clear fist imprint even appeared on her back. Ugwa. Elsa crumpled to her knees, vomiting dark red blood mixed with bits of her internal organs. Her entire body slumped over. Ryu's punch hadn't only pulverized her insides but also shattered her spine. Now lying helplessly on the ground, Elsa couldn't feel her lower body. Her brain had lost control over it entirely, even over her sphincter muscles. Soon, the area of her dress between her legs was soaked, she had wet herself. Ah, the pain. It hurts so much. But why can't I stop craving it? If this were a doujin, this seductive assassin would likely have heart-shaped pupils, her tongue hanging out, and an Ichigo expression. But unfortunately, this is a serious story. Even so, Elsa was crying, sniffling, her cheeks flushed, and her gaze dazed. She looked as if she'd been through a brutal segs. You. Finally, Felt recognized the woman who had just tried to ambush her. It was her employer. Now do you understand? She was planning to kill you to cover her tracks after you stole the insignia. Yet you still walked right into this trap. Is your head made of titanium? Unbelievable. She was going to kill me over just 10 gold coins? These damned nobles don't see commoners as human, do they? Felt exclaimed in shock. Ryu looked at her with the kind of pity reserved for fools. What? Felt bared her teeth angrily. Think about it, would anyone hire a thief for a mere trinket? This insignia represents eligibility for the royal selection. You've been dragged into royal selection conflicts. Do you think that's enough reason for someone to want you dead? I just wanted to make a little extra money. How was I supposed to know all this? Felt pouted. Felt, you idiot. You took on a job without even investigating your client's identity. Old Rom roared furiously. Being a giant, his voice was already loud, and now, in his anger, it boomed like thunder. I get it already, geez, old man Rom, you're so annoying. I'll be more careful next time, okay? Felt quickly covered her ears, looking more annoyed than concerned. You ungrateful child. You're going to be the death of me. Old Rom fumed, heartbroken at her carelessness. Knowing she was in the wrong, Felt muttered a few words under her breath but didn't argue back. Just then, Elsa, still lying limp on the ground, looked up at Ryu. You certainly know a lot, don't you, Boya? At this moment, the seductive assassin was regaining her composure. Her face was slick with sweat, her body trembling slightly, and her mouth twitched as she spoke, clearly struggling to endure the pain from her shattered organs and spine. Ryu couldn't help but be impressed by her resilience. An ordinary person would be long dead from such injuries, but Elsa's being a cursed doll vampire had kept her alive, allowing her to speak even in this condition. She was indeed exceptional material for training. However, he had other priorities for the moment, so he set those thoughts aside temporarily. A mysterious smile crept across his face. Not only do I know that, he said, but I also know your employer is Margrave Roswell L. Mathers. Oh, and you have a partner, a beast tamer named Melee. That's impossible. Emilia interrupted, her violet eyes widening in disbelief. Margrave Roswell was her only supporter in the royal selection. If she couldn't trust him, she didn't know who else to rely on. But Elsa's next words plunged her into despair. Looks like you do know a lot. This was as good as Elsa admitting that Ryu's claims were true. How could this be? Emilia's body swayed, and she clutched a nearby table for support. Puck flew out from her hair, looking at her with concern. Leah, are you all right? Don't worry too much, maybe they're just working together to deceive you. Puck didn't know how else to comfort her, so he could only lie, trying to cast doubt on Ryu's words. After all, this guy had been manipulating his beloved daughter from the moment they met, so Puck took this chance for a little fatherly revenge. Ryu ignored Puck's interference, he had plenty of ways to make Emilia see the clown's true colors. He turned his attention back to Elsa on the floor. Noticing his gaze, Elsa, though paralyzed from the waist down, managed to move her upper body. She straightened her chest and smiled provocatively. So, Boya, how do you plan to deal with me? Hand me over to the city guards? Execute me on the spot? Or perhaps... Elsa extended her delicate tongue, licking her red lips. The same action would have a completely different effect depending on who did it. If a little girl did this, she'd simply look hungry. But when a seductive, voluptuous woman like Elsa did it, it brimmed with temptation, conjuring all sorts of unspeakable images, bondage, blindfolds, whips, candles, gags. Ryu had to admit, this woman was a real enchantress, and she knew exactly how to wield her allure. Unfortunately for her, Ryu was no inexperienced virgin. Her antics didn't work on him, in fact, they only made him want to consume her whole. He silently communicated with Semiramis in his mind. Semiramis, I'll leave her to you. Find a place in the city to keep her hidden for now. Era, are you asking me to properly train this wild little kitten for you? What, don't want to? Why would I refuse? I'm quite looking forward to it. Semiramis's face lit up with excitement. Ryu knew from her response that Elsa was in for a rough time. In a low voice, Semiramis murmured, for those who've been waiting for the story to get plump, isn't it about time to dig in? With that, Semiramis took Elsa away. Ryu then turned to Emilia. Since we've got what we came for, let's head back now. Wait, you're saying you're coming back with me? Emilia looked at him in surprise. Of course. My goal hasn't been achieved yet. Leaving you alone to face that cunning clown wouldn't sit right with me, Ryu replied matter-of-factly. Emilia opened her mouth to speak but couldn't find the words. Naturally kind-hearted, she instinctively didn't want to doubt Roswell, who had been so supportive. Ryu sighed inwardly. Such a good-natured personality was hardly suited for royalty. Unable to help himself, he reached out and patted her head. As they say, facts speak louder than words. I'll reveal the clown's true nature. Until then, you don't need to do anything, just watch from the sidelines and don't overthink it. I understand, Emilia agreed reluctantly. Leah has me to protect her, so you stay away from my daughter. Puck flew between Emilia and Ryu, waving his tiny paws defensively, looking very much like a protective father scowling at his future son-in-law. Puck. Emilia, amused and helpless, scooped him up into her arms. She gave Ryu an apologetic look. Sorry, Puck doesn't mean any harm. No worries, I don't hold grudges against cute pets, Rhea replied with a mischievous smile. You brat. Puck nearly flew at Ryu but was held back by Emilia, who seemed to fear he'd cause trouble. Soon, the group left Old Rom's hideout and made their way outside the city. In the distance, a cute maid with a bobbed blue haircut stood next to a dragon carriage. As they approached, Ryu took a moment to observe this fan-favorite character from the original story. She had a bob cut, sky blue eyes matching her hair, and a fringe that covered her right eye. Her black and white maid outfit had been slightly modernized, enhancing her petite and adorable figure. Rem, I'm sorry for the wait. Something unexpected happened. Emilia apologized as they drew near. It's no problem, Lady Emilia. And this is? Rem's gaze shifted to Ryu, her one visible eye filled with suspicion. Ah, this is Ryu-sama. He helped me retrieve my stolen insignia. And this person? When Emilia looked at Anastasia, who was dressed in formal wear, she felt a pang of embarrassment. She'd forgotten to ask her name during the journey. Anastasia, she introduced herself coolly, offering no further explanation. She had shown warmth only to Ryu, remaining aloof toward everyone else. Emilia smiled graciously. I'd like to invite them to the mansion to properly thank them. Understood. This way, please. Rem opened the door to the dragon carriage. As Ryu walked past her, Rem's nose twitched, and her expression changed. She glared at Ryu with thinly veiled disgust and killing intent. Her hostility was so obvious that, aside from the oblivious Emilia, everyone else noticed. Puck, naturally, was delighted by the tension. Ryu's expression remained impassive as if he hadn't noticed. But Anastasia's gaze grew colder, and the shadows behind her silently writhed before her face returned to calm. With each person lost in their thoughts, they set off toward Roswell's mansion. Since Roswell was a margrave, his mansion lay some distance from the royal capital. Though they had left just after sunset and the dragon carriage moved swiftly, they didn't arrive until late at night. From afar, they could see a grand mansion. Near the entrance, a soft light glowed. As they approached, they spotted a girl who looked nearly identical to Rem, except for her pink hair and red eyes, holding a lantern as she waited by the door. The dragon carriage stopped at the entrance, and everyone disembarked. Sister, you waited out here so late? You've worked hard. Rem said with a warm smile. Don't worry about me, Remington. You must be tired from traveling all night. Go rest. Yes, sister. The twin maids exchanged smiles. Rai thought that with some flower petals and soft lighting, this scene would be perfect for a Yuri moment. Noticing his odd gaze, Ram's eyes flashed with suspicion as she quietly observed the group. Welcome back, Lady Emilia, Ram greeted. Ram, I'm sorry for keeping you up so late, Emilia said apologetically. It's no trouble. It's my duty, Ram replied, before turning to Ryu and Anastasia. Lady Emilia, may I ask who these guests are? They're my benefactors, so I took the liberty of inviting them back to the mansion. I hope it won't be too much trouble? Emilia's face showed an apologetic look as she took responsibility for the decision, seemingly forgetting that it was Ryu who had insisted on coming along. Her good-natured personality was beyond saving. After brief introductions, and under Rem's barely concealed hostility and Ram's probing gaze, Ryu followed Emilia into the mansion. As they stepped through the front door, a strange voice greeted them. Honored guests, welcome to my humble abode. I am Roswell L. Mathers. The bizarre, sing-song voice came from a man dressed like a clown who approached them. The moment Ryu laid eyes on him, his gaze narrowed. This was the Margrave of Lagunica's borders, Roswell, a man with terrifying power, capable of single-handedly defeating an army. He was also the disciple of the Witch of Greed, Echidna, an ancient being over 400 years old, just like Puck. A man who had survived by taking over the bodies of his descendants. Ryu thought that this clown had a lot in common with Zoken Metu from the Fate series. And the fact that Roswell was still awake so late to greet them confirmed something for Ryu. Chapter 206, FGO, 206. 1899 words. There are two types of magic users in this world. The first is the spirit sorcerer, like Emilia. They form contracts with spirits, drawing mana from the atmosphere through a gate and storing it within themselves. When needed, they release this mana through the same gate. The abilities of spirit sorcerers aren't influenced by the quality of their gates but are instead tied to the power of the contracted spirits. The second type is the conventional magic user, like Roswell. They use their internal OD, magic power, a blend of soul power and life force, and release magic through their gate. These magic users' strength is limited by the quality of their gates. Despite this limitation, Roswell is undeniably one of the world's strongest, second only to the witches, as he can single-handedly face an entire army. Magic in this world is divided into 4 basic elements: fire, water, wind, and earth, and 2 rare attributes, yin and yang, making a total of 6. Fire is usually associated with heat-based magic, like the ice spells used by Puck and Amelia, while water magic often focuses on healing. Yin and yang are less common. Yin magic often involves concealing vision or inflicting status ailments. Roswell possesses a blessing similar to the Sword Saint's blessing, known as the Magic Guardian's blessing, making him the strongest magician in Lugnica. He holds the highest honorary titles for mastery in fire, earth, and wind magic, known respectively as red, green, and yellow. Most critically, Roswell is a master manipulator. Over 400 years ago, he was nearly killed trying to protect his teacher, the Witch of Greed, Echidna. To survive, he used his direct bloodline as a vessel. The longer one lives, the more twisted they can become, especially when they resort to body snatching. Figures like Matuzokan and Roswell seem to confirm this notion. Now, this twisted figure waits late into the night, and it's certainly not to welcome Amelia. Roswell's real plan is to slay the dragon to revive his teacher, and Amelia is merely a pawn. Once she ascends the throne, the divine dragon Volcanica, who has a contract with Lugunica, will appear, and Roswell is waiting for that moment. However, he remains unaware of one crucial fact: his teacher, Echidna, isn't truly dead. She secretly made a contract with the divine dragon, transforming into a spirit-like form and hiding within an experimental area known as the Sanctuary, where she continues to manipulate events. Roswell has likely seen a new entry in the Book of Wisdom, which is why he rushed here. This magical book can reveal fragments of the future, like a downgraded form of future vision. However, the Book of Wisdom in Roswell's possession is a censored version given by Echidna. The original is still in her hands. The Book of Wisdom, also called the Memory of the World, holds knowledge of the world's past and future. For an outsider like Ryu, who can profoundly impact the world, there are likely entries about him in this book. Based on the complex relationship between Roswell and Echidna, Ryu suspects that Echidna uses Roswell's love for her to control him, feeding him information from the censored book. Roswell's unusual behavior seems influenced by Echidna's hidden manipulation. As expected, the aftermath of killing Sadella is becoming apparent. The hidden powers of this world have begun to notice me, Ryu muttered to himself. He had anticipated this when he killed Sadella. The 3 individuals who initially sealed her, the Divine Dragon, the First Sword Saint, and the Great Sage, each hold a key to unsealing the witch's core. After accidentally killing Subaru Natsuki, Ryu obtained the Great Sage's key. The other 2 are likely held by the Divine Dragon and the Astria family. The most probable candidate for the Sword Saint's key is the Dragon Sword Reed, which Reinhard wields. It's rumored that the Dragon Sword has a will of its own, only unsheathing for worthy opponents. Ryu speculates that the soul of the First Sword Saint may be hidden within the Dragon Sword Reed, along with his key. Rumor has it that the First Sword Saint's greatest strength was his inability to be truly killed. Upon Satella's death, those who sealed her, as well as the Witch of Greed, Echidna, who made a contract with the Divine Dragon and participated in the sealing, would surely have noticed. Even without this connection, Echidna likely knows everything through the complete Book of Wisdom. The Witch of Vainglory, Pandora, has also probably learned of Satella's death. Although she may not be strong in direct combat, her overpowered abilities and preference for acting behind the scenes make her a strong candidate for the final boss. Entering in Re-Zero is akin to the 4th and 5th Holy Grail Wars in the previous world, a situation where, from the start, he's been at the center of attention from all sides, as though targeted by the malice of the universe itself. Eventually, the mansion quieted down. In the dark corridors, only the cold moonlight cast a faint bluish glow, turning the hallway into a ghostly realm. At that moment, a heavy metallic dragging sound echoed faintly through the silent corridor. The sound grew louder until a figure appeared in the doorway. Creak. With a soft noise, the door opened, and the figure stepped inside. The room's curtains were undrawn, allowing bright moonlight to illuminate everything. The figure was none other than a blue-haired maid, Rem. Yet, her expression differed completely from her usual gentle and humble demeanor. A small, sharp horn protruded from her forehead, her blue pupils glowed red, and her mouth curved into a ferocious smile. In the pale moonlight, she resembled a demon from hell. In her hand, she held a morning star hammer, a head twice her size, glaring murderously at the sleeping figure of Ryu. Ryu, seemingly exhausted, didn't stir despite the noise Rem was making. Targeting the unsuspecting Ryu, she hurled the morning star hammer directly at him. Die. The hammer whooshed through the air with dreadful momentum. If it struck, it would surely turn any person into a paste. Just as the morning star was about to strike Ryu, he stretched out naturally in his sleep, raising his right fist, which collided directly with Rem's weapon. Clang! A loud crash echoed through the room as iron fragments shot out like bullets, shattering decorations and furniture around them. The 100-pound head of the morning star was flung into the ceiling by Ryu's punch, crashing up through to the floor above. Caught off guard, Rem was pulled along by the force, dragged to Ryu's bedside, and ended up falling right next to him. Oya, the service at this mansion is truly top-notch, even providing maid service in bed, Ryu teased, unfazed by Rem's ferocious attack. Rem's fury intensified, her eyes glowing an even deeper red as she shouted, "You damn witch cultist! You maggot with nothing but filth in your head! You took away the horn most precious to me and my sister. I must kill you." She pulled fiercely at the handle of her morning star, but the head remained lodged in the ceiling, immovable. Upon closer inspection, she saw that Ryu was holding the handle between two fingers, effortlessly preventing her from freeing it. Damn it! Let go! Ryu shrugged and released his grip, causing Rem, who had been pulling with all her strength, to stumble backward. It was now clear, despite her determination and strength, Rem stood no chance against Ryu. Yet she showed no signs of giving up, her heart consumed by hatred. Die! Die! Rem screamed, her eyes and horn glowing a blinding red as she swung the giant morning star toward him. Seeing her loss of control, a flicker of impatience appeared in Ryu's eyes. Magic burst. Magic surged through Ryu, amplifying his formidable strength. A blood-red aura enveloped him like a thick armor. Once more, he met Rem's hammer with his fist. This time, with a dull thud and the faint sound of breaking metal, Rem's finely crafted morning star shattered into pieces before her bewildered eyes. Before she could react, Ryu used a technique called shave, moving at lightning speed to appear before her. He grabbed her by the throat, lifting her off the ground. But instead of focusing on Rem's struggle, Ryu turned his gaze toward the door. "You've been watching for quite a while. Haven't you had enough?" he said coldly. "Era, our guest is truly perceptive. Could you please let go of my little maid? She was just playing a joke with you." With his usual odd rhythm, Roswell appeared at the doorway, dressed flamboyantly, his face amused as he sized up Ryu. At that moment, a searing beam of sunlight shot from Ryu's eyes directly toward Roswell. For the first time, Roswell's expression turned serious. Without flinching, he conjured a series of wind elemental shields and earth elemental walls, blocking the attack. The beam pierced through 10 shields and walls before finally dissipating. Ryu seemed indifferent, this was merely a greeting. If Roswell couldn't even block that, he wasn't worth any further attention. A flicker of seriousness crossed Roswell's eyes, but he clapped his hands with cheerfulness, hiding his true feelings. Clap, clap, clap. That was a marvelous spell. So now would the guest kindly release my unruly little maid? Ryu scoffed. Stop pretending with me. You came to find me because you saw something in the Book of Wisdom, didn't you? For a split second, Roswell's mask of calm wavered. Besides himself and one other, no one was supposed to know about the Book of Wisdom, even in its censored form. How could this outsider possibly know? A moment of cold rage flickered in Roswell's eyes. Ryu's knowledge of the book struck a nerve. For Roswell, obsessed with reviving his teacher, the Book of Wisdom was the key, and nothing could jeopardize it. Now that's more like it. You want to kill me, and I find you pretty annoying too. Only one of us is walking out of here alive, simple and straightforward. You jest. Roswell replied with a forced smile. Ryu's expression hardened. You know what I hate the most? People like you, pretending to be polite while secretly wishing to kill me. So, to shatter that ridiculous mask, I'll tell you a little secret. He paused deliberately, watching Roswell's attention sharpen. Roswell's eyes locked onto Ryu, intrigued, and his usual composure wavered. You mentioned Emilia earlier, so I'll tell you this. I've already told her about your plan to use her to kill the divine dragon. Ryu shrugged, speaking casually. But you know, that girl is too kind. She seems to owe you a debt of gratitude, so she couldn't outright refuse. But I think, with your sharp senses, you must have noticed something off about her attitude toward you today, right? Roswell, now overthinking with suspicion, began recalling every detail of his recent encounter with Emilia. Just as Ryu hinted, Emilia had indeed seemed unusually conflicted today. A surge of murderous intent erupted from Roswell. To him, killing the dragon and reviving his teacher was paramount, and anyone standing in his way had to die. Guest, you're putting me in a difficult position. You shouldn't meddle with my most important piece, you know. With that, a storm of violent, green wind blades surged toward Ryu, carrying with them Roswell's boundless killing intent. Chapter 207, FGO, 207. 1807 words. At that moment, Roswell, disregarding the fact that Ryu was holding Rem, struck without mercy. Sharp wind blades, capable of slicing through steel, instantly engulfed the two, and the entire room was shrouded in dust, obscuring the view. Roswell pretended to pull out a handkerchief from his chest and covered his nose. Ah, oh dear. It seems the mansion will need renovations again. How troublesome. Lord Roswell. At that moment, a maid appeared behind Roswell. It was Ram. She looked worriedly in the direction hidden by the dust. Don't worry, Ram. I avoided hitting Rem. Do you still not trust my mastery of magic? My deepest apologies, Lord Roswell. Ram, who trusted Roswell absolutely and saw him as a father figure, immediately responded with a firm, resolute tone. She was certain that Lord Roswell would never harm her beloved sister. Ram was convinced of this. Of course, Roswell wouldn't harm Ram right now. After all, Ram was his trump card against the divine dragon. If he could find a way to temporarily restore the horn on her head, her combat power might even surpass Puck in his full form. Ram and Rem were from the Oni tribe, a rare race in this world. When Ram was born, she was recognized as a once-in-a-century genius of her tribe. Moreover, the Oni were naturally adept at using magic, akin to the elves in other fantasy worlds. It wasn't surprising that Ram possessed such immense combat power in her prime. Following the guidance of the Book of Wisdom, Roswell saved the twin sisters, still children, when the witches' cult attacked their Oni village. Through these manipulative actions, he deceived Ram into trusting him as one of the most important people in her life. Now, as the dust gradually settled, the scene became visible. To Roswell's utter surprise, not only was Ram unharmed, but even Ryu, his intended target, was without a scratch. Roswell's face darkened. It seems our guest has some tricks up his sleeve, thought. Ryu smiled slightly and casually tossed Rem aside. Ram quickly caught her sister. Cough. Cough. Freed from Ryu's grip, Rem collapsed into Ram's arms, coughing violently. A flash of pain crossed Ram's eyes before she looked up angrily. You bastard. Hey, hey. Just because you're cute doesn't mean you're right. Get it straight, she came at me out of nowhere, trying to kill me, and now I'm the one to blame? Ryu spread his hands, feigning innocence. Ram fell silent, biting her lip as she tended to her sister. However, Rem, now catching her breath, was filled with rage. You took my sister's horn. All of you witch cultists deserve to die. By that logic, the clown next to you deserves it even more. After all, he's the famous disciple of the Witch of Greed, Echidna. Both Ram and Rem's faces displayed shock. It made sense. Roswell had never shown genuine care for them when he took them in. He had always seen Ram as a pawn, and Rem was merely an extra. Such secrets would never have been revealed to the two sisters. You're lying. Don't try to drive a wedge between us and Lord Roswell. Filled with anger, Ram swiftly made several strange gestures in the air. Whoosh! A giant tornado formed in her hands, rushing toward Ryu. He didn't dodge, and as the tornado reached him, it split into several streams, like whips that lashed violently against the walls, tearing the windows and curtains to shreds. The immense power of the dispersed tornado was undeniable. However, when it reached Ryu, it seemed to avoid him, parting as though repelled by some invisible force. Magic Resistance EX, this was Ryu's greatest weapon against magic users. With this ability, no magic, whether single target, area of effect, or curse, could harm him. It was as if magic instinctively avoided him. Unless it reached the level of authority wielded by the witches, even the world's top magic user was no more than a minor obstacle to him. Now, facing an entire group of magic users, Ryu was their complete nemesis. Rather than rushing to wipe them out, he took his time. Watching Ram's furious and helpless expression, Ryu smiled slightly. Girls really shouldn't be so explosive. By the way, let me give you one more piece of information. Listen carefully. Perhaps fearing Ryu would reveal even more damaging secrets, Roswaal suddenly made his move. With a flick of his wrist, his nobleman's cane swung upward, and he grabbed its end like a staff. Or rather, the cane that resembled a gentleman's walking stick was Roswaal's magic staff. Pointing the staff at Ryu, Roswaal's lips moved rapidly, chanting. Soon, green wind and red fire elements became visible, swirling together into a head-sized fireball before him. By compressing his magic power and fueling the flames with wind, the fireball shifted from orange-red to blue, then faintly white. The heat was terrifyingly intense, palpable even from where Ryu stood. As expected of Lugunica's most formidable magic user. Such a fearsome composite spell was effortless for Roswaal, and his speed left other magic users in the dust. Without a word, Roswaal aimed his staff at Ryu, and the blue-white fireball shot toward him. Boom! The scorching firestorm transformed into a massive fiery tornado, engulfing Ryu. Yet, it stopped precisely 3 meters from him, leaving him unharmed. The sheer control Roswaal wielded over his magic was astonishing, but useless. In such a hurry to strike, are you trying to kill me to cover things up? Ryu's voice rang through the firestorm, his silhouette almost unscathed, save for the faint distortion caused by the heat. Roswaal's face darkened further. He prided himself on being able to duel the kingdom's strongest sword saint, Reinhard, to a draw, yet he found himself completely powerless against this unknown figure. Indeed, Roswaal's actions sparked a flicker of doubt in Rem's eyes. Only Ram remained firm in her faith. It was under the guidance of the Book of Wisdom, given to him by the Witch of Greed, Echidna, that Roswaal found your village. He waited for the witch's cult to slaughter your clan, even for Ram's horn to be severed, and then seized the perfect moment. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Ram clutched her chest and screamed, her eyes squeezed shut. Mana surged around her, and torrents of wind blades shot toward Ryu through the firestorm. Yet Ryu's voice remained unbroken, mercilessly revealing the truth, disregarding Ram's anguish. Even if you were too young to understand back then, surely you've doubted it as you grew older. But, bound to this despicable clown, you chose to ignore it. A Margrave of the Borderlands, the chief court magician of Lugunica, just happens to travel to a secluded Oni village, happens to witness a massacre by the witch's cult, and happens to rescue the only survivors, a pair of twin Oni girls, one with terrifying magical talent. Isn't that far too many coincidences? Right's final words shattered Ram's resolve. Drained of mana, she collapsed to the ground, her eyes hollow. Sister. Rem hurried to support her, but Ram gently pushed her away, looking up at Roswaal with a glimmer of pleading hope. Lord Roswaal, what he said, it isn't true, is it? Roswaal's face turned ashen. He didn't even look at Ram, she, who now doubted him, was no longer a pawn he could easily manipulate. His cold gaze remained fixed on the firestorm. Finally, the flames slowly dissipated, revealing Ryu, completely unharmed. It seems our guest has some remarkable skills. Just a few words, and I've lost a crucial pawn. Roswaal's tone carried a hint of malice. As the saying goes, what goes around, comes around. Besides, you haven't lost just one pawn, you've lost two. Ryu smirked, snapping his fingers. In the corner, a shadow bulged, and two slender figures emerged, Anastasia and Emilia. With her simple, trusting nature, Emilia might not have believed Ryu's accusations alone. But Ryu had suggested that Anastasia take her into the shadows to secretly listen to everything. Now, Roswaal was cornered, and Ryu's accusations were undeniable. Silence fell over the room. Anastasia glared coldly at Roswaal. Emilia hung her head, her eyes hidden in shadow, lost in thought. Ram lay on the ground in despair, while Rem tried to console her. Clap, clap, clap. Roswaal broke the silence, clapping slowly. Impressive tactics, guest. He dropped his affected tone. Oh, not at all. Having opponents this inept is troubling, too, Ryu grinned. Roswaal showed no reaction to Ryu's taunt. After 4 centuries of life, he had seen it all. Though Ryu possessed strange powers, Roswaal deemed him no true threat. He turned toward the shadows behind the door. Enjoying the show? Isn't it time you stepped in? Don't be mistaken, Roswell. Betty's only here because he might have a clue about that person, not to help you, I suppose. Accompanied by a slightly haughty voice, a small figure appeared at the door. With creamy, golden curls, a doll-like face, and an ornate red dress, the girl known as Beatrice entered. Like Puck, she was an artificial spirit created by the Witch of Greed, over 400 years old and the guardian of the Forbidden Library in Roswell's mansion. Unlike Roswell's destructive elemental magic, Beatrice specialized in in-element and time-space magic. Together, they represented nearly every magical attribute known in Lugunica, except for water magic, the symbol of healing. Roswell remained confident, even after witnessing Ryu's apparent immunity to elemental magic. In Lugunica, no blessing allowed for full immunity to magic, not even against a single element. Magic immunity was seen as the realm of gods and authority. Even Reinhard, the world's strongest sword saint, could only reduce magical damage by 80%. Both Roswell and Beatrice understood this well. They dismissed Ryu's feats as a mere blessing or skill, believing they could eventually break his defenses. Seeing Beatrice, Ryu felt a wave of clarity. It was obvious that she, too, was being manipulated by Echidna, hidden in the sanctuary. Ryu couldn't help a slight smirk, feeling some schadenfreude. Beatrice, noticing his smile, grew impatient. You'd better behave. If you resist, don't blame Betty if you end up seriously injured, I suppose. Ryu's expression turned strange. Did they think he was that easy to defeat? Forget it. Too lazy to argue, Ryu simply instructed Anastasia, take care of her. Leaving Anastasia to protect Amelia, he charged toward Roswell and Beatrice. Humph, Beatrice scoffed, pointing her finger. A 5-colored magic circle appeared, unleashing a barrage of magic missiles at Ryu. Humph. Now you see how strong Betty is, I suppose. Beatrice smirked, flicking her curls. But the missiles veered away from Ryu as if the space around him had warped. Beatrice's expression darkened. Even against Reinhard, she could use her rare abilities to hold her ground. But this opponent, he was beyond anything she'd ever faced. Chapter 208, FGO, 208. 1833 words. Two of Lugunica's top magic users exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity in the other's eyes. Fueling their spell with wind elements, grounding it with earth, and amplifying it with fire, he unleashed a meteor that obliterated nearly half of Roswell's mansion, yet not a scratch touched Ryu. Strange, arcane curses were futile, time-stopping magic left him unaffected, and even space-severing spells fractured around him, as if he existed in a separate dimension. No matter what magic Roswell and Beatrice attempted, every spell seemed to veer away from Ryu, leaving him unscathed. Roswell, relentless, experimented with powerful composite spells. Beatrice, shedding her initial disdain, cast one dark curse after another, even employing space rupture and time freeze spells in desperation. The sky lit up with the unceasing flash of magic, while the stately Roswell mansion was reduced to ruins in the magical storm. Yet nothing worked, each spell, whether individual or area targeting, elemental or temporal, inexplicably avoided Ryu as if intentionally. Watching him stand, unperturbed, in the center of the destruction, Roswell and Beatrice, exhausted to the brink, began doubting reality itself. The outcome was inevitable. Casually, Ryu walked through the magical onslaught, drawing closer. Refusing to yield, Roswell attempted to flee into the air with wind magic, only for Ryu to appear before him in an instant, using a technique called shave. Horror filled Roswell's eyes as Ryu's hand, imbued with unstoppable force, descended upon him. Boom! With a crash, Ryu drove Roswell's head into the ground, leaving the proud mage looking like a peacock with its head buried in the dirt. Panic seized Beatrice, and she attempted to escape through a teleportation gate. Unfazed, Ryu pulled out a space gem, shattering her escape with a blue ripple. Frozen in shock, Beatrice could only watch as Ryu seized her by the collar, lifting her effortlessly. Lugunica's finest magic users, perhaps the world's most powerful, were utterly defeated. Ryu beat down Roswell, and as for Beatrice, he endured her magic and then reprimanded her with repeated, humiliating spanks. The haughty spirit lowly shed tears, her face flushed with embarrassment, completely subdued. The next morning, the group cleaned up the least damaged rooms for temporary living quarters. The atmosphere, once harmonious, had grown heavy. With the kitchen destroyed, the twin maids had to venture into the forest to hunt for breakfast. Bitter towards the man who had torn their home apart, Ram and Rem had no intention of serving Ryu willingly. But this was Ryu. He had placed a peculiar binding curse on them, adorning their slender, pale necks with golden collars, a mark of his cruel intentions. When Ram, her expression stony, silently placed food and plates before him, Ryu spoke up. A maid who doesn't greet her master properly in the morning, does that mean you have some complaints against me? Ryu's smile was unsettlingly pleasant. Ram's body trembled as though recalling something unpleasant. None. She gritted out, adding, Master. But your eyes say you're not convinced at all, he replied, amused. None, Master, Ram repeated through gritted teeth. Convinced? How could she be? Their home of a decade lay in ruins and the man they saw as a father had been reduced to a fool. No sane person could accept that. If Ram and Rem had shown genuine obedience, Ryu would have suspected them of plotting revenge. To ensure complete control over the twin maids, and to satisfy his twisted whims, he had even spared Roswell's life. Though, in his eyes, Roswell's fate was trivial. With a smirk, Ryu glanced at Roswell, enjoying the scene before him. The strange clown costume had been removed, revealing a handsome face. But now, that face was utterly wasted. Once as sharp and venomous as a snake, his eyes were now dull and lifeless. He stared blankly at the food in front of him, mouth slightly open, saliva dripping silently from the corner. Yes, the once great court magician of the kingdom of Lugunica, the frontier lord who could single-handedly defend against an army, Roswell L. Mathers, had been reduced to a drooling fool. Now, Roswell truly lived up to the nickname Roswell the Brainless. Even so, Ryu didn't let him go. He kept him as a hostage to control Ram. Ram, of course, noticed this. A trace of sadness flickered in her eyes. Even if Roswell had deceived them, even if his adoption of them had been for ulterior motives, the 10 years they spent together had not been a lie. Feelings developed over 10 years weren't so easily discarded. Ram took out a handkerchief, intending to wipe the drool from Roswell's mouth. Suddenly, Ryu grabbed her hand and pulled her onto his lap. Stripped of her magic, Ram had no strength to resist. Ryu's hand fell nonchalantly onto her thigh, which was covered in white stockings. The incredibly smooth texture instantly transmitted through his palm. A classic line from a chocolate commercial came to mind, smooth as silk. Ryu found it fitting. Let me go. Ram struggled violently, but without her magic, her strength was no different from that of an ordinary girl. There was no way she could resist Ryu's power. His face showed a wicked smile. His hand, no longer satisfied with caressing her thigh, slowly crept upwards, invading under Ram's skirt. And no. Ram's face turned crimson with shame, and she let out a soft, tearful moan. Across from them, Rem's face also flushed red, and she leaned weakly on the table, breathing heavily as if she could feel Ram's emotions. That was the nature of the binding curse, shared sensation. This curse linked the senses and lives of the two sisters. If one felt pain or pleasure, the other would feel it too. Double the fun, they called it. But the curse's true cruelty lay in another effect, it also tied their lives together. In other words, Ram and Rem were now each other's hostages. Any thoughts of revenge against Ryu were curbed by the knowledge that any action would endanger the one they cared for most. Nothing in the world is foolproof, but Ryu believed that with this insurance, the chance of the twin maids betraying him was less than 5%. Ryu didn't think his luck was so bad that he'd lose this gamble. After all, if he lost, there were no real consequences, and if he won, he'd have a pair of battle-ready, kitchen-savvy twin maids who could give massages when he was tired and warm his bed when he was cold. The one who provided this curse was none other than Anastasia. What surprised Ryu even more was that Anastasia had suggested it herself. Initially, he had been cautious, not daring to be too presumptuous around her. But Anastasia had come to him on her own. Curious, Ryu asked her why she wasn't jealous. Her response left him speechless. They're just bedmaids. Why would I be angry? Ryu studied her expression. There was no trace of false modesty in her words, she truly saw it that way. It then hit him, Anastasia was Russian royalty. Though far removed from feudal nobility, some old customs lingered. Bedmaids, whether from the male or female master's perspective, were seen as tools to spice up relationships, not as true partners. Poor Ram and Rem had probably been reduced to toys in Anastasia's eyes. That's enough. Doing such shameless things so early in the morning has ruined the taste of the food, I suppose. Seeing Ryu's actions growing more outrageous, with Ram collapsing weakly against him and Rem similarly sprawled over the table, Beatrice could no longer contain her outrage. A golden collar engraved with runes was clasped around Beatrice's neck, sealing her magic. This 400-year-old spirit loli was just as helpless in combat as the others. Ryu turned to her, a disturbingly kind smile on his face. It seems someone didn't learn their lesson last night. Beatrice's hand trembled, and the fork she was holding clattered onto the table. Still, she wasn't one to give in easily. If you think Betty is afraid of you, then you're sorely mistaken. You better pray that Betty doesn't find a way to break this magic seal, or Betty will make you regret it, I suppose. Her defiance seemed almost crafted to provoke Ryu. Anyone with a short temper would have killed her by now, but Ryu only smiled strangely. Do you have a death wish? Beatrice flinched, instinctively turning her head to one side. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would Betty? Before she could finish, Ryu interrupted forcefully. You want to die because, for 400 years, you've been waiting for that person promised in your contract and they never showed up. You're using death as an escape from that contract. Ryu's words struck with certainty. Emilia, who had been too embarrassed to watch Ryu teasing the twin maids, looked over in surprise. Beatrice, why would you have such thoughts? Puck would be heartbroken. Ryu reached out and patted Emilia on the head. There's more to it than that. But Emilia, ever earnest, replied seriously. No matter what, life is the most precious gift. It can't be abandoned so easily. Your words are so full of optimism that I'm left speechless, Ryu thought, dumbfounded. But Beatrice wasn't listening at all. What do you know about Betty? You don't know anything. She pushed her breakfast aside angrily and began to storm off. Ryu sighed, releasing Ram, who immediately scrambled away to sit beside Remington. The two sisters, with tears in their eyes, clasped hands and began accusing Ryu like they were in a comedy sketch. Rem, sister has been sullied by that shameless, lecherous master. Sister, Ram has also been sullied by that shameless, lecherous master. Ryu's eye twitched. You two haven't been disciplined enough, making jokes at my expense. Ram and Rem, still playing the part of helpless maids, clung tightly to each other. Rem, this lecherous master is going to tie Rem up and do all sorts of unspeakable things. Sister, this lecherous master is going to drag sister to the basement for all kinds of humiliations. Ryu decided to be magnanimous and deal with the mischievous twins later. He would discipline them until they couldn't take it anymore. Then, turning to Beatrice, he dropped a bombshell. I can help you break the contract. Beatrice, who was about to run, froze, then her face filled with even more anger. Don't try to deceive Betty. A spirit's contract is sacred, more important than even our lives. It can't be broken by some underhanded trick, I suppose. Ryu's expression turned serious. I'm not lying to you, nor do I have a reason to. Your contract with Echidna is to wait for that person foretold by the Book of Wisdom, correct? Beatrice's mouth fell open. How do you know, I suppose? But soon, her expression darkened. Even if you know, so what? You probably don't know this yet, but the Witch of Greed, Echidna, isn't dead. Ryu dropped another bombshell. Chapter 209, FGO, 209. 2,157 words. What? This is impossible. That year, the clown and Betty both saw with our own eyes how our master. This can't be. Shocked by the news, Beatrice was thrown into disarray. It was precisely because Beatrice had confirmed Echidna's death that the contract she had signed with her fell into an endless loop. But today, Ryu told her that her creator, the Witch of Greed, Echidna, was not dead. Her more than 400 years of waiting had become one big joke. I'm not lying to you. Your creator, Echidna, is currently in the sanctuary. Moreover, the Book of Wisdom that you and Roswell possess is likely under her manipulation, too. After all, she holds the original Book of Wisdom, so achieving that would be quite easy for her. How could this happen? Beatrice's thoughts were in complete chaos. If it were confirmed that her creator, the Witch of Greed, Echidna, was still alive, Beatrice was 200% certain that the selfish, twisted creator would indeed, as Ryu said, manipulate everything from the shadows, watching her handiwork unfold with glee. The Witch of Greed was exactly that kind of woman. To satisfy her infinite thirst for knowledge, she would do anything. As an artificial spirit created by Echidna, Beatrice knew this all too well. Thus, her 400-year wait, her 400-year persistence, had turned out to be nothing more than a farce, a puppet show controlled by the witch, with her and Roswell as mere puppets on strings. And now, Ryu had become the victor, holding her life and death in his hands, leaving little room for deceit. Understanding all this, Beatrice's face twisted into a bitter smile. Then what am I suppose? Beatrice. Emilia gazed at her with deep concern. Even though Beatrice had always been cold toward Emilia because of her contract with Puck, now that she had learned of Beatrice's tragic fate, Emilia's first reaction was not to kick her while she was down, but to show concern. Ryu, observing from the side, took in all the changes in their expressions. Indeed, only someone with Emilia's personality could truly wield the power of the Witch of Envy, said Ella, without losing herself. And as for those who criticized Emilia for being too saintly? So what if she's saintly? With the right guidance, she could become a merciful saint to the world, but to him. No, he almost exposed his dark desires again. Ryu quickly suppressed the thoughts swirling in his mind and shifted his focus back to the drill-haired lowly. Seeing that she was falling into despair, Ryu cleared his throat. Ahem. You don't need to be so pessimistic. What's most important for you now is to break the contract and regain your freedom. As for the 400 years you wasted, well, since you're an artificial spirit with an almost infinite lifespan. So, what do you think? Will you keep waiting aimlessly, or will you choose to fight for your freedom? Beatrice clenched and unclenched the hem of her skirt, her small hands trembling, revealing the intense struggle within her heart. After a long silence, she raised her head, her eyes clear and resolute. What should I do, I suppose? But to her surprise, Ryu shook his head. You don't have to do anything. Huh? Are you messing with Betty, I suppose? Beatrice's forehead immediately sprouted several veins of anger. To be precise, all you need to do is trust me. Leave everything to me, and I'll naturally break the contract for you. At first, Beatrice was deeply moved by his words, but then Ryu's next sentence nearly made her explode on the spot. After all, you're my pet, and as your master, it's only natural for me to run a few errands for my pet. Smack. Beatrice immediately felt a string snap in her mind. Go die, I suppose. Meanwhile, as this lively drama unfolded at Roswell's mansion, deep in the Mathers territory, in the forest near the nearest village, a pack of dog-shaped beasts surrounded two tall figures. These beasts resembled Dobermans, but their eyes glowed with terrifying red light. They had gill-like slits on their necks like sharks, razor-sharp claws, protruding fangs, and were much larger and more menacing than their distant relatives. At the edge of the encirclement was a strange little white dog, its eyes shining like searchlights. With its barking, more dog-shaped beasts continued to emerge from the forest, joining the encirclement. Beside the little dog stood a brown-haired girl with a ponytail, her face full of tension as she gazed at the figures in the middle of the encirclement. Perhaps the constant flow of beasts from the forest gave her confidence, for she shouted at one of the figures in the middle. You evil woman! Let Elsa go! Or I'll have the dogs bite you to death. One of the surrounding figures was a woman in a luxurious black gown, with a lazy expression and a decadent aura. In each hand, she held a stiletto-like weapon. She was the Empress, Semiramis. The other was an assassin, Elsa, wrapped tightly in a cloak. Semiramis ignored the little girl and teasingly lifted Elsa's chin with her hand, her actions and expression exuding the aura of a domineering CEO. Dear, your companion is calling you back. What's your answer? The once ferocious and bloodthirsty assassin, Elsa, now looked like a timid wife. She glanced fearfully at Semiramis and lowered her head, replying softly. I only want to stay by my mistress's side. Semiramis's smile deepened. I'm glad I gave you a good time last night. Hearing her mention last night, Elsa's body trembled, recalling the fear of being dominated by the Empress. She quickly lowered her head in submission. Only then did Semiramis turn her attention to the angry little girl. Little one, it seems your companion finds it more comfortable to stay with me. The brown-haired girl puffed her cheeks in response. I don't care. You must have threatened her. You have to release Elsa today, or I'll have the dogs bite you to death. Sensing the girl's resolve, the little white dog next to her barked twice. The dog-shaped beasts, their eyes full of malice, growled and slowly tightened their encirclement. So these dogs are your trump card. Even as the beasts closed in, Semiramis remained calm, smiling without a trace of fear. Then how about this? With a light laugh from Semiramis, it seemed as though something invisible had suddenly filled the air. Then, in an instant, the dog-like beasts collapsed in waves, their eyes rolling back and foaming at the mouth. Even the little white dog beside the girl began to stagger, transforming in a flash of white magic into its true form, a monstrous dog 3 times the size of the others. But with a thunderous crash, the newly transformed Dog King collapsed to the ground, perfectly illustrating the phrase "can't stay cool for more than 3 seconds." The brown-haired girl's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape, utterly dumbfounded. At this moment, Semiramis gracefully walked up to the girl, crouched down, and smiled kindly at her. "Little one, who did you say you wanted to bite to death?" The brown-haired girl gulped nervously, carefully glancing around. By now, the dog army she had relied on was completely wiped out. Her face quickly rearranged itself into an ingratiating smile. "Sorry." Before she could finish, Semiramis gave her a casual glare. The girl immediately corrected herself. "Big sister, it's all Meili's fault. Can you forgive Meili?" Her cute little face was now full of tears, looking utterly pitiful. However, Meili's true thoughts were, "Damn old woman. I'll pretend to be obedient for now, gain your trust, and then rescue Elsa when the time comes. I'll make sure you pay." But Semiramis was no fool. She was the empress who had poisoned her husband to seize the throne. Elsa, who had been thoroughly educated last night, desperately signaled Meili with her eyes. When Meili tried to act cute and innocent to get out of trouble, Elsa, standing nearby, looked utterly resigned. Semiramis, still smiling, said, "Era, what an adorable child. Big sister will forgive you." Meili's heart soared with joy. "Stupid old hag, so easy to fool. I will turn the tables and save Elsa, then rise to the top of the assassin world." But then Semiramis's tone suddenly shifted. "But forgiveness comes with a condition." "I'll agree to anything, big sister." Meili put on her most innocent expression. "It's simple. All you have to do is swallow this pill." Semiramis smiled as she pulled out a glowing purple pill. As a beastmaster, Meili had sharp senses. She immediately felt the immense dark energy contained in the pill. It wasn't something good. Meili's face paled as she looked up at Semiramis, who was gazing at her with a teasing smile. She hadn't been tricked. Semiramis had seen through everything from the start and was just waiting for Meili to fall into her trap. Meili's face turned deathly pale as she shakily took the pill from Semiramis's hand. As a beastmaster, Meili could control monsters by breaking their horns, and she had earned a fearsome reputation alongside Elsa as part of a deadly assassin duo. Meili, whose hands had been stained with blood, wasn't some clueless little girl. Mentally, she was far more mature than her appearance suggested. Having lived in the assassin organization, Meili knew the harsh truths of the world. She had seen countless assassins controlled by poison, curses, and other sinister means. Meili knew all too well that once she swallowed this mysterious purple pill, her fate would be sealed. Her future would be no different from the assassins in her organization, forever bound and enslaved, with no way out. Meili tried several times to toss the pill into her mouth, but each time she hesitated, unable to bring herself to take that final step. Seeing this, Elsa couldn't hold back any longer. Having teamed up with Meili for several years, and having gone through so much together, Elsa had come to view the girl as a little sister, the one bright spot in her otherwise dark life. Even though the very thought of Semiramis's methods sent shivers down her spine, Elsa gritted her teeth and spoke up. "Mistress, she's just a child. Please, I beg you, spare her." Semiramis turned to look at Elsa with cold eyes. Elsa trembled slightly but still forced herself to continue. "Please, mistress, spare Meili. Your slave, Elsa, is willing to pay any price." However, Semiramis's reply sent Elsa into a deep chill. "Have you forgotten? Your life, your soul, every bone in your body, every hair, every drop of blood is already mine. And yet you want to offer what's already mine in exchange for a deal? Know your place. That's enough. Stop making things hard for Elsa." Unable to bear it any longer, Meili shouted, her face filled with resolve. She threw her head back and swallowed the pill. Then, with a fierce look in her eyes, she glared at Semiramis. "Is that enough for you? Meili? You?" Elsa, too late to stop her, could only let out a long sigh. Semiramis's smile grew even more radiant, her eyes narrowing into slits. "What a good girl. I'll be sure to take very good care of you." The Empress's overwhelming aura made the little girl tremble in fear. The crisis that had loomed over the Mathers territory's villagers had been quietly averted. But at the same time, an even greater catastrophe was heading their way. The moment Ryu killed Sadella, every witch cultist across the continent received the same message from their gospel. The darkest hour has come. Bestow the half-demon with the final trial. Offer blood and souls as sacrifices. Summon the shadow of death. The Witch King shall return. The blood of the divine dragon will drench the earth. All things shall return to the void. The witch cult immediately erupted in frenzy. Centuries of waiting had finally borne fruit. Their master, the one they worshipped, was about to return. The rest of the world would be consumed and turned to nothingness. The witch cult, originally chaotic and evil, suddenly found a unifying faith, shifting toward a more lawful form of evil. Any dissenting voices were ruthlessly silenced, and soon the entire witch cult was united under one voice, one will. To welcome the return of the Witch of Envy and bring the world to nothingness. Witch cultists scattered across the world began converging on the dragon kingdom of Lugunica. The terrifying archbishops of Sin, wielders of dreadful authority, also started heading toward the hidden witch cult stronghold in Lugunica. Ryu had no idea that, because of his unintentional actions, the course of the world had shifted completely onto a new path. And this new path was a reckless one, racing at breakneck speed toward madness. Chapter 210, FGO, 210. 1,731 words. After 10 days of repairs, thanks to Ryu's wealth and unrestricted spending, combined with Amelia's assistance, the Mathers mansion, destroyed in the aftermath of the battle, was completely restored. A large amount of gold and the help of magic users made this feat possible. Furthermore, in line with Ryu's wishes, the mansion was equipped with numerous magical and physical traps to guard against potential assassins who might threaten Amelia's life. However, Ryu's true target for these defenses was the world's largest evil cult, the Witch's Cult, a fact he shared only with his contracted heroic spirit, while others were told the measures were purely for Amelia's protection. At this time, Semiramis had already arrived at the Mathers mansion, bringing along the now tamed Elsa and Meili. Meanwhile, news spread quickly that Roswell, the border margrave of the kingdom, had been reduced to a drooling idiot, attracting the attention of various factions. Ryu made no effort to conceal this development because he never intended for Amelia to participate in the charade of the royal selection. His real goal was for Amelia to absorb the Witch of Envy's authority, becoming the second-generation Witch of Envy and the Witch King. However, the powers involved in the royal selection saw things differently, especially the Sage Council, the knights, nobles, and merchant alliances, who quietly celebrated. With Amelia's only supporter now incapacitated, she was essentially eliminated from the royal selection before it had even officially begun. The Council of Wise Men, the true power holders of Lugunica, were especially pleased. Consisting of a group of conservative relics, they saw Amelia, a half-elf resembling the Witch of Envy, as an affront. If she had any chance at the crown, they would go to any lengths to thwart her. Other forces, each with their favored candidates, shared a similar hostility toward Amelia. Her resemblance to the Witch of Envy made her a natural target for hatred in this world, and she had already lost public support. After these events, major factions in the royal selection considered Amelia effectively defeated and turned their attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, one of the kingdom's pillars, the Astrea family of sword saints, announced that they had found the last surviving royal, a girl named Felt, who could even make the royal selection gem, bestowed by the divine dragon, glow. This meant another powerful candidate had entered the race. The Astrea family held a distinct position above the kingdom's nobility. Since the first sword saint, they had made countless contributions to Lugunica, and each generation of sword saints wielded immense power. The current sword saint, Reinhard, was known as the strongest sword saint and world's strongest man, essentially Lugunica's walking nuclear weapon. With the sword saint family supporting her, Felt's claim to the throne was strong and legitimate. Thus, Felt's threat level soared from an unknown commoner to a top contender in the royal selection, prompting various factions to rally around her and the Astrea family. As for Amelia, who they saw as defeated, she now warranted only minimal surveillance. At this time, the Mathers branch family seized the opportunity to kick Amelia while she was down, declaring their intent to reclaim the Mathers mansion and territory. Originally, supporting Amelia had been Roswell's personal choice, opposed by the rest of the Mathers family. With Roswell incapacitated, their greed was evident as they vied over his inheritance. For now, they were held back only by internal disputes over how to divide the spoils, but once resolved, they would likely force Amelia out of the mansion. However, Ryu had not spent these 10 days idly. After careful consideration, he, on Amelia's behalf, secretly sought an alliance with another royal selection candidate. The first candidate he ruled out was Duchess Crush Karsten, the most likely to win. As head of the Karsten house, close to the royal family and backed by a substantial military, Krush had the best odds of claiming the crown. Ryu doubted she would ally with Emilia, seeing it as a pointless alliance that brought no advantages. Besides, he found her too upright for his liking and ruled her out as an ally. The next faction he dismissed was Priscilla Bariel's. While this beautiful widow had some noble support, her personality was a deterrent. She was too arrogant and self-centered to make a reliable ally. This left two remaining candidates, Felt, newly named a royal selection candidate, and Anastasia Hoshin. Based on their past encounters, Felt seemed a reasonable choice. While the Sword Saint family was formidable, her camp was still in its infancy, and offering an alliance now would be a case of helping in a time of need. However, Ryu ultimately chose to ally with Anastasia Hoshin. Ryu understood that the Astria family was not as united as it seemed. The blessing of the Sword Saint had abruptly transferred to a 5-year-old Reinhard, causing the previous Sword Saint, Teresa, to be defeated. This incident led Reinhard's grandfather Wilhelm to leave the family, and his incompetent father resented Reinhard. The Astria family was essentially in disarray. Moreover, Felt herself, based on the original story and their past encounters, was a rebellious street kid with a quick temper and impulsive nature, not ideal for leadership. Thus, Ryu decided to approach Anastasia Hoshin. On a fine day in the garden pavilion of Roswell's mansion, Ryu and Emilia met with Anastasia Hoshin, the head of the Hoshin Company and a royal selection candidate. Ryu, on Emilia's behalf, extended an invitation to Anastasia, who, as a shrewd merchant, had little interest in dealing with the eliminated Emilia. However, Ryu's offer was irresistible, mining rights to a magic crystal mine in the Mathers territory and several large purchase agreements. While Ryu lacked nothing material, he could easily exchange his energy points for large sums of gold and gems, enough to disrupt Lagunica's economy if he wished. With such vast wealth, Ryu could afford extravagance. In this sense, he had acquired a hidden skill, being rich. His decision to ally with Anastasia was based on this logic. Money was the sharpest weapon against a merchant, and Anastasia, being pragmatic, could be used as a temporary ally. Ryu harbored no illusions about her loyalty. She was simply a pawn bought with money to buy him time for other matters. No merchant could refuse wealth, and Anastasia was no exception. The terms Ryu offered immediately attracted her, and she agreed to meet at the Mathers mansion. While another figure could only offer a small crystal mine, Ryu's vast wealth easily drew in a merchant as ambitious as Anastasia. Intrigued by Ryu, who had suddenly appeared as a supporter of Emilia, Anastasia saw him as a powerful figure akin to Roswell. She couldn't help feeling a touch of jealousy. While she had worked hard to achieve success, Emilia seemed always to have someone to take care of her. The world was indeed unfair, she thought with a small twinge of bitterness. Still, Anastasia was an exceptional merchant, and none of her inner feelings showed on her face. Once seated, she was the first to speak. "I never expected you to invite me." "What a surprise," she remarked, her eyes curious as they met Ryu's. With her purple hair, blue eyes, and white attire complete with a fur hat, she spoke in her distinct Kansai dialect, observing Ryu with interest. Ryu smiled faintly, and the two began a round of pleasantries. Their conversation quickly evolved into subtle verbal sparring, each probing the other, yet neither mentioning the true reason for their meeting. Emilia, seated to the side, watched in awe as the two negotiated skillfully. Recently, she had been studying the intricacies of kingdom management under the guidance of Ryu and Semiramis, but her kind nature made such scheming difficult. Ryu had brought her along to this meeting, hoping she would learn from the experience. From the very start of this fierce verbal duel, Emilia, like a delicate white flower, appeared completely bewildered, passively absorbing the rapid exchange between the two. Watching Emilia's somewhat helpless demeanor, Anastasia, already biased against her, couldn't help but feel a pang of disdain toward the half-elf. Meanwhile, her appreciation and wariness of Ryu deepened. Anastasia Hoshin, whose name differed by just one letter from her own, may have seemed kind and harmless, but she was, in truth, cunning. After all, she hadn't built the Hoshin Company from the ground up without a shrewd mind. In Ryu's view, the purple-haired girl across from him was a rare match in negotiation, not someone he could easily outmaneuver. It was the first time he had encountered a rival of her caliber, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Gradually, the sharp tone of their exchange softened, with Ryu even beginning to flirt subtly with Anastasia. Though not particularly adept at flirtation, he was a seasoned veteran. His witty remarks and playful banter soon had Anastasia laughing. Yet she was no ordinary woman. A successful businesswoman, she had encountered all sorts of people in her ascent, and Ryu's attempts at charm, while decent, weren't enough to impress her. Ryu was well aware that her laughter was more diplomatic than genuine. Yet, to his surprise, his actions seemed to have provoked someone else's resentment. Standing behind Anastasia was a knight with striking purple hair and golden eyes, a figure straight out of a girl's novel. This knight, Julius Draculius, known as the finest knight, now glared at Ryu with a wary, almost hostile expression, as if sensing danger. To his sharp instincts, Ryu seemed practically to radiate dark and negative energy, and the stench of blood was unmistakable. What infuriated Julius even more was that this butcher flirted with his master. Seeing Ryu's lack of deference, Julius could barely suppress the urge to strike him. He quietly reminded Anastasia, "Lady Anastasia, it's getting late, and you still have to meet with the heads of various merchant guilds." Surprisingly, Ryu showed no intent to persuade her to stay, instead saying, "Anastasia, I'm sorry for taking up so much of your time. Since you have other matters to attend to, shall we continue our conversation another day?" Anastasia gave her knight a helpless look. Julius's well-intentioned reminder had disrupted her strategy. In negotiations, the one who speaks first often ends up at a disadvantage, a crucial misstep in this context. With no other choice, Anastasia was forced to break the silence. Chapter 211, FGO, 211. 2,118 words. Upon seeing the situation, Ryu's victorious smile flickered briefly. For two evenly matched opponents, even the slightest advantage can swiftly turn into the fruits of victory. His quick thinking had not been in vain. When he realized he couldn't break the deadlock, he shifted his focus onto Julius, who stood behind Anastasia. Clues from the original work hinted that this gallant, purple-haired knight harbored a secret admiration for his mistress. However, constrained by their statuses and positions, it was destined to be an unfulfilled love. In a flash of inspiration, Ryu decisively turned his probing into flirtatious advances. Though Anastasia herself remained unmoved, effortlessly deflecting his overt and subtle hints, Julius took the bait. It made sense. Unless one had an emotional issue or was simply uninterested in women, how could a normal man not feel at least a little affected when another man flirted with the woman he secretly admired? Thus, Ryu deftly used the jealous Julius to break the stalemate. If the deadlock had continued, it would have been more disadvantageous for Ryu, as he needed allies to free up his hands for the next steps of his plans. Anastasia, on the other hand, didn't necessarily need to ally with Emilia. Although the terms Ryu offered were tempting, Anastasia was not some vulgar merchant with eyes only for money, she was a highly visionary business magnate. However, when it came to business negotiations, Anastasia was anything but cute. Once the conversation began, the two started discussing the alliance between their camps. That's when Emilia, standing nearby, realized that what had just transpired was merely an appetizer. The real game was just beginning. Both Ryu and Anastasia presented their arguments, each maintaining an air of indifference toward the alliance while constantly probing the other's bottom line. It wasn't until Ryu faced Anastasia head-on that he realized this girl, with a meticulousness unique to women, was dissecting every detail of their potential alliance. Take, for example, the issue of mining rights for the magic crystal mines. Normally, this would be a straightforward matter. The Emilia camp would sell the mining rights, the Hoshin company would provide the labor, and both sides would split the profits according to a predetermined ratio. However, Anastasia not only fiercely negotiated the profit-sharing ratio, but she also brought up details such as the mine security personnel, the facilities, the sharing of burden in case of accidents, and how price fluctuations of magic crystals at different times would affect the contract. This gave Ryu a headache, forcing him to patiently discuss each point with her. Following this, a series of agreements with the Hoshin company were negotiated with the same meticulous care, line by line. The negotiations, which began in the morning, dragged on until 5 in the afternoon. By then, Puck, who had been napping in Emilia's hair, sleepily returned to his magic crystal. Only then did the negotiations finally conclude. In the end, the representatives of both camps, Anastasia Hoshin and Emilia, signed their names on a magically binding contract. On the surface, both parties appeared satisfied, but in reality. Once Anastasia and Julius left the Mathers mansion and disappeared from Ryu's sight, a cold smile appeared on his face. Cunning woman. Meanwhile, in the dragon carriage, Anastasia's peaceful smile gradually faded, replaced by a thoughtful expression. Across from her, Julius opened his mouth as if to say something but remained silent. Sensing her first knight had something on his mind, Anastasia spoke up. What's on your mind, Sir Julius? Julius hesitated for a moment, then bit his lip and spoke. Your Highness, forgive my frankness, but that man named Ryu is not someone who can be trusted. Unexpectedly, Anastasia's expression remained calm. I know. Then why, Your Highness? Julius asked, somewhat surprised. Just as he doesn't trust me in the slightest, I have never trusted him either. This contract, rather than being an alliance, is more of a commercial agreement that could be torn up at any moment. Besides, I am not just one of the royal candidates, I am also the president of the Hoshin Company. Securing such a large deal, earning a mountain of holy coins, and expanding the company's influence, why wouldn't I do it? As a competent merchant, I would never turn down a chance to make a profit. Anastasia playfully winked as she said this. Your Highness, you truly are. Julius's expression became one of helpless amusement. A few days after the alliance between the Emilia and Anastasia factions was formed, Ryu immediately placed a large order with the Hoshin Company for goods such as furniture, food, weapons, and armor. Meanwhile, the Hoshin Company's mining survey team had already begun surveying the magic crystal mine in the Mathers territory. Seeing Ryu spending vast sums of holy coins, the Mathers family couldn't sit still. After all of the Mathers family's most promising heirs had been taken by Roswell as vessels for his reincarnation, leaving behind only lazy, greedy, and incompetent individuals. In their eyes, the money Ryu was spending belonged to the Mathers family, money that would soon be theirs. Before long, they set aside their internal disputes and began pressuring Emilia as one. Under the weight of these greedy nobles, the kind-hearted Emilia found herself in a difficult and embarrassing situation. To strengthen her resolve, Ryu deliberately left Emilia to handle them on her own. During this time, Emilia couldn't help but long for the guidance of her two political mentors, Ryu and Semiramis. The two had completely different styles. Ryu preferred open strategies, relying on overwhelming force to crush his opponents and appear dominant. Semiramis, on the other hand, was ruthless and cunning, like a venomous snake lying in wait. She seemed harmless on the surface but would deliver a deadly strike at the critical moment. The image of Ryu casually chatting with Anastasia remained deeply imprinted in Emilia's mind, becoming something she aspired to. However, just as the Mathers family was exerting immense pressure on her, Ryu, through a series of dazzling maneuvers, threw the Mathers family into disarray. Using the Hoshin Company's connections, Ryu contacted a wide range of individuals from all walks of life in Lugunica, including black market merchants, gang leaders, and those who lurked in the shadows, like street rats and thugs. His goal was to use these people to set traps for the Mathers family. However, after meeting these various unsavory characters, Ryu came to fully understand the dark side of the Dragon Kingdom, Lugunica. On the surface, Lugunica was a prosperous and flourishing kingdom, but in reality, its people had become complacent and overly reliant on the power of the dragon. As a result, the kingdom's citizens lacked the drive to improve themselves. After all, whenever a major problem arose, the dragon would step in to solve it. This passive attitude had led to a state of decay in Lugunica, like a tree whose roots had rotted away, leaving it on the verge of collapse. As people's ambition waned, their desire for pleasure grew. As a result, Lagunica's knights were ruled by gangs that controlled brothels, drugs, and casinos. These gang leaders were the true, uncrowned kings of Lagunica's nightlife. With these shady individuals handling things, the Mathers family's harassment was quickly neutralized. Several prominent family members were either swindled by unscrupulous merchants, lost their fortunes, got caught up in scandals, or were blackmailed. One particularly unlucky branch family lost everything to a gambling scam and ended up deeply in debt. The wife, due to her looks, was forced into a high-end brothel, while the husband donned women's clothing to entertain clients with peculiar tastes in an upscale club. It was truly a tragic tale. With such underhanded methods, the Mathers family quickly found themselves overwhelmed and no longer had time to trouble Emilia. Now that Ryu had freed up his hands, he immediately began preparations to head to the sanctuary and resolve Beatrice's contract. No one knew the exact location of the sanctuary, only that it was in a lost forest surrounded by a barrier. To reach it safely, one needed a specially trained ground dragon to guide the way. Even Ryu had to admit that this was an effective method of concealment. Not even a sorcerer skilled in soul-searching spells could do anything. After all, could they cast a soul-searching spell on a dragon? Who knows what kind of memories they'd extract? After breakfast, Ryu and Anastasia arrived at the mansion's entrance. At that moment, Rem approached Ryu, lifting her short skirt in a formal curtsy, completely ignoring the fact that her pale thighs and garter belt were fully exposed to Ryu's gaze. "Master, the dragon carriage is ready. Shall we depart now?" Ryu nodded, and Rem immediately went to prepare the dragon carriage. As he watched her leave, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The credit for making Rem so obedient and well-behaved went to none other than Semiramis, the master of discipline. Even Elsa, a cruel, bloodthirsty assassin with severe psychological issues, had been trained into submission by Semiramis. How could the twin sisters of the Oni tribe possibly escape the same fate? Moreover, Ryu had placed a curse of shared sensation and life on them, meaning that when one sister was trained, both experienced the pleasure, doubling the efficiency. Originally, Rem and Ram had been filled with hostility and resentment toward Ryu. But now, both were showing the proper submissiveness expected of maids. However, Ryu knew this was only on the surface. Neither Elsa nor the Oni twins had been completely broken. Their wills remained intact, and they had not lost their sense of self. They were merely bowing to Semiramis' overwhelming power, for now. Ryu preferred it this way. If they lost their sense of self, they'd just be empty shells resembling their former selves, which would be pointless. As Ryu and Anastasia waited for Rem to bring the dragon carriage around, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. The front door swung open, and Emilia, dressed in a traveling cloak, appeared before the two of them. "Thank goodness. I made it in time." Emilia patted her not-so-flat chest, smiling in relief. Ryu's brow furrowed slightly. "Emilia, what are you doing?" "Of course, I'm going to the sanctuary with you." Emilia's tone was matter-of-fact as if it should have been obvious. Ryu struggled to maintain his patience. "I told you, I'll handle this. Your priority right now should be studying. But didn't you also say that I should combine knowledge with practical experience?" Emilia blinked innocently. Ryu was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected her to use his own words against him. "My daughter can go wherever she wants. It's none of your business." Puck, who had been hiding in Emilia's hair, leaped out and chimed in, backing Emilia up. Ryu sighed in exasperation. "Besides Beatrice, you're also concerned about the demi-humans living in the sanctuary, aren't you?" His words hit the mark, causing Emilia to look a bit sheepish and embarrassed. Ryu understood her feelings. As a half-elf who had been ostracized by many, it was only natural that she would care about the mixed-blood individuals living in the sanctuary. This didn't surprise him at all. "Please. Let me come with you." Emilia clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and bowed her head, as if too afraid to look at him. Ordinarily, Ryu would have agreed. After all, it would just be one more person, and with both him and Anastasia around, who could harm her? "Sorry, but no." His refusal was firm. "Why?" Emilia's face fell in disappointment. Of course, Ryu couldn't tell her that she was likely created as a vessel for Satella's reincarnation and that the sanctuary was Echidna's territory. Considering Echidna's hatred for Satella, there would almost certainly be measures in place to target Emilia. Going there now would be akin to walking into a death trap. So, Ryu carefully chose his words and replied, "The sanctuary's barrier repels the souls of mixed-blood individuals, causing them to lose consciousness and preventing them from leaving the area. It doesn't affect pure-blooded humans, though. So even if you came along, you'd pass out as soon as we entered the barrier, and then we'd have to assign someone to take care of you." Emilia's face paled. Ryu had all but called her a burden right to her face. "Leah, maybe we should wait until they've lifted the barrier before going," suggested Puck, who, despite feeling a bit sorry for her, was more concerned with keeping her safe. In the end, Emilia was persuaded. Meanwhile, Ram had brought the dragon carriage to the front door. Chapter 212, FGO, 212. 2084 words. Clang. Accompanied by the sound of rolling wheels, the dragon carriage moved steadily forward. Rem had only superficially submitted. Anastasia only seemed especially lively when she was alone with Ryu. Whenever others were present, she remained cold and indifferent. Ryu, meanwhile, was deep in thought, contemplating various matters. The three of them remained silent throughout the journey, creating a stifling atmosphere at times. Fortunately, the sanctuary lay within the territory of Mathers, just a few hours' carriage ride from Roswell's mansion. Buzz. At that moment, all three of them simultaneously sensed an invisible ripple passing through them, as if the dragon carriage had crossed a boundary, entering another space entirely. There was no need for anyone to announce it, the sanctuary had arrived. The full name of the sanctuary was Kremeldy Forest, a testing ground created by Echidna, the Witch of Greed. Though known as the Witch of Greed, Echidna's greed manifested as an insatiable curiosity and a boundless desire for knowledge. Thus, the sanctuary was not only the laboratory of this witch with the traits of a mad scientist but also her final resting place, her tomb. Though she was said to have died, only her physical body had perished. In truth, Echidna continued to exist in a form akin to a spiritual body. In anime, anyone who has lived long enough becomes formidable. This certainly held for the Witch of Greed. At that moment, the ground dragon pulling the carriage suddenly stopped. No matter how much Rem coaxed it, the dragon refused to move, lowering its body as if on high alert. "Master, be careful. Someone's approaching." Rem instinctively issued a warning but immediately regretted it. Wouldn't it be wonderful if the intruder killed this despicable man? Ryu chuckled softly, a trace of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Given the sensory abilities of both him and Anastasia, they had already noticed the approaching enemy and had simply chosen not to mention it, intending to test Remington. It was clear that Semiramis' training had been successful. Although Rem's will was still resistant, her body and behavioral patterns were gradually adjusting to being subjugated. Habits are a terrifying thing. One might initially resist through sheer willpower, but over time, as the habit fully forms, even the strongest will be forcibly reshaped. Watching this popular heroine struggle and resist, only to slowly descend into the abyss of corruption, it was truly an exhilarating sight for Ryu. He gave Rem's snowy white buttocks a light slap as encouragement. Rem's previously expressionless face was immediately tinged with a blush. Yet despite his teasing, Ryu hadn't taken the sisters' first times. For him, the ultimate form of corruption was not simply to seize their innocence, but to tempt a pure maiden into willingly offering herself. Of course, Ryu would never admit that he had become more depraved. He blamed it all on Semiramis. Her training methods had stirred up his darker desires. Yes, it was all her doing. At that moment, a blonde-haired boy dressed like a delinquent emerged from the fog-covered forest. Who would have thought there'd be some brave fools willing to come to this god-forsaken place, so dangerous that even the most cunning foxes wouldn't wander here? The boy's speech was filled with strange and cryptic phrases. Ryu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The boy had spiky blonde hair, green eyes filled with a beast-like ferocity, and a cross-shaped scar on his forehead that added to his menacing appearance. His upper body was clad in a short jacket paired with unusually styled pants, giving him a rebellious, punkish look. Thud. Thud. As the blonde boy approached, the ground began to tremble beneath his footsteps. At the same time, his aura surged, and by the time he was within 10 meters of the dragon carriage, his presence felt like a mountain about to collapse. "Master, please be cautious." Rem was on full alert, pulling a massive morning star from beneath her skirt, ready for battle. Ryu extended a hand, signaling Anastasia to stand down. Anastasia obediently withdrew the shadows that had been poised behind the blonde boy, ready to strike. Unaware of how close he had come to death, the boy continued his arrogant tirade. "What's the matter? You're frozen in fear, like you've just seen a dancing lion, huh? Too scared to move?" Ryu lightly patted Rem on the shoulder, signaling her not to worry, then jumped down from the carriage, walking toward the blonde boy. "Oh, are you trying to show off in front of your woman? Well, let me show you just how powerful I am." The blonde boy also advanced, undaunted, toward Ryu. When they were about 5 meters apart, as if receiving a silent signal, they both moved simultaneously. Die-like dust swept away by a tsunami. The blonde boy laughed wildly. Without any clear movement on his part, the ground beneath him shook, and sharp spikes of rock erupted from the earth, shooting toward Ryu from all directions. In that instant, it seemed as if Ryu would be skewered by countless stone spears. Rem's face filled with tension as she instinctively opened her mouth to warn Ryu. Then, suddenly, she froze. "What's wrong with me? Shouldn't I be wishing for this demon to die? Why am I worried about him?" Setting aside Rem's chaotic thoughts. Faced with what seemed like a certain death, Ryu's expression didn't change at all, as if the stone spikes hurtling toward him were nothing more than a gentle morning breeze caressing his cheek. And so, under the bloodthirsty gaze of the blonde boy, the complex emotions of Rem, and the calm, indifferent eyes of Anastasia, the stone spikes struck Ryu. More than 10 spikes covered every possible angle around his body. But when the dust settled, Ryu stood completely unharmed. He continued walking forward at the same unhurried pace. As he approached, the mana coating the stone spikes dissipated into the air, and the rocks crumbled to dust, falling to the ground. The blonde boy's green eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he watched this scene unfold. If magic doesn't work, then I'll fight him up close. Like a cornered animal, the blonde boy leaped at Ryu like a wild wolf. His claws transformed into razor-sharp blades as he charged like a rabid dog. He could already envision his opponent, this guy, being slashed by his claws, left with deep, bone-exposing wounds, writhing on the ground in agony. But in the next moment, reality delivered a harsh slap to his face. Just as his claws came within a millimeter of Ryu's nose, Ryu tilted his head slightly, dodging the attack by the narrowest of margins. The blonde boy's expression shifted, his green eyes flashing with a beast-like ferocity as he twisted his claws, changing his attack from a thrust to a sweeping slash. But it was all in vain. Ryu, as if he could read the boy's mind, dropped into a horse stance, lowering his body just as the claws swept past. The blonde boy hadn't managed to graze a single hair on Ryu's head. Damn it. The blonde boy's heart sank, and in the next second, he felt the world spin. Ryu had grabbed his wrist and, using his momentum, executed a perfect shoulder throw, slamming him hard into the ground. The blonde boy's head was smashed so forcefully into the earth that it was buried, leaving his body sticking out like an upside-down plant. This blonde boy was nothing more than a street thug relying on his physical strength. How could he possibly win in close combat against Ryu, who had mastered advanced hand-to-hand combat? Though the cocky blonde boy had been planted into the ground, Ryu's assault didn't stop. He knew the boy possessed the blessing of earth, allowing him not only to use earth element mana for attacks but also to continuously heal as long as he touched the ground. This was just a greeting, a way to put him in his place. Ugh. The blonde boy struggled, his head still stuck in the dirt, making incomprehensible sounds as he tried to push himself out of the ground. Before he could free himself, Ryu smirked and assumed a soccer-kicking stance. A brilliant glow of mana enveloped his leg, forming circuit-like patterns along its surface. Boom! With a loud bang, Ryu unleashed a ferocious kick, striking the boy squarely in the stomach. The blonde boy folded in half, his body spinning rapidly through the air like a massive, golden football. Boom! 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 The boy, now resembling a cannonball, hurtled deep into the forest, smashing through over a dozen trees along the way. From above, the once fog-covered forest now had a long, clear path cut through it. Lying on the ground, the blonde boy's body was twisted grotesquely. He coughed violently, spitting out large clumps of blood mixed with bits of internal organs. Damn it, you're as terrifying as a whale in lava, he muttered weakly. He felt like his spine had shattered, leaving him unable to move, with his internal organs wrecked. Without the blessing of earth, Ryu's kick would have sent him straight to hell. Indeed, blessings were the most unreasonable cheats in this world. Despite his severe injuries, the boy's life was sustained by the blessing, and his wounds slowly healed. Given a few hours, he might recover. Unfortunately for him, Ryu wasn't foolish enough to give an enemy that much time. He calmly walked over and looked down at the boy. Why did you attack us? Ha, isn't it obvious? I, Garfield Tinsel, am the guardian of the sanctuary. You guys barged in here like you were crossing an empty street in the morning, so of course I had to stop you. Garfield looked at Ryu with a condescending expression, as if he were dealing with an idiot. Ryu nodded without emotion. His next words sent Garfield into a rage. So, you're the guardian? You're weak. 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 The word echoed over and over. Garfield was at a loss for words. To someone like Subaru, Garfield might have been a troublesome mini-boss. But to Ryu, only enemies on the level of the Sword Saint, the Dragon, and the Witches were worthy of attention. Not even Garfield or the Sin Archbishops posed much of a threat. While Garfield possessed great strength, at his core, he was just a 14-year-old boy in the throes of rebellion. After being so thoroughly belittled, he refused to accept it. Shut up. I was just going easy on you. If I get serious, like a raging zebra, you won't stand a chance. Ryu chuckled and reached out, lifting Garfield with one hand. Garfield's face changed drastically as he realized his feet had left the ground, severing his connection to the earth and halting his blessing's power. His injuries flared up painfully. Pfft. Garfield coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood as blood also began to trickle from his nose, ears, and eyes, his damaged organs exerting pressure. SP spare me. Just moments ago, he had been full of energy, now, his voice was weak, barely above a whisper. Sorry, but you were eyeing my woman, Ryu leaned in and whispered coldly into his ear. Crack. With a sharp snap, Ryu crushed Garfiel's neck, leaving his head lolling to one side. Then, without even a glance back, he tossed Garfield aside like trash and walked back toward the dragon carriage. From a practical standpoint, Garfield might have made a decent subordinate. But unfortunately, he had a thing for Ram, persistently pursuing her whenever she visited the sanctuary. That was unacceptable. Ryu had claimed Ram and Rem, the exquisite twin sisters, as his own. There was no way he would tolerate another man's interest in them. This fool had only himself to blame. Of all the women he could have liked, he had chosen Ram. Master, thank you for your hard work. Rem's eyes were filled with respect, and she bowed deeply to Ryu, expressing her gratitude. In the moment she lowered her head, a fleeting blush appeared on her face. Rem had a strong impression of this blonde delinquent, who had persistently harassed her sister. Unfortunately, his strength had been too much for her to handle. Yet today, this former foe had been crushed as easily as a chick by Ryu. Adding to the fact that both her former master Roswell and Beatrice had been defeated by him, Ryu's image in her heart had instantly become towering and awe-inspiring. Chapter 213, FGO, 213. 1,347 words. Moreover, the Oni clan inherently respects strength. Unconsciously, aside from her resentment towards Ryu, an inexplicable emotion began to stir in Rem's heart, perhaps an instinctive reaction of a female submitting to a powerful male. The dragon carriage continued forward and soon arrived at a desolate village. Ryu quickly noticed that the residents here were highly xenophobic. Every household had its doors and windows tightly shut, and hostile gazes peered through the cracks. At that moment, Rem slowed down slightly and turned to look back. Master? Faced with Rem's inquiry, Ryu pondered for a moment. There was nothing particularly noteworthy about this village, so he spoke up. Speed up. Let's head directly to the witch's tomb. Yes. Rem cracked the reins, and the dragon carriage immediately picked up speed, passing through the unfriendly village. After leaving the deathly silent village, the dragon carriage traveled for quite a while longer, eventually reaching ruins at the edge of the sanctuary. The ruins were a complex of stone buildings, reminiscent of ancient Mayan architecture. These structures had stood for untold years, weathered stone blocks, rain-eroded sculptures, and vegetation growing between the cracks were all marks of time's passage. Once the dragon carriage came to a halt, Ryu and Anastasia approached the ruins. Rem followed behind, her hands clasped in front of her abdomen. Her maid etiquette seemed more refined after some training. Standing before the ruins, Ryu felt a stifling, heavy atmosphere emanating from the entire area, as if the very air was about to solidify. What a show of trickery. The only one who could be playing these tricks was the Witch of Greed, Echidna, putting on airs with her so-called trials. Today, I'll show you the Gwyn way of clearing trials. Smash it. With a wave of his hand, Ryu directed Anastasia, who gave a slight nod and raised her small hand. A black mist of ice spread through the air, forming a massive block of black ice as large as a football field. The block descended toward the ruins like a meteor, its size enough to not only destroy the ruins but affect the entire sanctuary. What a rough guest. A playful, mischievous voice echoed, tinged with slyness. In the next moment, specks of starlight gathered in front of Ryu and the others, forming the figure of a young girl dressed in what resembled a black morning gown. Her pure white hair, as white as snow, cascaded down to her hips, and a delicate black butterfly hairpin adorned her left temple. The black accents on her dress, interspersed with threads of white, gave her an air of solemn dignity, perfectly fitting morning attire. The dark fabric further accentuated her porcelain-like skin, which was so pale that it seemed untouched by sunlight. Her doll-like face bore a slight smirk, her lips curved mischievously, and her pitch-black eyes were as deep as the night sky, completely unreadable. Could you please stop? The girl asked with a full smile. Ryu glanced at her, his eyes filled with scorn. Anastasia, on the other hand, didn't acknowledge her at all. Without Ryu's orders, she would listen to no one. You. Seeing that both Ryu and Anastasia ignored her, a hint of anger appeared on the girl's face. Soon, the massive black ice meteor was about to crash down. The girl shot a furious glare at them, then waved her small hand. A dense fog, as if drawn by a giant fan, converged above the ruins, quickly forming a large, milky white cloud shield. As the fog was drawn away, the once mist-covered lost forest gradually revealed its original appearance. Witnessing this transformation, the hybrid residents who had been hiding indoors came outside, marveling at the forest now bathed in sunlight. Boom! At that moment, a loud explosion echoed from the ruins at the sanctuary's edge. The villagers looked up in astonishment, and in the next second, a terrifying storm swept out from the ruins. The storm was like a massive invisible broom, clearing away every obstacle in its path. Century-old trees, boulders the size of dragon carriages, and even the houses in the village were not spared. Many villagers were blown backward by the force. From a bird's-eye view, a massive chunk appeared gouged out of the sanctuary, with the ruins at its center. "You! How dare you?" the girl exclaimed, pointing at Ryu and Anastasia, trembling with rage. Her ample chest heaved as she glared, looking both infuriated and strangely alluring. Anastasia shot her a cold, piercing glance as if to say, "Another damn vixen has appeared. Should we just kill her?" Ryu noticed that Anastasia's gaze was fixed on the girl's heaving chest, making it clear what had triggered her killing intent. From Ryu's perspective, Anastasia's figure was certainly no worse than the girl's. Thanks to her Russian heritage, Anastasia had a voluptuous build, with a perfect chest shape. However, in sheer size, she was indeed slightly smaller than this white-haired girl. Ryu could only sigh. Women's thoughts are truly hard to understand, they always seem to miss the point. "Hey! Who are you people? You barge into my home, smash everything up, ignore me completely, and now you're leaving without a word? What exactly do you want?" After being ignored for so long, the white-haired girl was furious. Ryu finally snapped out of his thoughts, his face filled with confusion. Wasn't this supposed to be the most knowledgeable, cunning, and manipulative of all the witches of Sin? Could she be an imposter? "Are you the witch of greed, Echidna?" Perhaps it was Ryu's questioning look that stung the white-haired girl, or maybe she was simply displeased with his tone. "No, I'm not the witch of greed. I don't know any Echidna." Ryu's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he realized he had mistaken her identity. "My apologies, I got the wrong person." One second, Ryu was apologizing sincerely, and the next, he casually said, "Well then, since you're not her, you're useless. Anna, kill her. Let's go." The girl initially thought Ryu was joking, but to her shock, Anastasia launched her attack without hesitation. Black ice spikes mingled with shadowy energy, shot toward her from all directions. Wait. Wait. I am Echidna. I surrender." Echidna was forced to cast defensive magic, struggling to fend off Anastasia's relentless assault. But she couldn't hold out for long. Not only was Anastasia proficient in both ice and shadow magic, but she had also entered the abyss and absorbed its corrupting power, which now imbued her spells with a terrifying energy that could erode anything in its path. If Echidna had been in her prime, she might have held her ground. But as a mere spiritual form, she had already expended much of her energy defending against the earlier black ice meteor, using the sanctuary's barrier. Even with the sanctuary's protection, her long-prepared tomb had been destroyed by the meteor. Now, with her defensive magic about to fail, she desperately cried out. Ryu waved his hand, and Anastasia immediately halted her attack. He scrutinized Echidna, his face full of suspicion. "Are you really Echidna?" "Of course I am." Just as she answered, she noticed Ryu's gaze was filled with amusement. Realization dawned on her, she had been played. Had she not been so outmatched, Echidna would have exploded in rage. But now, Ryu held the knife, and she was the fish on the chopping block. Echidna suppressed her anger, forcing a smile. "Please, no more jokes. You've already figured out who I am." Ryu immediately responded, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "Since you're Echidna, please come with us." Although he used the word please, it was clear that refusal was not an option. Echidna erupted in frustration. "What's wrong with you people? First, you destroyed my home, and now you're trying to drag me off somewhere. There's a limit to how much you can humiliate someone." Ryu remained unmoved in the face of her outburst. "So, are you coming or not? Make your choice." "I'll go." Echidna muttered tearfully. She had no other choice. Chapter 214, FGO, 214. 1,667 words. For a moment, time seemed to slow down. Beads of cold sweat began to form on Echidna's skin, and her pale complexion, as if deprived of oxygen, took on a faint blush. Her small, fragrant tongue slipped out involuntarily, and her deep black eyes instinctively rolled upwards. At this moment, the usually composed and intellectual Witch of Greed looked as though she had been utterly shattered. Though she was a spiritual entity, her body appeared no different from a normal human's. She could bleed, sweat, feel pain, even itch, and she could eat and drink. She simply lacked the usual vulnerabilities of mortality. Just then, Raya leaned down close to Echidna's ear. From Anastasia's perspective, it looked as if he were kissing Echidna, and a flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes. The temperature around her dropped sharply. Raya didn't notice her reaction. Leaning in close, he whispered in Echidna's ear, his voice soft but as chilling as a lover's false promise. "You're not as important as you think. Try to threaten me? Go ahead, see if I won't kill you." Echidna's entire body went cold. As someone skilled in reading and manipulating emotions, the Witch of Greed instantly recognized the deadly seriousness in Ryu's tone. He truly meant it. There is a great terror in the face of death, no one is exempt from it, not even the Witch of Greed. She felt her breath shorten, and a crack formed in her usually unshakable confidence as fear crept in like a virus. Raya finally relaxed his grip and removed his hand from her throat. Gah. Cough, cough. Echidna had never felt air so fresh and wonderful. She gasped deeply, as though trying to inhale enough to last a lifetime. Her chest heaved, creating soft, enticing ripples. As the terror of death faded, all the strength in her body vanished, and she collapsed against the cushions of the dragon carriage like a puddle of clay. Then, suddenly, her cheeks flushed a bright red, like a ripe apple. All her muscles had relaxed, including her sphincter. Before long, a faint wet stain appeared on the fabric of her black mourning dress. Just as Ryu was about to stand, he noticed a strange, citrusy fragrance in the air. "What's that smell?" he muttered, though he didn't finish the thought before noticing Echidna's face, now flushed with embarrassment. A strange expression appeared on Ryu's face. At that moment, Anastasia, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. "Shameless." Echidna jumped as if someone had stepped on her tail. "How am I shameless? It's just a natural physiological reaction." She then launched into an impassioned lecture, explaining biological responses with examples and references, as if defending herself in a court of science. Ryu watched in amazement from the side. So she was knowledgeable, but there seemed to be more than one kind of knowledge in her repertoire. Anastasia's response was simple. She closed her eyes, her expression clearly saying, "I don't want to hear any more of this nonsense." After a while, seeing no reaction from Anastasia, Echidna finally gave up and stopped her tirade. She then glanced at Ryu, her cheeks still tinged with a faint blush. With a shy expression, she softly said to him, "I can help you, but on one condition." Ryu raised an eyebrow, giving her a half-smile while his hand made a squeezing motion, as if to say, "Just an Echidna, and you dare negotiate conditions?" What happened next surprised even him. Faced with his gesture, Echidna first flinched, then seemed to come to a realization. Her eyes brightened with a peculiar desire, and she puffed out her chest as if taking a stand. Ryu, intrigued, asked, "What condition?" To his surprise, Echidna covered her cheeks with both hands and, swaying slightly, shyly said, "You have to treat me like you did just now." "Like what?" Ryu asked, not catching on immediately. "Oh, come on, just like that." Echidna's blush deepened as she covered her face. A strange chill ran through Ryu. Afraid he had misheard, he quickly asked for confirmation. "You mean that?" Echidna nodded eagerly. "Yes, just like that. When you were choking me earlier, it hurt, but just as I was about to slip away, I felt like a door to a new world was slowly opening for me." Her face lit up with an almost fanatical fervor. "It turns out that death is beautiful, an eternal mystery, my ultimate pursuit." The more she spoke, the more fervent she became, her gaze that of a fanatical devotee. Ryu's expression grew increasingly odd. Echidna, oblivious to his discomfort, continued with her impassioned speech. "But true death would mean losing my senses. That feeling of being on the edge, though, it was incredible. So please, let me experience that thrill again." Reaching the peak of her excitement, Echidna suddenly grabbed Ryu's wrist, pulling his hand to her neck. Looking at her flushed face, glistening with fragrant sweat, breathing heavily, she resembled nothing short of an extreme masochist. Ryu had only one thought. "I must have choked her too long. Her brain's been deprived of oxygen, and now she's completely lost her mind." In this strange atmosphere, the four sat in the dragon carriage, approaching Roswell's mansion. However, as the dragon carriage neared the small village close to the mansion in Mather's territory, the surroundings grew eerie. Suddenly, the sounds of birds and animals vanished, leaving an oppressive silence. None of the passengers were weak, so they quickly sensed something was wrong. "Era, it seems you have visitors." Echidna chuckled softly, covering her mouth, her dark eyes gleaming with anticipation, as though ready to enjoy the show. What a wicked woman. Raya was speechless. Perhaps she knew he couldn't do anything to her, or maybe she was purposely provoking him to enjoy the thrill of danger. Since their agreement, Echidna had become increasingly brazen toward him. Raya shook his head, deciding not to engage with her odd behavior. "Master, there are enemies," Rem said, releasing the dragon carriage reins and pulling her weapon from beneath her skirt. "Don't be tense, Remington. It's just a bunch of nobodies." Ryu smirked, then turned to Anastasia. "Anastasia, take them out." Anastasia gave a barely noticeable nod. Without any visible incantations or gestures, a massive array of black ice spikes shot up around the dragon carriage. The sound of flesh tearing filled the air, and soon, blood flowed everywhere. Nearly every ice spike impaled a figure in a black robe with a pointed hat covering their face. Seeing them, Ryu suddenly understood. The witch cult. At that moment, Rem's voice, laced with fury, came from the driver's seat. Among the four of them, the one who held the deepest grudge against the witch cult was undoubtedly Remington. The cult had not only destroyed her village but had also killed her parents and severed the horn of her beloved sister, Ram. The horn is the source of an Oni's power. Losing it renders an Oni nearly helpless. Ram, once a rare talent of a century, now relied on others to replenish her magic, reduced to a shadow of her former self. Rem's hatred for the witch cult was beyond reconciliation. The moment she recognized them, her eyes reddened and her magic flared, ready to explode. Slap. Ah. A light smack landed on her butt, and Rem let out a startled yelp, snapping her out of her rage. She looked up at Ryu with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Ryu merely patted her head gently. "Don't worry. You and your sister belong to me now, so I'll settle this grudge for you." Rem's face showed shock, her mouth agape. At that moment, an unspoken emotion welled up within her, transforming into a soft, captivating smile. "Yes, master," she replied. Her smile was breathtaking. Ryu couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Indeed, his greatest treasure in this other world wasn't anything else but these beautiful girls. Suddenly, a jarring voice interrupted his thoughts. "Ah. Sloth. Such slothfulness." A peculiar man with a green bowl cut and wearing a black robe identical to the slain cultists burst out from the trees. Instead of attacking Ryu, he ran to a dying cultist split in half by the ice spike and started yelling at him. "My long-awaited witch is about to return, yet here you lie, resting? Such sloth. How disgracefully slothful," he cried as he kicked the cultist, who died immediately. The man clutched his head, screaming, "Such sloth. You are all too slothful. Only my diligence can herald the witch's glory." Before he finished, a beam of light shot toward his forehead, but he tilted his head to dodge it by a full 90 degrees. His bulging, fish-like eyes then locked onto Ryu. "You disturbed the witch's return? You're so slothful." As he spoke, Ryu sensed an invisible force sweeping toward the dragon carriage. Using magic in his eyes, he saw shadowy black hands stretching from the man's back. These were the infamous unseen hands. This strange man was one of the high-ranking officials in the witch cult, the Sin Archbishop of Sloth, and his authority was unseen hands. This power was peculiar, only a few powerful or uniquely gifted people could see these hands, while others merely felt the airflow they caused. The hands had immense destructive power, able to tear a person apart easily. And in the next second, they indeed exploded. Before Ryu could even react, an irritated Anastasia made a few complex hand gestures. Immediately, shadows from everything within 100 meters, trees, bodies, even clouds, detached from their sources, forming a wave that surged toward the man with the bowl cut. The unseen hands he summoned were obliterated by the wave of shadows, which engulfed the stunned man. "Ah. This is the witch's power. But why does it lack her blessing? Sloth. This is too slothful," he screamed frantically, biting his fingers until they bled. In the next instant, the wave of shadows swallowed him whole. Chapter 215 FGO 215. 1774 words. Having read the original work, Ryu naturally knew the abilities of the watermelon-headed man named Betelgeuse. Betelgeuse was originally the adoptive father of Emilia and an evil spirit who could forcibly sign contracts with those possessing the proper qualifications, absorbing their life force to survive. For each action, he would prepare 10 spare contractors as vessels, allowing him to switch bodies whenever the one he was possessing was about to die. These spare vessels were called his fingers. Including his own body, he effectively had more than 11 lives in total, making him a formidable opponent, especially when combined with his combat abilities. However, this was only a problem for the Ryu of the past. Now, Ryu had many methods to prevent him from transferring bodies, leaving Betelgeuse helpless to await death. To make matters worse, Betelgeuse had encountered Anastasia, the Frost Witch Queen. Each of Anastasia's spells contained the power of the abyss, capable of corroding souls. Before Betelgeuse could escape his current body, his soul was already disintegrating from the abyss's power. "Farewell, Betelgeuse Romaniconti," Ryu said coldly as he watched blood splatter from the shadowy waves. Then, he turned and boarded the dragon carriage. "Master." Rem looked worried as if wanting to say something but hesitating. Ryu, of course, knew what Rem was concerned about. The appearance of the Archbishop of Sloth from the witches' cult in Mather's territory was no small matter. It could very well signal a large-scale attack by the witches' cult. Among the people left behind, Ram, who couldn't recover her mana on her own, was the weakest. Rem's concern was natural. Ryu gently patted her shoulder in a comforting manner. "Don't worry. Our companions are stationed at the mansion as well. Even if the entire witches' cult comes, they can hold them off." "Yes, Master." The worry in Rem's eyes lessened slightly, though her expression still showed some lingering concern. Ryu didn't push further. After all, if someone's most cherished sister was potentially in danger, they couldn't simply sit still either. However, Ryu didn't realize that his ominous words would soon come true. Time rewound. While Kuryu was traveling to the sanctuary with Anastasia and Rem, a group of people in black robes escorted several oddly dressed men and women into the small village near Roswell's mansion. "Who are you people?" a tall villager asked warily upon seeing so many suspicious figures at the village entrance. One of the group, a young man with short white hair and a delicate appearance, smiled innocently as he replied, "Good afternoon. We are from the witches' cult, here to greet the great witch of envy, Sadella, who is about to return. As for me, I am the Archbishop of Greed. My name is Regulus Corneas. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir." Regulus greeted him politely, but the moment he mentioned they were from the witches' cult, the middle-aged man's face went pale with fear. "WW Witches' Cult. The witches' cult is attacking." Before Regulus could finish his introduction, the middle-aged man turned and fled, screaming in terror. "Hey! Turning your back on someone like that is rude, you know? Didn't your mother teach you basic manners? Or are you so poor that you didn't receive even the most basic education in etiquette? That's sad. I guess I'll have to teach you what manners are, at the cost of your life." With a sigh, the talkative white-haired youth suddenly unleashed a terrifying wave of malice, as if a ferocious beast had broken free from its chains. "Don't thank me." Regulus smiled as he waved his hand. A wave of invisible force spread rapidly through the air. Slash. A series of sickening sounds echoed out, the sound of flesh being torn apart. The fleeing man, who had turned his back on Regulus, was the first to be struck. His body, mid-run, was sliced into pieces as if slashed by invisible blades. Blood sprayed like a fountain, and those villagers closest to him met the same gruesome fate. In an instant, the peaceful village transformed into a blood-soaked hell. "Wow, you're all so fragile," Regulus complained. "Monsters. Help. Run," the distant villagers screamed as they tried to flee. But before they could take more than a few steps, their bodies were covered in cuts, as though invisible blades were slicing through them as well. Soon, they all collapsed, covered in wounds. At that moment, a lazy voice echoed. "After walking such a long way, I'm starving. Can't you all just stand still so I can kill you more easily?" The speaker was a short, brown-haired youth with an indeterminate gender. His dirty clothes and ragged cloak made him look like a scavenger rummaging through garbage. It was Libaton Katos, the Archbishop of Gluttony. With just 2 archbishops of sin, over 100 villagers had been killed or wounded in the blink of an eye. The militia that rushed to aid the village quickly lost morale, throwing down their spears and wooden bows before fleeing in all directions. The village soon descended into chaos, with hundreds of villagers fleeing in every direction. Some ran blindly into the forest, breaking through the protective barrier and entering the territory of the magical beasts. Soon, flocks of birds scattered from the forest, followed by the chilling roars of magical beasts and the desperate screams of those unfortunate enough to encounter them. Even those who fled along the village road weren't spared. As they tried to escape, they were intercepted by Betelgeuse, who, while screaming, "You're also sloth," pursued them relentlessly. The other archbishops of Sin seemed disinterested in the chase. "What should we do now?" Lai asked Regulus. "Of course, we're heading to the mansion to greet my 292nd bride, the beautiful silver-haired half-elf," Regulus declared loudly. "Hey, I'm warning you, don't mess around with that silver-haired half-elf. She's crucial to the return of the witch." "Got it?" Lai reminded him. But Regulus immediately turned hostile. "Are you questioning my decisions, you little runt? Do you want to die?" "Huh?" Lai's lips twitched, but he didn't respond. Although all the archbishops were powerful, there were still differences in strength among them. Regulus, with his abilities to stop time and his lion's heart, was the strongest of them all, capable of going toe-to-toe with beings like the divine dragon or a fully powered ram. Only someone like Reinhard could definitively defeat him. Unfortunately, despite being over 100 years old, Regulus had the emotional and intellectual maturity of an elementary school child. This was a problem. Because of his strength, Regulus's relationships with the other archbishops were strained. In a world where personal power could alter the balance of nations, the strongest fist was the ultimate truth. "I won't argue with an idiot," Lai thought to himself. Just then, a voice broke the tension. "Have any of you seen Capella?" The speaker was a woman wrapped entirely in bandages. Apart from the black robe symbolizing her status as an archbishop, she wore nothing else. Bound in golden chains with barbed hooks, she exuded a menacing aura. Her exposed eye glinted with madness, scaring off any potential suitors. This was Sirius Romane Conti, the Archbishop of Wrath, who called herself the wife of Betelgeuse Romane Conti. The Capella she mentioned was Capella Emerata Lugnica, the Archbishop of Lust. Given her surname, Capella was likely connected to the royal family, possibly a disgraced princess. But after joining the witch's cult, she became nothing more than another reviled cultist. Who knows where that woman went? Regulus shrugged. "I saw her. She headed straight for the mansion earlier," Lai replied. "So she went ahead to cause trouble for that silver-haired half-elf, huh?" Sirius grinned. Of all the archbishops, Capella hated the kingdom of Lugunica the most, wishing for its immediate destruction. In her eyes, even the royal candidates who had not yet ascended to the throne were obstacles to her plans. "That damned woman. How dare she go after my fiancé? I'll kill her." Regulus fumed, his temper flaring again. "I have to head over there right now. My fiancé can only die by my hand." Regulus spat coldly before running toward the mansion. "Sirius, this place is already cleansed. I'll go check on those two. What about you?" "I'll stay here and wait for my darling to return. Maybe he'll need my help." Sirius giggled like a love-struck girl. Lai felt a wave of invisible pressure from this display of affection as if it had dealt a critical blow to his single status. Even as the embodiment of gluttony, he felt nauseated by all the dog food being thrown at him. "I'll leave you to it, then. I'm heading out." He waved and quickly retreated, following Regulus. "Ugh, a bunch of disgusting men. My darling is the best." Sirius swayed from side to side, the golden chains on her wrists dancing in the air like some kind of bizarre ritual. Behind her, the bodies of villagers, burned, cut, and mutilated, were being piled up by the witch's cult members. The entire village, nearly 500 people, had been slaughtered by the cult, from infants to the elderly. Not a single person had been spared. Faces frozen in fear, pain, and despair seemed to silently protest, but in this world, the powerless being slaughtered was the norm. The blood from the pile of bodies slowly spread across the ground, forming a macabre image of death itself. At the same time, a severely injured little girl limped toward Roswell's mansion. "Help, help me!" The girl cried out, collapsing just outside the gates, as if she had used up all her strength getting there. Emilia, who had been practicing her magic in the garden, was the first to notice. "What happened? Are you okay?" Emilia rushed over to help the girl, with Puck following closely behind. "You're so kind, Leah," Puck praised her. "Just like I'd expect from my daughter." Puck wasn't wrong. Emilia was indeed as kind as an angel. Unfortunately, this trait made her ill-suited to be a leader. A true leader should first assess the situation and maintain distance, waiting for professionals to handle it. Emilia glared at Puck. Puck. Now's not the time for that. Please go get Beatrice. Got it. Puck gave a playful salute before flying off toward the mansion. In Puck's mind, with so many strong individuals stationed at the mansion, even the Sword Saint would be no threat. Anyone attacking here would have to be insane. This overconfidence nearly cost Emilia her life. Just as Emilia was about to reach the little girl, an urgent voice called out. Miss. Get away from her. Chapter 216, FGO, 216. 1,794 words. Emilia froze instinctively, her steps coming to an abrupt halt. At that moment, a glint of cold malice flashed in the eyes of the badly injured, dying little girl. She suddenly pulled a dagger from her clothes, flipped over with astonishing agility, and aimed a stab directly at Emilia's heart. The speed and precision of her movements were nothing like her previous injured state. The dagger moved like lightning, and before Emilia could react, the girl was already less than a meter away. In the sunlight, the sharp dagger glinted with a sinister gleam. The blade was smeared with a half-coagulated black liquid, clearly poisoned. Just as it seemed Emilia would fall victim to this ambush, a black figure shot out from the side like a bolt of dark lightning and placed itself between Emilia and the attacker. Clang! With a piercing sound and a shower of sparks, the two figures immediately separated. One of them was, of course, the little girl. The other was none other than Elsa. The little girl, her face twisted with malicious intent, glared viciously at Elsa. Not bad. I thought the people in this mansion were all fools. I didn't expect someone like you to be here, she said, casting a disdainful glance at Emilia. Emilia's expression grew downcast as she realized how reckless she had been. On the other side, Elsa spoke up. I didn't expect to meet someone as strong as you. I wonder what your intestines are like, Elsa said, licking her lips. Her already tempting red lips now glistened even more, adding an even more lurid sheen. The little girl's eyes flashed with confusion. I'm curious. How did you figure it out? My authority allows me to perfectly mimic my target's appearance, voice, and even scent. I shouldn't have left any flaws. She was genuinely puzzled. Ever since she had mastered this transmutation and transfiguration authority, it had been foolproof, especially for assassination. No one had ever seen through it, until today. Of course, it was your scent. Not the smell of your body, but the scent of your soul. Physical smells can be washed away, but the scent of the soul lingers forever. Your soul reeks of the stench of blood, soaked in the lives of hundreds or thousands you've killed. We're the same kind, and the moment you appeared, I caught that scent. Elsa said with a bloodthirsty grin. This seductive killer loved nothing more than slicing open the bellies of strong opponents to see what their intestines looked like. I see. I'll have to be more careful in the future, the little girl smiled slightly. There's no point in keeping this form anymore. A bright white light enveloped the little girl, and when it faded, she had transformed into a lowly blonde woman, bearing a striking resemblance to Felt. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Capella Emerata Lagunica, Archbishop of Lust. Capella's face twisted into a grotesque grin. And I am Elsa Granhirt, a slave to Ryusama, Elsa responded with a smile that radiated the allure of a mature woman. Capella and even Emilia behind Elsa were stunned by this unexpected admission. In that brief moment of distraction, Elsa's pupils suddenly shifted into vertical slits, like those of a snake. A flash of white light streaked by. A shallow but precise wound appeared on Capella's abdomen, and dark red, scalding blood began to gush out, splattering onto Elsa's arms, face, and exposed chest. You bitch. I swear I'll turn you into a female dog and make you mate with a male dog until you die. Capella screamed in rage. Moments earlier, an alarm had gone off in her mind, causing her to instinctively step back. This reflex had saved her from being gutted by Elsa. Her threats were no idle boasts. Capella's authority of lust allowed her to transform herself or others into any creature, from giant dragons to insects. If Elsa fell into her hands, she would undoubtedly suffer this fate. Elsa, still smiling sweetly, licked her lips again. What a shame, I'm already Ryusama's female dog. You shameless woman. Enjoy your arrogance while you can. Capella's voice dripped with malice. Elsa immediately became alert. Take a look at your hand and chest, you filthy wretch. Capella laughed triumphantly. Elsa, wary of a sneak attack, quickly glanced down at her body. A shadow fell over her eyes. The skin where Capella's blood had touched her had turned charred black, and the blackened flesh was spreading. A searing, unbearable pain began to rise from the affected areas and swiftly spread throughout her body. Elsa let out a stifled groan of pain. Besides her transformation ability, Capella's dragon blood could corrode enemies, subjecting them to the same long, excruciating burning agony she herself endured. Capella's face lit up with a sadistic grin as she lunged at Elsa with her dagger. Elsa, gritting her teeth and enduring the pain of the dragon blood's corrosion, tightened her grip on her twin knives and faced Capella head-on. Watching anxiously from the side, Emilia raised her hand several times, trying to use her spirit arts, but the two were locked in a deadly struggle, and Emilia feared accidentally harming Elsa. She could only stand there, helpless. Capella and Elsa were both speed-based assassins, making their battle one of deadly precision. A single moment of weakness could mean instant death. However, the fight was also a visual spectacle. Both combatants were beauties, their revealing outfits adding a strange allure to their deadly dance. Knives flashed by slender necks, missing by mere millimeters, while blades skimmed over heaving chests, just barely avoiding fatal wounds. Such a fast-paced, high-stakes battle couldn't last long. In less than a minute, the outcome was decided. The victor was Capella Emerata Lugunica, Archbishop of Lust. Despite Elsa's audacious words catching her off guard, Capella, though the weakest of the archbishops and one of the least suited for direct combat, still had the advantage of the witch's factor. Her physical abilities far surpassed those of a normal person, and her dragon blood inflicted additional damage on Elsa with every wound. Simply put, Capella was like a high-speed, high-damage assassin with a built-in counterattack mechanism. Even though Elsa, with her vampire specs, had superior regeneration and speed, she was no match. Capella seized a moment when Elsa hesitated from the pain of the dragon blood, slapped aside her twin knives, and severed the tendons in Elsa's hand with her dagger. Then, taking advantage of Elsa's twisted, pained movements, Capella drove her dagger into Elsa's abdomen, dragging it upward with a vicious pull. A spinning kick sent Elsa flying into the fountain. Elsa collapsed like a rag doll against the broken fountain statue, her previous grace and allure completely gone. Her black dress was torn to shreds, and large patches of her once pale skin had turned charred black from the dragon blood's corrosion. The most severe injury was the gash stretching from her abdomen to her shoulder. The wound ran from her smooth belly to her rounded left shoulder, even slicing off part of her left breast. The slash had nearly bisected her, exposing her muscles and internal organs, including her still beating heart. Capella's hatred for Elsa was clear. Fortunately for Elsa, the dagger hadn't penetrated deep enough to damage her internal organs, and thanks to her vampire-like formidable vitality, she might survive with treatment, assuming Capella didn't finish her off first. But it was clear that Capella didn't just want to kill Elsa, she wanted to torment her first. As Capella advanced on the incapacitated Elsa, several ice spears shot toward her. With a casual wave of her hand, Capella deflected the spears, but Emilia had already placed herself between Elsa and Capella. Oh, so the vase hasn't run away yet. Perfect. I'll sever your tendons and sell you to a brothel. The whole kingdom would be so proud to see one of the royal candidates reduced to a common prostitute, wouldn't they? Ha ha ha. For her, humiliating the kingdom of Lugunica was the greatest pleasure. Emilia, her face set with determination, said nothing. She continued to summon ice spears and shards, but Capella easily deflected them all. Miss, you can't beat her. Run. Elsa shouted, struggling through her pain. No. Emilia stubbornly stood her ground in front of Elsa, refusing to retreat. Elsa was taken aback for a moment, then smiled bitterly. The master was right about you. You are hopelessly kind. Emilia returned the smile. It's my only good trait. Though Elsa had killed Emilia countless times in parallel universes, in this world, Emilia stood before her, protecting her. Fate worked in mysterious ways. Capella, feeling ignored, was furious. What the hell are you two doing? Putting on a melodrama in front of me? I'll make sure to finish you both. Capella's eyes glinted with a savage light as she launched herself at Emilia, moving like a bolt of lightning. Watch out. Elsa, unable to move, could only shout a warning. Emilia quickly fired more ice spears at Capella, raising an ice wall in front of herself, hoping to at least slow her down. Capella easily dodges the spears with a few agile, snake-like movements. She then veered around to Amelia's side, her dagger drawn back like a taut bowstring, ready to strike. The dagger flashed in the sunlight, aiming straight for Amelia's slender, delicate neck. Capella was too fast. If Puck had been there, Amelia might have been able to block the attack, but on her own, she was defenseless. By the time Amelia realized what was happening, the dagger was only millimeters from her throat. Just then, a voice filled with pride and authority echoed in the air. "How dare you act so recklessly on my territory?" A purple magic shield suddenly appeared in front of Amelia, separating her from Capella. Clang! The dagger struck the shield with a sharp metallic sound, sending ripples across the shield's surface. Despite its thin appearance, the purple shield held firm, blocking Capella's seemingly unstoppable attack. Damn it! Capella cursed through gritted teeth and immediately tried to retreat. But before she could even take more than half a step, a blinding white light enveloped her. Capella suddenly felt the world spin around her. She had been teleported into midair. Without a foothold, her speed and agility were useless. She tried to transform into an insect to escape, but to her shock, the air around her had turned solid, trapping her in place. "Die," the regal voice commanded. In the next moment, a massive purple beam shot out from the statue hovering above the mansion. The beam of pure magic obliterated everything in its path, and before Capella could even scream, the Archbishop of Lust was reduced to nothing but ashes. Chapter 217, FGO, 217. 1865 words. With a flash of purple light, Semiramis appeared within the teleportation array. Her sharp gaze swept across the area, and Amelia, caught in her line of sight, couldn't help but shiver, deeply awed by the Empress's overwhelming presence. At this moment, Semiramis was entirely different from her usual self. Normally, she was lazy and indifferent, almost like a slacker, even while teaching Amelia. She always exuded a sense of decadence. Though Ryu had told Amelia that Semiramis had once been a queen under whom the nation flourished, wise and capable, Amelia, in her innocence, had her doubts. Was this person such a virtuous queen, she wondered? She seems more like the incompetent rulers from chivalric novels. Today, however, all of Amelia's doubts were utterly shattered. Semiramis stood there, composed and graceful, confident and proud. Such presence, Amelia had only ever witnessed in Reinhard, the strongest sword saint of the current era. Even the Duchess Crush or the Council of Wise Men could not compare. I want to be like her. I want to be a ruler like her, Amelia thought, her heart filled with admiration. Semiramis, however, paid no attention to her student, instead turning her gaze to Elsa. Well done. When the master returns, I shall commend your efforts. Elsa, momentarily overwhelmed by the recognition, responded with difficulty despite her injuries. Lady Semiramis, you overpraise me. This is simply my duty, I dare not hope for the master's reward. Rewards for accomplishments, punishment for failures, that is the path of a ruler. You need not be humble. Though Semiramis wasn't looking at her, Amelia felt as if the statement was directed at her. Understood. Elsa no longer refused, and Semiramis continued, besides, I guarantee you will like this reward. As she spoke, Semiramis flashed a strange smile. Elsa couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine, sensing something off about it. The smile was oddly familiar, though she couldn't quite place it. Only when the reward was revealed days later would Elsa realize why. By then, however, she'd be too overwhelmed to think clearly. Semiramis ignored Elsa's scattered thoughts and turned to Amelia. The enemy has already reached our doorstep. This place is no longer safe. We must retreat to the manor at once. Yes, teacher. At that moment, a familiar figure, often absent at critical times, floated over. It was Puck. Leah, are you okay? Puck flew over, fussing over Amelia as he circled her, checking for any signs of injury. Puck, I'm fine. Thanks to Elsa for protecting me. Amelia's expression darkened as she trailed off, realizing that she had been a burden from start to finish. As the royal selection progressed, these assassination attempts would only increase, and more people would get hurt, or worse, die, protecting her. If only I had more power. Could I protect everyone without them needing to sacrifice themselves? For the first time, Amelia began to seriously consider Ryu's offer, despite her previous reservations due to her resemblance to Satella. Enough of this fatherly display. There'll be time for that later, Semiramis interrupted, growing impatient with Puck's doting. Even the mighty beast of the end did not defy the Empress's authority. Knowing his limits, especially as he couldn't beat her even in his full form, Puck backed down. If the battle took place at Roswell's heavily fortified manor, he'd be crushed for sure. Perhaps only Reinhard, the strongest sword saint, could breach this magical fortress head-on. TCH, Puck muttered, dissatisfied, before retreating into Emilia's hair to hide. Emilia gave Semiramis an apologetic smile. Semiramis snorted but chose not to bicker with a cat-like creature. With another burst of light from the teleportation array, the group was transported to the manor's most secure location. Semiramis internally praised herself for following Ryu's advice to remodel the manor based on the Hanging Gardens design. While it wasn't as powerful as the original, more akin to a strategic weapon, it was still an impregnable fortress. Within the manor's bounds, she could use teleportation, shield allies with magical barriers, and unleash A+ level magic attacks. Though the manor itself couldn't fly, it was essentially a weakened version of the Hanging Gardens. Now, all that was left was to wait for the enemy's arrival. Semiramis wore a solemn expression. She didn't believe they would send just one assassin. After killing the sloth cultist with the watermelon-shaped head, Rem drove the dragon carriage further, soon arriving at a small village near the manor. What greeted them was a hellish sight. Corpses littered the ground, stabbed through the heart with daggers, heads crushed by maces, charred by fireballs, split in two by wind blades, or impaled from groin to throat with spears. The cruel witch cultists weren't satisfied with this carnage. They continued searching the houses, dragging villagers from beds, cellars, closets, and secret passages, only to mercilessly slaughter them. It was as if they were competing to see who could kill most grotesquely. The cultists, dressed in black robes and pointy hats that hid their faces, reveled in their barbarity. The ground was stained dark red with blood. Witnessing this unbearable scene, Echidna, who had recently developed an unsettling fascination with death, looked around with great interest. Ryu even suspected she might be thinking of trying such methods herself. Rem, however, was trembling with rage. Having worked for Roswell, she frequently visited this village to buy supplies, and she knew every villager by name. Now, they had all been reduced to gruesome corpses. You, all deserve to die. Rem gritted her teeth, eyes blazing with hatred. Without hesitation, she pulled a morning star larger than her head from beneath her skirt and hurled it at the nearest witch cultist. The weapon tore through the air, creating shockwaves as it sliced through the cultist's body as if swept by a typhoon. The cultist, who had been carving something into the corpse of a naked girl with a dagger, tried to defend himself, but his efforts were futile. His enchanted dagger shattered, and the morning star bent his body in half with a sickening crunch. Rem flicked her wrist, causing the chain of the morning star to vibrate in a unique pattern, guiding the weapon to her next target. In an instant, the battlefield was turned upside down. Many cultists were crushed into pulp by Rem's rampage. Just moments ago, these cultists had been sadistically torturing the villagers. Now, they were the ones being hunted. Truly, as the saying goes, what goes around comes around. Ryu watched from the sidelines, allowing Rem to vent her rage. Though she outwardly appeared composed, he knew that being forced to serve as his maid alongside her sister had left Rem feeling deeply resentful. The massacre of the villagers had merely sparked her fury. Letting her take it out on the cultists wasn't a bad idea. Given their cruelty, they deserved no less. Turning his attention to Anastasia beside him, Ryu noticed that she had seemed off ever since they entered the village. Her steps were unsteady, her already pale face had taken on an even ghostlier hue, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead as if she were suppressing some great discomfort. "Are you okay, Anna?" Ryu asked gently. Anastasia shook her head, but he could see the unease in her eyes. He sighed softly, a mixture of worry and helplessness crossing his face. Something was wrong with her, but since she wasn't willing to talk about it, there wasn't much he could do. He could only assume that the sight of the slaughtered villagers had triggered something in her. After all, at heart, she was still the kind and innocent princess of Russia. Even Ryu, who had experienced his fair share of violence, felt a little nauseous looking at the carnage. He reached out and gently took Anastasia's hand, hoping that even a small gesture might provide her with some comfort. Perhaps his intention had reached her because he felt her breathing steady. Though her face remained pale, her steps gradually regained stability. "Thank you," she whispered. Ryu smiled, saying nothing more. Sometimes, words weren't necessary. While Ryu was busy offering comfort, Rem had transformed into a raging Oni, slaughtering cultists left and right. The witch cultists, wielding daggers, short swords, and their signature fireball magic, attempted to halt her rampage, but they had severely underestimated her strength. Within minutes, dozens of cultists had been reduced to mush by her morning star. However, the witch cultists had an endless supply of cannon fodder. For every one Rem killed, 2 more seemed to appear, and for every 2 she crushed, 4 more took their place. It was like an endless swarm. No matter how powerful Rem was, she was still human. As she recklessly threw herself into the fray, ignoring defense, she soon became covered in wounds. If this continued, there could only be one outcome: she would exhaust herself and be overwhelmed by the cultists. Ryu couldn't just stand by and watch his personal maid get surrounded and beaten to death. Step back, Remington. But Rem's eyes were bloodshot with rage, and she looked reluctant. However, the thought of disobeying her master and facing the consequences made her shudder. She didn't want to endure that kind of punishment again. Reluctantly, she jumped back from the battlefield and returned to Ryu's side. As the adrenaline began to wear off, Rem glanced around the battlefield, only now realizing how close she had come to being surrounded. Her anger and frustration dissolved, replaced by gratitude. "Thank you, master." She instantly froze after saying those words. Why am I thanking him? Isn't he the one who forced me and my sister into this horrible situation? Ryu didn't pay attention to Rem's conflicted expression. His focus was now on the swarm of cultists closing in on them. "Take a short break. I'll handle the rest." Ryu spoke reassuringly, turning to face the horde of witch cultists. His smile gradually faded, replaced by a chilling, murderous intent. A blinding beam of golden light shot out from his eyes. A true hero kills with a glance. With a slight tilt of his head, the laser-like beam sliced through the cultists at waist level. Over 100 cultists stood frozen for a moment before their bodies were severed cleanly in half. There was no blood, only the faint burn marks left by the intense heat. Over 100 witch cultists had their heights dramatically corrected. The scene was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. For Ryu, though, this was merely an appetizer. The real enemy had finally appeared. "It was you, wasn't it? You killed my beloved Betelgeuse." A shrill, crazed voice hissed from the village. Sirius, wrapped entirely in bandages, emerged from the shadows. Strangely, she was followed by a dozen children, presumably the only survivors of the village. Even more unsettling was the fact that the children, much like Sirius, glared at Ryu and his group with hatred, seemingly forgetting the horrors the witch cult had inflicted on their village. This brainwashed scene was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Sirius began rambling incoherently once more. "Oh, my dear Betelgeuse, you were so diligent, so gentle, so handsome. How could you leave me like this?" Chapter 218, FGO, 218. 1897 words. In the next moment, Sirius stared intently at Ryu and the others, and the children behind her followed suit, gazing at him with the same intensity. It was as if he had committed some unforgivable crime, while the slain Betelgeuse was a saint of benevolence and kindness. This was Sirius's power, soul-washing, which allowed her to share emotions and even damage within a certain range. In other words, these children were under her control. If anyone were to kill her, the children around her would also die. Moreover, if she were killed in close combat, the attacker would be affected by her power and perish with her. To put it bluntly, her power was a vile ability that harmed others without benefiting herself. The best way to kill her was through a long-range attack. At this moment, if this were a traditional anime, the protagonist would likely choose to lure Sirius away from the children, and then kill her from a distance for a happy ending. Unfortunately, Ryu was neither an anime protagonist nor a good person. His choice was to kill mercilessly. In an instant, Ryu's entire body was enveloped in a glow resembling circuit patterns, the result of pushing his magic release skill to its limit. Mana burst, rank B. He raised his right arm, and the time gem embedded in his apocalypse gauntlet emitted a brilliant blue light, enveloping his entire body. Time acceleration. In an instant, Ryu felt as if the world had been put in slow motion. Sirius, mid-sentence, was now stretching her words unbearably long. The flames flickering around the buildings twisted into strange, slow dances. Ryu had a sudden realization: it wasn't that the world had slowed down, but that he had sped up. He crouched low and tapped the ground with his feet in a special rhythm. Shave. With the recoil, Ryu shot forward like a cannonball, heading straight for Sirius. Bang. The sound of air being forcefully displaced rang out. In the blink of an eye, Ryu had crossed 100 meters and appeared right in front of Sirius. Sirius reacted quickly, and the chains and hooks on her wrists coiled around him like venomous snakes. But the time gem on Ryu's right fist lit up with a blue glow once more, this time expanding outward to form a 100-meter wide sphere. In Ryu's vision, the world turned gray, leaving only himself in color. Sirius, standing before him, froze like a statue. He pulled his fist back to his side and then struck. Machine gun blow. Countless afterimages of punches enveloped Sirius's chest. Her torso was crushed flat by the immense pressure, and then Ryu's fist pierced through, leaving a gaping hole in her chest cavity. In Sirius's perception, it was as if time had skipped. One moment Ryu was in front of her, the next, there was a massive hole in her chest. Due to soul washing, the children behind her instantly suffered the same fate, their chests exploding as they perished. In what seemed like a final moment of clarity before death, Sirius's mind regained some lucidity. The strong vitality granted by the witch factor kept her from dying instantly. She looked at Ryu in disbelief. You killed these children just to kill me? And you're clearly within the range of my power, how are you not dead? Ryu smirked. Such a half-baked ability could never affect his EX-ranked magic resistance, but he had no intention of explaining that to her. As for her first question, he answered without hesitation. Don't blame me. I only killed you. The others were killed by you. Sirius's eyes widened as if she wanted to take a closer look at his face. What a cold-blooded man, she muttered before falling to the ground, her life finally extinguished. Clap. 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 At that moment, applause came from behind him. Echidna, with the expression of a mad scientist discovering something fascinating, looked Ryu up and down with feverish excitement. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. I thought being kidnapped by you would be boring, but I didn't expect you to be such a man. How interesting. So interesting. I sincerely thank you for kidnapping me and opening the door to a new world for me. Whack. Ryu delivered a swift chop to the top of Echidna's head. Stop being weird, he warned her sternly. Ow, don't hit my head. My brain is the smartest in the world. If you damage it, it'll be your loss. Echidna clutched her head, crying out in protest. Ryu was speechless. He had seen shameless people before, but never anyone this shameless. And Echidna, of all people, had the nerve to call herself the smartest? In this world, smartest must be a polite way of saying idiot. Shaking his head, Ryu glanced over at Rem, noticing that she looked upset. He understood instantly, Rem was unhappy with how he had ignored the children's lives to kill Sirius. If Ryu were a master at winning people over, he might have used some smooth words to defuse the situation and recover his lost favor. But that wasn't his style. I'm not going to apologize. If I had to choose again, I'd do the same. To me, you all are the most important. The people of this village, they have nothing to do with me. His words were cold and direct. Rem's body trembled, she felt she should hate Ryu even more, yet found herself unable to. Her heart was in turmoil, and she couldn't muster any hatred toward him. Rhea noticed the confusion in her eyes and sighed inwardly. Compared to her sister, Rem was always less adept at hiding her emotions. Perhaps it was this sincerity that allowed Rem to surpass the main heroine Amelia as the most popular female character in Re:Zero. While Rem was lost in thought, Ryu placed his hand on her head. Don't think too much. Just be yourself. A head pat and some reassurance brought a bit of clarity back to Rem's eyes. She bit her lip, hesitated, then gathered her courage and said, Master, I want to stay here and give them a proper burial. Please take care of my sister and everyone else. All right, Ryu agreed, then, taking the still unwell Anastasia by the hand, climbed into the dragon carriage. With the sound of the wheels turning, they left Rem behind, heading back toward the mansion. Once aboard, Anastasia appeared weak and sat limply in her seat. Ryu gently let her rest her head on his shoulder. Echidna, sitting opposite, showed no sign of annoyance at the affection she was forced to witness. Instead, she watched them with a curious gleam in her eyes, as if she discovered something new and exciting. Hey, I didn't expect you to be this gentle. I thought. Before she could finish, Ryu gave her another chop to the head. As Echidna clutched her head and whined, Ryu calmly said, Thought what? I'm not a robot. I can't be cold to everyone. Double standards. Echidna looked at him with resentment, still holding her head. Ryu pretended not to notice. After spending time with her, he had figured out Echidna's personality. She was a selfish pleasure seeker with a dark side. As long as her thirst for knowledge was satisfied, she had no bottom line. Beneath her calm and intellectual exterior lay a mischievous and chaotic soul. Seeing that Ryu had no intention of responding further, Echidna muttered, "So boring," and leaned back against the dragon carriage seat, her gaze wandering idly over the scenery outside. Boom. Suddenly, the sound of explosions came from afar. Everyone immediately tensed up, and Anastasia, who had been leaning on Ryu's shoulder, sat up, a faint blush coloring her pale cheeks. Echidna, who had been slumped on the seat, perked up, her expression filled with schadenfreude. Oh ho! They've started fighting. Those guys sure don't waste any time. Whack! Her reckless comment earned her another chop from Ryu. At this point, the dragon carriage was less than a kilometer from the mansion. At the control core of the mansion's magic array, Semiramis felt a headache coming on. After destroying Capella, the Archbishop of Lust, with the magic cannon, 2 more enemies appeared at the mansion's gate. She managed to kill one with the cannon, but the white-haired youth was a problem. No matter how she attacked him, he remained unharmed. As a magus from the Age of Gods, Semiramis quickly saw through his abilities. He possessed a powerful time-stopping skill, allowing him to evade all her attacks. Moreover, his destructive power was astonishing. Semiramis had to use teleportation magic to keep throwing him out of the mansion's range, attempting to buy time until Ryu's return. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded at Roswell's mansion. The white-haired youth would charge toward the mansion at lightning speed, only to be teleported back outside. Over and over again, he found himself running from the gates to the garden, only to be sent back, his temper growing shorter each time. He ranted, demanding that the occupants offer up Amelia and then kill themselves. Anyone who tried to stop him was, in his mind, committing an unforgivable crime. His twisted logic was typical of the Archbishop of Greed, his self-righteousness rivaling his power. But Semiramis, who had poisoned her husband to seize the throne, was unfazed. No matter how much he ranted, she was unaffected. He looked like a fool, repeatedly running in only to be teleported out again. Finally, his temper exploded, and he began to destroy everything in sight. Just then, a voice sounded behind him. "Stop trashing other people's homes, you white-haired punk." After a long, drawn-out battle, Ryu finally arrived, just in time to stop Regulus from causing further damage. Huh? Who the hell are you? You think you can stop me, you piece of trash? Regulus's face twisted with rage as he turned to Ryu, but then his eyes lit up. He immediately noticed the beauty of Anastasia and the allure of Echidna. With his experience of having 291 wives, he recognized their purity. "So, you came all this way to deliver my 293rd and 294th wives to me, huh? Very well, I accept your gift. As thanks, I'll forgive your earlier rudeness and grant you a painless death." Ryu was at a loss for words. He'd seen arrogant people, but this was on another level. He wanted to ask, "Who gave you this confidence? Did you think you were some unbeatable protagonist?" His answer was simple. He activated his magic, used Shave, and crossed the 100-meter distance in an instant, appearing right in front of Regulus. Regulus, startled, reacted immediately. Time stop. But as he activated his power, the time gem on Ryu's gauntlet lit up with a brilliant blue light. A mocking smile appeared on his face. If the time gem could counter the powers of Satella, the most powerful witch of envy, then an Archbishop of Greed was nothing. Sure enough, Regulus's time-stopping ability was nullified instantly. His once invincible power was rendered useless for the first time. Regulus was dumbfounded. Ryu wasted no time. He activated the time-stop ability from the time gem and unleashed Machine Gun Blow, a barrage of fist shadows enveloping Regulus's entire body. In an instant, the once arrogant Archbishop of Greed was reduced to a pile of minced meat. Chapter 219, FGO, 219, R. 2,342 words. In this world, Regulus, whose strength ranked among the top 5, met a humiliating end just outside the gates of Roswell's mansion. Logically, with his extraordinary physical gifts and 2 complementary, powerful authorities, Regulus's reputation as the strongest of the 6 Sin Archbishops was well-deserved. His superior physical attributes formed the foundation of his strength, while his time-stop authority served as his ultimate safeguard. Regulus's time stop ability allowed him to freeze everything within a certain range, including his breathing. During this time, external forces could not interfere or harm him, but he retained the ability to affect things beyond the range of his authority. Anything he threw, regardless of its material composition, could destroy anything in its path. For instance, if he hurled a wad of paper at a city wall under the influence of this authority, the paper would pierce straight through the wall. The only weakness of this ability was tied to his heart. If his heart were destroyed, time stop would cease to function. Moreover, since his breathing was halted during the time freeze, his heart would also stop beating, resulting in his death. While time stop was a near-perfect blend of offense and defense, it had this critical flaw. However, his second authority, Lion's Heart, compensated for it entirely. With this ability, Regulus could designate a woman as his wife and merge his heart with hers, a sort of remote heart transplant. This authority directly addressed the vulnerability of time stop, ensuring his survival. With his terrifying physical strength added to these abilities, Regulus didn't need specialized training or techniques. Even after living for over a century, his raw power and unparalleled authority secured his place among the top 5 strongest individuals in the world. Unfortunately for him, Regulus encountered Ryu, who nullified his time stop using a time gem. As for Lion's Heart, it became useless when Ryu pulverized Regulus's body into a bloody pulp, leaving his heart intact but irrelevant. Using his unique time-based powers, Regulus could vaguely suppress Semiramis, who had transformed herself into a fortress. But against Ryu, he was instantly defeated. His abilities were countered, and his misfortune rivaled that of Subaru Natsuki. One could only wonder where Regulus got the confidence to spout grandiose. It seemed he failed to realize that acting like a protagonist without a protagonist's luck often led to disaster. His death became a testament to the dangers of such hubris, and Ryu couldn't be bothered to argue with a dead man. What Ryu didn't know was that as he decisively ended Regulus, a pair of violet eyes had locked onto him. Emilia gazed at Ryu's godlike figure, her eyes filled with boundless envy. While she felt repulsed by his ruthless methods, the overwhelming strength he wielded to protect his companions captivated her deeply. If I had that kind of power, could I stand at the forefront and protect everyone too? No one knew the pain Emilia felt as she was pulled into the mansion's inner sanctum and heavily guarded. Watching her companions fight dangerous enemies in her stead filled her with endless frustration. If I possessed Satella's power, could I stand at the forefront and protect everyone? Her previous resistance now seemed laughable. A witch who devours the world, a silver-haired half-demon with violet eyes, these are just excuses. I've been running away, running from my responsibilities. Emilia longed to stand in front and protect others, rather than being the one shielded. To her, this helplessness was torment. Beneath her seemingly delicate appearance, Emilia was far more resilient than anyone imagined. So, when Emilia sneaked into Ryu's room that night, he couldn't help but feel surprised. He had expected her to eventually accept Satella's power, but her resolve came much sooner than anticipated. He had even prepared to show her the devastation in the nearby village to push her toward this realization. Unexpectedly, she reached the decision on her own. Ryu smiled wryly but couldn't hide the satisfaction in his eyes. He had underestimated Emilia's strength and decisiveness. Are you sure about this? This is no joke. Once you start, there's no turning back, Ryu warned, concerned she might be acting impulsively. I've already made up my mind. I don't want to hide behind others anymore. Emilia declared, her radiant gaze making it hard for Ryu to meet her eyes. Inwardly, Ryu felt deeply gratified. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Forcing Emilia to make this decision prematurely wouldn't have been ideal, lies and manipulation would eventually unravel. But since she came to this conclusion on her own, it was much better. In his eyes, he could already see the birth of a peerless witch queen. Very well, Ryu said, pulling out the sealed witch's core from his storage space. He handed it to her. Slowly fuse it into your body, he instructed, demonstrating the process. Thanks to Emilia's natural affinity, she quickly integrated the sealed Envy Witch's core into her body. The rest of the unsealing process would be Ryu's responsibility. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Ryu had escorted Emilia back to her room and returned to his own, ready to lie down, a series of knocks echoed from the door. His face immediately showed surprise. Everyone had seemed so downcast during dinner, surely, they would all be resting in their rooms. Yet, just after sending Emilia off, another unexpected visitor had arrived. Curious, Ryu opened the door to find Semiramis standing there, with Elsa, one of the day's key contributors, right behind her. Ryu immediately noticed that Elsa wasn't wearing her usual revealing, chest-bearing dress but was instead draped in a black cloak. What's going on? Ryu was completely baffled. Semiramis spoke first, her voice teasing. What, aren't you going to invite us in? Or do you have secrets you'd rather keep hidden? A sly glint sparkled in her eyes. A chill ran down Ryu's spine. This woman was clearly up to something. What's going on? Ryu asked, his voice tinged with curiosity. Semiramis chuckled softly, stepping into the room and closing the door behind her. Isn't it obvious, my master? She purred, her eyes fixed on him. We're here to play a little game. Ryu frowned, confused by her words. Semiramis' eyes danced with mischief. Oh, but this time it's different. Elsa has a little surprise for you. She walked over to him, her hands running seductively up his chest. And I'm here to make sure you enjoy every moment of it. Ryu couldn't deny the heat that was spreading through his body as she whispered in his ear. What do you have planned? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Semiramis leaned back, her lips curling into a wicked smile. That, my master, is for Elsa to reveal. As Semiramis stepped away from him, Ryu's eyes locked onto Elsa. He couldn't help but feel the anticipation as she slowly lifted the edge of her cloak, revealing her body beneath it. She was wearing nothing but a black lace bra and panty set, her skin glistening in the dim light of the room. Phew. Ryu breathed, his throat suddenly dry. Nice. Elsa's lips curled into a seductive smile. Thank you, Ryu-sama. I thought this would be a fun way to surprise you. She slowly began to unclasp her bra, letting her full breasts spill out from their confines. Ryu couldn't tear his eyes away from her. Semiramis moved closer, running her hands over his chest and down to his waistband. She gave it a gentle tug, and his pants fell to the floor. Elsa continued to undress, her body moving in a sensual dance. She slipped out of her panties, leaving her completely naked. She walked over to him, her hands trailing softly over his erect shaft. You're so sexy, he murmured, reaching out to touch her hips. Semiramis leaned in close, her lips brushing against his ear. Enjoy her, master. She's all yours. Both Semiramis and Elsa, two of the most alluring women he had ever met. He felt their bodies pressing against him, their soft skin sliding against his own. He kissed Elsa passionately, tasting her lips as he explored her body with his hands. Semiramis watched them from the corner of her eye, a smirk playing on her lips. She ran her fingers through Ryu's hair. I think it's time for a little role reversal, don't you? I think it's time for Elsa to see how it feels to be the one being pleasured, she purred, her finger tracing his lips. Elsa gasped as she felt Semiramis' hands on her hips, pushing her forward. Ryu's mouth found her breast, and he suckled on it hungrily. She moaned softly, her hands running through his hair, urging him on. As Ryu moved lower, his tongue tracing the outline of her pussy, Semiramis watched with rapt attention. She couldn't help but feel a rush of jealousy as she saw how much Elsa was enjoying herself. But then, she felt Ryu's hands on her hips, pulling her closer. Take off your clothes, Ryu growled, his eyes fixed on her. Semiramis couldn't believe what she was hearing, but she couldn't resist the look in his eyes. Slowly, she began to remove her clothes, revealing herself to Elsa and Ryu. They both gasped in awe at her perfect body. Ryu moved closer to her, his hands running over her skin as he took in every inch of her flawless body. Elsa couldn't resist any longer, she joined them, her hands exploring Semiramis's curves and contours. Their moans filled the room as they lost themselves in each other, creating a symphony of passion and lust. It was a night that none of them would ever forget. Ryu opened his eyes and sat up. As he gazed at the soft, warm bodies lying around him, scenes of the previous night's passion played vividly in his mind. Unexpectedly, there was a twist. Echidna, the strange and somewhat kinky witch of greed, wandered into Ryu's room. Seeing the scene of indulgence, she decided to join as well. Ryu, who had long wanted to teach that cunning witch a lesson, took the opportunity to drag her onto the bed. What followed was a wild flurry of brutal sex correction, as Ryu thoroughly punished her. Along the way, they explored various extreme playstyles they had never imagined, including choking, bondage, and other indulgences. The commotion drew the attention of Ram and Rem, who also found their way into the room. Naturally, Ryu, now entirely berserk, didn't let them leave unscathed and deflowered them. By the end, the night had devolved into utter debauchery. As Ryu reminisced, he felt like he needed a post-event cigarette to steady himself. When the girls began waking up, the atmosphere was awkward, but surprisingly, only Ram and Rem seemed truly troubled. Elsa, now a woman, and Semiramis were unfazed. Even Echidna, the madwoman, begged Ryu to torment her again so she could fully experience the sensation of death. By breakfast, Ram and Rem had seemingly returned to normal, though they began mercilessly teasing Ryu with their twin voices' antics. Ryu, who didn't want to be a complete scoundrel, took their jabs in stride. After all, the twins had been dragged into last night's events unintentionally, and he felt a twinge of guilt for their loss of purity. Though he had often jokingly referred to them as his bedmaids, things had escalated to a point of no return. Understanding their frustration, Ryu allowed them to vent freely. Meanwhile, Emilia observed the scene in bewilderment. How had Ryu-sama's relationship with the twins improved so drastically overnight? As innocent as a pure white flower, Emilia didn't grasp the complexities of the adult world. Anastasia, however, cast a knowing glance at everyone, her eyes betraying a hint of understanding. Still, she said nothing, maintaining a calm and regal demeanor as she enjoyed her breakfast. After breakfast, Ryu gathered everyone in the study to discuss their next steps. It was Puck, the self-proclaimed daughter-con, who spoke first. Under my daughter's leadership, we've wiped out the infamous witches' cult and killed 5 Sin archbishops. Based on this achievement alone, my daughter should have no trouble claiming the throne. Puck crossed his paws confidently, though the sight of a fluffy gray cat making such a bold declaration looked more than a little absurd. His boastful statement caused Emilia to feel embarrassed. She had contributed nothing, acting only as a figurehead in the background. No, no, no. This was everyone's achievement, I didn't help at all. Emilia waved her hands, flustered. Leah, don't be so modest. As the leader of the faction, all the credit of your subordinates is yours. Puck gave her an encouraging thumbs up. However, his arrogant declaration annoyed someone. Smack. Without warning, Puck was frozen into a black ball of ice and fell to the ground. Quiet. You may continue, Anastasia said coldly, retracting her hand. The room fell silent as everyone swallowed nervously. Puck. Emilia cried, rushing over to pick up the frozen cat. Thankfully, since their contract hadn't been broken, Puck wasn't in any real danger, much to her relief. At that moment, Ryu spoke up. Indeed, if we announce our victory over the witches' cult, it will cause a massive sensation and bring Emilia great renown. However, doing so would also make her the prime target of the other 4 royal candidates, potentially prompting them to join forces against us. Moreover, the Council of Wise Men, which is supposed to maintain fairness, clearly looks down on us. Competing under such biased circumstances would be asking for trouble. Then what should we do, Sensei? Emilia asked earnestly. Normally, she would address him by name, but calling him Sensei now signified her determination to absorb his political wisdom. Ryu's eyes glinted with satisfaction. Emilia's active willingness to learn these darker political strategies was a significant milestone. He silently thanked the Sin archbishops. Their reckless arrogance had been the perfect catalyst for Emilia's transformation. As for her question, Ryu responded with a single sentence. Chapter 220, FGO, 220. 1,705 words. Since we can't win no matter how we play the game, why not just flip the board and make the rules ourselves? Ryu smiled slightly, revealing a set of perfect teeth. To others, however, his expression radiated killing intent, as if he were a monster ready to devour someone. What do you want to do? Echidna's eyes sparkled with excitement. She realized that following her instincts and aligning with Ryu was the best decision she had ever made. He was like a vast library. Every time she opened a door, thinking she had reached its limits, she would find it was only the first floor. Echidna loved the constant surprise and novelty he brought. To satisfy her thirst for knowledge, she would give up more than just her chastity. She would be willing to sacrifice anything, even her very soul, for a lifetime. That was the kind of woman she was. With an icy smile, Ryu uttered 2 words coldly. Slay the dragon. Slay the sword saint. The dragon was the guardian deity of the kingdom of Lugunica. The saint was none other than Reinhard van Astria, the sword saint. In an instant, the air in the study seemed to freeze. Ha! Did I hear you wrong? Forget where you got the confidence to mess with that overgrown lizard. Are you seriously saying you want to kill him? Either my ears are broken, or your brain got caught in a door. Puck, having just freed himself from Anastasia's ice, couldn't help but ridicule Ryu after hearing his outrageous words. Behind Puck's scornful tone, however, lay a deep fear of Reinhard, the man known as the Sword Saint. Ryu glanced at Puck. Of course, he knew Reinhard's strength. In one timeline of the original story, Reinhard had defeated an enraged, fully powered Puck with just 2 sword strikes. Puck might rank among the top 5 strongest beings in this world, but Reinhard and Sadella were tied for first, their strength almost equally matched. Though it might seem they were on the same level, the gap between them and the rest of the world was as vast as heaven and earth. As the strongest man and woman in the world, Reinhard and Sadella existed on an entirely different plane. It was like scoring 100 on a test, others could only ever achieve 100, but Reinhard and Sadella could have scored higher if the test allowed. With the world itself backing him, Reinhard could receive blessings at any time, making him virtually invincible in some sense. If not for his high moral character and refusal to abuse his power, there would be no need for a royal selection. Whoever Reinhard chose would instantly become king. Reinhard possessed supreme power yet maintained a noble character, restraining himself and never using his strength to oppress others. He was rigorous, honest, incorruptible, brave, and courteous. In many ways, Reinhard was more of a knight than even Lancelot. At least with Reinhard as your knight, you wouldn't have to worry about betrayal. Ryu admired Reinhard. If he had such overwhelming power, he would never endure any grievances. He would never let himself suffer even the slightest injustice. But for the sake of the kingdom, Reinhard could. He truly deserved the title of Knight of Knights. However, for that very reason, Ryu couldn't let him live. Unlocking the witch's core was one reason. But more importantly, Reinhard's unwavering sense of justice would inevitably place him on the opposing side. After all, Ryu planned to destroy the royal selection and flip the entire board. As the kingdom's protector, Reinhard would undoubtedly obstruct those plans. Ryu couldn't afford to be constantly watched by the world's favored son. So, he had to strike first and eliminate Reinhard. As for Lugunica's symbol, the divine dragon? That was just a side task. With Ryu setting the tone, Semiramis, Anastasia, and Echidna all fell in line, and the group quickly began discussing the specifics of their plan. Only Emilia seemed conflicted. Watching everyone grow more and more enthusiastic, she finally couldn't hold back. Isn't it wrong to kill the divine dragon and Sir Reinhard just because of what might happen? Her expression was filled with unease, as if Ryu had handed her a knife and asked her to stab Reinhard herself. The room went silent. Ryug paused before speaking. I don't expect you to adapt to this right away. In fact, with your personality, you might never be able to adapt. But every crown, though shiny and beautiful, is forged in blood. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. That's not just a saying. The weight of the lives it carries is far beyond your imagination. Without that resolve, don't even think about becoming the Witch Queen, let alone a puppet queen of Lugunica. Ryu's blunt words left Emilia feeling deeply dejected. She had thought her recent efforts to learn and grow had shown progress, but it seemed she was still as naive as ever in her sensei's eyes. Hey! Stop bullying my girl. The overprotective Puck tried to jump on Ryu in a rage but was swiftly frozen again by Anastasia. This time, she not only immobilized him but also flung the ice block out the window with a casual flick. After Ryu's lecture, Emilia began doubting whether she was truly fit to be a ruler. Just then, she felt a warmth on her head. Ryu was patting her. But staining your hands with blood doesn't suit you. Leave that to me. You just need to become the wise ruler in people's hearts, someone with the power of the strongest which yet remains kind and benevolent. Emilia looked up at him, her violet eyes rippling with emotion. Ryu's declaration, that he would bear the burdens for her, touched Emilia deeply. She had grown used to scorn, coldness, rejection, and insults. For the first time, she felt a sense of warmth and protection. But how could she let him carry all this alone? These tasks were incredibly dangerous as well. Though she wanted to voice her concerns, the words never left her lips. It was as if Ryu had read her mind, for he spoke first. Don't overthink it. These things must be done, so let me do them. His tone left no room for argument. Emilia obediently nodded, as if awaiting his orders. With the plan in place, the Roswell mansion became a hub of activity. The strategy wasn't as simple as defeating the Divine Dragon and the Sword Saint. To flip the board and compel the Council of Wise Men to acknowledge Emilia as queen was no easy task. If it were, Reinhard, the world's strongest man, would already hold the throne. Even Sadella, who devoured half the world and inspired unparalleled fear, had been hunted down. Raoul didn't want Emilia to become a destroyer, he wanted her to rule the world. Building was far harder than destroying. It's like the real world, launching a few nukes could destroy Earth in moments, but it took humanity millennia to build it into what it is today. To make Emilia a ruler, power alone wasn't enough. Governance required a balance of fear and favor, a concept Raoul with master strategist life skills understood well. Having once ruled as a godlike religious leader in Cabannery of the Iron Fortress, Raoul had experience. However, elevating someone else to power was a new challenge, one he was eager to undertake. Fortunately, the world of Re/Zero offered higher energy levels and an extraordinary ceiling for strength, giving him ample room to maneuver. His prior success in Cabannery had provided valuable insights. By elevating Emilia to a near-divine position, they could bypass the petty games of cunning politicians. After all, Raoul knew he couldn't outmaneuver those who had spent decades mastering political intrigue. As the saying goes, drag your opponent to your level, then beat them with superior experience. Time passed quickly. Just as Emilia's camp was deep in preparation, a messenger from the royal capital arrived, announcing that the royal selection would begin soon. Without Roswell's support, the upper echelons of Lugunica had dismissed Emilia's camp as a contender. The messenger didn't bother hiding his disdain. Pulling out a handkerchief, he waved it dramatically in front of his nose, muttering loudly enough for everyone to hear, typical countryside stench. Rem's brow twitched with anger. Puck, hiding in Emilia's hair, nearly transformed into a raging beast. Only Emilia's firm grip kept him from launching at the messenger. Oblivious to his near-death experience, the messenger smirked. Lady Emilia, the Council of Wise Men has summoned you to the Hall of Governance in the royal capital. The selection will begin in 5 days. If you are late, your qualification will be revoked immediately. That is all. The man's sneer and aristocratic goatee added to his arrogance. To him, a half-elf competing for the throne was a joke. The divine dragon must have been half asleep when it chose her. But Emilia's expression remained serene. She smiled gently. Thank you for coming all this way. You must be tired. Would you like to come inside for coffee and rest a while? The messenger faltered, as though his punch had landed on a pillow. Internally wounded, he scoffed. Humph. No need. I'm far too busy to waste time in the countryside. Turning on his heel, he stormed off. As his dragon carriage pulled away, he muttered, a half-elf as Queen of Lugnica? Laughable. Even if every other candidate died, it still wouldn't be her turn. Puck squirmed, furious. Leah, why did you stop me? I was going to tear that guy's mouth off. Rem frowned. Lady Emilia, that messenger was far too rude. Emilia smiled bitterly. And what good would confronting him do? It would only give our opponents more excuses to trouble us. Rem blinked, surprised. Emilia had always seemed innocent and naive. But now, she appeared composed, even mature. You're right, Emilia, Ray's voice rang out. It seems my and Semiramis' efforts to tutor you haven't been wasted. No need to bother with clowns like that. If a dog bites you, do you need to bite back? Just stay true to your heart. His analogy lightened the mood, drawing a laugh from Emilia. Chapter 221, FGO, 221. 1,682 words. 5 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Early that morning, a modestly decorated dragon carriage arrived at the capital's main gate. Inside it was Emilia, a participant in the royal selection. Strangely, aside from Emilia, the only other passengers were Rem, who was driving the carriage, and the usually silent Anastasia. Missing from the group was Ryu, Emilia's teacher and half her strategist. The atmosphere between Emilia and Anastasia had been heavy throughout the journey. Emilia tried to build rapport with Anastasia, but aside from Ryu, Anastasia treated everyone else coldly. Despite several attempts to strike up a conversation, Emilia was met with nothing but curt responses like or ah. If Emilia had been naturally talkative, she might have carried the conversation herself, but she was not. Under such circumstances, any effort to connect fell flat. Emilia didn't take the coldness personally, but Puck, ever the doting father figure, was displeased by Anastasia's attitude and leaped out to protest. Unfortunately for him, might make right, Anastasia immediately silenced him with an ice spell. With this subtle tension lingering, the carriage moved steadily toward the capital. Fortunately, the witch cult had already been severely weakened, ensuring a smooth and uneventful journey. However, just as Rem was about to drive the carriage through the city gates, an unexpected event occurred. Hey! Stop that dragon carriage! Though the journey had been peaceful, the carriage was abruptly halted by a guard at the gate. You people look suspicious. Where are you from? Speak up, one of the soldiers barked, brandishing his spear in an imposing manner. At first glance, the soldier appeared righteous, but as soon as his eyes landed on the passengers, Emilia and Anastasia, his gaze lingered, betraying his interest. When he finally noticed Emilia's distinctive silver hair and pointed elf ears, he snapped back to his senses, startled. Still, the exchange was enough for Rem to narrow her eyes in quiet disgust. Pointing to the noble crest on the carriage, she replied coldly, "This is the dragon carriage of the Margrave of Roswell. We've come from the Mathers territory." Normally, the Mathers family crest was enough to avoid scrutiny, but this time was different. Rem assumed the heightened security was due to the royal selection. To her surprise, the soldier showed no regard for their crest. Roswell? Mathers? The soldier scoffed. You probably don't know this yet, but the Mathers family has already been stripped of their noble title by a joint decision of the Council of Wise Men and the House of Nobles. Didn't you know? Are you spies sent by the Wallachia Empire? Speak up. This revelation took Rem and Emilia by surprise. They had anticipated opposition after Roswell's fall from grace, but not such insidious accusations. The soldier noted their hesitation, and a glint of triumph flashed in his eyes. Straightening up, he declared, "Speechless, huh? Spies surrender now." His loud proclamation drew the attention of others waiting to enter the city. Whispers spread quickly, with most comments focused on Emilia, whose resemblance to the infamous Witch of Envy had not gone unnoticed. In the past, such scrutiny would have unnerved Emilia. Without the training she'd undergone under Ryu and Semiramis, she might have faltered. But now, Emilia remained composed, as if the onlookers were no more than a field of potatoes. Their stares and murmurs didn't faze her in the slightest. This level of grace and confidence was a far cry from her earlier self, and even the twins, Ram and Rem, who had watched her grow, felt admiration. Emilia had worked tirelessly to realize her cherished dream. While Emilia maintained her calm, Rem struggled to restrain herself in the face of the soldier's baseless accusations. Enough, she snapped. We've come to participate in the royal selection, and Lady Emilia is one of the 5 candidates chosen by the Divine Dragon. The soldier's confidence wavered for a moment, but he quickly steeled himself, recalling a certain lord's promise. You say you're here for the royal selection? Do you have any proof? And besides, how could she, he jabbed a finger at Emilia, a half-demon, be one of the 5 candidates chosen by the Divine Dragon? There must be some mistake. You. Rem gritted her teeth at his insolence, her hand inching toward the hem of her skirt where her morning star lay hidden. She was on the verge of striking him when the commotion escalated further, causing the gate to grow increasingly congested. Then, a clear male voice rang out. What's going on here? A man with purple hair and golden eyes, dressed in knightly attire, approached. It's Lord Julius, someone in the crowd exclaimed. This man was none other than Julius Juculius, the vice-captain of the royal guard and widely known as the finest knight. The soldier harassing Rem quickly pointed at her and said, Lord Julius, you've arrived just in time. These people are acting suspiciously, and I suspect they're spies from another country. They even tried to force their way into the city. You're lying. Rem glared furiously at the soldier, realizing he was trying to twist the situation. Julius's golden eyes surveyed the scene, observing everyone's reactions. Coupled with recent intelligence, he swiftly pieced together the truth. It was clear someone was targeting their allies from the shadows. Although the alliance was tenuous and the treaty not yet broken, Julius, as a knight and a man of honor, had no intention of betraying his allies. The lady in the carriage is indeed Emilia, one of the 5 candidates participating in the royal selection. I vouch for her in my capacity as the vice-captain of the royal guard. The soldier's eyes briefly flashed with disappointment and frustration. But with someone of Julius's stature backing them, he had no choice but to relent. Well, since Lord Julius is vouching for you, I'll let it slide this time. Hey! Aren't you going to thank Lord Julius? The soldier maintained an air of superiority, waving them through as if doing them a favor. Rem tugged on the reins, and the carriage rolled into the capital. At Emilia's invitation, Julius joined them in the carriage. As it disappeared from view, the soldiers spat in their direction. That half-demon thinks she's all high and mighty. Does she believe she can win the royal selection and become queen? Noticing the wary looks from the people around him, the soldier snarled, "What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll arrest you all." The crowd, peasants, hunters, and itinerant merchants of low status, quickly averted their gazes. Satisfied, the soldier puffed out his chest and strutted around like a king among dogs. After a brief patrol, he slipped into a nearby house. Inside, a middle-aged man in a refined butler's uniform sat calmly. Upon seeing him, the soldier broke into a fawning smile and hurried over. "My lord, I followed your instructions, but the vice-captain of the royal guard, Julius, showed up, and I couldn't do anything." The butler regarded him coldly. "You did well enough. When His Highness ascends the throne, you'll be rewarded." The soldier's face lit up. "I'll serve His Highness with all my strength." "See that you do. His Highness won't forget your efforts." The butler patted the soldier's shoulder with an encouraging smile. "Thank you, my lord." "Thank you. Now leave." "Yes, my lord." The soldier retreated with a humble grin, closing the door behind him. Alone, the butler's expression turned sinister, his lips curling into a mockery-laden smirk. "Fool." He stood and gazed out the window in the direction of Emilia's carriage. A half-demon competing for the throne? This is only the appetizer. In the carriage, Emilia exchanged pleasantries with Julius. "Thank you for your assistance, Lord Julius," she said with a gentle smile. "No thanks are necessary." "It's my duty," Julius replied, though a flicker of confusion crossed his face. Something about Emilia had changed, but he couldn't pinpoint what. Burying his doubts, he hesitated before speaking again. "If I may speak frankly, Lady Emilia, many forces are targeting you and trying to eliminate you from the royal selection early." Emilia, however, remained composed. "Thank you for the warning, Lord Julius. But once the royal selection officially begins, they'll have less time to trouble us." Her calmness surprised Julius. Though targeted, she seemed unfazed. Her demeanor made him regard her in a new light. Still, since she wasn't his lord, and might even become an enemy, he held back further words. Finding an excuse, Julius eventually left the carriage. Upon arriving at their destination, they were met with unwelcome news. "What do you mean everything's been confiscated?" After a long day of travel, they'd hoped to rest. Instead, they were informed that all the Mathers family properties in the capital had been seized. "This is outright bullying." Rem fumed, glaring at the middle-aged man before them. He was dressed in fine attire with a monocle and exuded the air of a bureaucrat. In reality, he held a high position in the Council of Wise Men, overseeing land matters in the capital. "It's exactly as I said," he replied, producing an official document sealed by the Council of Wise Men. "If you wish to file a complaint, submit it through proper channels. The minimum processing time is 2 months. His tone was official, but the smugness in his eyes was unmistakable. Rem clenched her fists, tempted to strike him with her morning star, but Emilia's gentle voice stopped her. "Rem, let it go for now. We'll find an inn to stay in." Despite the injustice, Emilia's calm demeanor helped soothe Rem's anger. Over time, Emilia's training had transformed her into someone radiating serenity and kindness. As the carriage drove away, the bureaucrat scoffed. "A half-demon in an inn? Not if the council has anything to say about it." And so it proved. Every inn they visited turned them away, citing ridiculous excuses. Rooms were full, inns were under renovation, or the owner was conveniently on vacation. It became evident, no one would house them while Emilia was with them. Chapter 222, FGO, 222. 1,764 words. Location, Hoshin Trading Company Headquarters. The president of the Hoshin Trading Company, Anastasia, who was also one of the 5 candidates participating in the royal selection, was hosting Emilia and her companions. "Thank you for your help, Lady Anastasia," Emilia said with a hint of helplessness in her expression as she addressed the purple-haired girl sitting across from her. Anastasia Hoshin took a delicate sip of tea, her face adorned with a graceful smile, and replied softly, "Lady Emilia, there's no need for such formalities. After all, we've signed an alliance and are allies who watch over each other." I trust that if I were in need, you would surely extend a helping hand as well. But, in truth, the person you should be thanking most is your mentor, Mr. Ryu. Anastasia smiled brightly. Could it be that Sensei had already foreseen this situation? Emilia asked in surprise. Of course, Anastasia said, pulling a letter from her pocket and handing it to Emilia. This was delivered to our trading company the day before you arrived in the capital. Emilia took the letter. As she gazed at the familiar handwriting, a wave of warmth filled her heart. Only the three of them knew how much they had endured today. After running around the entire day, facing disdain from countless people, not a single inn was willing to let them stay. The only establishment that agreed to host them, a combined inn and tavern, demanded rent 5 times the normal rate. Not only was the price exorbitant, but the accommodations were dreadful, barely better than a pigsty. The tavern on the first floor reeked of cheap alcohol and perfume, with scantily clad waitresses wandering about. When the three entered, the customers' eyes nearly glued themselves to them. One particularly vulgar group ogled shamelessly, their gazes lingering on sensitive areas. Although any one of the three could have easily defeated everyone present, they chose not to stay, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble. They thought the matter was settled. Much to their surprise, the lecherous group followed them after they left, ambushing their dragon carriage in a secluded area and attempting to use force against them. Naturally, these fools sealed their doom by picking a fight with a titanium steel wall. Initially, Emilia had wanted to hand them over to the city guard, but Anastasia, enraged by their disgusting behavior, froze them into shards of ice. The Ice Princess, with her immense power, was not one to suffer such offenses lightly. Though venting their anger by dealing with the men brought some satisfaction, it didn't solve their primary problem. They still had nowhere to stay. Just when they were at a loss, members of the Iron Fang mercenary group found them and invited them to the Hoshin Trading Company, leading to the current situation. Anastasia and Emilia chatted idly about various topics. After training under their respective mentors, Emilia had become adept at conversation, able to deflect probing questions without offending anyone, even if she wasn't yet skilled enough to extract information herself. Rem stood behind Emilia, while Anastasia's silent companion, whose name was strikingly similar to Anastasia's, sat quietly in the corner, sipping her tea with no visible interest in the conversation. It was then that Anastasia, turning her teacup in her hands, spoke up. Lady Emilia, I must admit I have a bad habit. Whenever I set my sights on something, I must have it, whether it's wealth, treasures, or power. And now, it seems I've added one more thing to that list, talent. As Anastasia finished her sentence, she looked up, her eyes meeting Emilia's directly. Would you, Lady Emilia, be willing to part with your mentor and let me have him? The atmosphere froze in an instant. Before Emilia could respond, an immense killing intent burst forth from Ice Princess Anastasia, her cold gaze fixed on the purple-haired girl. Bang! The door to the room was suddenly thrown open. Julius was the first to rush in, followed by a large werewolf and 3 squirrel-like warriors. They immediately drew their weapons, positioning themselves defensively in front of Anastasia, their faces tense as they stared at the silver-haired princess. Despite their numbers, they felt no sense of safety. The beautiful, elegant silver-haired girl exuded a terrifying aura, like a dragon in human form. Her sheer presence was overwhelming, pressing down on them with the force of a tsunami. It took everything they had to remain standing. Julius, in particular, was shocked. The oppressive force radiating from this seemingly fragile girl rivaled that of Reinhard, the strongest man and most powerful sword saint in history. Though they outnumbered her 5-1, it felt as though they were the ones surrounded. Cold sweat dripped from their faces as the silver-haired girl fixed them with an icy gaze. Anastasia, too, was stunned. When she first met the cold and distant girl, Anastasia had been curious. But the girl's aloof demeanor had eventually shifted Anastasia's attention to Emilia, from whom she tried to extract information. Now, however, it was clear, the true powerhouse in their midst had been the silent companion all along, her sheer presence enough to render Anastasia's forces utterly immobile. For a moment, Anastasia felt as though the heavens were mocking her. After all the storms she had weathered, building the Hoshin Trading Company from the ground up at just 22 and creating a massive multinational organization, she had always prided herself on her composure and strength. Yet even she had to admit to feeling a pang of jealousy toward Emilia. Despite being a half-demon, the most hated of all creatures on the continent, Emilia had managed to gather such extraordinary talent around her. Anastasia couldn't help but envy that. Sensing the tension in the air, as if a fight might break out at any moment, Anastasia quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. My apologies. Lady Amelia, I was only joking. Please don't take it seriously. Anastasia clasped her hands together, closing one eye playfully as she apologized. Amelia, not one to hold grudges and mindful of the help she had received, decided to let the matter go. It's fine. We didn't take offense. With that, Amelia gently took her companion's hand, her eyes showing a hint of pleading. After spending enough time with Amelia, most people couldn't help but grow fond of the kind-hearted and innocent girl. Even Anastasia's cold-heartedness was no exception. Perhaps Amelia was the only person besides Ryu who could make Anastasia back down, even a little. And so, the small dispute came to an end. Still, Anastasia Hoshin had gained something from the encounter. At the very least, she had glimpsed the terrifying true nature of her seemingly harmless ally. The night passed quickly. The next day marked the official start of the royal selection ceremony. Amelia and her two companions were escorted out of the Hoshin Trading Company through a hidden passage by the deputy leader of the Iron Fang mercenaries, the Catbeastman siblings, heading toward the royal castle via a different route. The alliance between Amelia and Anastasia was a secret, and it wasn't yet time to reveal the relationship between their two camps. Additionally, it had been the Iron Fang mercenaries who helped Amelia evade the spies tailing her the previous day. As a world-renowned mercenary group, they were highly skilled in such matters. When word spread that Amelia's group had mysteriously reappeared on the streets, several factions kept an eye on her cursed and smashed porcelain in frustration. They had spent the entire night targeting her, only for her to slip away, rendering their efforts in vain. Achoo! Amelia suddenly sneezed as she sat in the dragon carriage. Huh? Leah, are you feeling unwell? Could it be you've caught a cold? Puck immediately flew out from Amelia's hair, fussing over her with concern. Amelia quickly reassured him, I'm fine, Puck. My nose just felt a little itchy for a moment. Really? Really? Still, Puck remained somewhat suspicious. Leah, you tend to hide when you're not feeling well. Are you sure you're not doing that again? Amelia smiled wryly. It's nothing this time, I promise. Look, I'm in perfect shape. She struck a playful pose, flexing her arms as if to show off her muscles, though, of course, she had none to display. After some coaxing, Puck finally let her be. As the dragon carriage neared the royal castle, an incident suddenly occurred. While Rem drove the carriage toward the royal council hall, a figure darted out from a nearby alley. Reacting with lightning speed, Rem pulled the reins sharply, causing the dragon to veer to the right. The sudden force made the entire carriage groan as if it might fall apart. Though Rem's reaction was swift, the carriage, carrying 3 people, was too large and unwieldy. Worse yet, the figure didn't slow down but instead accelerated, crashing headlong into it. The impact knocked the figure to the ground. It was a short, scruffy man in tattered burlap clothes, his face lecherous and grimy. As he fell, he rolled onto the ground, letting out exaggerated screams of agony as though the carriage had crushed his legs. As if on cue, a dozen burly men rushed out of the alley, surrounding the carriage. You knocked someone over. Get out of the carriage, one of them shouted. Yeah. You hit someone and think you can just leave? This is the royal capital. Even nobles don't get to act so high and mighty. The group clamored aggressively, as though they intended to drag Rem off the carriage. If Ryo had been there, he would have laughed at how poorly the men were faking an injury. But sadly, Rem had never encountered such a situation before. She panicked, forgetting her superhuman strength, which could have crushed them all with a single hand. Her expression turned to one of frustration and confusion. It was him who ran out of the alley so suddenly. I swerved to avoid him. Rem's voice trembled with grievance. You weren't paying attention while driving the carriage, one of the men countered. Yeah, you hit him and now won't even admit it. Do you think you're better than us just because you're nobles? The man who had been hit continued wailing, his screams so dramatic they could rival a Brazilian footballer's most theatrical dive. His over-the-top performance attracted a crowd of onlookers, who began pointing and whispering. When they realized the person in the carriage was Amelia, the mood shifted dramatically. No matter the truth, it was always the silver-haired half-demon's fault. Chapter 223, FGO, 223. 1941 words. No matter the world, when people are swept up in a rhythm set by someone else, most become entirely consumed by it, following along mindlessly. This seems to be a psychological phenomenon. In such moments, individuals cease to exist as themselves and instead merge into a collective. This is why group incidents often arise when large crowds gather. Even if someone doesn't genuinely agree, they often find themselves unconsciously going along with the crowd's momentum. This is exactly the situation Emilia and her companions now face. A malicious individual had stirred up the crowd, exploiting the prejudice that everything is the silver-haired half-demon's fault, and soon, the rhythm gained momentum. At first, there were scattered murmurs of agreement, but these quickly fused into a deafening wave of accusations. The crowd's ire pointed directly at Emilia, seated in the dragon carriage. Even Rem, usually calm and composed, was at a loss. Panic was evident on her face, her eyes moist with unshed tears. At that moment, a squad leader strode forward, arrogance radiating from his every step. With a smug expression, he pointed at them. "You must all come with me to the city guard station for an investigation. Immediately." "Please, wait a moment," Emilia said, standing. Though she knew the other party was deliberately targeting them, seeing Rem on the verge of tears left her no choice but to step forward. Besides, they couldn't afford to be taken to the city guard station right now. Any delay would make them late for the royal selection. It was obvious the other party intended to exploit this, possibly even stripping her of her eligibility to participate. Worse, the incident could be used to further tarnish her reputation. Even after enduring Ryu's harsh truths and the dark realities of the world, Emilia clung to a sliver of hope. If I can ascend to the throne peacefully, then there won't be a need for so much sacrifice, she thought. From the perspective of a nation's leader, such an idea could only be described as naive. "Sir, we truly have an urgent matter and cannot accompany you to the city guard station. Could we heal this gentleman with magic and compensate him?" Emilia suggested politely. "No way. You must come with me today." During the royal selection, any disturbances or major incidents, whether caused by a commoner or noble, are punished severely, the squad leader declared with pride. He smirked as he added, "This is the collective decision of the Council of the Wise Men." If this had been an ordinary extortion attempt, they might have settled for a hefty bribe of holy coins. But it was clear the group's true goal was to delay Emilia, ensuring she missed the royal selection ceremony. This would provide grounds for a smear campaign, severely damaging her reputation and possibly disqualifying her. The plan was insidious, expertly timed, and flawlessly executed. If Emilia compromised, lateness would be unavoidable. If she forced her way through, the mastermind behind the scenes would amplify the incident, using the crowd as witnesses. Harming someone and fleeing would create a narrative of Emilia as arrogant and unreasonable, further tarnishing her already fragile image as a silver-haired half-demon. No matter what Emilia chose, she was trapped. Under normal circumstances, her reputation might have withstood another hit. But during the royal selection period, any negative news about the candidates would be magnified, heavily influencing the outcome. Even when Emilia revealed her identity and presented the gem symbolizing her status as a dragon priestess, the squad leader remained relentless, clearly intent on dragging things out. Meanwhile, a now calm Rem felt her own temper flaring again. If Emilia hadn't held her back, she might have pulled her mace from under her skirt and smashed it into the man's head. Puck, too, was tempted to freeze the man into an ice sculpture, but Emilia restrained him as well. Ultimately, Emilia couldn't bring herself to harm others just to save time. As Emilia exhausted her words to no avail, Anastasia, who had been silent like a statue, suddenly opened her eyes. Ryu had used telepathic communication to reach her at this critical moment. After hearing Ryu's instructions, Anastasia stepped out of her dragon carriage and approached Emilia, pulling her aside. "Do you trust him?" Anastasia asked cryptically. Emilia immediately understood and nodded without hesitation. "All right, here's what you need to do." Anastasia raised her hand, inscribing runes that created a barrier isolating them from the outside world. Given Anastasia's mastery of magic and the unique abyssal power within her, no one could penetrate her soundproof barrier. When Anastasia relayed Ryu's plan, Emilia's face filled with disbelief. How can we do something like that?" Anastasia pointed at the agitated crowd beyond the barrier. Some were gloating, others ridiculing, cursing, or mocking with scornful smiles. Facing this, do you think everything you're doing is meaningful? Do you believe you can truly ascend to the throne? Wake up and face reality. Looking into the malicious eyes of the crowd, a glimmer of despair flashed through Emilia's gaze. Suddenly, she smiled. You're right. Since I've already resolved to do this, I should look forward. Though Emilia smiled, it was a heartbreaking one, like the last wilting rose of winter. Anastasia recognized it as a look of profound despair. Emilia had lost all faith in the corrupt nobles and the council of the wise men, and her heart was shattered by the ignorance of the masses she wished to help. Anastasia dispelled the barrier. We'll go with you, Emilia said emotionlessly to the squad leader. That's enough, right? The squad leader, slightly puzzled, wondered what the two girls had discussed, but he quickly dismissed the thought. What mattered was completing his superior's orders. As he arrogantly led Emilia and her companions away, the crowd erupted into cheers, celebrating as if a hero had vanquished a great evil. Not far away, the towering spires of the royal castle rose like clouds. The tallest among them was a solitary tower that loomed over every other structure within the castle grounds, offering an unobstructed view of the surrounding area, including the commotion that had just unfolded near the royal castle. Inside the tower, an elderly man with white hair stood by the window's edge, his robes flowing around him. A satisfied smile played on his lips as he watched Emilia and her companions being led away. At that moment, a man in a luxurious suit, sporting a meticulously groomed mustache, entered the room and bowed respectfully. Anyone familiar with this nobleman would be shocked to see him here. It was none other than Miklatov McMahon, whose rank was second only to Duchess Crush Karsten in the kingdom. The deference he displayed could only be reserved for one individual in the kingdom of Lugunica. Lord Miklatov, the task is complete. That silver-haired half-elf won't make it to the royal selection ceremony on time, the nobleman reported. Miklatov McMahon was the de facto ruler of Lugunica and speaker of the Council of Wise Men. Well done. Lugunica is a land blessed by the dragon's protection. A silver-haired half-elf must not be allowed to tarnish or defile it, the elderly man declared firmly. Although the city guard captain had detained Emilia, he was a minor figure, one who wouldn't dare harm someone recognized by the dragon as a royal candidate. In Lugunica, the dragon's commands were absolute. Thus, while the Council of Wise Men vehemently opposed certain candidates, they had no choice but to grudgingly accept the participation of a scandalous widow, a foreign merchant, and even a silver-haired half-elf in the royal selection. But where there's policy, there's always counter-strategy. The so-called Great Dragon, who slumbered endlessly, couldn't possibly outmaneuver the politically astute and scheming speaker of the Council of Wise Men, a man who had spent decades mastering the art of power. While the dragon had chosen 5 royal candidates, theoretically granting each an equal chance to ascend the throne, the process was rife with manipulation. On the surface, the competition seemed fair, centered on governing one's territory. Yet a closer analysis revealed stark inequities. For instance, the Karsten family, the most powerful noble house aside from the royal family, had a massive head start. Among the candidates, only Priscilla Bariel, also from a noble lineage, could rival them. Meanwhile, Emilia, Felt, and Anastasia Hoshin were outclassed. Anastasia, though wealthy, was a foreigner with no firm foothold in the kingdom. Felt, despite being backed by the Sword Saint's lineage, represented a family whose fame outweighed its actual strength. Though Reinhard van Astria, the Sword Saint himself, was peerless in personal prowess, this alone could not secure victory. As for Emilia, the resources of a border count paled in comparison to those of a duke, especially since her territory consisted of just a handful of villages. Without external intervention, Emilia's camp was destined to fail. Had it not been for the interference of a certain meddler, the so-called royal selection would have been nothing more than a farce orchestrated by the Council of Wise Men. Time ticked away. When the clock struck 9, signaling the official start of the royal selection ceremony, the city guard captain allowed himself a sigh of relief. He had successfully delayed the silver-haired half-elf long enough to ensure her late arrival. Even if she could fly, the ceremony had already begun. Unless she could turn back time, she was guaranteed to miss it. At this point, detaining them any longer would be too conspicuous and invite scrutiny. Releasing them now, just as the ceremony began, ensured they'd be late, a perfectly calculated strategy. Smiling with satisfaction, the captain released them. This sequence of events made it clear that the mastermind behind the plot was a cunning and politically astute figure. Yet one detail puzzled him. Aside from the blue-haired girl's visible frustration, neither the silver-haired half-elf nor the regal-looking silver-haired girl accompanying her showed any reaction. It was as if they didn't care. Pretending to be calm. Let's see you cry when the Council of Wise Men disqualifies you from the royal selection in front of everyone, the city guard captain smirked internally. Outwardly, he maintained a courteous demeanor. Forgive us, Lady Amelia. We were just following the Council of Wise Men's orders. Hearing his insincere apology, Ram prepared to retort, but Amelia raised her hand to stop her. That's your duty. May we leave now, she replied calmly. Of course, the captain responded with a broad smile, though inwardly he cursed her. Act high and mighty now. Once you're disqualified and lose your backing, you might end up in a brothel, and I'll be the first to visit. Had it not been for the sensitive timing of the royal selection and Amelia's delicate status, he would have imprisoned them outright. Meanwhile, in the royal castle's grand assembly hall, the 8 sages of the Council of Wise Men were seated in judgment. Below them, the aristocracy's civil representatives and the military faction, clad in their pristine white knight uniforms, were divided. At the center of the hall stood 4 unique young women. Crush Karsten, head of the Karsten Duchy and the frontrunner for the throne, stood with a commanding presence. Dressed in sharp, military-style men's attire, the green-haired tomboy exuded a rigid discipline rarely seen in women. Beside her stood a purple-haired girl, Anastasia Hoshin, with a gentle smile. Despite her outwardly harmless demeanor, her cunning had earned her dominance in the business world, where even seasoned merchants trembled at her name. On Anastasia's left was a noblewoman in a luxurious red dress, proudly flaunting her alluring figure. Chapter 224, FGO, 224. 1815 words. In terms of physique, this young lady might be considered the finest among all the girls present, particularly with her majestic figure that captivates men's gazes. A generous estimate might place her bust at 36E. Coupled with her off-shoulder, intricately designed gown adorned with red and black gemstones, she fully embodies the image of an aristocratic young lady from a prestigious family. Unlike Crush, who is disciplined and modest, this girl, Priscilla Bariel, exudes a signature noble arrogance that defines her first impression. Her crimson presence, reminiscent of blood, radiates arrogance from her very core, even her soul. However, it's not the irritating kind of arrogance, but the solitary pride of a true ruler. In terms of popularity and influence, she might be Crush's greatest obstacle to ascending the throne. As for the blonde-haired girl to the far left, wearing a perpetual expression of "don't mess with me. Get lost," that's Felt, who has previously crossed paths with Ryu and his group. To be precise, her full name is Felt Lagunica, the last surviving descendant of the royal family. Despite wearing a luxurious bright yellow court gown with an elegant makeup look, her untamed wildness is impossible to conceal. This draws whispered criticisms from the nearby nobles. Uncouth, ill-mannered, lowly origins, these insulting comments are spoken just loudly enough for Felt to hear. Naturally, Felt isn't one to take insults lightly. She immediately turns around and starts berating the offenders. Priscilla, annoyed by the noise, sneers sarcastically, provoking Felt to shift her focus and fire back at her instead. Priscilla, of course, is not one to back down either, and the situation quickly escalates toward confrontation. Watching Felt's combative behavior, Reinhard stands nearby with a calm smile, though internally he's nearly at his limit. The once dignified council chamber now resembles a bustling marketplace, causing the wise men present to shake their heads in disapproval. Initially, the Council of Wise Men viewed Felt as the ideal candidate for the throne. As the last royal descendant, she possessed the perfect legitimacy while lacking any real power base, making her the perfect puppet. Unfortunately, growing up in the slums had shaped Felt into a defiant spirit, set against the nobility at every turn. This attitude was naturally unacceptable to the Council of Wise Men, the very embodiment of the aristocratic elite. Ahem. At that moment, Miklatov, the elderly chairman seated closest to the throne, cleared his throat. The knight commander standing at the front of the crowd immediately bellowed. Everyone, silence. The combined authority of the Council of Wise Men's leader and the knight commander instantly quieted the hall. Have we all calmed down? Perhaps we should get to the main topic. TCH, Felt muttered under her breath, turning her face away. Humph. Beside her, Priscilla snapped open her feathered fan, her seductive, almond-shaped eyes now filled with a cold, menacing gleam. Sir Miklatov, there is still one candidate absent. Shall we wait a little longer or? The knight commander hesitated. You mean the half-elf? It's already an extraordinary mercy from the divine dragon to let her participate. To arrive late to such an important event, I say we strip her of her candidacy outright. An angry, bald wise men seated opposite snapped before Miklatov could respond. Indeed. A lowly half-elf keeps so many distinguished individuals waiting? The divine dragon must have chosen poorly to grant that silver-haired half-elf her qualifications, murmured a cluster of civil officials, fanning the flames. Though the knights on the left remained silent due to their discipline, disapproval was evident in their eyes. Only a few, including Reinhard and Julius, maintained neutral expressions. Meanwhile, a certain cross-dressing individual fixed his gaze on his elegantly dressed master, their roles in their peculiar dynamic crystal clear. Among the 4 royal candidates, reactions varied. Crush stood upright, refraining from comment. Anastasia appeared contemplative. Perhaps the silver-haired half-elf knew she couldn't win and decided to forfeit, Priscilla remarked smugly, needling everyone as usual. Even if she forfeits, it doesn't mean you've won. What are you so proud of, idiot? Felt retorted, seemingly incapable of not responding to Priscilla. Looks like this little runt is itching to die. Priscilla's almond eyes flashed with hostility. Bring it on. You think I'm scared of you, you crazy woman? Felt shot back, baring her teeth like a wildcat. The two seemed like a red fox and a stray cat locked in a standoff, eliciting simultaneous sighs from Reinhard and Aldebaran, the latter of whom wore a full-face helmet and had only one arm. Their gazes met, and a silent understanding passed between them. Both shared the misfortune of serving such troublesome masters. As the room verged on chaos once more, the Knight Commander turned to Miklatov with a pleading look. The royal selection ceremony is a sacred ritual granted by the divine dragon. It must not be delayed for anyone, Miklatov remarked kindly, though his words were ruthlessly clear. Emilia was excluded from the selection. The chamber erupted in mocking laughter and derision. The Knight Commander sighed, sympathizing with the silver-haired half-elf girl. However, ensuring the stability of Lugunica was paramount. Should Emilia, with her negative reputation, ascend to the throne, it would spell disaster for the kingdom. Resolute, the Knight Commander declared. I now pronounce the start of the royal selection ceremony. His powerful voice resounded through the chamber, signaling not only the beginning of the ceremony but also Emilia's complete exclusion. Bang! At that moment, the grand doors to the chamber swung open, and 2 silver-haired figures strode in gracefully, meeting the crowd's mixture of shock, scorn, hostility, and schadenfreude head-on. Walking behind was Anastasia, her face frosty, while slightly ahead was Emilia. But today, Emilia felt completely different. Normally, her smile carried an innocent charm, 3 parts sweetness, 3 parts purity, and 3 parts humility. While many feared her due to her identity as a silver-haired half-elf, her warm, spring-like demeanor softened the fear into reluctant acceptance. Yet today, Emilia's expression was as icy as Anastasia's. Her sharp ears were deliberately hidden beneath her hair, and the 2 girls, walking one behind the other, exuded an air of sisterhood. Emilia strode forward without acknowledging the mocking gazes directed at her. Her steps on the crimson carpet were steady and regal, her demeanor both proud and composed. Today, she presented herself as a different Emilia altogether, one befitting the title of queen. This new Emilia, however, brought to mind the image of the Witch of Envy, who once consumed half the world. Without realizing it, the mocking murmurs of the nobles quieted, replaced by an oppressive silence. Their derision faded, replaced by wariness as they beheld her imposing presence. Among the assembled throng, a few noticed the subtle shift in her aura. Reinhard, in particular, felt an intense unease. A foreboding sensation filled him as if something catastrophic was about to occur. His unease deepened when his dragon sword, Reed, began to quiver at his hip. The blade's faintly exposed edge gleamed sharply, hinting that it might draw itself. The implication was clear. At least one of the 2 girls before him was deemed a worthy adversary by the dragon's sword, possibly both. How is that possible? Reinhard thought, a sense of absurdity creeping over him. Unbeknownst to him, as Emilia approached, the witch's core sealed within her body pulsed ominously. Dark energy began to leak from its chains, and it throbbed like a heartbeat. Before Reinhard could grasp what was happening, the sharp voice of a wise man interrupted. How dare you be late for the sacred royal selection ceremony? You filthy silver-haired half-elf, how insolent you are. The speaker was the bald wise man from the right side of the chamber, notorious for his fiery temper and rivalry with Miklatov for the position of council leader. Wasting no time, he pointed at Emilia and unleashed a tirade, treating her not as a candidate chosen by the divine dragon, but as a lowly servant girl who had erred. Ordinarily, this would fluster Emilia, who might hurriedly apologize in submission. But not today. Emilia shot him a frosty glare. Are you done? If so, kindly shut up. Now it's my turn to speak. I had assumed a wise man of your stature would possess wisdom and eloquence, yet all you spew are vulgarities unbecoming of your position. You. How dare you? Guards. Seize this insolent woman immediately, the blad man fumed, his rage boiling over. Miklatov, meanwhile, hid his delight behind a benign smile. Emilia's outburst gave him ample grounds to disqualify her. Feigning mediation, he interjected. Lady Emilia, don't you think this behavior is a bit unbecoming? Before he could finish, Emilia turned her pointed finger toward him and declared loudly. Silence. You shameless. I once thought you were devoted to serving the people, but now I see you for what you truly are, a scheming, manipulative fraud. You deceive the divine dragon, oppress the people, and form cliques to consolidate power, removing dissenters. Despite living 106 years, you've achieved nothing of merit, no reforms to benefit the kingdom, no accomplishments in foreign affairs. All you've done is wag your tongue and feather your own nest. Boom. The entire council hall erupted in an uproar. Dozens of astonished and incredulous eyes turned to Emilia, the silver-haired half-elf who stood proud and defiant. This wasn't just any outburst, she had openly insulted the leader and vice-leader of the Council of Wise Men, the two most powerful figures in Lugunica's political and economic circles. It was equivalent to scolding the emperor and prime minister in the Wallachia Empire. And yet, Emilia had done so in front of hundreds of Lugunica's elite, pointing directly at their noses. Their authority lay shattered. Unless the two wise men could swiftly crush Emilia's challenge, their decades of carefully built prestige would crumble. But Emilia's bold words weren't entirely her own. They came from a certain mischievous advisor, whose penchant for stirring trouble had crafted a flawless tirade. The cathartic sensation left Emilia oddly intoxicated. The reactions of those present varied wildly. Nobles and knights alike stared at her as though she were a creature from another world. Among the four other candidates, Crush remained composed, yet her surprise was evident. Anastasia's expression was complicated, her calculating mind reeling from this unexpected revelation. For someone who prided herself on reading people, Emilia's transformation was deeply unsettling. Priscilla, initially scornful of Emilia, now hid a sly smile behind her feathered fan. Her ruby-red eyes gleamed with curiosity. How amusing. To think this dull, timid half-elf had such a fiery spine. Most intriguing. Felt, ever the straightforward one, unabashedly gave Emilia a thumbs up. Silver-haired sis, you're amazing. Guards. Where are the guards? Arrest this insolent woman immediately. Miklatov roared, his beard trembling with fury. By the authority of the Council of Wise Men, I hereby strip you of your right to participate in the royal selection. Chapter 225, FGO, 225. 1,755 words. Spare me your concerns, this kind of royal selection ceremony is not worth attending. Emilia showed no sign of compromise as she took out the gem symbolizing her identity as the royal candidates. Snap. She threw it to the ground like trash. The once noisy council chamber instantly fell silent. Countless eyes stared blankly at Emilia, standing at the center of the room. If the initial reaction was shock, it soon turned to sheer terror. For the dragon kingdom of Lugunica, the divine dragon Volcanica was an absolute faith. It was akin to God for Christians, Buddha for Buddhists, or Allah for Muslims. Emilia's actions were no less than burning the Bible before Christians, smashing a Buddha statue before Buddhists, or folding the Quran into paper airplanes before Muslims. This woman had gone mad. More than 99% of the people present couldn't help but have this thought cross their minds. Felt, who had been cheering loudly just moments ago, swallowed hard in fright. Priscilla muttered under her breath, now who exactly is the arrogant one? Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar resounded through the hall. You've got some nerve. Miklatov was so enraged that his mustache went askew. Forgetting all decorum, he pointed a trembling finger at Emilia and shouted. You insolent half-elf! That gem is a sacred relic bestowed by the divine dragon. It must not be desecrated. Who gave you the right to do this? Of course, I gave her the right. The voice cut through the tension like a knife. Who? Having his authority repeatedly undermined, Miklatov's facade of kindness crumbled. Furious and flustered, he demanded to know the source of the voice. At that moment, Reinhard van Astria's expression turned solemn. His hand unconsciously moved to the hilt of his dragon sword, Reed. He had already sensed the arrival of a being with immense power. A brilliant blue spatial portal opened behind Emilia, and out of it stepped three figures, one man and two women. Leading them was none other than the long-absent protagonist, Ngwen Ryu. Following him were the Empress Semiramis and the assassin Elsa. Something about the two women had changed, their allure was even more dazzling, their every movement radiating a mature, captivating charm as though tempting others to indulge in their splendor. Yet all eyes were fixed on the young man at the forefront. It wasn't that Ryu outshone Semiramis and Elsa in charm, but because of what he held in his right hand. Grasped in Ryu's hand was a massive dragon's head, house-sized, ferocious, and still dripping blood. Its twisted horns, dinner plate-sized eyes, and blade-sharp fangs were unmistakable. A thunderous realization struck everyone present. That was none other than the head of Volcanica, the divine dragon of Lagunica, its guardian deity and symbol of faith. This can't be. This can't be. Several individuals collapsed, staring blankly at the dragon's glaring, lifeless eyes. Drip. Drip. Drops of blood fell from the severed neck, hitting the ground like the final hammer stroke to their hearts. Lagunica was doomed. The same thought flashed through nearly every mind in the hall. Boom. Ryu casually tossed the enormous dragon's head onto the crimson carpet. Taking out a handkerchief, he wiped his hands and spoke with calm indifference. Sorry, I made a quick detour to deal with a big lizard. I trust I'm not late? His tone was as nonchalant as if he had slaughtered a pig rather than the guardian deity and faith of Lagunica. The reason for Ryu's absence had been his journey to slay Volcanica, accompanied by Semiramis and Elsa. Unlike others, who might struggle, Ryu didn't even need his trump card, he simply rolled up his sleeves and fought the dragon head-on. Volcanica, either groggy or overconfident, refrained from using its breath attacks or magic, choosing instead to engage in close combat. This played directly into Ryu's hands. Within moments, he had ripped off its wings to prevent escape, pummeled it into submission, and finally twisted its head clean off. With 2 out of 3 seal keys now in hand, only one remained. Ryu's gaze swept across the room, locking onto a figure in white knightly attire with fiery red hair. Reinhard van Astria. Simultaneously, the world's strongest sword saint fixed a grave stare on Ryu. Their eyes met, and in that instant, the thunder seemed to crackle as their battle auras collided, filling the hall with oppressive tension. The crowd instinctively parted, clearing a path between the two. Miklatov, seated at the head of the room, snapped back to his senses. He didn't need confirmation, the overwhelming aura emanating from the severed head was unmistakably Volcanica's. The divine dragon was dead. What mattered now was killing its murderer. Only by doing so could Lagunica salvage its dignity. Otherwise, with the royal lineage extinguished, the divine dragon slain, and the culprit walking free, Lagunica's doom was certain. Neighboring powers like the Valachian Empire, the Gastico Kingdom, and the Kororagi Federation would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to invade, potentially dividing Lagunica among themselves. Miklatov's position as the true ruler of Lagunica would collapse, leaving him as nothing more than a frail old man. Realizing this, Miklatov pointed at Ryu and shouted. Reinhard. This man has desecrated the divine dragon. Kill him. His command fanned the flames of the imminent conflict. Reinhard stepped forward. Though I bear you no personal grudge. Ryu cut him off mid-sentence. Save the excuses. That burning battle spirit of yours is plain as day. From the moment I appeared, you've been itching to draw your sword. Well, come on. I've been wanting to test the might of the strongest sword saint. Fight me. Reinhard seemed taken aback by Ryu's words, momentarily stunned. Then, a gentle smile graced his face, bright and dazzling, the kind that could easily captivate countless women. Apologies. Indeed, I acted out of personal motives. This has nothing to do with the nation. As a warrior, my blood has been ignited by you. Their gazes locked mid-air, sparks seeming to fly. Then, with solemn expressions, they formally introduced themselves. Ngwen Ryu. Reinhard van Astria. It felt like a sacred ritual. Let's settle this. Before the words had fully landed, Reinhard, dressed in white knightly attire, and Ryu, cloaked in black, clashed fiercely. Boom. A deafening roar erupted, and the entire council hall trembled as though the heavens were collapsing. At the center of their impact, the sturdy stone floor cracked like a spider web before shattering completely. All the windows were blown out by the shockwaves, sending nobles and knights tumbling. Only a few of the more powerful royal candidates managed to steady themselves with the help of their knights. As the aftershocks subsided, the crowd turned their gaze back to the scene. By this time, Reinhardt had already drawn the dragon sword. Its radiant white light collided with Ryu's apocalypse gauntlets, emitting a deafening clash akin to a tolling bell, while sparks flew like fireworks. Compared to the lifeless dragon head lying on the ground, the two combatants resembled dragons in human skin. Seeing that neither could gain the upper hand, they tacitly broke apart and transformed into streaks of black and white lightning, crossing and clashing throughout the hall. Meanwhile, the members of the Council of Wise Men, who had already retreated to the platform, peeked out cautiously. One female wise man asked nervously, "Lord Miklatov, does Sir Reinhardt have a chance of winning?" With a confident expression, Miklatov declared, "Of course. We are all well aware of Sir Reinhardt's strength. There's no he would lose. In less than 3 minutes, Sir Reinhardt will undoubtedly slay this lunatic who killed the divine dragon." Miklatov, fully confident in Reinhardt's abilities, had no doubt. This was the strongest man in the world, defeat was simply impossible. But the dragon is dead. "What are we going to do now?" another wise man asked worriedly. His words cast a shadow over the group. Everyone knew that without the divine dragon, Lugnica was on the brink of collapse. Miklatov's eyes gleamed sharply. Although he wanted to cling to his position of power as the speaker, ruling like an uncrowned king, he also needed to plan for himself and his family. After careful thought, he tentatively suggested, "Perhaps we could make private contact with the Valachian Empire." The other wise men stared at him in shock. Lugnica was in dire straits, and the speaker of the Council of Wise Men was suggesting selling out the country. "You! How could you suggest such a thing?" The bald vice-speaker erupted in fury, yelling at Miklatov. A flash of murderous intent crossed Miklatov's eyes, but he maintained a benevolent expression, trying to persuade his colleagues. "Think about it, everyone. Without the divine dragon's protection or a king, Lugnica is teetering on the edge of destruction. Annexation is inevitable. Why not plan ahead?" The council members, experienced old schemers, began weighing the pros and cons. For a moment, their gazes flickered indecisively. Miklatov smirked at the bald guy, his eyes filled with triumph. But to everyone's surprise, the bald guy suddenly lunged at him. This man, with northern Gastico blood in his veins, was physically strong. Catching Miklatov off guard, he tackled him to the ground, and the two began grappling fiercely. The scuffle soon spread to the other wise men. An unprecedented sight unfolded, the most powerful council in Lugnica, made up of elderly wise men with a combined age in the thousands, descended into a chaotic brawl behind the platform. If the nobles in the hall below witnessed this, they would be utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the battle between Ryu and Reinhardt had reached a fever pitch. Both were fully immersed, ignoring everything else. Reinhardt, initially concerned about collateral damage, began losing ground. Seizing an opening, Ryu delivered a devastating blow, shattering Reinhardt's heart. Thankfully, Reinhardt possessed the blessing of the Phoenix, reviving instantly. Moreover, this blessing granted him unlimited resurrection, a key reason he was deemed the strongest man alive. With the blessing of the Sword Saint and other combat-enhancing blessings, Reinhardt was a nearly invincible figure, a living cheat code. After dying once, Reinhardt abandoned all hesitation, focusing entirely on Ryu. The hall was filled with wild sword energy and gale-like punches. Unlucky nobles were sliced in two by stray sword waves or obliterated by punches. Terrified screams erupted as the crowd scrambled to escape. Suddenly, black ice walls rose, transforming the council hall into a massive prison, or a coliseum. Neither nobles nor knights could escape. They could only await the outcome of the clash between Ryu and Reinhardt. Chapter 226, FGO, 226. 1958 words. As the number of casualties on the battlefield continued to rise, Reinhardt's face betrayed a trace of unease. With a sudden, forceful motion, he pushed Ryu away. The dragon sword, Reed, in his hand abruptly radiated a dazzling white light. The next strike would be cataclysmic. Yet Ryu's face revealed a confident smile as if victory was already in his grasp. From the very beginning, the victor could only be him, would only be him. Up until now, he had merely been using Reinhardt to hone his offensive and defensive skills. With all his attributes now upgraded to a+, and just one step away from reaching EX level, ordinary opponents no longer provided him with any opportunity for improvement. However, Reinhardt, beloved by the world itself, was a formidable foe who forced Ryu to unleash his full power. In less than 2 minutes of combat with Reinhardt, Ryu had made significant progress in his fundamental attributes and skills. Notably, his mastery in advanced unarmed combat had reached 99%, just a step shy of achieving the master level. It was no wonder that top-tier fighters rarely made a move unless faced with opponents of equal standing. For them, fighting lower-level opponents was akin to grinding in a game without gaining experience. Only battles with equals brought real growth. Originally, Ryu had intended to prolong the battle for mutual development, but Reinhard seemed poised to unleash a devastating ultimate move. Ryu let out a cold laugh and raised his hand. Snap. A crisp snap of his fingers echoed. World separation. In an instant, the world was transformed. The hall, the crowd, everything vanished without a trace, leaving only Ryu and Reinhard behind. The ground became a glass-like mirrored lake reflecting everything, while the sky was enveloped in an infinite expanse of stars. Then the light from Reinhard's dragon sword abruptly disappeared. The pristine blade began to corrode, spots of rust emerging rapidly. With a faint clang, the so-called greatest holy sword in the world, capable of splitting the earth in Reinhard's hands, crumbled into a pile of rust. What have you done? Reinhard's shocked gaze fixed on Ryu. He could keenly feel all the blessings that had once graced him abandon him. The intimate connection with the world was severed, replaced by a sense of rejection, as if the entire world was repelling his existence. Welcome to my world, Ryu said, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Meanwhile, the onlookers noticed that both combatants had suddenly vanished, throwing the scene into chaos once again. But within half a minute, Ryu stepped out from his dimensional realm, carrying a severed head dripping with bitterness and rage. The head belonged to none other than Reinhard, their supposed savior, his signature fiery red hair unmistakable. The assembly hall fell silent. Not a single sound was heard, not even the drop of a pin. The survivors stared in terror at the demonic figure standing amidst them. None dared to even breathe audibly. Without sparing a glance, Ryu tossed Reinhard's head toward Felt. Felt fumbled to catch it, her hands trembling. As her eyes met Reinhard's lifeless, unyielding gaze, a surge of anger and despair erupted within her. Though she often quarreled with Reinhard and teased him, Felt had always been acutely aware of who truly cared for her. Growing up as an orphan in the slums, she knew how to distinguish genuine kindness from empty gestures. Reinhard had always been sincere. Her antics were merely the result of not knowing how to express gratitude. But now, Reinhard was gone. Memories of their time together flashed through Felt's mind like a film reel. Tears welled up in her eyes as she glared at Ryu with hatred. You bastard, she screamed. Ryu shot her a cold glance, just one glance. Felt instantly felt as if invisible hands were choking her, making it impossible to breathe. Only when Ryu looked away did she collapse to the ground, gasping for air. For a moment, she thought she was going to die. A warm wetness between her legs reminded Felt of her uncontrollable fear. She had been scared to the point of wetting herself. Nearby, Felix cowered behind Crush, his cat ears drooping in terror. Crush herself stared ahead with a dazed, aimless look. Her ideal had always been to dissolve the alliance with the divine dragon and develop Lagunica with the nation's strength. With the dragon dead, her vision had come true in the most absurdly dramatic way. It felt akin to someone working their entire life to save money, only to find their savings paled in comparison to another's casual expense. What am I, even? Crush murmured with a bitter smile, tilting her head toward the heavens, her voice laced with desolation. Crush-sama. Felix's worried voice broke through as he glanced at her anxiously. Nearby, Anastasia took a step forward, only to be stopped by Julius. It's too dangerous to approach that man, Anastasia-sama, Julius said, his hand gripping his sword as he stood protectively in front of her. Anastasia, however, smiled mischievously. Relax, Julius. Unless, of course, you're confident you could defeat him? Her meaning was clear, if Julius wasn't stronger than Ryu, his protection was meaningless. Julius's expression darkened with frustration. Glancing at Reinhard's head, reason prevailed over pride. Even Reinhard, whom Julius had always regarded as an invincible paragon, had fallen. Acknowledging the gulf in power, Julius lowered his head. Forgive me, Anastasia-sama. I am powerless. His voice was filled with humiliation. Admitting his inferiority to another man in front of someone he admired deeply was a bitter pill to swallow. That's fine, Anastasia replied lightly. No need to fret. For now, we're still allies, aren't we? She winked slyly, her smile tinged with a merchant's cunning. Having a stronger ally was beneficial. Though it required sacrificing some profits, the benefits of aligning with such power outweighed the costs. From a distance, Al, his face hidden behind his helmet, stood silently consoling his young mistress. "My lady, please don't get any closer. That man over there is extremely dangerous." Priscilla glanced at him sideways. "What? Are you implying you won't protect me?" Al scratched the back of his head, making a loud thumping noise, and replied in an exasperated tone. "Sorry, my lady, but I'm afraid I can't beat that guy." Smack. Priscilla raised an eyebrow, her face filled with disdain as she tapped her feathered fan sharply against Al's iron head. "You spineless man." Al shrugged helplessly, a hint of mockery in his tone as he said. "Can't be helped. If I face him, I'll probably be defeated instantly." "Humph. Useless fool. I don't need your protection. The world revolves around me, and besides, I'm so beautiful. How could that man even think of harming me?" Priscilla puffed out her chest proudly, causing a mesmerizing ripple that left any onlooking men drooling. Faced with his young mistress's little tantrum, what could Al do? He was utterly hopeless. "Whatever makes you happy, my lady." Of course, in the end, Priscilla doesn't act like a love-struck fool and approaches Ryu. According to her, it was only natural that Ryu should rid himself of that meddlesome silver-haired half-elf, fall at her feet, and declare his love. In reality, Al believed his mistress was most likely scared stiff by Ryu's brutal methods and wisely decided to stay out of it. After killing the sword Saint Reinhard, Ryu pulled out 3 keys to unseal the witch's core within Emilia. As the red, yellow, and blue orbs fused into Emilia's body, an overwhelming presence erupted from her petite frame, like an ancient behemoth awakening and opening its eyes. Terror, absolute, domineering terror. Everyone present, if their power was even slightly lacking, immediately felt as if an invisible hand gripped their hearts, ready to squeeze the life out of them. Those allowed into the council hall were no mere commoners, the lowest ranking among them were barons with actual power. Yet, at that moment, they felt like the most insignificant slaves, while the silver-haired half-elf they despised suddenly transformed into a god holding their very lives in her hands. This was no illusion. Perhaps due to the freshly broken seal, Emilia could not yet fully control her power, so the terrifying aura of the Witch of Envy overflowed uncontrollably. Endless darkness surged behind Emilia, forming a massive, deathly hand made of shadows. From a distance, it resembled a giant black rose in bloom, with Emilia standing at its center. No, it would be more accurate to call her. "Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby announce the birth of the second-generation Witch of Envy, Sadella II. Let us welcome her with thunderous applause and cheers." As Ryu finished, he took the lead in clapping. However, the crowd was completely frozen by the horrifying transformation, and aside from Anastasia and a few others, no one applauded. Ryu's impassioned speech fell flat. Still, he had his methods. With a simple mental command, black ice spikes erupted from the ground, skewering half the surviving nobles and knights like kebabs. The floodgates opened. Blood poured across the council hall like a raging torrent. To make matters worse, the impaled victims were not dead, they screamed in agony, writhing atop the icy spikes. The scene became a nightmare, rivaling the horrors of certain infamous Lord Impaler. With a friendly yet chilling smile, Ryu addressed the survivors. "A new Witch King has been born. Shouldn't you celebrate and applaud the birth of your new ruler?" Terrified, everyone immediately raised their hands and clapped with all their might, silently cursing their parents for not giving them extra arms. Thunderous applause filled the hall. Satisfied, Ryu nodded approvingly. At that moment, Miklatov, who had narrowly defeated the bald guy through cunning and brute force, pointed at Ryu in sheer terror. You madman. Do you realize what you've done? You've unleashed the woman who devoured half the world. We're doomed. The world is doomed." Miklatov's concerns were not unfounded. For centuries ago, the Witch of Envy Sadella went berserk, killed all the other witches, and consumed half the world in one fell swoop. It took the combined efforts of the Great Sage, the First Sword Saint, and the Divine Dragon, the 3 great heroes of legend, to seal her away. But now, with the Great Sage reincarnated and slain by Ryu at the outset, the Divine Dragon dead, the Dragon Sword Reed destroyed, and the strongest sword Saint Reinhard fallen, who could stop the Witch of Envy? The answer was clear, no one. Completely ignoring Emilia's terrifying aura, Ryu calmly approached her. "What are you doing?" shouted Puck, but Raya paid no attention. He took Amelia's small hand, pulled her into his arms, wrapped one arm around her waist, and placed his other hand at the back of her head, fingers tangling in her mercury-like hair. Then, with a firm motion, he pressed her close and kissed her deeply. Caught off guard, Amelia could only let out a muffled cry as Ryo's lips captured hers. Not content with a mere kiss, Ryo pried her lips open and claimed her tongue, drawing out a series of utterly scandalous sounds. Having achieved the dubious accomplishment of French kissing a witch, Ryo finally released her, satisfied. Ah! Amelia pushed him away forcefully, clutching her lips as she stared at him in shock, her violet eyes filled with embarrassment and anger. The second-generation witch of envy, now resembling an ordinary flustered girl, left the survivors utterly dumbfounded. They began to question if they were hallucinating or if they had misinterpreted everything. Ignoring their bewilderment, Ryo raised his voice confidently. I've decided that my woman, the second-generation witch of envy, will become the Queen of Lagunica. Who agrees? Who objects? Chapter 227, FGO, 227. 1,453 words. Despite Ryo's use of various coercive means, including the outright elimination of the Council of Wise Men, he ultimately failed to achieve his goal of placing Amelia directly on the throne. In the end, just as he was one step away from success, someone stood up. At a moment when every surviving noble and knight, indeed, every man present, had surrendered, one figure refused to yield. Crush, the Duchess dressed in men's attire, stepped forward. You may destroy our bodies, but forcing us to surrender? Absolutely impossible. With her chest held high and her unwavering gaze locked onto Ryo, she declared this with fearless resolve. Behind her, a timidly dressed male figure, too frightened to even look directly at Ryo, wiped away tears yet stood firmly behind Crush. Though his legs trembled, he refused to retreat a single step from his lord's side. Perhaps out of shame or pride, one by one, the knights began stepping forward to stand behind Crush, silently lending her their support. Over time, her ranks grew larger until nearly all the survivors had aligned with her. They stared wordlessly at Ryo and Amelia, who stood before them. One, the successor of the Witch of Envy who had devoured half the world, the other, a man who had slain the divine dragon and the greatest swordsman of Lagunica, a figure akin to a demon king. Their gazes were filled with defiance, fear, anger, and, most importantly, the unyielding light of resistance. Ryo knew his goal could not be achieved, at least, not for now. He smiled faintly, as though none of this mattered to him in the slightest. In truth, when Crush had first stepped forward, Ryo could have crushed the resistance in an instant by killing her outright. Yet, he chose to do nothing and allowed her to become the symbol of rebellion. Though one side had superior numbers, they trembled in fear, the other side, few in number, stood as steady as a mountain. Finally, with a sly grin, Ryo mused, this is starting to feel like a proper final boss moment. Shaking off the thought with a small laugh, he made his decision. In the end, Ryo neither killed Crush nor wiped out the survivors. Instead, he spread his hands. Since this is your choice, I respect it. But... A peculiar smile crept onto his face like a fisherman watching a clueless fish bite the bait, a mix of slyness and satisfaction. Oh, and if you ever change your mind, make sure to wear something pretty when you come to see me. Leaving those words behind, Ryo waved his hand and departed with his companions. As the ice walls slowly disappeared, revealing the field of corpses, Crush felt like she was in a dream. They have survived? However, she failed to notice Anastasia looking at her with pity. That man? Letting go so easily? Impossible. Anastasia thought the only reason Ryo left was that he was confident she would fall into his trap of her own accord. Stepping through a dimensional gate and back into his manor, Ryo suddenly chuckled. My master, you seem to be in high spirits today, Semiramis remarked with curiosity, her eyes twinkling. The Empire's Grand General has been chosen, Ryo smiled faintly, leaving behind this cryptic comment as he entered the manor. Anastasia followed closely, like his shadow. Meanwhile, the cold and stunning Elsa stood quietly behind Semiramis. What a scheming master, Semiramis giggled behind her hand. Hey, Puck, what are they talking about? Amelia asked, furrowing her brows in confusion. Who knows? They're plotting something sinister, Puck replied disdainfully. Recently, as Amelia and Ryo grew closer, Puck found himself disliking Ryo more and more, especially after that public kiss. It was unbearable. On another note, Puck circled Amelia, admiring her new outfit with an approving nod. You know, Leah, you look stunning in this. Really? You think so? Emilia asked, blushing slightly. Perfect. Puck gave a thumbs up. Thank you, Puck. Emilia replied shyly, her face a rosy red. Her current attire was undeniably captivating. Upon fully inheriting the power of the Witch of Envy, Emilia's plain white hooded cloak had been replaced with a gorgeous black evening gown. The gown featured dark gold embroidery forming intricate, mysterious patterns, adding an air of enchantment. Though the fabric seemed sheer, it revealed nothing, creating an alluring yet frustrating mystique. Surrounding her was a faint mist of black, semi-transparent smoke, further heightening her ethereal aura. A single black lotus pinned to her silver hair completed her transformation into a being of unmatched beauty. Emilia, already the most stunning woman in the world, now seemed like the embodiment of a goddess of the night. Ryu had indeed set a trap for Crush and the entire kingdom of Lugunica. Over the following month, Ryu didn't go anywhere. He dedicated all his time to teaching Emilia how to be a proper queen, an empress, or even a goddess. Meanwhile, Lugunica itself fell into chaos. Initially, Crush's reputation barely managed to maintain the kingdom's stability. However, as time passed, the situation became increasingly unmanageable. Half of the nobles, knights, and even the kingdom's ruling council of wise men had been wiped out, leaving a power vacuum that Crush struggled to fill. The families of the slain nobles clamored incessantly, demanding compensation or fighting fiercely over inheritance rights. Many boldly demanded justice, leaving Crush wanting to slap them to Roswell's mansion. Why don't you just go find that man yourself? He's the demon king who single-handedly killed the divine dragon, the strongest sword saint, and even forcefully kissed the Witch of Envy. You're too scared to avenge the real culprit, but you come here to trouble me? However, this wasn't even the most troublesome issue. Lugunica's guardian deity, the divine dragon Volcanica, was dead. For a country reliant on the dragon for everything from food to governance, this was akin to an apocalyptic catastrophe. Crush initially tried to conceal the dragon's death, but how could that be possible? With hundreds of survivors aware of the event, and considering the selfish nature of the nobility, the secret was leaked within 3 days. The news spread across Lugunica and even reached the desks of neighboring rulers. To the people of Lugunica, it felt like the sky was falling. Some extreme devotees even committed suicide out of despair. The kingdom plunged into mourning, with civilians terrified and soldiers demoralized. Opportunists and criminals seized the chance to stir trouble, causing rebellions in nearly every city, including the royal capital. Crush, demonstrating why she was the leading candidate for the throne, used her sharp political acumen and iron fist to suppress the capital's rebellion and gradually restore order elsewhere. But when it rains, it pours. Within 2 weeks, Lugunica's 3 neighboring nations, the southern Valachian Empire, the northern Gastico Kingdom, and the western Kararaji Federation, simultaneously turned hostile. Claiming that Lugunica harbored the Witch of Envy, the 3 nations declared war, leaving Crush seething. If you want to carve up our territory, just say so. As interim queen, Crush was supposed to relish her newfound freedom from the divine dragon's constraints. Instead, the dual joys of her role only resulted in frustration. Whoever wants this position can have it. Crush had been reluctantly made interim queen after the noble and knight factions compromised, unwilling to provoke Ryu but also hedging their bets. Initially ambitious to win the royal selection and free Lugunica from its reliance on the dragon, Crush now found herself buried in endless responsibilities, from government rebuilding to managing wartime crises. Her dreams of reform had become nightmares, with only 3 to 4 hours of sleep per day. Even in her dreams, she was reviewing documents. She genuinely wanted to throw in the towel. But the other royal candidates were no help. Anastasia had retreated to her merchant guild, observing from the sidelines. Priscilla dismissed the idea with disdain. I aspire to be a queen of radiance, not a mere figurehead. This is far too unglamorous. Felt, full of vengeance, was untrustworthy. If handed power, she'd likely rally the entire army to seek revenge on Ryu. As for Emilia? Placing her on the throne seemed like the most viable option. But Crush felt bitter. To reject them so decisively and then grovel a few days later. Despite her frustrations, Crush couldn't deny the reality. Lugunica, in its weakest state, was being encroached upon by hungry neighbors. The 3 nations had their motivations. Gastico, perpetually frozen, eyed Lugunica's fertile lands. Their elite troops, composed of hardy warriors, excelled in mountainous combat. Kuraraji, a desert-dominated nation, lacked fertile land but was rich in magic crystals, relying on mercenaries and assassins instead of formal armies. Meanwhile, the Valachian Empire was an entirely different beast. Chapter 228, FGO, 228. 1901 words. If we say that the other two countries were driven, more or less, by harsh environmental conditions and a desperate desire for better territory, then the Wallachia Empire stands apart. Its actions are purely driven by ambition and an insatiable pursuit of land. For hundreds of years, this nation has expanded through annexation, political marriages, and other means, steadily devouring nearby countries of all sizes. From its humble beginnings as a duchy, the empire grew more than tenfold in territory. The emperor of the Wallachia Empire is endlessly ambitious when it comes to expansion. Once the empire's borders touched Lugunica, the emperor immediately set his sights on this dragon-blessed kingdom. Unlike the other two countries, the empire has exhibited a fiercely aggressive stance toward Lugunica from the start. If not for the protection of the divine dragon, Lugunica would have been annexed by the empire centuries ago. It is precisely because Lugunica has thwarted the empire's ambitions time and again that the empire holds a deep grudge against the kingdom, and especially against the divine dragon. Every emperor of the Wallachia Empire has made it their goal to slay the dragon and plant the imperial flag in Lugunica's royal capital. So, when the empire's greatest enemy, the divine dragon, unexpectedly perished, the emperor of the Wallachia Empire celebrated with a grand midnight feast upon hearing the news. With a territory more than 10 times the size of Lugunica's, and a national power similarly magnified, the empire boasts unparalleled military strength, including the world's strongest knights, the 9 divine generals. Without the divine dragon or the successive sword saints to hold the line, Lugunica would have long been crushed by the empire's overwhelming power. Yet, in a high magic world, supreme combat power acts as a deterrent stronger than nuclear weapons. Even so, no matter how powerful the empire, a single Sin Archbishop of Greed could single-handedly devastate a well-fortified city with elite defenders. Now, with the divine dragon and the sword saint both gone, the empire saw a golden opportunity and mobilized its entire military might. Deploying its 5 great legions, including the 9 divine generals, along with a massive army of 200,000 soldiers, the empire's intent was clear, an all-out attack to end the campaign in one decisive battle. Lugunica could barely defend against a single front, let alone a 3-pronged assault. The fall of Lugunica became a mere question of time. At this critical juncture, the downside of Lugunica's reliance on the divine dragon became glaringly apparent. Facing such a calamity, the people of Lugunica, nobles and commoners alike, looked to the divine dragon for solutions, lacking the resilience to respond independently. This lack of fortitude left the entire kingdom ill-equipped to handle such a crisis. Even as the empire's forces were still on the march, Lugunica's nobles were already plotting escape routes. Some urged Crush to surrender, others suggested she cede the throne to Amelia, the second coming of the Witch of Envy, and still others proposed that Crush marry Ryu, the world's strongest recognized individual, to have him oppose the 3 nations on Lugunica's behalf. Chaos reigned as everyone presented their solutions to Crush, inundating her with demands and advice. Their suggestions ultimately boiled down to one belief: Lugunica was doomed to lose, and as the acting queen, Crush should be willing to make sacrifices. In this pivotal moment, Crush displayed extraordinary courage and decisiveness. She purged the surrender faction with an iron hand and reorganized the knights while preparing for battle. She recognized that with a 3-pronged attack, Lugunica stood no chance unless she disrupted the convergence of the enemy forces. To this end, Crush used Anastasia to negotiate with the Kuraraji Federation, employing bribes to delay their troops. As a nation of merchants, Kuraraji held money above all else, adhering to the maxim, everything has a price, if not, the offer isn't high enough. Leveraging the wealth accumulated from the political reshuffling in Lugunica, Crush successfully bribed key figures in Kuraraji, causing their military operations to stall due to logistical delays, diversions, and internal disputes. Meanwhile, Crush withdrew all personnel from the northern front bordering Vastico. This region belonging to Mathers was ruled by Ryu, a figure who had slain the divine dragon, defeated the world's strongest man, and subdued the Witch of Envy. Nicknamed the Great Demon King, Ryu was unlikely to sit idly if Vastico launched an attack through his territory. This was Crush's small but personal act of vengeance. This left Crush to focus solely on the Wallachia Empire. Despite her best efforts and strategic brilliance, earning even Ryu's praise for her actions, the overwhelming disparity in power rendered Lugunica's defeat inevitable. Crush executed a scorched earth strategy along the Empire's advance, evacuating villages and leaving no supplies behind. She concentrated her forces at a strategically critical fortress built in a canyon, fortified over centuries to withstand the strongest of enemies. Yet even this fortress crumbled under the Empire's onslaught. The magician unit of the Wallachia Empire, with the support of the Empire's powerful siege weapons, launched a devastating assault. The magical barriers fell first, followed by the mana cannons and defenders on the walls until the fortress itself was destroyed by an earthquake spell. The 20,000-strong garrison was almost entirely wiped out, with heavy casualties among the royal guard. Crush herself was gravely injured, barely escaping with her life thanks to Felix's desperate efforts. The Wallachia Empire made no secret of its intentions, relying on sheer force to crush Lugunica. With no schemes or subterfuge, the Empire advanced like an unstoppable tidal wave. Crush, despite her unyielding resolve, found herself out of options. Humans are such contradictory creatures. When something is handed directly to them, they don't cherish it. Yet, when they go through tremendous effort to obtain it, they treasure it like a priceless gem. Ryu held a glass of red wine, standing tall by the floor-to-ceiling window of the study, gazing down at the courtyard with the commanding aura of a behind-the-scenes mastermind. Not far behind him, Emilia, dressed in an elaborate witch's outfit, stood with a similarly complex expression, her gaze fixed on the drake-drawn carriage adorned with a golden cross-shield emblem. Soon, the carriage door slowly opened, and a delicate hand wearing a purple silk glove emerged. Felix, clad in a white knight's uniform, quickly stepped forward, gently supporting the hand. Moments later, a dazzlingly radiant young lady, the heiress of a noble family, descended from the carriage with the knight's assistance. Ryu's eyes lit up instantly. Her deep purple court gown was adorned with layers of ruffles, lace, and jewels that sparkled like stars in the night sky. Her emerald green hair was styled into an elegant updo, secured with a gold filigree net studded with gems. Even with minimal makeup, her naturally flawless features exuded an air of refined elegance. What caught Ryu's attention most was that this beauty not only embodied the grace and poise of a noble woman but also radiated an unyielding confidence rarely seen in women. Why do men always seek the challenge of stronger women? Because such women ignite their desire for conquest and a sense of achievement. Without a doubt, Crush was the kind of woman who stirred an intense desire in men, a desire to see her proud and elegant composure crumble beneath them, reduced to helpless sweet cries. Though desire surged within Ryu, his expression remained composed. He knew all too well, the moment she stepped into the estate, it signaled she had made a certain resolution. Now, Crush was like a sumptuous feast presented before him. The only question was how he would savor it, with chopsticks, a fork and knife, or more crudely, with his hands. 3 minutes later, Crush and her knight Felix were escorted to the study by Remington Master. The guests have arrived, Rem announced coldly. Good work, Ryu replied nonchalantly, nodding. Excuse me, Rem said before stepping out and closing the door behind her without hesitation. From start to finish, she didn't utter a single unnecessary word. Ryu knew this was her way of expressing dissatisfaction with him. Since their relationship had deepened, Rem had grown less reserved around him. This was a good thing, though it came with small inconveniences. The benefit was their relationship had become more intimate, unlocking more possibilities. The downside? Unlike her more placid sister Rem was prone to jealousy. Ryu's coercion of Crush hadn't gone unnoticed by anyone in the estate. Except for the pure-hearted Emilia, all the girls were aware of his intentions. Only Rem openly expressed her discontent. Still, Ryu wasn't annoyed, on the contrary, he found her jealousy endearing. Jealousy stems from caring, and dissatisfaction arises from concern. Rem's behavior only confirmed her feelings for him, making Ryu even more pleased. His good mood extended even to Crush and the distasteful cross-dressing companion trailing behind her. As Crush entered the study, Ryu caught a faint metallic scent mixed with her perfume. It seemed the intel was accurate. Crush had been wounded in a recent battle, and not lightly, given that even her perfume couldn't mask the smell of blood. This discovery only deepened Ryu's satisfaction. For her to come here injured signaled that the situation had worsened to an irreparable state. Someone as strong-willed as Crush wouldn't seek Ryu's help unless she had no other options. She knew all too well what this entailed. To Ryu, Crush, and by extension, the entire Lugunica kingdom, was now his plaything. Crush clenched her lips tightly, then performed the most proper and elegant curtsy, her voice almost pleading. Please, save Ludnica. Behind her, Felix's face twisted with humiliation. As her knight, he loathed seeing his lady endure such disgrace. Had it not been for his oath to protect her, he might have taken his own life in shame. Emilia's gaze wavered, sympathy evident in her eyes as she glanced at Ryu. Ryu, however, remained unmoved. After enduring the trials of countless brutal worlds, his heart had grown as hard as steel. Besides, nobles, especially those from great houses, were masters of performance. When Emilia seemed ready to speak, Ryu silenced her with a single glance. The feared second generation witch of envy shrank back like a timid mouse. Finally, Ryug spoke leisurely, since you're being so direct, I'll be direct too, saving Lugunica would be absurdly easy for me. At these words, Crush's eyes revealed a flicker of hope. She had no other options, which was why she had come. Ryu smirked inwardly but maintained his outward calm. But what's in it for me? Crush hesitated, but before she could speak, Ryu added coldly, don't even think of offering me something like honor or duty. I'm a foreigner. Whether Lugunica perishes or not has nothing to do with me. It would be better for me if it fell. Once the kingdom collapses, all I'd have to do is eliminate the invading imperial forces, and the land would naturally be mine. So unless you can offer me a better deal, prepare to watch Lugunica fall. His words were blunt, ruthless, and direct. Felix glared at Ryu furiously. Ryu ignored him entirely. A defeated dog had no grounds to be so arrogant, he'd enjoy watching Felix's face when his beloved master surrendered to him. Meanwhile, Crush's pale complexion turned ghostly white. Clutching her dress tightly, she bit her lip. After a long silence, she finally seemed to give up, her face filled with despair. Chapter 229, FGO, 229. 1,773 words. Then adding me to the equation should be enough, right? Lady Crush. Felix cried out in despair and anger. That's not enough. The entire Karsten family must be included as well, Ryu coldly stated his price. Crush's face turned pale, though her gaze held traces of stubbornness. To demand the entire Karsten family is imp. Before Crush could utter the word impossible, Ryu rudely interrupted her. You'd better think carefully before rejecting me. Initially, you didn't need to pay anything, but you refused me the first time. Now I'm asking for the entire Karsten family. This is your second chance. I never give anyone a third. His gaze was icy, his meaning clear, reject him, and she might as well prepare to meet her end. Ryu had already resolved that if Crush truly refused, he would wait for Lugunica to fall or for the nobility to collectively surrender. Then, he would eradicate the imperial army along with any remaining aristocrats, sparing none. Though he admired Crush's talent, he wasn't foolish enough to allow his goodwill to be rejected repeatedly. Defy him? Then face death. The weakness of Crush's position, her injuries, her natural disposition as a woman, and Ryu's overbearing demeanor, were all weights pressing heavily on her mental scale. Inevitably, she wavered. At that moment, Ryu spoke casually. Oh, and don't try playing clever tricks in front of me. Thinking of sacrificing yourself to become my plaything, while entrusting the Karsten family to another heir, so I'd have no way to control them? Quite the scheme you've got there. Do you think I'd resolve your crisis just for a decorative vase in return? The world doesn't work like that. Crush stared at Ryu in shock, utterly unprepared for her innermost thoughts, shared with no one, to be fully exposed by this man. Instinctively, she glanced at Emilia, who stood beside him. To subdue even the Witch of Envy, he truly is as terrifying as a demon king. While Ryu's words left Crush shocked and fearful, they were also a blatant insult to her knight. You bastard. Don't you dare insult Lady Crush. Felix, his face red with fury, placed a hand on the hilt of his sword. His delicate, youthful face flushed with anger, resembled a tempting red apple, one that might provoke a bite. But Ryu acted immediately. With a sudden movement, he raised his fist. Without even appearing to strike, Felix was sent flying as if punched with incredible force. With a loud crash, he broke through a wall and landed in the courtyard outside. A stunned Crush instinctively stood, reaching for the sword at her waist, only to grasp at air. It was then she remembered that her elegant court dress didn't allow for a weapon. Left with no choice, she confronted him directly. What are you trying to do? Ryu casually blew away imaginary dust from his hand before replying matter-of-factly, nothing much. Just disciplining your ill-mannered servant on your behalf. What, are you unhappy? Or do you think that servant is so important you'd give up everything for him, even your beloved nation? I. Crush collapsed back into her seat, defeated. Meanwhile, Felix, badly injured and staggering back inside step by step, froze at the sight. He had been captivated by Crush's selfless dedication to the nation and her unwavering righteousness. But now, finding himself weighed on the scales and discarded, something inside him shattered. It's easy for me to crush the Imperial Army, Ryer said. You must sign a contract as the acting queen, transferring the throne to Emilia. Additionally, the Karsten family must obey my orders for the next 20 years. Hearing a timeframe that, while long, offered a glimmer of hope, Crush visibly relaxed. Ryuk noticed her expression, but inwardly, he smirked. Foolish woman. Forget 20 years, 10 is more than enough for me to complete all my plans. By then, not just the Karsten family, but the entire aristocracy will be eliminated. You'll simply become my plaything, to be used until death. Through his probing, Ryu had pinpointed Crush's limits. As long as Lugunica could be saved, she was willing to sacrifice the entire Karsten family. Though Ryu's terms seemed lenient compared to Crush's bottom line, he had no intention of letting her off easily. Overwhelming pressure risked rebellion, but leaving a faint glimmer of hope made manipulation far easier. With Ryu appearing to compromise, both parties quickly reached an agreement. Crush personally signed the contract, sealing it with the Karsten family crest and the royal insignia. Thus, Emilia officially gained the legal right to ascend the throne, protected by law. Ryu was 100% certain that once he defeated the Imperial Army, the surviving nobility would try every trick to backtrack or shirk responsibility. But that didn't matter. With justice on his side and absolute power at his disposal, crushing such foolish nobles would be all too easy. Having secured his prize, Ryu wasted no time. Under Crush's hopeful gaze, he mentally sent a message to Semiramis. Semiramis, you may proceed. The Empress's lazy voice echoed in his mind. Era, master. Have you already tamed that little kitty? Shall I train her for you? For some reason, Ryu's mind instantly conjured an image of Semiramis, fully naked, lounging lazily on a bed. Her massive chest flattened beneath her, while her enchanting face bore an amorous smile. Ryu admitted he was tempted. Ever since their intimate relationship began, Semiramis had frequently included him in her training of Elsa, leading to even more creative scenarios. If Crush, with her Valkyrie-like presence, were added to the mix, who knows what new possibilities could be unlocked. On the grasslands within the borders of Lugunica. Looking down from above, it was unclear when the verdant green of the grasslands gradually turned crimson and black, the colors of blood and iron. As the camera zoomed in, it revealed an immense army, so vast that its end could not be seen. The green grassland was steadily overwhelmed by the army's colors. This army wore armor of crimson and black, and at the forefront of their formation, the iron-blooded cross banner of the imperial royal family fluttered in the wind. Each soldier wore an expression of unwavering confidence, their morale high, their battle spirit burning intensely. Their boots had trampled across plains, mountains, swamps, and hills. For them, Lugunica was merely the starting point of their conquest. Soon, they would march into this kingdom's capital and desecrate everything it held dear. The mercenaries of the Kororagi Federation, devoid of faith and honor, were no match for them. The brainless barbarians of Gostika would likewise fall beneath the Empire's iron hooves. They firmly believed in their invincibility, that the Empire would rule the world. As this formidable imperial army advanced towards Lugunica's royal capital with a destructive stride, a radiant, rainbow-colored beam of light suddenly shot forth from the horizon. The beam was so dazzling that it stole much of the brilliance from the sun itself. It was so immense that it resembled a colossal sword piercing the heavens. Many soldiers instinctively looked up at this strange phenomenon in the sky. However, the Imperial Army's commander, Grand Marshal Kurgan, was the first to sense something amiss. His sharp instincts told him that the beam carried energy capable of destroying the world. Magician Corps. Defend, he shouted with all his might. The response was instant and precise, a testament to the discipline of the Empire's most elite troops. The Magician Corps, 5,000 strong, began chanting defensive magic in unison. Moments before the beam descended, a translucent, rainbow-colored barrier stood firmly in its path. This was the ultimate defensive spell, cast through the combined efforts of the 5,000 magicians. Seeing his Magician Corps act so swiftly, Grand Marshal Kurgan smiled with satisfaction. A strong, disciplined, and invincible army had always been the foundation of the Empire's undefeated expansion over centuries. He could already guess it was some desperate, unorthodox trick by Lugunica. These lowly, cowardly Lugunica fools have clearly been shown too much mercy by me. Kurgan's eyes gleamed with a ferocious light. He was already contemplating whether to massacre Lugunica's capital for 3 days or 5 after its fall. As for the possibility that the Magician Corps might fail to withstand the beam? Unthinkable. Just 5 days ago, the Magician Corps had stood against continuous bombardment from hundreds of Lugunica's magic cannons. A single earthquake spell from them had collapsed fortress walls 15 meters high and 10 meters thick, annihilating Lugunica's 20,000-strong army. Against such overwhelming power, even Lugunica's divine protector, the divine dragon, had failed to defeat them. The Magician Corps could even challenge the fabled Witch of Envy herself. Their ultimate defensive magic, Heavenly Mote, was said to be capable of withstanding a divine strike. Yet in the next moment, when the beam collided with Heavenly Mote, Kurgan could hardly believe his eyes. A faint sound of shattering glass echoed as the ultimate defense, cast by 5,000 magicians, broke apart in less than a second under the beam's force. The backlash from the spell struck the magicians brutally. Thousands of magicians simultaneously spat blood. Some suffered such severe backlash that their heads exploded, spraying crimson and white matter in all directions. A blood-red mist formed over the Magician Corps. Kurgan's heart turned cold. Before he could react, the beam pierced the center of the army. Soldiers caught in its radiance vanished without a sound. The beam spread rapidly, consuming all in its path. Soldiers and objects disintegrated silently, as though they had never existed. The sight broke the morale of the outermost troops. Overcome with terror, they abandoned thoughts of glory and fled. The beam, however, expanded faster than they could run, consuming them like snow melting under the sun. It's over. Kurgan watched in despair as the beam devoured the Empire's finest army. Marshal, retreat at once. The guards at his side tried to pull him away, desperate to escape this calamity. But Kurgan raised a hand to stop them. With his power, he could escape before the beam reached him. But what meaning would that have? You go. I have failed the Emperor's trust and cannot face him again. But you are young, the Empire's future needs you. With a long sigh, Kurgan remained. His guards refused to leave. Thus, in this battle, the Empire's 250,000-strong army was struck by a super long-range light cannon on the grassland. Fewer than 1 in 10 survived. Grand Marshal Kurgan and 500 of his personal guards perished. This force represented nearly 80% of the Empire's elite troops. For the next decade, the Empire lacked the strength to invade Lugunica again. Chapter 230, FGO, 230. 2002 words. Crush stood dumbfounded, staring at the image transmitted via remote reconnaissance magic. At first, when she saw the endless, overwhelming Imperial army stretching beyond the horizon, her face showed deep concern. However, when a rainbow-colored beam of light shot out from the floating fortress beneath her feet, like a divine sword cutting down the Imperial forces, the world fell silent. Aside from a handful of soldiers on the edge of the beam's range, the 250,000-strong army, including the Empire's most accomplished Grand Marshal, elite knights, and fearsome mage corps, was annihilated. In the heart of the beautiful grassland, a massive circular glass crater now gleamed with iridescent light under the sun, a testament to the devastating power unleashed. Crush felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, as if she were dreaming. If you think this is just an illusion created by magic, I can give you time to confirm it, came Ryu's voice beside her. Startled, Crush turned sharply, only to see Ryu looking at her with a faint smile. His gaze made her feel like a rabbit caught by a hunter, leaving the otherwise strong-willed Crush deeply uncomfortable. Yet, she did not let her face betray even a hint of her inner turmoil. Why was the Istria family, with only their inherited sword Saint Blessing, able to remain above Lugunica's political struggles? Why did the mere mention of Sadella, a single individual, strike terror into the hearts of the entire world? The answer was simple. In this world, power reigned supreme, especially power capable of reshaping the balance of the world. Crush couldn't help but recall the nobles in the royal capital who had foolishly planned to use Ryu to repel external enemies, only to betray him later. Such absurd naivety. The man before her, who could obliterate an imperial army of 250,000 with ease, could just as effortlessly annihilate the royal capital of Lugunica. The sheer magnitude of Ryu's absolute power crushed all of Crush's schemes into dust. She took a deep breath and slowly knelt. Crush Karsten pays her highest respects to you, my lord, she declared. Seated on the throne at the center of the floating garden, Ryu smiled, knowing that her submission signified complete surrender. Crush's allegiance was significant. She represented not only Lugunica's old nobility but also a royal candidate and acting queen. Her submission symbolized the surrender of Lugunica itself. The devastating light cannon that obliterated the imperial army was none other than Semiramis's noble phantasm, the Hanging Garden Babylon, unleashing an EX-level magic blast. Unlike diluted EX-grade tools, this was the true essence of heroic-grade power. Only those with EX-level magic resistance, like Ryu himself, or wielders of comparable EX-grade relics, could survive such an attack. None but the gods could hope to endure. As for when Semiramis acquired the floating garden, it was no secret. Ryu had spent the past 30 days not idling but working with Semiramis to construct this replica of the legendary garden. Thanks to his ample energy points, he overcame material shortages by trading directly for resources and replenishing mana with blue potions. Through relentless effort, he and Semiramis had completed the new floating fortress. If one demon king capable of slaying divine dragons and sword saints wasn't enough, adding a witch of envy, and now a fortress suspended in the sky, would certainly suffice to bring despair to the world. With the groundwork complete, Ryu moved to the second phase of his world-conquering plans. But first, he indulged in the spoils of victory, a beautiful duchess. Though Crush was gravely injured and spared from ultimate humiliation, Ryu left no opportunity to tease and dominate her otherwise. As the sun set the next evening, Ryu entered her room. He was dressed in elegant robes, his hair carefully coiffed. He moved with a grace that belied his brutal nature, his eyes fixed on the object of his desire. Crush lay on her bed, her body bathed in candlelight. She was trembling with fear, her heart pounding in her chest. Ryu approached the bed slowly, his gaze taking in every inch of her exposed skin. He ran his fingers lightly over her collarbone, down her sternum, and across her flat stomach. Ryu continued his torment for hours, teasing and pleasuring every inch of Crush's body. He paid special attention to her sensitive nipples, flicking them with his tongue until they were hard and aching. He traced lazy circles around her clit, sending waves of pleasure coursing through her. Finally, when he could stand it no longer, Ryu positioned himself between her legs and thrust into her with a force that left her gasping. She wrapped her legs around his waist, arching her back as he pounded into her. As they moved together in a rhythm of passion and power, Ryu leaned down and captured her lips in a searing kiss. It was the taste of victory, of conquest. Crush felt herself slipping away, losing herself in the sensation of his body moving within hers. With one final thrust, Ryu let out a roar of triumph, his release filling her up, claiming her completely. As she lay panting beneath him, she knew that she had surrendered not just her body, but her soul as well. The following day, when a certain cross-dressing knight saw the Duchess barely able to stand, his face darkened with fury, much to Ryu's amusement. The Empire's elite had been destroyed, and the armies of the Kororagi Federation and Gustiko Kingdom retreated in silence. It seemed as if everything had returned to normal, except for Lugunica's acting queen abdicating and the second generation Witch of Envy officially ascending the throne as the Queen of Lugunica. At first, the nobles resisted. They believed Ryu and Emilia needed their support to rule the kingdom, seeing them as tools to be used and discarded. This illusion proved fatal. With Crush's signed declaration in hand, Ryu revealed his ruthless fangs. When the nobles attempted to renege, he slaughtered them without hesitation, turning the council chamber into a bloodbath. The leading dissenters, from their patriarchs to their youngest heirs, were wiped out entirely, leaving not even an ant behind. Within months, the once holy council chamber was dyed permanently crimson, its marble floor stained with blood that no amount of scrubbing could erase. Outside the city, mass graves overflowed with the bodies of nobles and knights alike. A month later, Emilia was officially crowned Queen of Lugunica. And before her coronation, the kingdom's chancellor paved her path with the blood of countless nobles, a crimson carpet symbolizing her new reign. Like a fleeting steed galloping past a gap, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this decade, Ryu chose not to expand the territory of Lugunica. Instead, he fully embraced his farming game mindset, focusing on cultivating Lugunica intensively. On one hand, the Wallachia Empire lost 250,000 elite soldiers in their conflict. The Wallachia Empire could still rapidly assemble another 100,000 to 200,000 troops, a feat impossible for the smaller, less populous Lugunica. On the other hand, Emilia had only just ascended the throne, with the populace in despair over the death of the divine dragon, gripped by fear of the Witch of Envy, and wary of the bloodthirsty Ryu as chancellor. Coupled with instigation from neighboring countries and disruptions by remnants of the noble class, Lugunica faced severe unrest in the first few years of her reign, with multiple rebellions erupting. At its worst, Luugnica lost control over all cities except for the capital. Fortunately, the authority of Crush and the cunning of Ryu gradually pacified the internal turmoil. As an adept farming game player, Ryu understood one truth: early stages require patience, while late stages demand decisive dominance. Thus, when faced with provocations from the Wallachia Empire, Ryu positioned the Hanging Garden on the border and ignored further provocations. The Wallachia Empire loathed the fortress that annihilated their 250,000-strong army, attempting multiple covert infiltrations by elite units and experts to sabotage it. However, even Ryu avoided recklessness in the Hanging Garden under Semiramis's command. One wonders who gave them the courage to attempt such suicidal missions on her territory. Every Wallachia Empire force that infiltrated, whether a team or a group, met their demise. Eventually, it seemed the Empress lost patience and obliterated the Empire's border fortress with a single energy cannon blast. After that, the Empire fell silent. Meanwhile, in the capital, Ryu launched a crazy farming strategy using the forbidden knowledge and advanced technology of the Witch, more accurately, the Witch of Greed. Combining her insights with the world's magic, he spearheaded agricultural innovation. In this magic-centric world, spells were largely monopolized by the elite, with their application focused on destructive power. Few mages ever considered using magic to benefit ordinary people. Except for troublemakers, 95% of the populace only care about having enough to eat and wear, rather than who sits on the throne. Recognizing this, Ryu prioritized increasing crop yields to feed more people. This drew the immense interest of Echidna, the Witch of Greed, whose expertise lay in biological research. Her past creations, like the 3 artificial spirits and the hybrids sealed in the sanctuary, highlighted her talent. With her help, Ryu developed an otherworld version of hybrid rice, along with high-yield potatoes and corn. These advancements resolved Lugunica's dependency on imported food and even enabled the export of surplus to the Kororagi Federation and Gustico Kingdom. Of course, it wasn't all smooth sailing. For Echidna, the pursuit of knowledge trumped everything. Initially, she found novelty in running agricultural experiments like a lab scientist, but soon grew bored and slacked off. Ryu knew better than to force compliance. Coercion could lead to deliberate errors or delays, wasting time and resources. Instead, he had his methods to deal with her. He dragged Echidna into the basement and begs her over 3 sleepless days and nights. From then on, whenever she showed signs of slacking, Ryu would wordlessly haul her back to the basement for correction. This ensured her cooperation and greatly accelerated Lugunica's agricultural transformation. Within a year, Lugunica became less reliant on imported food. By the 3rd year, its high-quality fruits, spices, and sugar products were being exported internationally. Even Wallachia Empire merchants risked their lives to smuggle Lugunica's spices. This was just the first step in Ryu's transformation of Lugunica. After eliminating the old aristocracy and breaking free from the constraints of the previous governance structure, Ryu implemented sweeping reforms. The most significant was the separation of military and political powers. City lords no longer controlled military forces, with all military power centralized under the royal government. Additionally, the administrative authority of city lords was curtailed, with villages consolidated into towns and power concentrated in town leaders. This was far from redundant. Ryu understood the dangers of concentrating power in the hands of city lords. In the old Lugunica, overly powerful city lords became local warlords. During the capital's turmoil, they quickly seized autonomy, forming their armies. Ryu was determined not to repeat this mistake. Empowering town leaders diluted city lords' power while improving governance. The smaller scale of towns also prevented town leaders from becoming similarly problematic. After all, it was laughable to think a settlement of 10,000 people could stage a rebellion. In military reforms, Ryu aimed for 2 key objectives: professionalization and nationalization of the armed forces. Previously, Lugunica's military was composed of knights in the royal guard or private forces under noble families, resembling feudal Europe's system where the vassal of my vassal is not my vassal. This fragmented structure left the nation without a professional army and rendered its military as disunited as scattered sand. Ryu found this unacceptable. His reforms were radical, completely restructuring Lugunica's military and political systems to fit his vision. While Crush might have achieved these goals without such harsh measures, Ryu's choice of Emilia, a ruler with no foundation and a tarnished reputation as the second generation witch of envy, necessitated drastic actions. To secure Emilia's reign, Ryu dismantled Lugnika's existing power structures and rebuilt them according to his ideals. Chapter 231, FGO, 231. 1,655 words. Previously, aside from the members of the Royal Guard, the military system of Lugunica relied on the outdated model of feudal noble militias. However, the combat effectiveness of these noble militias was dismal. It's no wonder, most of these soldiers were merely farmers conscripted from the nobles' territories. During peacetime, they farmed, but when war broke out, their lords forced them to grab spears and wear crude leather armor, if any at all, and head to the battlefield. These peasant soldiers received no systematic training, and their equipment was abysmal. Some nobles, to save costs, wouldn't even provide leather armor, and the spears were often nothing more than wooden sticks. On top of that, these peasant soldiers were coerced into fighting. Winning brought no rewards, and losing could mean death. Who would be willing to risk their lives under such conditions? Naturally, these troops were virtually useless, only capable of winning battles when they had overwhelming advantages. The moment things turned sour, they would flee in chaos. Thus, forming a professional and specialized military force became an urgent necessity. Moreover, Lugunica's population was sparse, and every life was a valuable asset. Ryu could not allow such resources to be wasted. He decided to pursue an elite military strategy, fewer troops, but of unparalleled quality. Fortunately, this world is a magical realm where individual strength can be greatly enhanced, providing fertile ground for Ryu's elite military policy. However, building a professional military is no easy feat. Although the concept was not new, even the Wallachia Empire, which had lost 25 legions to a single magic cannon strike by Semiramis, had pioneered this system. It was resource-intensive. In this quasi-medieval world, with its limited productivity, even the mighty Wallachia Empire managed to form only 5 professional legions, with a combined strength of fewer than 30,000. Yet 2 of their strongest legions were obliterated in one blast from Semiramis's magic cannon, enraging the emperor to the point where he reportedly coughed blood upon hearing the news. Returning to the topic, establishing a professional military consumes enormous resources. Did the nobles never consider it? Of course, they did. But their limited resources made it impossible. A professional army means soldiers who are entirely detached from production, becoming pure consumers of resources. A small number might be manageable, but as the force grows, the cost becomes astronomical. Even a wealthy noble family like Crush's Karsten family couldn't sustain it. Only a centralized, powerful state could bear such costs. Thanks to measures like confiscating noble wealth, investing heavily in agriculture, and exporting surplus produce, Lugunica's treasury was now flush with cash, laying a strong foundation for Ryu's military ambitions. Ryu quickly ruled out heavily armored knights as the strongest close combat unit. As someone influenced by modern military thought, he knew that the advent of firearms had marked the end of armored cavalry. While this world lacked gunpowder for firearms, Ryu had an alternative, the repeating crossbow. The main weakness of conventional crossbows against heavy cavalry lay in their low rate of fire. Reloading a single bolt took so long that cavalry, mounted on magically enhanced superhorses with incredible speed, endurance, and vitality, could close the distance before a second shot was fired. The Wallachia Empire's elite knights, for example, wore enchanted armor 3 times stronger than regular iron yet only half as heavy. Ordinary crossbowmen were no match for such cavalry. In this world, crossbows were stuck at a stage comparable to medieval Europe's, effective only for massacring poorly trained infantry. Yet Ryu, familiar with weapon development trends, understood that the future lay in long-range combat, ideally beyond visual range. Whether through magic bombardment or missile strikes, the principle remained the same. Given the world's current technological level, a revolutionary leap in crossbow technology seemed unlikely. But with Echidna's vast repository of black magic knowledge and Ryu's modern scientific insights, they co-developed a new weapon, a magically enhanced repeating crossbow. This weapon boasted power comparable to a sniper rifle, a range exceeding 500 meters, and a 50-bolt magazine. However, their progress hit a major roadblock, not in the enchantments or craftsmanship, but in basic materials. The bow frame and string materials were woefully inadequate. Just as in modern science, advancements in material technology often underpin breakthroughs in other fields. Without the right materials, they couldn't meet the desired performance standards. The same problem arose with crafting new armor. Ryu's design required high resistance to piercing while maintaining mobility. Ideally, the armor would also be enchanted to enhance speed. Modern soft body armor met these criteria, but again, materials posed a challenge. Just as Ryu and Echidna were considering lowering their standards, Pandora, the Witch of Vainglory, unexpectedly showed up in Lugunica's capital. She had a reputation as a notorious schemer and was indirectly responsible for numerous calamities, including the Witch of Envy's rampage and Amelia's freezing of the forest. Seizing the opportunity, Ryu used his world separation ability to neutralize Pandora and press her into service. Pandora's authority allowed her to alter reality itself, which Ryu viewed as a perfect tool for synthesizing rare and advanced materials. With her help, they produced materials for the repeating crossbow that exceeded all expectations. Testing confirmed their suitability, and Ryu couldn't help but think, what a priceless asset I've acquired. To repay Pandora for her selfless dedication and to extract the maximum value from her, Ryu decided to provide her with 3 meals a day and a collar, along with nightly correction. However, Ryu was well aware that such training would have limited effectiveness on Pandora. Compared to Echidna and Elsa, who displayed some submissive tendencies, Pandora's actions revealed her to be a deeply calculating, highly resilient woman with a talent for concealment and ruthlessness. If it weren't for Pandora's powers being indispensable to Ryu's agricultural plans, which significantly accelerated his progress, he would have had no hesitation in killing her without mercy. Though correction might work on her, Ryu estimated that it would take at least a year to see any results, a timeframe far too long for his liking. Keeping Pandora by his side was like carrying a ticking time bomb that could go off at any moment. Fortunately, through continuous experimentation with Semiramis, Ryu managed to uncover some of the limitations and restrictions of Pandora's reality-altering powers. While these abilities were nearly invincible within this world, they were completely ineffective against anything from other worlds. This meant that Semiramis could use magic from the Type Moon universe to place numerous curses and restraints on Pandora, effectively limiting her powers. To counter Pandora's ability to alter even her death, Semiramis crafted curses targeting Pandora's very soul. These curses were created using venom from the demonic serpent Bashmu, a creature from Sumerian mythology said to be one of the 11 monstrous creations of the primordial goddess Tiamat. Bashmu's venom possessed unparalleled corrosive and toxic properties, capable of eroding Pandora's soul in an instant if the curse was triggered. Ryu believed that with her soul corroded, Pandora would be unable to use her reality-altering powers. This soul-targeting curse was the most severe of many Semiramis had placed on Pandora, dozens in total, reflecting Ryu's wariness of her. Despite this, Pandora's powers were undeniably effective. Issues that current technology couldn't resolve were easily addressed with Pandora's abilities, significantly accelerating the development of new weapons and armor for Ryu's army. Her contributions were so substantial that Ryu couldn't help but view her as both a dangerous liability and an indispensable asset, much like a nuclear reactor. Pandora, as Ryu had predicted, caused plenty of trouble. Though he was tempted to eliminate her on multiple occasions, he always relented in the end, as her immense utility outweighed the chaos she caused. Moreover, under the strict surveillance of Ryu and Semiramis, Pandora's disruptions were limited to nuisances rather than real harm. During the nightly affection sessions, Ryu noticed that while Pandora's body succumbed to physical desires, her gaze remained calm and clear. Over time, a subtle and delicate relationship formed between them. It became unclear whether Pandora had yielded to her physical urges or if Ryu had inadvertently compromised his stance, but both seemed to tacitly maintain this fragile balance. With Pandora's assistance and Echidna's knowledge, various breakthroughs in technology and magic drastically transformed Lugunica. Within just a few years, famine became a thing of the past for its people. Even during droughts, floods, or plagues of locusts, Lugunica had ample food reserves to endure. The cultivation of spices caused their prices to plummet, making once luxurious commodities accessible even to commoners. Improvements in production techniques for essentials like salt and sugar, along with industrialized clothing production, further enhanced the quality of life for Lugnica's residents. Nobility was significantly reduced, and much of their land was nationalized. Ryu implemented systems like contract farming and affordable housing, drawing in a large number of refugees and returning emigrants. These policies, combined with propaganda, reshaped public perception of Amelia, the second Witch of Envy, transforming her from a feared figure into a wise and beloved ruler. Over the next 10 years, Ryu used Pandora's powers to elevate Amelia's public image, ensuring that Lugunica's citizens not only benefited from her governance but also came to revere her. In the process, he integrated members of the witch cult into propaganda roles, utilizing their fanaticism to spread positive narratives about Emilia. This dual approach of material improvements and strategic messaging succeeded in cementing Emilia's place as a respected and admired leader. Militarily, Lugunica underwent significant modernization under Ryu's leadership. He established a professional army of 10,000 soldiers equipped with state-of-the-art weaponry and overseen by witch cult members acting as political commissars. These commissars were tasked with ensuring the soldiers' loyalty and indoctrinating them with unwavering devotion to Queen Emilia. As Lugunica flourished, its military readiness grew. When the Wallachia Empire, recovering from a decade of rebuilding, prepared to invade Lugunica again, they unknowingly walked into Ryu's trap, a confrontation he had long anticipated and meticulously planned for. Chapter 232, FGO, 232. 1,789 words. Ryu always believed that only an army that has faced bloodshed can be called a good army. When this new-style army was still in its infancy, the internal turmoil in Lugunica presented a perfect opportunity. Lords armed themselves and defied royal decrees, while bandits roamed the wilderness and mountains, threatening the safety of nearby villages. Ryu made a resolute decision to throw this fledgling army, barely a year old, into the tasks of quelling rebellions and eradicating bandits. Initially, due to a lack of advanced weapons, limited training time, and the inexperience of the recruits, the newly formed force suffered heavy casualties. However, after a year of trials by fire and steel, the army emerged reborn, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, with a completely transformed appearance. By this time, Ryu began gradually equipping the troops with various advanced gear, enchanted crossbows, armor made from earth dragon hide, and more. After a decade of rigorous refinement, the army exceeded Ryu's expectations in every aspect: equipment, training, combat experience, and morale. Just as Ryu was seeking a worthy opponent, the Wallachia Empire brought itself to his doorstep. This time, the Wallachia Empire had learned from its past mistakes. Instead of launching a direct assault on the Sky Garden of Semiramis, they took a detour, attacking Lugunica through the desert regions of the Kororagi Federation to the west. The merchants of the Kororagi Federation, true to their reputation, were willing to sell anything. Whatever deal the Wallachia Empire struck with them convinced the Federation to allow the Wallachia Empire's troops passage through their territory. But even if they had, they likely would have agreed under the Wallachia Empire's financial pressure. The Empire mobilized a formidable force of 200,000 troops, including a massive mage corps of 20,000, led by the 12 most powerful court magicians, each rivaling the strength of Roswell. Together, these mages posed a threat even to the resurrected Reinhard. If this mage corps were to fall, the Wallachia Empire's entire magical system would regress dramatically, underscoring their determination to destroy Lugunica this time. As the Wallachia Empire's army approached the border between the Kororagi Federation and Lugunica, tension mounted. The border was a vast desert with a long and narrow front, making it difficult for Lugunica to defend. To test his newly forged army's combat capability, Ryu chose to confront the Wallachia Empire head-on at the border. It was 9 a.m. atop a black warhorse. Ryu gazed calmly into the desert, lost in thought. Beside him, Anastasia sat quietly on a magical warhorse made of ice crystals. Suddenly, both Ryu and Anastasia narrowed their eyes simultaneously. The enemy had arrived. The sound of heavy hoofbeats echoed as a cavalry unit clad entirely in silver armor, both knights and horses, came into view. Their banner, white with gold trim and emblazoned with a luxurious crown, fluttered in the wind. It was the Empire Elite Knights. After a decade, the Wallachia Empire had rebuilt its once legendary heavy cavalry unit, renowned across the continent. The Empire Elite Knights, eager to wash away the shame of their predecessors, charged forward, thirsting for enemy blood. Raise lances. Accelerate. Charge. Without hesitation, the Empire Knights launched a full-scale assault against Lugunica's military formation. Each knight, along with man, horse, and gear, weighed over 500 kilograms. Only warhorses with beastly lineage could carry such loads. The impact of a single knight rivaled that of a small car crash, and there were 10,000 such knights in total. Dust rose as the ground trembled, resembling an armored tank brigade advancing. Facing this iron torrent, even Lugunica's battle-hardened troops felt a chill. Without their prior experience in blood and fire, their morale might have collapsed at the sight alone. Still, many soldiers turned pale as they faced this fearsome foe. Ryu remained unfazed, knowing this army had only faced rebels and bandits before, foes incomparable in might and momentum to the Wallachia Empire's elite. But this was an opportunity. After this battle, the army would achieve sublimation, forging its soul in the blood of a powerful enemy. Ryu was certain of it. For warhorses traveling at speeds of 100 kilometers per hour, the 2 kilometers distance vanished in a flash. Prepare! Ryu's command echoed. The soldiers, clad in black armor, swiftly spread out into a crescent formation, a configuration typically used by larger armies to encircle smaller ones. However, with both forces numbering 10,000, this setup seemed fragile, as if a single charge could shatter it. The Empire Knights, seeing Ryu's unconventional arrangement, smirked beneath their helmets. As they readied to teach Ryu a harsh lesson, the soldiers under his command took up peculiar positions. The first row lay prone, the second row crouched, and the third row stood upright. Is this some kind of circus act, thought the Empire Knights, nearly laughing out loud. At that moment, Ryu's icy voice pierced the air, aim. Fire. The soldiers raised their enchanted crossbows, aiming at the onrushing knights, and pulled the triggers without hesitation. A chorus of string twangs filled the air, resembling the enraged buzzing of a disturbed beehive. Silver streaks filled the sky as arrows hurtled toward the armored cavalry. In a fraction of a second, the clash between the knights and the arrows determined the outcome of the confrontation. In the end, the Wallachia Empire's most dazzling, powerful, and illustrious Empire Knight Corps, with over a century of glorious history, suffered a crushing defeat. In mere moments, the once invincible Empire Knight Corps was reduced to chaos by a storm of crossbow bolts, leaving men and horses tumbling. One knight at the forefront valiantly swung his sword, seemingly attempting to carve a path through the rain of arrows. However, the arrows snapped his sword, severed his arm, and riddled his body until he was a lifeless husk. The arrows that pierced him continued onward, targeting the knight behind him. Obstructed by his fallen comrade, the knight behind did not notice death creeping closer. He continued urging his steed onward, his mind filled with thoughts of gaining more glory. Suddenly, dozens of black threads pierced his comrade's body, spraying a fine mist of blood before continuing through him as well. For an instant, he froze, as if someone had hit a pause button on his life. Then, with a splatter of blood, he fell heavily from his horse. In cavalry charges, falling from one's mount has only one outcome, being trampled into a bloody pulp by the horses behind. As the knight's head was crushed, his consciousness faded, and his final thought was, "Sorry, Belmina, I won't be able to return home to marry you." Soon, darkness claimed him. This was just one small scene in the larger tragedy of the Empire Knight Corps. Countless knights were pierced by unending waves of crossbow bolts, fell from their mounts, and were trampled into unrecognizable remains. For the Empire Knight Corps, a mere 1,000-meter charge seemed like an insurmountable chasm. Before long, a thin layer of blood mist hung over the battlefield, and the pungent scent of blood spread with the wind, drawing countless scavengers. 10 minutes later, not a single Empire Knight reached Ryu. The closest one was still over 300 meters away. Of the 10,000 knights, fewer than 500 managed to escape the rain of bolts and retreat. The remaining 9,500 perished during the charge. Thus, the Wallachia Empire's pride, the famed, battle-hardened Empire Knight Corps, was annihilated, likely for good this time. Faced with Ryu's revolutionary approach to warfare, heavy cavalry, a resource-draining relic, seemed destined to be phased out of history. One could argue that Ryu single-handedly altered the course of this world's warfare. Amidst the astonishing victory, Ryu remained remarkably composed. No one had more confidence in the army he meticulously built than he did. The repeating crossbows alone were enchanted to enhance range, power, speed, and penetration, with each costing a staggering 1,000 holy gold coins. The crossbows featured cylindrical magazines holding 50 bolts and, thanks to ingenious design, could fire all 50 bolts in a single minute, essentially a medieval equivalent of a modern automatic rifle. Even medieval firearms had rendered heavy cavalry obsolete, so Ryu's modernized, semi-automatic magical crossbows made the task laughably easy. Beyond the costly crossbows, the soldiers were outfitted head to toe with state-of-the-art gear, boots enhancing movement speed, armor made from earth dragon leather resistant to piercing and magical damage, and helmets that improved vision and countered mind control spells. Each set of equipment costs over 3,000 holy gold coins. Though this figure might seem low, converting holy coins to modern currency, one holy coin equals 10,000 units, revealed that equipping a single soldier cost over 30 million. This didn't even account for training, salaries, and death compensations, which amounted to astronomical sums. Only under Ryu's leadership, with the economic boom that had multiplied Lugunica's wealth tenfold, could such a terrifying army be constructed. Having bathed this elite force in the blood of their enemies, Ryu bestowed upon them a new name, Death's Wing. This fearsome army would soon spread blood and chaos across the world. When news of the Empire Night Corps' annihilation reached the Wallachia Empire's command, the newly appointed Grand Marshal was so enraged that he snapped his riding crop in half. Although furious, beneath his anger lay deep-seated fear. In just a decade, this once weak nation, vulnerable after losing its divine dragon, had grown strong enough to threaten the Wallachia Empire itself. Lugunica had to be destroyed. Blinded by rage and fear, the Grand Marshal rashly ordered a retaliatory attack, deploying a mage corps without waiting for reinforcements. Suddenly, the skies above Death's Wing were filled with meteors, storms, and thunderbolts as magic rained down. Unfazed by the overwhelming magic, Ryu calmly called out, "Anna." Before he finished speaking, Anastasia raised her hand, pointing at the magical tempest above. With a deafening roar, countless black ice pillars erupted from the ground, piercing the sky and colliding with the magical storm. What happened next stunned everyone. The black ice pillars shattered the mage corps spells and crashed toward their location. The magic unleashed by 20,000 mages couldn't match the single spell of a youthful girl. As the black ice pillars closed in, panic consumed the mage corps. Some retaliated with attack spells, others raised defensive barriers, and still others fled through hastily opened portals. It was utter chaos, like a desperate scramble by individuals using whatever means they could muster. This moment laid bare the flaws of the hastily assembled mage corps. Though 20,000 strong, they couldn't coordinate effectively. Their combat power paled in comparison to the mage corps of a decade ago, which had only 5,000 members. While the 12 leading court mages tried to unite the scattered mages under a cohesive strategy, Anastasia's spell was already bearing down with unstoppable force. Chapter 233, FGO, 233. 1802 words. The 12 leading court archmages, forced into desperation, joined forces to cast a defensive spell. However, their efforts were obliterated by the overwhelming force of black ice pillars, which smashed through their defenses with ease. Fortunately, the archmages managed to avoid a catastrophic backlash that would have left their heads blown apart, though they did not escape unscathed, each bore significant injuries. Anastasia single-handedly triumphed over the Wallachia Empire's 12 strongest spellcasters. But it wasn't over yet. The black ice pillars continued to rain down upon the mage battalion. The court archmages, overwhelmed and unable to counter, had no choice but to open teleportation portals and flee the area under the pillars' onslaught. Teleportation, however, is an advanced and complex spell. Out of the mage battalion of over 20,000, fewer than 500 could proficiently use it. As a result, 20,000 pairs of eyes watched in despair as a colossal black ice pillar, larger than a mountain, descended upon them. Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens. The ground quaked as if it had turned into a springboard, trembling violently. After what seemed an eternity, the tremors subsided. As the dust settled, a thick mist of blood spread around the base of the icy mountain. Only a small number of mages who used teleportation and other means survived. Almost the entirety of the Empire's mage battalion had been crushed into pulp beneath the ice mountain. Upon learning of this catastrophe, the Grand Marshal was nearly driven mad. Through painstaking effort and countless backdoor deals, he had outmaneuvered numerous rivals to become the supreme commander, expecting an easy campaign to gather accolades. Instead, right at the start, he was handed an enormous disaster by Ryu. The Wallachia Empire's most elite knights and a battalion of 20,000 mages were utterly annihilated. The Grand Marshal could easily imagine the Emperor back home oiling the guillotine and tightening the ropes, waiting for him to place his head under the blade. "Marshal, what are your orders now?" asked an anxious aide. The other officers and advisors, equally distraught, looked to him for answers. If the Marshal was doomed, none of them could expect to escape the Emperor's wrath either. His guillotine had more than one blade. After a tense pause, the Grand Marshal spoke in a low voice, "Full assault." What did you say?" The adjutant, fearing he had misheard, quickly asked again. "I said full assault, you fool." The Grand Marshal roared, his face flushed with rage, bloodshot eyes glaring. "Charge. Leave no reserve forces. Strike with everything we've got. Anyone who retreats will be executed on the spot by the enforcement squad." Like a gambler on a losing streak, the marshal threw all his remaining chips on the table in a desperate bid to reverse his fortune. His only hope was to defeat Lugunica's forces, storm the capital, and destroy Lugunica entirely. Only by presenting such an achievement might the emperor consider sparing his life. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded before Ryu. Despite the destruction of the Wallachia Empire's most elite forces, the enemy didn't retreat but instead launched an all-out charge. Faced with such a determined enemy, Ryu couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. "Is living such a terrible thing?" he muttered. "Since you're so eager, I'll help you meet your end. Ready, aim, fire." With a wave of Ryu's hand, a barrage of black crossbow bolts shot forth like a storm of death, raining down mercilessly on the Imperial forces. History proved that with the advent of firearms, especially rapid-firing machine guns, sheer numbers lost their significance. The repeating crossbows wielded by the soldiers of the Deathwing Legion operated much like modern automatic rifles, with magazines holding 50 bolts and reloads taking mere seconds. Wave after wave of Imperial soldiers charged toward Lugunica's defenses, shouting battle cries, "For the Empire! Long live the Emperor!" With bloodshot eyes and faces filled with fervor, they advanced, shields raised or dual weapons in hand. In the age of cold weapons, high morale could often decide battles, overcoming even overwhelming odds. Unfortunately for the Wallachia Empire, Ryu had fast-tracked this world's military history into the era of firearms, bypassing traditional transitions. In the era of firearms, morale mattered, but superior weaponry mattered more. Thousands of Imperial soldiers surged forward, only to be mowed down in droves by the relentless storm of crossbow bolts. Every second, hundreds fell. The battlefield seemed divided into two worlds, one of life and one of death. On one side lay the barren desert, on the other, a blood-soaked landscape littered with corpses. Imperial soldiers fell like wheat before the scythe. Cries of agony rose from the ground, while vultures circled above, cawing hungrily. The Wallachia Empire's strategy of using sheer numbers to overwhelm Lugunica's defenses was shattered. After 2 hours of brutal fighting, better described as a one-sided massacre, the battle ended. Of the 200,000 Imperial soldiers, 150,000 were dead or injured at the hands of the Deathwing Legion. Not a single one reached Lugunica's defensive line. The closest corpse lay 500 meters away, its outstretched hand frozen mid-reach as if grasping for salvation. When the Imperial soldiers realized they couldn't breach Lugunica's defenses, their morale collapsed. Like an avalanche, the once proud elite troops of the Wallachia Empire threw down their weapons and discarded their armor in a desperate bid to flee faster. Some even tripped others to use them as human shields, disregarding the fact that these were their comrades mere moments ago. Under Ryu's orders, the Deathwing Legion showed no mercy, firing at the fleeing enemies. Before Lugunica's defenses, 500 meters out, the desert transformed into a macabre carpet woven from blood and flesh. Witnessing the grim aftermath, Ryu's expression remained indifferent. War, indeed, is cruel, but only for civilians. Soldiers who step onto the battlefield must be prepared to die. The enemy had no room for mercy. If they had reached Lugunica's defenses, they would have slaughtered the Deathwing Legion just as mercilessly. This was war. The retreating soldiers merely managed to delay their demise for a moment. Using the enchanted boots, which granted speeds comparable to a warhorse, the Imperial troops who attempted to flee were swiftly overtaken by Ryu's command. What followed was another massacre. In an instant, 20,000 more soldiers were slain from the ranks of the 50,000 retreating troops. The remaining 30,000 surrendered, dropping their weapons and kneeling in surrender. The battle resulted in a resounding victory for Lugunica. The 200,000-strong Imperial army was nearly annihilated, most were killed or captured. The devastating losses included the near-total destruction of the 20,000-strong Mage Corps, significantly setting back the Wallachia Empire's magical capabilities. Among those killed were 12 court magicians, and even high-level mages who used teleportation to escape met grim fates. Ryu, anticipating their actions, deliberately refrained from letting Anastasia use dimensional lock spells to secure the battlefield. Instead, he baited them into casting teleportation magic, allowing Anastasia to disrupt the spatial stability in the vicinity. The consequences were catastrophic for the Imperial mages. Some were trapped in spatial turbulence, others in dimensional rifts, and many suffered grotesque deaths, such as partial teleportations or being shredded by spatial storms. Only 2 court magicians skilled in spatial magic and a handful of lucky survivors made it out alive. Out of over 500 high-ranking mages, fewer than 10 remained. The word tragic barely captured the severity of the disaster. With the destruction of the Mage Core, the Wallachia Empire's entire magical system would likely need to be rebuilt, a process estimated to take centuries, assuming the Wallachia Empire could maintain its strength. However, it was evident that a certain ruthless chancellor wouldn't pass up the chance to crush the already weakened Wallachia Empire further. When the marshal, stationed in the rear, received news of the complete annihilation of the 200,000 troops, he calmly smiled and drank poisoned wine, taking his own life. Lugunica had achieved a decisive victory. But it wasn't over. The Wallachia Empire had tried to invade Lugunica, and Ryu, a man known for his vindictiveness, wasn't about to let them off lightly. Thus, Semiramis's Sky Garden aimed its cannons at the Wallachia Empire's territory, unleashing a series of light blasts. These strikes, as precise as a sword, obliterated 5 major military camps and 3 enormous fortresses within the Wallachia Empire, resulting in over 300,000 casualties. One of the blasts even targeted a military camp adjacent to the imperial capital. At the time, a grand ball was being held in the imperial palace to celebrate the coming-of-age ceremony of Princess Lamia, the jewel of the empire. The palace was filled with nobles and young elites, eager to impress the unmarried princess. As the light blast struck, leveling the nearby camp and even collapsing part of the city wall, the ball was at its height. The princess, dancing gracefully with a young noble who was a duke, an exceptional mage, and a swordsman unmatched in the capital, found herself interrupted by the sudden catastrophe. The chandelier above swayed violently before crashing down, crushing an unfortunate noble beneath it. While chaos erupted, Princess Lamia remained calm, directing arriving guards to evacuate guests. In stark contrast, her dance partner, a figure admired by many, screamed like a frightened woman and fell to the floor. Disappointed, the princess shifted her focus entirely to disaster relief, leaving the once promising young man behind. Soon after, news of the Wallachia Empire's crushing defeat reached the capital, along with Ryu's ultimatum, a demand for a vast sum of holy coins and precious materials as reparations, under the threat of continued bombardment. Enraged, the emperor tore the ultimatum to shreds and ordered the arrest and execution of the Grand Marshal's entire family, erasing their prestigious lineage. 3 days passed without a response to the demands, prompting Ryu to launch another wave of retaliatory strikes. This time, the targets included several major cities' garrison troops and the Wallachia Empire's navy. The Wallachia Empire's navy, developed over a century at an enormous cost of resources and manpower, was utterly obliterated. Building a navy was no simple task. It required expertise in warship construction, shipyard facilities, and years of training for skilled sailors and captains. Yet, with a single blast, Ryu reduced the Wallachia Empire's navy to ruins, reversing over a century of progress. The emperor, upon learning of this catastrophic loss, coughed up blood and fell gravely ill. Hidden cracks in the Wallachia Empire's facade began to surface. Most of the emperor's sons died under uncertain circumstances due to the fierce struggle for the throne. Princess Lamia, the youngest and most beautiful, the Wallachia Empire's sole legitimate heir if no male offspring were born. Marrying her meant securing the Wallachia Empire itself. The emperor's health rapidly deteriorated under the weight of successive disasters, leaving the Wallachia Empire on the brink of upheaval. Hidden undercurrents of turmoil began to rise. Chapter 234, FGO, 234. 1979 words. Externally, Lugunica and its neighboring nations were eyeing the Wallachia Empire greedily, sharpening their knives against the weakened state. Internally, the sudden illness of the emperor plunged the empire into political turmoil. In this moment of grave peril for the empire, Princess Lamia stepped forward. With flexibility and deftness far beyond her years, she worked to pacify and balance the internal unrest. At the same time, she actively negotiated with Lugunica, led by Ryu, while aligning with Lugunica's neighboring countries, the Kororagi Federation and the Gustico Kingdom, to pressure Lugunica. Graceful and adept, this imperial princess, only 16 years old, truly deserved such praise. Had she been born in an era of peace, the Wallachian Empire might have risen to even greater heights under her leadership. Unfortunately, this was an era of ruthless war. Ryu was unrelentingly tough, stating simply, not a penny less, or war. This was no mere threat, he meant it. He had Sky Garden bombard the Wallachia Empire's border fortresses while deploying the Deathwing Legion to invade imperial territory. Pressure from the Kororagi Federation and the Gustico Kingdom? Completely ignored. If any foreign forces dared to invade Lugunica's borders, they were ruthlessly struck down. The attempted interventions only resulted in humiliation and significant losses for the two nations, including spies and elites. As the Deathwing's conquests advanced, it took only a month for Lugunica to capture an entire border province of the Wallachia Empire, an area nearly half the size of Lugunica itself. Forced to the negotiation table under relentless pressure, Princess Lamia had no choice but to accept Ryu's humiliating terms, agreeing to pay massive war reparations to Lugunica. The Wallachia Empire suffered heavy blows. Rebellions erupted everywhere, leaving Princess Lamia, acting as regent, exhausted in her efforts to govern. Meanwhile, Ryu used the reparations to expand Lugunica's military. This time, he conscripted ordinary soldiers, aiming to stabilize the occupied territories. Ryu's intentions were obvious. Lugunica, a formerly decaying nation, was officially entering an era of expansion. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lugunica fully embraced its expansionist ambitions. The provinces it seized from the Wallachian Empire were gradually assimilated and incorporated into Lugunica. Simultaneously, Ryu employed various tactics to undermine Princess Lamia while launching fierce assaults on the northern Gustico kingdom. In 5 years, the remnants of Gustico's population were driven beyond the Eternal Mountains. Other tribal peoples were either slaughtered or enslaved by Lugunica. These enslaved individuals, strong and well-built, were repurposed as laborers. After being brainwashed by the reformed witch cult led by Ryu, they transformed into religious fanatics and fierce barbarian warriors. Ryu did not spare the opportunistic Kuraraji Federation either. With its deserts serving as natural defenses, he avoided confrontation. Instead, he wielded wealth as his weapon. Using Anastasia as a go-between, Ryu employed unprecedented commercial strategies to infiltrate and dominate Kuraraji's merchant guilds. Having grown up in an era of information explosion, he was well-versed in every conceivable commercial tactic. The self-proclaimed commercial geniuses of Kuraraji found themselves utterly outplayed. Before long, Ryu had gained immense influence in the Kuraraji Federation. In just 5 years, he completed his northern campaign against Gustico, driving the barbarians to the remote mountains while consolidating his power in the Kuraraji Federation. By then, Lugunica's territory had more than tripled compared to 5 years earlier. The only remaining adversary was the Wallachian Empire. Ryu, eager and prepared, set his sights on it. Having digested the Gustico kingdom and seized control over much of the Kuraraji Federation, Lugunica's national power surged. Though its land area was smaller than the Wallachia Empire's, its overall strength surpassed the weakened and internally fractured empire. The Wallachia Empire's resources had been depleted by scheming dukes and incessant rebellions. In 678 of the imperial calendar, known in later eras as year 16 of the goddess calendar, Ryu launched an offensive against the Wallachia Empire, leading Lugunica's army across the border. The 100,000 elite imperial troops stationed at the border collapsed in their first encounter with Lugunica's forces. A fortress, painstakingly built with enormous resources, fell within a single day. The Wallachia Empire's army had hoped to defend against the Deathwing's ballista storms from within the fortress walls. However, Ryu unveiled a new weapon this time, magic cannons, reimagined through the collaboration of witches Echidna and Pandora, combined with Ryu's innovative concepts. These upgraded magic cannons boasted triple the range and 5 times the power of their predecessors. In siege warfare, defenders typically relied on superior positioning and range, forcing attackers into grueling battles of attrition. But with Lugunica's new magic cannons, the balance shifted dramatically. The attackers could bombard from beyond the defenders' range, leaving them helpless. After a relentless bombardment, the fortress walls were reduced to rubble, allowing Lugunica's forces to capture what was once deemed an impregnable stronghold with ease. Lugunica's army advanced rapidly, seizing 2 imperial provinces within a month and closing in on the imperial capital. Desperate, Princess Lamia used her diplomatic skills to convince several dukes to unite their private armies under the empire's banner to resist Lugunica's invasion. For a time, the empire rallied. Morale soared as its people resolved to drive out the invaders. Genius commanders emerged, and the empire's forces assembled in strength. But it was all in vain. Just as the imperial forces prepared for a decisive battle, their rear command post was annihilated. Drawing on the Sky Garden's floating technology and the combined intellect of Lugunica's witches, Ryu developed magical aircraft to airdrop small units behind enemy lines, striking at their command center. Caught off guard, the Empire's army was overwhelmed by a coordinated assault of magic cannons and air raids. Without leadership, the imperial forces disintegrated into chaos, culminating in a disastrous defeat. Lugunica emerged victorious. Faced with Ryu's revolutionary warfare strategies, the Empire's so-called military geniuses could only meet their end in despair. Despite her unmatched resilience and cunning, Princess Lamia could not turn the tide. Against Ryu's advanced tactics, the Empire's outdated military was utterly powerless. In just 2 years, Ryu completely dismantled all resistance in the Empire. When Lugunica's army stormed the imperial capital, the steadfast Princess Lamia drove a sword through her own heart. Though scattered resistance persisted, it was only a matter of time before Lugunica's iron heel crushed all opposition. The most powerful empire in the world was crushed by Ryu, and nothing could stop Lugunica from unifying the world. What followed was essentially a waste of time. Lugunica didn't even need to deploy the Sky Garden and rolled over its opposition effortlessly. Ryu's principle was to avoid using the Sky Garden unless necessary. In this world, the Hanging Garden of Babylon was equivalent to a nuclear weapon, primarily a deterrent rather than a tool for casual warfare. A deterrent instills perpetual fear, but using such a weapon recklessly would label one as a world-ending terrorist, inviting desperate resistance. Thus, the early use of the Sky Garden not only eliminated the power disparity between the Wallachia Empire and Lugunica but also demonstrated its overwhelming might. Subsequently, it served purely as a nuclear deterrent, seldom deployed. The ever-present threat of the Sky Garden in the sky, combined with the crushing defeat of the Wallachia Empire, made subsequent conquests far easier. Most nations surrendered as soon as Lugunica attacked. Nuclear deterrence, paired with the promise of a better, more prosperous life, allowed Ryu to swiftly unify the world. Generous policies were rolled out, and the witch cult, now renamed the goddess cult, expanded its faith with astonishing success. In the end, over 60% of the world became adherents of the goddess cult, while most of the remaining population was friendly toward it. With such widespread support, Lugunica's policies were implemented seamlessly. Emilia now sat atop the throne of the Sky Garden, rarely showing herself. The world was managed collaboratively by a council of 50 red-robed cardinals under her supervision. Under their governance, the world progressed rapidly, with significant improvements in living standards and happiness for ordinary people. Ryu fulfilled his promise to Emilia, and in gratitude, she offered him her purity. Thus, the fortunate Prime Minister Ryu claimed the untouchable, sacred Emilia, embodied with the dual auras of elf queen and goddess, on the throne, taking her first. However, Ryu regretted that he could not take Emilia with him. The overwhelming faith of the world bestowed her with near-invincible power but also bound her permanently to this world. Meanwhile, Ram and Rem, unwilling to leave their homeland, remained to assist Emilia. Despite her significant contributions to Ryu's conquest of the world, Pandora chose not to follow him either. Without her and Echidna's combined efforts in advancing their technological edge, Ryu's rapid unification of the world would have been impossible. Unlike the chaotic post-apocalyptic world of Cabaneri, this world had seen little major upheaval since 5 centuries ago. Though cold-hearted, Ryu was fair in his dealings. He granted Pandora her freedom. As for Echidna, her obsession with Ryu had turned her into a hopelessly devoted admirer who could no longer leave his side. Having achieved his goals, Ryu, now feeling bored, returned to Chaldea with his companions, leaving behind a small trace of regret. His exceptional performance earned him the world source from this realm. Absorbing the world source into his body, Ryu felt a tremendous surge in power along with the sensation of reaching his capacity. As expected, the system notified him. Congratulations! Your base attributes have reached their limits. Further progress requires advancing the level of existence. The system has detected you meet the requirements. Would you like to initiate the advanced quest Path to Divinity? Ryu stared at the large yes button, deep in thought. His current stats were: Name, Nguyen Ryu. Race, human. Class, none. Level, demigod. Base attributes, strength, 70+ EX. Agility, 70+ EX. Endurance, 70+ EX. Magic, 70+ EX. Luck? +25, for reference, and average human stats, except magic, are 10. Below 10 is F-, between 15 and 20 is E-, and so on. Class skills. Item creation, D 12%. Magic resistance, EX. Possession skills. Advanced cold weapon mastery, 4%. Advanced unarmed combat mastery, 99%. Mana burst, be 99%. Primordial Runes, be 10%. World Ruler, EX high mana cost. Flight. Adaptation to harsh environments. Language proficiency. Divine Body. Shave, c 43%. Noble Phantasms. Reversal War God, True, EX. Brahmastra, O Brahma, Cover the Earth, B. Revelation, EX. Machine Gun Blow, evolved from Swallow Reversal. Source Powers. Ocean's Dominion. World Separation. Death Command. Aside from having all base attributes maxed at 70+, several of his skills had greatly improved. Among his gains, two stood out. After years of effort and through the King's Treasury Mystic Code, his Revelation skill finally reached EX rank. By absorbing the World Source, he acquired a new source power, Death Command. The system described Death Command as a terrifying ability to designate one or more targets for death. If the target's strength is lower than Ryu's, success is guaranteed. If the target's strength equals or surpasses Ryu's, the success probability decreases as the target's power increases. Essentially, it was a long-range AoE upgrade of the Mystic Eyes of Death Perception, reminiscent of the legendary Baylor's Evil Eye that cursed anyone it gazed upon. However, this power came at a steep cost. It consumed Ryu's life force. If depleted entirely, he would die instantly. Fortunately, after appraising the root gem obtained from Satella's demise, Ryu solved this issue. The gem, glowing with green light, contained inexhaustible life energy. Not only did it replenish the life force Ryu lost during his conquest, but it also healed his hidden injuries, restoring his body to its peak condition. The Apocalypse Gauntlet now allowed embedding up to 5 root gems, enabling more efficient use of their abilities with greatly reduced costs. Thus, with Death Command and infinite life energy in hand, Ryu was ready for his next challenge, pondering the system's invitation to ascend to divinity. Chapter 235, FGO, 235. 1937 words. Take the earliest equipped time gem as an example. Not only were its abilities of time acceleration and time suspension greatly enhanced, but it also gained a new power, time reversal. It could turn back the strings of time and restore everything to its original state. The system's description was both concise and commanding, directly revealing the essence of this ability. Before traveling through time, whether it was Doctor Strange manipulating the Time Stone to toy with the Dark Dimension Overlord Dormammu, or a certain Purple Titan restoring the Infinity Stones destroyed by the Scarlet Witch, such scenes left a deep impression on Ryu. Watching enemies busily scheme, only to have everything undone with a snap of the fingers, that overwhelming, godlike flair was awe-inspiring. Now I, Nguyen Ryu, can wield such an incredible ability. Empowered, Ryu was eager to test his newfound powers. Conveniently, he had a special invitation card obtained from defeating Mordred. See the end of the Fate/Apocrypha arc for details. After resting for a few days, Ryu used the invitation card to travel to the era of Arthurian legends. In the next moment, when Ryu returned to Chaldea, two figures were by his side. One was the noble Empress Artoria, clad in golden white armor, with a majestic yet voluptuous figure, Lantoria. The other was a similarly well-endowed woman in a blue and purple gown, her face veiled, a special character from a certain gacha game, Morgan. This time, Ryu replaced Mordred in the storyline via the special invitation card. Mordred's regret was her yearning for Artoria's recognition. Ryu fulfilled this perfectly, perhaps too perfectly, indirectly altering Artoria's philosophy of kingship. So much so that this sacred empress began to show troubling tendencies, becoming particularly attached to her imperial crown prince. Are you Artoria in name, but Reiku in spirit? Ryu was exasperated. His only intent had been to cultivate the land diligently. He had already experienced similar scenarios twice before, yet this time things had gone slightly awry. Though he had no intention of wooing Artoria, she seemed to be heading down a path reminiscent of a Song Khan. And not just Artoria herself, Morgan was openly trying to seduce him, seemingly as a form of retaliation against Artoria. Ryu was genuinely distressed. He had shifted from his usual aggressive approach solely because the system assigned him the role of Artoria and Morgan's artificial son. Before the transmigration journey, Ryu hadn't been well regarded by his parents and even felt some fear towards his mother. So this time, with the system setting him up as their son, he had no ulterior motives, just the desire to complete the mission. Perhaps even to bring Artoria and Morgan together as a couple. But why had things turned out like this? Instead of growing closer, the two women diverged. Morgan, noticing Artoria's burgeoning affection for Ryu, began seducing him in retaliation to provoke Artoria. Ryu felt utterly drained. Everything had seemed so normal at the start. When he first entered this special instance, Morgan had intended to recommend him directly to King Arthur as a Knight of the Round Table. But Ryu, ever the mischief maker, had no intention of following the original timeline. He refused Morgan's proposal and, over 5 years, transformed a humble village into a bustling metropolis second only to Camelot. It is well known that the Knights of the Round Table are famed for their martial prowess but lack significant administrative accomplishments. Even Agravain was merely the best of a mediocre bunch. Ryu's unparalleled administrative skills immediately drew Artoria's attention. She sent emissaries to invite him to join the Knights of the Round Table. The first time, Artoria sent soldiers to invite him. Ryu politely dismissed them. The second time, Gawain stormed over in fury, only to be thrown out. The third time, Artoria herself came, intrigued by Ryu. After an intense discussion on the geopolitical state of Europe, Artoria was thoroughly impressed. In her mind, Ryu was now on par with a certain relaxed national advisor. Without hesitation, Artoria appointed Ryu as chancellor. At that time, Artoria had just quelled domestic unrest and had yet to establish her full prestige through consecutive victories. Promoting Ryu directly to such a high position was an audacious move, drawing skepticism from both allies and enemies, all of whom turned their eyes to Camelot. In Camelot, the Knights of the Round Table were equally displeased. These warriors, unversed in literature or strategy, saw Ryu's repeated refusals as arrogance and an insult to their revered King Arthur. To make matters worse, Ryu's instant promotion to Chancellor placed him above the Knights, further stoking their resentment. Almost everyone, except for one person, waited eagerly for Ryu to fail. That exception was none other than Morgan. Having long given up on her wayward son, she was ecstatic to see him pull off such a feat, rekindling her hopes of exacting revenge on Artoria. To Ryu, Morgan seemed like a Yandere. She likely harbored feelings for Artoria but expressed her love in destructive ways, seeking to obliterate everything Artoria cherished to ensure she could never forget her. Amid the sea of hostile gazes, Ryu entered Camelot's royal court. And then, he truly caused a sensation. Before the entire Round Table, Ryu made a bold proposal: anyone could join the Knights of the Round Table and take a seat, except Artoria herself. A king must stand apart, an independent and exalted figure. A king belongs on the throne, not at the table. As Ryu spoke, Artoria remained silent, but the gathered Knights of the Round Table could not contain their outrage. To them, sharing a seat with the king was their greatest honor, symbolizing the collective glory of the Round Table. Ryu's suggestion was tantamount to dismantling the very foundation of the Round Table. Unacceptable. Almost every knight responded by hurling iron gauntlets at Ryu, a traditional challenge to duel. This, of course, was exactly what Ryu had intended, to provoke the knights and establish his dominance. The outcome was predictable. Having reached the level of a demigod, equipped with divine armor and god-level skills, there was no chance Ryu would lose. It was impossible. Even if he stood still, they couldn't breach his defenses. Inevitably, the entire Round Table was utterly defeated by him, single-handedly. Neither the sorrowful Tristan, the invincible Gawain under the sun, nor Lancelot, considered the greatest knight even above King Arthur in martial skill, could withstand him. They were all decisively crushed in mere moments. The knights were secretly relieved, however, that the duel had been held in private at King Arthur's insistence. Initially, they thought the king was trying to protect Ryu's dignity, only later did they realize it was to shield their honor. The king, as always, remained kind and considerate. From that day forward, nearly all of the knights avoided Ryu whenever they saw him. Through sheer force, he had brutally subdued the Round Table and established his supreme authority. Ryu had no other choice. If he wanted to swiftly bring the Round Table under control to implement his policies, this was the most efficient route. Of course, convincing Artoria to step away from the Round Table was also part of his real agenda. A king, no matter how approachable, should not sit on equal footing with their knights in public settings. A king is a king, above all others. Artoria was the ruler, while the knights were her subjects. How could they sit as equals? The initial purpose of the Round Table may have been to foster unity, but over time, it bred dangerous ideas among its members. This was why Tristan had once openly accused King Arthur of lacking understanding of the human heart. It was why Lancelot had an illicit affair with Queen Guinevere, resulting in her being sentenced to death and Lancelot rescuing her from the execution grounds. It was why Gawain, driven by personal grudges, had incited Artoria to launch an expedition against France to punish Lancelot. These chaotic events revealed one undeniable truth: though the knights outwardly respected and supported King Arthur, deep down, they saw themselves as equals to her. Such a mindset was extremely dangerous. In truth, all the ensuing turmoil began when Artoria sat at the round table. Sometimes, Raoul couldn't help but wonder if King Leodegrance, who gifted the round table to Artoria and sowed the seeds of the knights' eventual discord, was secretly an enemy spy sent to undermine Britain. With his dominance over the round table secured, Raoul found it easier to proceed. The knights prided themselves on upholding the code of chivalry that Artoria had set forth. Thus, even though they disliked Raoul personally, they begrudgingly implemented his reforms because they felt the king's watchful gaze upon them. Eventually, after a long discussion, Raoul persuaded Artoria to relinquish her place at the round table and sit upon the royal throne in the council chamber instead. With the path ahead now clear, Raoul began his transformation of Camelot. His first goal was to unite all of Britain under one kingdom. Its geography made large-scale agriculture impractical. Instead, its island nature made developing fishing and naval power the logical path, alongside some animal husbandry. At the time, there was no concept of a navy. It wasn't until the rise of Spain and Portugal, whose powerful fleets swept across the globe, establishing colonies and growing rich on their resources, that the importance of naval power became evident. Britain's fishermen, already skilled at sea, could be trained into an exceptional navy. The real challenge was the lack of warships. In this era, with cannons yet to be invented, naval battles relied on boarding actions, which allowed physically strong Viking raiders to dominate. Fortunately, Raoul could solve this by designing warships himself. He could exchange for blueprints through his system and have local shipbuilders, accustomed to crafting fishing vessels, learn by trial and error. To break through initial difficulties, Raoul focused on agriculture and livestock, using milk and meat to improve the physical fitness of Camelot's population while boosting the economy. At the same time, he avoided rushing into naval development. It was widely known that the Navy was the most expensive military branch to maintain, bar none. Instead, Raoul prioritized fishing, which not only bolstered the economy but also laid a solid foundation for naval development. To develop Camelot's economy, Raoul paused territorial expansion and shifted to a defensive strategy. Having mastered the farming strategy, Raoul knew that the early stages of development were the hardest. But if they could endure this period, the mid to late stages would bring unstoppable growth, requiring little effort beyond straightforward execution. Camelot's apparent weakness emboldened neighboring nations eager to see Raoul fail. They launched raids and provocations, looting and burning at the borders. Yet Camelot was far from defenseless. With Raoul's introduction of improved English longbows and crossbows, these incursions quickly met devastating resistance. In this era, a knight's full plate armor was little more than thin iron plating. Raoul's advanced weapons, however, far surpassed the capabilities of the time. Whenever invading forces clashed with Camelot's longbow or crossbow units, they suffered bloody massacres. The knights were initially critical, believing such methods dishonorable and contrary to the chivalric code. But Raoul paid no mind to their complaints. He knew that cavalry, no matter how glorious, would inevitably be rendered obsolete by history. After 3 years of steady development, Camelot experienced significant growth. Its population increased, the average citizen became healthier, and the economy flourished. At this point, Raoul proposed to Artoria that it was time to resume expansion. The Red Dragon of Britain, dormant for 3 years, began to bare its fangs once more. Chapter 236, FGO, 236. 1962 words. In that era of Great Britain, fully armored knights were considered the most valuable military force. A kingdom with a knightly order of over 100 members was already regarded as powerful. The majority of the remaining soldiers were poorly equipped peasant levies. Armor? Unheard of. It was fortunate if they weren't sent into battle wielding pitchforks. However, when Raoul emerged from his retreat in agricultural endeavors, creating longbow and crossbow units, the storm of arrows they unleashed easily shattered the knight's glory. With extraordinary range, heavy arrows designed to pierce armor, and the terrifying gravitational acceleration as they descended from the skies, the knight's defenses became futile. In a single volley, half of the enemy's heavily funded knightly order was obliterated. By the second volley, only a few lucky survivors remained. Seated on her warhorse, Artoria and her 12 elite Round Table knights were dumbfounded. Previously, their battle strategy had been straightforward. The king led the charge, and they followed, breaking enemy formations through sheer force and engaging in brutal melee combat to carve a path to victory. But under Ryu's guidance, warfare had become both elegant and cruel. There was no need to approach the enemy, just draw, aim, and release, and lives would be taken with ease. Fortunately, this world wasn't mundane. It had magic, sorcery, and warriors capable of single-handedly facing armies. Yet, in terms of both quality and quantity, who could rival the Round Table Knights? This realization offered them some solace. At least they wouldn't be out of a job just yet. Little did they know, their reactions were all within Ryu's expectations. While ordinary soldiers struggled against these superhuman beings, it wasn't impossible to counter them. Enchanted equipment could empower regular soldiers to pose a threat to these magical entities. The only drawback was the exorbitant cost, which was unaffordable for Britain, currently strapped for cash. Luckily, the Round Table Knights were a high-caliber fighting force ready to be utilized at no additional cost. Ryu foresaw a time when Britain, under his leadership, would exploit its colonies for wealth. That would mark the end of the knightly era. With these formidable archer units, Camelot entered full conquest mode. Even a coalition of several nations stood no chance. The overwhelming firepower left no room for negotiation. In just 5 years, with Ryu's help, Artoria successfully defeated the mighty Romans, drove out the Saxons, and unified all of Britain. After Ryu retrieved the Holy Spear for her, Artoria underwent significant changes in those 5 years. The once innocent young woman had grown tall and voluptuous, exuding an irresistible allure, like a ripened peach. The naive Ahog king had evolved into the Holy Spear Queen, skilled in both governance and human interaction. Britain itself also underwent an immense transformation. Ports and naval bases in cities like Plymouth, Liverpool, Manchester, and London began to take shape as shipyards gathered there. This was all part of Ryu's policy. To boost Britain's maritime endeavors, he offered generous support to fishermen and the shipbuilding industry. Taxes were waived, and funds were even provided to build docks and related infrastructure. 5 years passed swiftly. Though Britain was starting from scratch, it was impossible to develop a formidable navy in such a short time. At most, it had created a fledgling fleet with a handful of warships. But that was enough, as other nations had no navies at all. With just a few medium-sized warships capable of carrying hundreds of troops, Britain became a renowned maritime power in the region. The maritime industry, initially developed as a foundation for the navy, also flourished. Under Ryu's leadership, Britain entered the age of exploration ahead of its time. In an era of difficult transportation and limited trade, Ryu sent out merchant ships to trade goods from various regions. Occasionally doubling as pirates, these ventures brought vast wealth to Britain. This wealth was reinvested domestically, strengthening the kingdom's infrastructure. As a result, Britain's national power grew visibly by the day. Through these achievements, Ryu's prestige in Britain soared, second only to Artoria. The only thorn in Ryu's side was Morgan, the twisted, vengeful sorceress who never gave up her grudge against Artoria. As Ryu's power grew, so did Morgan's determination for revenge. She constantly urged Ryu to act against Artoria, but he paid her no mind. Morgan, being the troublemaker she was, had caused her share of chaos. Before Artoria's wedding, she drugged her fiancé Guinevere and used a gender-altering spell to claim Guinevere's virginity. To her frustration, Artoria remained unbothered and married Guinevere for the sake of the kingdom's stability. Fuming, Morgan devised another scheme. She publicly revealed Ryu's identity as the illegitimate child of royal blood, hoping to undermine Artoria's authority and teach Ryu a lesson. To her astonishment, Artoria was delighted. She immediately announced Ryu's resignation as chancellor and proclaimed him crown prince and sole heir to the throne. Morgan was utterly dumbfounded by Artoria's unexpected move. She hadn't considered that Ryu, unlike the rebellious Mordred, had transformed Britain into a powerful nation rivaling the Roman Empire. For Artoria, discovering Ryu's royal lineage was a blessing, not a curse. Having inadvertently sabotaged herself, Morgan was forced to retreat, quieting down for the time being. As for Ryu, his life remained largely unchanged. Though the knights treated him with greater reverence and young women looked at him with more fervor, his daily routine was unaffected. Artoria passed the chancellorship to Merlin, who, as a laid-back national advisor, rarely took his duties seriously. Ever since Ryu's rise, Merlin had spent his days wandering under the guise of inspecting territories, earning a reputation as the Magus of Flowers for his romantic escapades. With the title of Chancellor, Merlin still left all the kingdom's affairs to Ryu, merely giving him a more formal title to legitimize his rule. After consulting with Artoria, the British Navy boldly crossed the English Channel and launched an attack on France, which lay just across the sea. In just a month, all of France's ports fell. However, calling them ports was generous, they were merely small fishing villages. At this time, France, still under the shadow of the Roman Empire's dominance, had not experienced much development. Once the British forces landed, they swiftly swept across large swathes of land with unstoppable momentum. Yet, just as the invasion seemed unstoppable, an unexpected figure emerged, someone Ryu could never have imagined. A young woman named Jeanne d'Arc rose up, courageously leading the people of France in a counterattack against the British invaders. She successfully halted their advance at Orleans, striking a decisive blow against the British forces. When Ryu received this news, he was utterly baffled. His Jeanne was still safely in Chaldea, so where did this Jeanne come from? And more importantly, why was she showing up so early? This timeline didn't make sense. Ryu's first thought was that his approach to invading France must have been flawed. His second thought was that this Jeanne was a time traveler. When Ryu personally led the Knights of the Round Table into battle against Jeanne's resistance forces, he finally understood. Opposite him stood a girl clad in jet-black armor, her face filled with rage, her short silver hair shining in the sunlight. She pointed angrily at Ryu and shouted, "I knew it. It's you, you scoundrel." Her tone was like that of an innocent girl finally catching the scoundrel who had wronged her. The Knights of the Round Table exchanged awkward glances, their expressions complex as they looked at their prince. Ryu felt an overwhelming urge to cover his face. That familiar tone, it had to be that Jeanne, Jalter who had been sent away by Bluebeard in the Fate world. It was destiny, an ill-fated connection. Though France's army was weak, Jalter proved to be a significant thorn in Ryu's side. Unlike Jeanne, who excelled in commanding and inspiring morale, Jalter possessed more troublesome abilities. One couldn't forget her title as the Dragon Witch. She summoned hordes of wyverns and dragons, wreaking havoc on the British army. These dragons avoided engaging the main forces, instead targeting logistics and supplies, leaving Ryu scrambling to deal with the chaos. He had no choice but to dispatch a large number of longbowmen and even the Knights of the Round Table to protect his supply lines. This diversion of forces severely slowed the British army's progress in conquering France. Moreover, Black Jeanne became cunning. No matter how Ryu provoked her, she refused to face him in direct combat, seemingly shaped by her experiences in the Holy Grail War. But Ryu was no novice, he was a master of underhanded tactics. He slowed his army's advance while secretly sending emissaries to negotiate with the French king. Britain proposed a truce but demanded that the so-called witch Jeanne be handed over for trial. The French king, intimidated by Britain's overwhelming military power and wary of Black Jeanne's dragon-summoning abilities, agreed. After some secret dealings, Black Jeanne was betrayed. With her location disclosed, Ryu and the Knights of the Round Table surrounded her on a hill. Despite her fierce resistance and summoning legendary dragons, she was ultimately defeated by Ryu, who had nearly reached the peak of heroic spirit power. When it came to handling such a proud and fiery figure, Ryu had plenty of experience. In simple terms, she might resist with words, but her body ultimately complied, a classic tsundere. However, Ryu had more pressing matters to attend to, so he temporarily shelved his SEG correction of Black Jeanne. With her out of the picture, Ryu immediately tore up the truce signed with the French king just 10 days prior, a move that caused discontent among the Knights of the Round Table. But Ryu didn't care. Treaties between nations are made to be broken, he declared. In international relations, there are no friendships, only interests. Treaties are mere illusions, and strength is the true guarantor of peace. Not only did Ryu break the treaty, but he also launched a surprise nighttime attack, catching the French army off guard and nearly annihilating their 20,000-strong force. France collapsed, and in just 3 months, Ryu captured the French royal capital. At this point, no nation in Europe, aside from the Roman Empire, could rival Britain. Ryu suggested to Artoria that they relocate the capital to France, specifically to the area that would later become Paris. At the time, Paris was merely a small Roman village spanning the Seine, but its geographical advantages hinted at its future as a world-renowned romantic city. Artoria's original dream was to protect Britain, but with Ryu's sudden rise, a sliver of ambition began to grow within her. The title Emperor of the Holy Britannian Empire sounded rather appealing. After a long discussion with Ryu, Artoria agreed to move the capital to Paris. The British Isles became Ryu's personal domain, serving as the kingdom's largest naval and shipbuilding base, as well as a hub for agriculture and livestock. Relocating the capital was no small feat, especially with Paris still in its early stages of development. After 3 years of effort, the city began to take on the shape of a burgeoning metropolis. During these years, aside from focusing on Paris's construction, Ryu spent his free time correcting Black Jean. Over time, she became so obedient that a mere gesture from him could leave her flustered and weak-kneed. Yet, despite her physical surrender, her sharp tongue and sarcasm remained. Her venomous remarks often left Ryu speechless, and as punishment, she frequently ended up in a state of disheveled humiliation, which, oddly enough, seemed to thrill her. With the capital officially relocated, the Roman Empire finally turned its attention to this rising power. A tense calm settled over the continent, a quiet before the storm. War was imminent. Chapter 237, FGO, 237. 1,760 words. At a time when the Roman Empire was amassing over 100,000 troops along its borders in preparation for war, Ryu made a bold move. Exploiting the internal troop shortages within the Roman Empire, he led his navy past the Strait of Gibraltar, sailing directly into the Mediterranean. From there, he launched a surprise invasion deep into the Italian peninsula, aiming straight for Rome, the heart of the empire. Rome, a coastal city just 20 to 30 kilometers from the sea, barely a day's march, was left utterly unprepared. Ryu's decisive strike was nothing short of brilliant. The Roman consul and senators had no time to react as Britannia's navy, carrying 20,000 troops, suddenly appeared before their capital. At that moment, Rome's Praetorian Guard numbered a mere 2,000. It wasn't entirely the fault of Rome's leaders for being caught off guard. Ryu's strategy was far too advanced for their time. The concept of an amphibious assault was utterly unprecedented for the decaying Roman Empire. Facing a force of 2,000 against 20,000, the Romans had the advantage of defending their homeland, which boosted their morale. But Ryu wasn't interested in a drawn-out siege. Instead, he unleashed a relentless bombardment with ballistae aimed at the city gates. Longbows rained arrows down on the walls, while elite crossbowmen used specialized weapons to snipe any Romans daring to show themselves. After just a few rounds of this onslaught, Roman casualties exceeded a third of their forces before the two sides had even clashed. The demoralized defenders faltered, and Ryu seized the opportunity to deploy battering rams. With a series of violent strikes, the gates of Rome were shattered, leaving the capital exposed, like a stunning beauty lying defenseless. Britannian soldiers, eager for conquest, stormed the city. However, Ryu's strict military code prohibited looting, arson, or assault in occupied territories. Violations were punishable by death, even implicating commanding officers. This discipline earned Britannia a surprising level of tolerance among conquered populations, such as the French, despite their complete subjugation. While sparing the Roman civilians, Ryu showed no mercy to the city's elite. Senators, nobles, and even the emperor himself were captured and summarily executed. This wasn't sheer cruelty. Ryu needed to move swiftly. Roman forces were rushing back from all directions, and Britannia's army couldn't afford to be bogged down by prisoners or encumbered by Rome's treasury, which had been emptied of its vast wealth. Executing the Roman elite served a dual purpose. It eliminated the burden of prisoners and plunged the empire into chaos. Leaderless, Rome descended into internal strife, with factions vying for power. If the infighting escalated, it would only benefit Britannia. With his mission complete, Ryu withdrew with the spoils of war, leaving behind a devastated Rome. The wealth accumulated over centuries was so immense that it couldn't all be transported. Ryu prioritized the most valuable treasures, discarding even large quantities of gold in favor of priceless gems. This lightning-fast campaign left Rome in ruins, sparking outrage across the empire. However, with the ruling class annihilated, no one could muster a coordinated response. Ryu and his navy returned home triumphant. The riches seized were unparalleled, and Ryu became enamored with the ease of such plundering. No wonder they say murder and arson make you rich while building bridges leaves no corpse behind, he mused. Emboldened, he directed his forces to continue their dual-front assault. The Round Table Knights advanced across the land borders, while the navy harassed the Italian coastline. This relentless two-pronged strategy drove the Romans to despair. Combined with internal turmoil, the empire seemed on the brink of collapse, like a fading sun setting on its final days. The Roman Empire's vast coastline, poorly defended without a strong navy, left it vulnerable to Britannia's superior maritime tactics. Over the next 3 years, Ryu's unyielding campaigns drained the Roman Empire. The once mighty power crumbled under his near-insidious tactics. From that moment on, no European nation could stand in the way of the Holy Britannian Empire's rise. 10 years later, under Ryu's guidance, Artoria ascended as emperor of a unified European continent. Ryu personally crowned her as the ruler of the Holy Empire. By this point, this was Ryu's third empire-building game. Even the most enjoyable game can grow tiresome. With Britannia now unrivaled and global domination inevitable, the game had entered its waste of time, and Ryu felt little satisfaction. His sole remaining interest lay in scouring the world's secret realms for rare treasures. There he dedicated to strengthening Artoria, his cherished creation, as though feeding her the ultimate in-game resources. Unlike the one-dimensional characters of a typical game, Artoria, whom Ryu personally nurtured to power, filled him with unparalleled pride. But Artoria was no mere fictional figure. She observed Ryu's tireless efforts and grew to admire him deeply. In an empire with no man equal to Ryu in ability, Artoria found herself seeing him in a new light, though she remained unaware of this change. Ryu, for his part, remained oblivious to her feelings. However, Morgan, the jealous and cunning onlooker, noticed it all. Her twisted mind soon hatched a brilliant plan for revenge against Artoria. Ryu was shocked to discover that his Yandere mother, Morgan, was behaving strangely, constantly looking for opportunities to seduce him. To make matters worse, Artoria joined in once she found out. If it were King Arthur's Artoria, this would never happen. After all, in King Arthur's heart, Britain always came first. However, after ascending as the Empress of the Holy Britannian Empire, Artoria had grown more assertive due to her position. Simply put, as the Holy Empress and the most powerful woman in the world, Artoria had become even more willful. An emperor's privilege is doing as they please. Thus, during Ryu's time in the latter half of the Arthurian legend world, he was almost daily caught in the love triangle battlefield between his empress mother and stepmother. This turmoil even diminished his interest in correction training Jean Alter, who privately grumbled, wondering if something was wrong with Ryu. Finally enduring until the dungeon world ended, Ryu was ready to escape back to Chaldea, only to be caught by Artoria. She insisted on signing a servant contract with him and returning to Chaldea together. Ryu was stunned. How did this Lantoria know about Chaldea? Ryu had forgotten that this was his fault. Through his endless enhancements, this version of Artoria had gained the ability to traverse time and space. Once, out of curiosity, she responded to a summoning from another world, returning to the Fourth Holy Grail War and meeting Ryu's past self. Rather than being angry that Ryu had replaced Mordred, Artoria was delighted. After all, if Ryu truly were her son, she wouldn't have been able to overcome that final barrier. She was not Morgan, who, in her twisted ways, would do anything for revenge. Artoria persisted in pressuring Ryu to sign the servant contract. In the meantime, Morgan, having heard the news, rushed over and demanded equal treatment. Left with no other choice, Ryu reluctantly signed 2 servant contracts. As for Jean Alter, she had already been trained into a loyal servant and had returned to Chaldea early. Today marked Ryu's first day back in Chaldea. He sat in the dining hall, preparing to enjoy his breakfast when Artoria, dignified and regal, sat down across from him with a serious expression. Ryu immediately put down his chopsticks. Is something the matter, Artoria? Artoria's brow furrowed slightly. You should address me as Mother Empress. Ryu quickly obliged. All right, Mother Empress. Artoria's face softened with a small smile, though her gaze wavered, and her voice dropped noticeably. Prince, could you make breakfast for your Mother Empress? By the end of her request, Artoria's voice was barely audible. If not for Ryu's heightened senses, he wouldn't have known what she said. Seeing Artoria, usually so commanding, now blushing slightly and acting demurely, Ryu's heart skipped a beat. Once, on a whim, he had cooked a meal himself. Artoria, tasting his cooking, was utterly amazed. What he didn't know was that, as a supreme foodie, Artoria had been dreaming about his cooking ever since. But back then, as the imperial crown prince, with her as the empress, it was unthinkable for her to ask him to cook. Now, with their statuses no longer an obstacle, her longing for his cooking had grown unbearable. Finally seizing the opportunity, she shyly made her request. For Ryu, this wasn't a big deal. After all, he often cooked for his contracted servants, claiming it was a way to boost bonds and progress their storyline. Just as Ryu was heading to the kitchen, someone hugged him from behind. Immediately, he felt an unmistakably soft deadly weapon pressing into his back. Morgan's sultry, slightly husky voice whispered behind him, "My dear son, I have finally found you. Look, I even made breakfast for you myself. Come eat it." She placed a bowl of purple-black, bubbling, potion-like semi-liquid in front of him. Ryu could only think that Morgan had a knack for brewing poisons. Seeing this interloper ruin her plans, Artoria's face darkened with anger. "Morgan, the prince already promised to cook for me. Stop interfering." Morgan's eyes lit up. Normally, Artoria was calm and composed, especially as Empress, rarely showing her emotions. Yet here she was, angry over breakfast. To Morgan, this was pure entertainment. Seeing Artoria's frustration only made her more gleeful. "Aren't you a grown woman? Can't you cook for yourself? Some Empress you are. You." Artoria was no match for Morgan's sharp tongue. The angrier Artoria became, the more delighted Morgan was. "Come on, my son. Ignore this woman. Mommy will feed you. I spent all night making this, open up, dot." Morgana held a spoonful of the ominous liquid, her eyes fixed on Artoria's face, clearly more interested in provoking her sister than feeding Ryu. He resisted the urge to cover his face. "Why did I end up with two mothers like this? I want to scream." Originally, Ryu's life in Chaldea revolved around eating, sleeping or nightly pleasure, and being tormented by Scathach. Now he was caught in the crossfire between his Empress mother and stepmother. After 3 days of this, Ryu had had enough. Luckily, the system's first phase of the godhood quest required killing a large number of deities. Using this as an excuse, he prepared to escape to the Danmaki world. But even then, Artoria and Morgan refused to let him go alone, insisting on accompanying him. As Ryu was about to find an excuse to leave them behind, Scathach, usually indifferent to such matters, unexpectedly intervened. Chapter 238, FGO, 238. 1873 words. "You'd better bring those two along with Semiramis," Scathach said calmly, clad in an elegant purple evening gown. Unexpectedly, she added, "I'll be coming too." Ryu didn't bother questioning Scathach's recent preference for elaborate and impractical outfits ill-suited for close combat. Instead, his expression grew gravely serious. Knowing Scathach, Ryu was certain she never wasted words. If she said so, it must be necessary. Given her terrifying foresight ability, the reason was immediately clear to him. "It seems those treasure chest monsters are stirring trouble again," Ryu muttered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The world of Danmaki ran deep, teeming with gods who wielded high-level combat prowess. Ryu understood this well. Yet, he held no reverence for the gods confined to that world. The nature of their existence had already determined their limits. As a system wielder capable of traversing multiple worlds infinitely, Ryu knew he would surpass them all, leaving them far behind. Such was the confidence of a system traveler. Without the system, he admitted, he would be nothing. But, as fate would have it, the system had chosen him. Ryu saw nothing wrong with relying on his golden finger. Life was inherently unfair. Wealth, status, and connections inherited from previous generations were others' golden fingers, and his happened to be the system. Everyone had their cheat in life, there was no shame in it. So, even though many gods in the Danmaki world were stronger than him at the moment, he felt no awe. Just a flock of caged birds. Now, before he could trouble these birds, they dared to strike first. Ryu opened his system panel. The first stage of his path to godhood was written in stark, bloody text. Offer the lives of deities as sacrifices to evolve your life essence. 0 out of 10. The stronger the deity, the greater the evolution of your life essence. The system laid it out in the simplest, most straightforward terms, tempting Ryu, and he pursued it eagerly. A man who doesn't strive to become the strongest can't call himself a man. The gods of the Danmaki world would be his stepping stones on the path to ultimate strength. Treasure chest monsters, here I come. Ryu gathered his forces and teleported to the Danmaki world. This time, he brought only the top-tier combatants under his command. Scathach was given, being vastly more powerful than any Scathach version he'd read about in Fate, almost unrealistically so. At times, Ryu felt that even the strongest grand servants would be no match for her. And he knew this all too well, through painful first-hand experience. Would he ever admit that he, already at the pinnacle of heroic spirit strength and nearly a demigod, had been utterly crushed by her? Would he tell anyone that even with his EX-level magic resistance, her mastery of primordial runes had left him doubting his very existence? Maybe my magic resistance is just a joke, he mused bitterly. In her hands, primordial runes became a divine artist's brush, wielded with boundless creativity that left Ryu utterly defeated. With Scathach as his ace, Ryu doubted the Danmaki gods could cause much trouble. Still, he wasn't one to underestimate his enemies. Taking no chances, he brought his strongest forces, Lantoria, Morgan, Semiramis, Jean Alter, Jean Dark, Anastasia, and Miyamoto Musashi Alter. A blinding white light enveloped his vision as they teleported. In the next instant, they appeared in a stone-built structure. Just before the glow of the teleportation faded, boom. A loud crash shook the entire building, sending a cloud of dust cascading down. The room was instantly filled with choking gray haze. With a wave of his hand, Ryu summoned a gust of wind that swept the dust away. From outside, the sounds of intense battle reached their ears. Ryu's expression turned icy. Let's move. He led his group to the outskirts of the Tower of Babel, where they found Ishtar Rin confronting a group of imposing and spirited individuals. Jean Alter, ever hot-tempered, immediately wanted to incinerate them with flames but was stopped by Ryu. The leader of the opposing group, a man wearing an elephant mask, spoke, Lady Ishtar, please step aside. The dungeon is everyone's shared property. This was none other than Ganesha, the representative deity of the Hindu pantheon. Ishtarin showed annoyance. You disgusting lot dare to speak of fairness? We've allowed your familia access to the dungeon. Our rates for buying magic stones are better than the guilds, and we even provide extra rescue services. And yet you all colluded to ambush us? Shameless doesn't even begin to describe you. If I were you, I'd jump off this tower in disgrace. Ganesha's expression turned awkward, though the elephant mask conveniently hid it. To be fair, Ganesha felt their actions were indeed ungrateful. Unlike the exploitative guild, Ryu's forces were much more reasonable. Sadly, the Hindu pantheon's decisions weren't up to him but Shiva. No matter how conscientious Ryu's faction was, goodwill held little value in this brutal world. The guild's dominance stemmed from the Olympian gods backing it, especially Uranus. Ryu, as a mortal, had no right to challenge Uranus or stand as his equal. In this world of survival of the fittest, weakness was the ultimate sin. A weakling had no right to control a treasure like the dungeon. Observing from the shadows, Ryu quickly pieced together the situation. It wasn't complicated. Using Semiramis's magic, Ryu had transferred the entire dungeon into his sky palace, monopolizing access. While he allowed some familia to enter the dungeon, his near monopoly naturally sparked resentment. Certain factions, particularly the Olympians, were outright excluded, fueling hostility. Some couldn't tolerate the idea of a mere mortal dictating terms. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, a coalition of disgruntled deities launched an attack on the Sky Palace. They targeted the guardian Istherin stationed there while sending elite adventurers to assault the core of the Hanging Garden. As long as they seized control of the Hanging Garden's core, not only would they reclaim the dungeon, this world-class treasure, but they would also gain the Hanging Garden itself. It was a deal too good to pass up. How the spoils would later be divided was a matter for these lofty gods to decide, and it had nothing to do with Ryu, a mortal. Understanding the situation, Ryu burst into laughter, anger surging through him. These caged birds of gods truly think I'm an easy target. Not only did they aim to reclaim the dungeon, but they also dared to covet the Hanging Garden. Semiramis, come with me to the Hanging Garden's core. The rest of you, no mercy, kill them all. In an instant, killing intent filled the air. Istherin was under heavy siege but fortunately held her ground. These gods were united only by shared interests, and most weren't willing to go all out, they simply waited to reap the benefits. Moreover, Istherin had killed this world's Ishtar, absorbing her divine essence, which greatly enhanced her power. Coupled with the Hanging Garden's formidable fortress capabilities, Istherin managed to endure the assault. As she sweated under pressure, a cryptic message reached her. The control had shifted hands, and she immediately sensed it, the true master of the Hanging Garden had returned. Moments later, a blinding crimson light flashed, piercing through 7 or 8 gods in an instant before returning precisely to its wielder. The gods struck by the light bore tiny wounds in their hearts. While gods no longer had mortal vulnerabilities, these 7 or 8 collapsed and died immediately. It's her. The gods were filled with terror. Among Ryu's forces, Scathach was one of the few who instilled dread in the gods. The scene of her single-handedly taking on the Olympian gods was a haunting nightmare etched into their memories. The gods had only dared to unite and attack the Hanging Garden after confirming Skathaka's absence. But now, the demon herself had returned? Panic washed over the gods, yet their nightmare wasn't over. A massive golden pillar of light erupted into the heavens, incinerating gods it swept past into ash before they could even scream. The ground erupted with black ice spikes, skewering gods like barbecued meat. Flames laced with purple-black energy surged skyward, a storm of fire fueled by boundless rage and hatred, claiming more lives in an instant. Some gods counterattacked, only to have their efforts blocked by a seemingly fragile yet impenetrable golden barrier. When female heroic spirits, each possessing beauty rivaling that of goddesses, stepped onto the battlefield, the gods felt like crying. How can mortals be this strong? Those among the gods still single war defeated expressions as though taking critical emotional damage. Where did a mortal find so many stunning and powerful women? As much as they hated and envied Ryu, the gods could do nothing. With Skathak, Artoria, the Black and White Gene, and Morgan joining the fray, these once invincible gods fell like wheat before a scythe. Watching these beautiful women slaughter gods as if butchering pigs left even the hidden adventurers dumbfounded. These aren't just random enemies, they're fully unleashed gods. And they're being massacred like this? We must be seeing it wrong. With Ryu's faction dominating, the gods retreated swiftly. They knew that even if they won, most would only gain scraps, while the real benefits would go to the major players. Life in the mortal realm was still too exciting to risk dying for petty gains. Meanwhile, Semiramis seized control of the Hanging Garden from Istherin and teleported herself and Ryu directly to its core. Strangely, everyone still within the Hanging Garden felt an intense sense of dread, as if the lifeless structure had suddenly come alive. The moment Ryu and Semiramis exited the teleportation portal, the sounds of battle reached their ears. Ahead, Atlanta stood alone, fending off waves of adventurers while Medea Lily cast healing spells from behind. Atlanta, already bloodthirsty, donned her cursed boar hide and transformed into altar form. She dashed through the adventurers like a black lightning bolt, leaving blood and carnage in her wake. However, the adventurers were too numerous, and Atlanta refrained from using large-scale anti-army noble phantasms to avoid damaging the core of the Hanging Garden. The adventurers were cunning, treating her like a boss in a game. Heavily armored warriors with tower shields held the front lines, closing off Atlanta's mobility, while archers and mages attacked from afar, and lightly armored fighters provided support. Despite her ferocity, Atlanta's space for movement dwindled. She excelled in speed and ranged tactics, but the adventurers forced her into close-quarters combat, stifling her abilities. When Ryu and Semiramis arrived, Atlanta's territory had been compressed to a dangerously narrow area. She endured the barrage of spells with the boar hide's potent magic resistance properties, but it was clear her defeat was imminent. The moment Ryu landed, he exchanged a glance with Semiramis. Without hesitation, he charged into the crowd like a human tank. Boom! 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 He smashed into the adventurers, sending armored warriors flying like pebbles. Two heavily armored warriors, each weighing over half a ton with gear, were directly crushed upon collision with Ryu. Their chest plates caved in, and blood mixed with organ fragments spewed from their helmets. They were beyond saving. Incredulous, the adventurers gawked as Ryu's rampage began. Chapter 239, FGO, 239. 1899 words. Charging into a group of archers and mages, Ryu instantly unleashed a frenzied massacre mode. Beams of light shot from his eyes, and his hands tore through enemies. Techniques as exaggerated as those seen in fictional epics were effortlessly wielded by him. The adventurers became nothing more than Ryu's targets and playthings. The mages and archers, many of whom were women, suffered particularly gruesome fates. The brutality he displayed was tinged with a sinister beauty that made the carnage almost surreal. Finally, the lightly armored fighters managed to catch up to support their comrades. However, with one powerful punch, Ryu struck through three adventurers, their chests impaled by his force. He used their bodies as weapons, swinging them around like a windmill to fend off attackers. Faced with Ryu's ruthless slaughter, the adventurers, numbering in the thousands, were quickly driven into a panic. They scattered and fled toward the control hub. Yet, as they reached the open plaza, a white pillar of light descended upon them without warning. 3 seconds later, all caught in the light were reduced to ash, leaving nothing behind. The sudden united assault by the gods had been utterly crushed by Ryu's return. He showed no mercy, sealing the passage to the Hanging Garden entirely, cutting off any way for the divine followers to descend into the dungeon. At first, some of the followers dared to protest against Ryu's monopolistic actions. But with his ever-growing strength and influence, Ryu no longer cared for their opinions. When the dissenters grew too loud, he responded with a devastating energy blast, obliterating their entire encampment in an instant. The message was clear, and the other followers, seeing the smoldering ruins, scattered like frightened birds. Pathetic cowards, Ryu sneered as he watched the events unfold below the hanging garden through surveillance magic. Just then, a pair of flawless, jade-like arms encircled him from behind. A soft, seductive voice, fragrant with an intoxicating allure, whispered in his ear, "Era, if that's the case, I suppose I'd be the type who bullies the weak and fears the strong too." Ryu immediately felt a supple, soft pressure on his back, a sensation that could only come from something both plush and high-spirited. Coupled with the fact that he was wearing only a towel around his waist, leaving his upper body bare, the physical contact sent a wave of heat surging through him. Last night, after resolving the crisis, Freya and Seer had snuck into his room. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and their reunion was fiery and passionate. Freya, radiant and brimming with charm, and Seer, who had shed her youthful naivety for an enticing mix of purity and maturity, left Ryu unable to resist. He indulged thoroughly, sharing an intimate night until dawn. Only after they begged for mercy did Ryu relent. Now, seeing Freya once again teasing him, Ryu chuckled darkly. He spun around, scooped up her alluring figure, and tossed her onto the bed. With a predatory gleam in his eyes, he leaped atop her, eliciting startled cries. What followed were sounds that would leave anyone overhearing flushed and flustered. After obliterating the god-divine followers' camp, both adventurers and their patron gods had quieted down. However, Ryu knew this was merely the calm before the storm. It wasn't his style to wait passively for others to act. Their target was undoubtedly the treasure rumored to reside in the lowest levels of the dungeon, a relic said to grant its wielder the power of a creator god. Ryu suspected this treasure to be the very source of this world. Though he could no longer absorb it himself, he had no intention of letting the gods claim it. To ensure no one launched a sneak attack while he was preoccupied, Ryu decided to tackle the dungeon alone. The gods couldn't enter the dungeon directly and had to rely on adventurers to scout ahead, hoping to reap the rewards without effort. Without regular adventurers to clear it, the dungeon had become infested with monsters. Yet to Ryu, they were all the same. A single kick sent a goblin hurtling into a pack of monsters. Boom! A burst of black smoke erupted as purple magic stones clattered to the ground, leaving the area before him cleared. That kick wasn't bad. Better than some national football teams, for sure. Maybe I should develop a fighting style focused on kicks, Ryu mused, stroking his chin. And so, he continued his rampage, crushing everything in his path, small monsters, elite foes, and floor bosses alike, with ease. Eventually, Ryu found himself reminiscing. He remembered the world of Damachi as the first one he had traversed, his interactions with the lovely waitresses of the Hostess of Fertility, and his innovative culinary ventures. His fateful encounter with Freya, the bonds formed, and the thrilling adventures with the Loki Familia all resurfaced in his mind. Acting all sentimental like some old man, he chuckled at himself. With all his attributes at EX rank and a host of powerful skills, he was practically a demigod. Nothing in the dungeon posed a threat to him, not even the legendary one-eyed black dragon, which had once devastated the Zeus and Hera Familias. On the 98th floor, he finally confronted the mythical final boss. Its glossy black scales, razor-sharp claws, and the single eye in the center of its head exuded an overwhelming aura of violence. When the dragon spotted him, it rose menacingly, its savage gaze locking onto him. Its presence radiated a suffocating killing intent. Yet Ryu marched forward unflinchingly. Roar! The dragon's furious bellow shook the dungeon as it began gathering immense magical energy in its maw. As the dragon hesitated for a moment before unleashing its attack, a pillar of violet-tinged flames erupted, sweeping toward Ryu. 5 minutes later, following a brief but intense battle, Ryu effortlessly knocked the one-eyed black dragon to the ground. It was no surprise. Even before fully maxing out his power, Ryu had managed to defeat the divine dragon Volcanica. Now, with his abilities pushed to their absolute limits, failing to defeat a dragon species would be unthinkable. Crash! The one-eyed black dragon dissolved into black ash, leaving behind a massive, high-purity magic stone and a gleaming dragon horn radiating dazzling light. As the dragon's death cleared the way, the entrance to an enormous palace-like structure behind it was revealed, the fabled gateway to the 99th floor, a place no one had ever reached. But Raya didn't rush to collect the spoils. Instead, he turned his gaze to a pile of ruins to the side and behind him. Enjoying the show? Haven't you seen enough yet? Clap, clap, clap. A slow round of applause echoed as 10 figures emerged from the shadows of the rubble. Raya raised an eyebrow, most of them were familiar faces. At the forefront stood the Zeus trio, who had once been beaten back to the heavens by Skatak. Judging by their fuming expressions, returning to the mortal realm must have come at a steep cost. Beside Zeus was a dignified woman in a Grecian white robe, wearing a golden crown and belt, a mature and regal presence. This had to be Hera, Zeus's current legal wife. A little further off stood Athena, another acquaintance of Ryu's. She lingered near an old man whose appearance was all too familiar. It only took Ryu a moment to recall, this was Arenas, the founder of the guild. No less than 6 Olympian god kings had gathered for this ambush. Ryu wasn't sure whether to feel honored or exasperated. Besides them were 4 other figures. The clapping had come from Loki, her sly grin revealing her scheming nature. Beside her stood a one-eyed, white-haired elder who had to be Odin. Next to Odin was a blonde giant with Viking features, holding a massive hammer. His eyes crackled with electricity, none other than Thor, the thunder god. Lastly, there was a voluptuous red-haired goddess clad in revealing attire, her face twisted with anger. She stood apart from the others, clearly distancing herself as if to declare, "Don't lump me in with this lot." "Impressive," Loki said with a smirk. "No wonder they say you stole the whole dungeon, you even have a keen sense for being watched." Ryu scoffed, looking unimpressed. "Do you gods have nothing better to do than stalk people?" "Silence, mortal. How dare you speak so insolently," roared Thor. As expected of the thunder god, his voice rolled like thunder itself, making Ryo's scalp tingle. "Hurry up already. I can't block the dungeon's senses much longer," the red-haired goddess snapped impatiently. Rya's eyes gleamed. Piecing together her words, he quickly understood the situation, they were using him. The gods had employed some unknown means to infiltrate the dungeon, but they were heavily restricted here and couldn't defeat the one-eyed black dragon. So they'd secretly followed Ryu, letting him do the dirty work, hoping to reap the rewards themselves. "Stay calm, Arenai," Zeus said smoothly, his composure befitting his status as the Olympian god king. However, his calm demeanor was reserved only for fellow gods. When Zeus turned to Ryu, his expression remained neutral, but his eyes betrayed a condescending arrogance. "Mortal, you've done well. But given your earlier blasphemous remarks, I shall grant you a painless death." Raising a finger, Zeus unleashed a dazzling bolt of lightning that streaked toward Ryu like an arrow loosed from its bow. To Zeus, Ryu was nothing more than an ant, albeit a slightly stronger one. Killing him required no effort, the fact that Zeus even deigned to speak to him was already an immense honor. Faced with the incoming lightning, Ryu showed no fear. Calmly, he raised his right hand, where his golden gauntlet. At its center, 4 gemstones of gold, silver, blue, and green shimmered brightly. Sensing Zeus's attack, the golden gem flared with radiant light. In an instant, the bolt of lightning, as if drawn to a lightning rod, veered toward the gem and was absorbed completely. A surge of pure energy coursed through Ryu's gauntlet. Its transformation was smooth and adaptable, capable of converting the energy into any form he desired. For the first time, Ryu fully grasped the potential of the root gems. Its capabilities were nothing short of godlike. With newfound confidence, Ryu felt certain that even without activating world separation, he could stand toe-to-toe with Zeus, a god who was an entire realm above him. The gods' expressions shifted as they witnessed this. 10 pairs of eyes burned with greed. To them, Ryu's strength was no mystery. For Zeus's casual attack to empower him so significantly meant one thing: Ryu possessed a divine artifact of unprecedented power. "Hand over that item, mortal, and I shall spare your life," Zeus declared, his voice brimming with righteous authority. But Ryu could see through the act. Those righteous eyes were clouded with avarice. His response? A universal hand gesture followed by the words, "Screw you." Zeus didn't understand the gesture or the phrase, but Ryu's mocking expression was enough to set him off. "You dare mock me, ant?" The sky and thunder god roared, and the world seemed to tremble. Dark clouds gathered, blotting out the sky, and white lightning streaked through the stormy heavens. Though deep within the dungeon, the deafening thunder reverberated, shaking the ground itself. Zeus's wrath was nothing short of apocalyptic. Chapter 240, FGO, 240. 1,770 words. Hey! Hurry up, I can't keep this hidden for long. At this moment, the goddess of revenge, Erinai, looked anxious, faint beads of sweat dripping from her forehead. It was evident that she was the key to allowing these deities to sneak into the dungeon silently. Relax, it'll be quick. A savage grin spread across Zeus's face. The king of Olympus raised one hand high, and a spear of lightning instantly formed in his palm. The once untamed thunder suddenly became obedient in Zeus's grip. Die, insect. Zeus hurled the spear of thunder at Ryu. In an instant, accompanied by electric sparks scattering in all directions, the spear unleashed a cacophony akin to thousands of birds screeching in unison. It pierced through the space between them, appearing before Ryu in the blink of an eye. Not daring to be careless, Ryu raised his right hand and used the energy gem to absorb all of Zeus's lightning. However, this time, he distinctly felt an overload of energy conversion, making it hard to endure. His entire body ached faintly. With narrowed eyes, Ryu realized that even the seemingly invincible root gems revealed unexpected vulnerabilities in his grasp. It proved that true strength came from within. Otherwise, possessing all 6 root gems would only make him another imitator, not a true powerhouse like Thanos. Ryu quickly cast aside these distracting thoughts. This opponent was unlike the minor enemies he had faced before. Any lapse in attention could mean death. When Zeus saw his full-strength attack neutralized so effortlessly, his expression turned ghastly. The battlefield was crowded with other gods, all watching. If he couldn't quickly defeat a mortal, where would the dignity of the king of Olympus lie? Zeus's fury was matched only by his growing greed. If such a lowly mortal could wield power to rival him with this artifact, what would happen if it fell into his own hands? The thought thrilled him. Zeus's face twisted further as he extended a large hand, his palm facing Ryu. From a distance, he mimed a grasping motion, and countless dazzling bolts of lightning materialized, forming an enormous electric prison that descended upon Ryu. Nearby, Loki sauntered up to Athena with a sly grin. Who do you think will win? Athena's face immediately turned icy. Loki, I warn you, we're not close. Stay away from me. Unperturbed by her hostility, Loki merely chuckled suggestively. Oh, come now, darling. After all, during that time, we shared so many wonderful nights. I can still recall your adorable, bashful expressions in bed. Truly irresistible. Boom. The gods watching the battle were startled by a sudden loud noise nearby and turned their heads in shock. It turned out Athena had drawn a massive golden staff and smashed it onto Loki's head, reducing her to a puddle of pulp. Hera, who often clashed with Athena, immediately wore a schadenfreude-laden smirk. Recently, rumors of Athena and Loki's scandal had been spreading like wildfire among the gods. The proud goddess of war had been tricked and imprisoned by the goddess of mischief for over 6 months. When she was finally rescued by the Olympians, she had been pushed to her limits. Normally, such a scandal would be buried by the Olympians, but Athena's arrogant personality alienated many deities. Consequently, no one defended her, and many took pleasure in her humiliation. Now, seeing Athena crush Loki in a rage, the surrounding gods showed no surprise. Ah, what a close call. Loki emerged unscathed from the shadows as the pile of pulp on the ground vanished. Humph. Athena snorted coldly, turning away, but a fleeting, venomous glint flashed in her eyes. Back on the battlefield, facing the overwhelming electric grid, Ryu calmly raised his gauntlet right hand. This time, the blue gem on the gauntlet glowed brightly, and his body transformed into a flash of blue light, appearing directly behind Zeus. Having absorbed and converted Zeus's energy, Ryu's vengeance energy surged to its peak, wrapping around his right fist. Amplify damage. Enhance strength. Mana burst. World's ruler. Reversal of the war god. Just like a seasoned skeleton undead stacking buffs before a battle, Ryu activated every skill to amplify his strength. He tightened his core, drew back his fist, and stepped forward with his left foot, channeling his full power into a punch aimed at the back of Zeus's head. The air cracked under immense pressure as countless fist shadows merged into one, hurtling toward Zeus's skull. If this punch landed, Zeus would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic damage, if not death itself. At the critical moment, Zeus's battle-hardened instincts saved him. Sensing danger, he reflexively transformed into lightning, darting forward to evade. Though he narrowly avoided a direct hit, Ryu's punch grazed him, causing Zeus to spew golden blood. The gods gasped audibly. Even a glancing blow had severely injured Zeus. Had the punch connected fully, it might have crushed his head entirely. Their gazes fixated on Ryu, or, more precisely, the mysterious gauntlet on his right hand. Such a divine artifact, capable of allowing a mortal to overpower an ancient god-king, was unprecedented. Zeus's face turned ashen. Publicly humiliated by a mortal, his reputation as king of Olympus lay in shambles. Odin. Have your people join me. Let's kill this insect and split the artifact. Zeus shouted in desperation, ready to abandon all pretense. The one-eyed Odin agreed without much hesitation. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a divine artifact? After all, gods are merely more powerful beings with their desires and cravings. Unbeknownst to him, the gods surrounded Ryu at the center. Mortal, if you hand over the artifact in your possession now, I shall grant you a painless death. Otherwise, I will rip out your soul and subject it to eternal torment. Zeus threatened. The other gods displayed malicious smiles, their intentions clear. Only Loki felt a sliver of unease. Ryu's composure was unsettling. Despite being surrounded by 10 powerful gods, his face showed not the slightest hint of panic. Does this guy have some sort of ace up his sleeve? Loki muttered inwardly, subtly retreating a few steps while his fingers behind his back moved in cryptic gestures. The gods, fixated on Ryu, failed to notice Loki's small actions, except for Athena. She kept her eyes on Loki's every move from start to finish. Athena's sharp gaze caught every one of Loki's actions, yet she remained silent. Instead, a mocking smile flickered across her face. Facing the encircling gods, Ryu calmly scanned them and gave a slight nod. Not too many, not too few. 10 is just right. Their strength makes them perfect as sacrifices. What nonsense are you muttering about? Roared Thor, the most hot-tempered among them. He raised his massive hammer, crackling with lightning, and swung it toward Ryu. World separation. Ignoring Thor's devastating strike, Ryu coldly uttered those words. In the next instant, the world changed. The sky turned into an endless expanse of stars, and the ground beneath their feet transformed into a mirror-like lake reflecting their images. The gods were shocked. They immediately felt their connection to the world severed. This was no small matter. The gods' superiority over mortals stemmed from their dominion over divine powers and the world's laws. Without these, they were merely mortals with extraordinary strength. You despicable mortal! What have you done? Thor's hammer halted mid-swing as he realized in horror that his divine power had completely vanished. The once mighty Mjolnir was now nothing more than an ordinary iron hammer. Ryu smirked inwardly. Haven't they heard that villains meet their end through their hubris? In the next moment, Ryu appeared directly before Thor and launched a punch aimed at his head. Thor instinctively raised Mjolnir to block the attack. Boom! The hammer, stripped of its divine power, shattered instantly under Ryu's fist. The punch continued with unstoppable force, crushing Thor's face and causing his head to explode. Thor became the first sacrifice. A surge of pure, indescribable energy flowed into Ryu's body. It felt as though it illuminated his path forward, opening the door to the next stage of his journey. Meanwhile, the gods' faces darkened. Zeus, Odin, Uranus, and their brethren exchanged solemn glances, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. This power, none understood it better than these god-kings. It was the hallmark of a creator god. Though it seemed crude and undeveloped, the world Ryu had created was clearly functional and entirely severed from the Damacy world. Its unique laws governed it independently. This mortal couldn't possibly possess such an ability on his own, it had to be the artifact he held. Zeus and the others directed their greedy gazes at the gauntlet on Ryu's hand. Desire blazed in their hearts like wildfire. After eons of scheming, their ultimate goal was to seize the dungeon's core artifact to ascend to the rank of creator god. Now, another artifact of similar power was right before them. What to do? Fight. Without exchanging a word, these ancient foxes unleashed their ultimate moves simultaneously. Ryu was startled as the gods suddenly erupted in power. Their overwhelming auras surged, splitting the world into two halves. One half remained his starry expanse with the mirror-like lake, while the other formed a patchwork of environments, raging thunderstorms, vast oceans, barren wastelands, expansive skies, and a colossal, sky-shrouding tree. Ryu's expression darkened. The gods had shed much of their suppression, regaining enough power to threaten his life. It wasn't going to be that easy after all, he thought. Ryu had acted alone deliberately, hoping to bait the gods into revealing themselves. With world separation, he silenced their interference and completed the first stage of his ascension. But now, he'd drawn out far more formidable opponents than expected. No more tricks, this would come down to raw power. Scanning the gods, Ryu quickly assessed the situation. Uranus matched his strength, while the others were slightly weaker. The gods refrained from attacking immediately, taking time to adapt to their fluctuating powers. But Ryu had no intention of fighting fair. In a flash of blue light, he appeared beside Erinai, the red-haired goddess. He buffed himself with every enhancement and punched straight through her chest. Impudent mortal! Zeus roared, hurling a thunderous spear toward Ryu. Erinai was a critical piece in their infiltration of the dungeon, and her loss jeopardized their entire plan. Ryu, however, remained unfazed. To the gods, mortals were ants, tools to be used and discarded. But to him, the gods were no better. With Zeus's spear as a signal, the gods finally abandoned their dignity and launched a unified attack. And at that moment, Ryu made his move. Chapter 241, FGO, 241. 1823 words. This time, a silvery radiance lit up on the back of Ryu's right hand. In an instant, the world turned gray. Zeus's thunderbolts, Poseidon's tsunamis, and even the spells cast by Odin using primordial runes all lost their original colors and froze midair. The gods, too, were no exception. Their divine forms were covered in a layer of gray, making them appear like lifelike stone statues. The power of the root gem was truly terrifying beyond words. Taking advantage of the power of the time gem, Ryu strolled toward the trio of Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. He extended his hand slowly, a faint trace of grayish-black light flickering at his fingertip. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, an overwhelming aura of death surged forth, symbolizing the death of humans, gods, planets, all things, and entire worlds. This single point represented the purest essence of death. With a solemn expression, as if preparing to press a nuclear launch button, Ryu firmly pressed his fingertip onto the center of Zeus's forehead. Command, death. The grayish-black aura of death at Ryu's fingertip immediately spread across Zeus's body, starting from his forehead. The king of Olympus, already encased in the gray of time, was now enveloped by an additional layer of deathly gray. At the same moment, Ryu's face also turned grayish-black, symbolizing death. However, just then, the back of his right hand erupted with a vibrant green light, brimming with vitality, causing the grayish hue on Ryu's face to vanish without a trace. He repeated the process with Poseidon and Hades. However, when it came to Hades, he refrained from using command, death, uncertain whether the god of the underworld might have a way to resist such a fatal attack. At this moment, the time gem began emitting flickering silver light, signaling that the time-stop effect was nearing its end. Ryu quickly buffed himself with every enhancement he could muster and filled his body with the power of vengeance using the energy gem. Finally, he targeted Hades' head and unleashed a flurry of punches, shouting, "Aura, aura, aura, aura." In the next second, the time gem's light faded, and the world regained its vibrant colors. Splat! Hades' head exploded as if struck by a massive 2,000-ton iron hammer. Fortunately, the bodies of gods transcended mortal flesh, consisting almost entirely of pure energy. As Hades' head burst apart, it disintegrated into countless golden particles that scattered into the air. At that moment, a series of thuds echoed. Zeus, Poseidon, and even headless Hades collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Along with Thor and Erinai, who had already fallen to Ryu earlier, 6 of the gods were dead in an instant. Just seconds ago, these groups had been conversing and laughing. Now, their corpses lay cold. For the first time, the surviving gods felt the terror of having their lives utterly controlled by another. Facing the fearsome Ryu, the remaining gods instinctively took a step back. What they didn't know was that Ryu was even more shocked than they were. When he killed Poseidon and Hades, a mysterious energy, let's call it energy, flowed into his body. Ryu immediately sensed a dramatic increase in his mastery of both the powers of death and the sea. But with formidable enemies still present, this was no time to inspect his system panel, so he suppressed his curiosity for the moment. As the seemingly invincible Ryu stood before them, beads of cold sweat dripped from Loki's forehead. "Damn, looks like we've kicked a titanium alloy steel plate this time," she muttered. Though she maintained a defensive stance, her eyes darted around, betraying her desire to flee. Occasionally, her gaze flicked toward Odin and Uranus, clearly hoping to use them as scapegoats while she escaped. The All-Father Odin of the Asgardian pantheon, noticing Loki's intentions, let out an angry roar. Pierce him. Gungnir. Odin raised his blood-red spear, veins bulging in his arm, and hurled it forcefully at Ryu. The legendary spear, crafted from the branches of Yggdrasil, transformed into a blood-red thunderbolt as it shot through the air toward Ryu. As it traveled, the spear tore through the air, causing space itself to wail in agony. Ryu felt his heart pounding as if a deadly and inescapable presence had locked onto him, ready to claim his life at any moment. Gungnir, one of the most famous spears in mythology, was all too familiar to Ryu. Once it locked onto its target, no matter where they fled, the spear would track them like a meteor and pierce their heart. Escape was futile. The moment Gungnir locked onto its prey, its destiny to pierce the target had already been sealed. The spear's trajectory merely adjusted to fulfill this inevitable outcome. Ryu knew that dodging such an attack with speed or teleportation was impossible. The only way to deal with it was to face it head-on. He activated every buff at his disposal and unleashed an endless barrage of punches at the blood-red thunderbolt. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 The sound of air compressing under his fists echoed, accompanied by the piercing clash of metal. Sparks flew at the point of contact between the spearhead and his punches. However, despite his iron fists, capable of shattering mountains, they could only slow the spear's advance. Gungnir continued its relentless thrust, embodying pure determination and cold indifference. Ryu's expression darkened. These ancient, millennia-old powerhouses were truly not to be underestimated. Without the overpowered effects of the root gem, the battle would have been far more grueling. But misfortune rarely comes alone. While Ryu was locked in combat with Odin, Uranus made his move in silence. The primordial god, older and more formidable than Zeus, unleashed a devastating attack that shook the heavens and the earth. Ryu suddenly found himself surrounded by a dense mist. Then, endless lightning, torrential rain, and violent winds descended upon him, transforming the world into a scene of apocalyptic destruction. Unlike Zeus, who merely manipulated thunder as a tool, Uranus wielded the very power of the heavens themselves. The entire sky became Ryu's enemy. As Ryu sensed the perilous environment closing in, his face grew cold. His resolve had been made. The energy gem suddenly burst into a dazzling golden radiance. However, unlike before, this light was wild and uncontrollable, like an unbridled stallion, threatening to break free at any moment and even turn against its master. Ryu, unfazed, allowed the energy gem to run amok. The massive energy surged into his body through the artifact apocalypse, converting into a dark red force of vengeance power. Yet, this reckless approach seemed to provoke an even greater backlash from the gem. Initially, the golden energy poured into Ryu's body through his arm. But as the energy accumulated excessively, the narrow entry point was forcefully ripped apart, unleashing an unstoppable flood into him. Pain overwhelmed him as if a massive industrial drill, far beyond a household tool, was boring into his palm. Wherever the golden energy coursed, his skin cracked like porcelain, bleeding profusely, and turning him into a blood-soaked figure. Sensing Ryu's dire injuries, the life gem lit up with vibrant green light, channeling immense life energy to heal him. The wounds on Ryu's body started to itch unbearably as they rapidly regenerated. However, the healing process alternated with the gem's damage, creating a torturous cycle that nearly drove Ryu mad. The combination of excruciating pain and bone-deep itching was almost unbearable. But sacrifice brings reward. Ryu gained near unparalleled power in exchange for the extreme cost. He no longer knew how much vengeance energy had accumulated within him, nor could he fathom its destructive potential. The only thing he knew was this: with one punch, Uranus would die. And so, he struck. The punch shattered the heavens and the earth. The elemental forces that Uranus had meticulously controlled were obliterated most directly and brutally. Eons of survival and battle instinct screamed a warning to Uranus. Without hesitation, he transformed his body into thunder and fled, propelled by a storm. In just 1 second, he had escaped 100 miles. Yet his efforts were futile. The terrifying shockwave of Ryu's punch pierced through space and struck Uranus. No. This was the last sound from the son of Gaia, the first Olympian king, and primordial sky god. In an instant, Uranus was reduced to dust, dissipating into the air. The punch didn't stop there, it pierced the obsidian walls of the dungeon and continued upward, leaving a visible scar in the sky. Eventually, it reached space and struck the moon, leaving a massive crater. Nearby, Odin, witnessing Ryu's overwhelming power, was so terrified that he transformed into a raven and tried to flee. However, Ryu caught up in an instant through teleportation and crushed him with another punch. Now, only Loki and Athena, Ryu's old acquaintances, remained alive. Sensing danger when Ryu targeted Uranus, the ever-cunning Loki had already prepared an escape plan. A golden staff suddenly descended a kilometer away, transforming mid-air into dozens of light beams that created a semicircular prison. Inside, Loki appeared, while the Loki standing in her original position vanished with a poof. It had only been an illusion. But just as Loki thought she had escaped, her plan was thwarted. "Damn it, Athena, are you insane?" Loki snarled, her face dark with fury. Athena approached leisurely, her expression sweet and coquettish like a lovesick girl reluctant to part with her lover. Yet, her gaze radiated venom so intense that Loki shivered involuntarily. "Why the rush, dear? It's been so long since we've met." "Stay a while," Athena teased, her soft voice laced with malice. Loki, unnerved, tried reasoning. "While he's after Odin, release me, and we'll escape together." "Escape?" Athena interrupted with a crazed laugh. "Why would I escape?" Loki's face fell as Athena's demeanor turned maniacal. "Ever since that day, my heart and soul have been consumed by torment, longing for your death. Finally, the moment has come." Athena's delight was palpable as she traced her finger seductively over her lips. "You think that man will spare you, you wretched harlot?" Loki screamed, panic growing as Odin's energy vanished. "I'm doing this because I want to. Isn't it wonderful?" Athena giggled. "You lunatic. I should have killed you when I had the chance." Loki spat through gritted teeth. "Yes, you should have killed me," Athena scoffed, her voice dripping with venom. "But you didn't. And now, my only purpose is to ensure you die." Meanwhile, Ryu, having defeated Odin, swiftly returned. Surprised that the two goddesses hadn't fled, he wasted no time. Unleashing another all-out attack, he hurled a devastating punch at them. Feeling the deadly threat, Loki desperately attacked the light prison, but Athena held it together with all her strength. Despite trembling, the prison remained intact. Moments later, the annihilating punch descended, obliterating both goddesses into ash. Thus, Ryu completed his triumph of taking on all 10 gods. Chapter 242, FGO, 242. 2,306 words. Ryu failed to notice a flicker of violet starlight disappearing where Athena had fallen. Far away, in an extremely hidden underground crypt thousands of miles from the dungeon, that same violet starlight instantly traversed the vast distance and appeared within the tomb. It then dove into the stone coffin at the center of the chamber. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the violet starlight returned, it seemed to activate some preset mechanism. Torches lit up automatically, illuminating the entire tomb. Surrounding the chamber, the walls were adorned with various relief carvings, heroes borrowing divine artifacts from a goddess to slay monsters, crowds kneeling in worship before the goddess, and the goddess herself wielding a massive shield and golden scepter as she battled a demon god. The tomb exuded a distinct ancient Greek style. Moss covered the crevices of the stone walls, and the once sharp edges had been worn smooth by time. The uneven surface of the stone showed countless signs of age, suggesting that the tomb had existed for centuries, possibly even longer. Suddenly, a dull mechanical sound echoed faintly from within the walls. The heavy stone coffin slid open silently. A hand shot out, gripping the edge of the coffin, followed by a petite figure sitting up from within. Yes, petite. Her delicate features resembled those of a porcelain doll, and her silvery short hair draped over her rounded shoulders. Her brown eyes, however, carried a calmness and maturity that starkly contrasted with her youthful appearance. The dim torchlight cast a soft glow on her pale, tender skin, which seemed to shimmer faintly, evoking a peculiar, almost irresistible allure. The silver-haired lowly, completely bare, exuded an aura entirely at odds with her small, adorable appearance. Her tightly pressed lips, slightly furrowed brows, and wandering gaze imbued her with an enigmatic charm. "I didn't expect I'd have to resort to this final measure," she murmured, her voice clear and innocent yet tinged with seductive maturity. "But it was all worth it. In the end, I still won, Loki." She paused, her expression resolute, as she continued, "And you, Gwyn Ryu. After all you've sacrificed, I swear I'll return in the name of Athena." It wasn't hard to glean from her words that this lowly, now inhabiting an entirely different body, was Athena herself, the goddess who had dragged Loki down with her when she was defeated by Ryu. Indeed, Athena had abandoned her divine body, forsaking her divinity, powers, and everything tied to her status as a god. She had left only a fragment of her divine soul, reincarnating into this silver-haired lowly form. It was, in essence, starting over from scratch, with no guarantee that she could ever regain her divine status. Someone capable of such ruthless determination was undeniably a person of immense willpower. This lowly Athena fits the bill. She was not only harsh on others but even harsher on herself. No wonder Loki had ultimately lost to her. But leaving the newly reincarnated battle goddess aside for now. After killing all his enemies, Ryu's body suddenly weakened, nearly collapsing. He quickly braced himself with one hand on the ground, kneeling on one knee to keep from falling entirely. Dark red blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and he didn't even have the strength to wipe it away. The life gem embedded in the back of his hand was already working at full capacity, desperately trying to repair his injuries. But the damage was so deeply ingrained in his essence that the healing process was agonizingly slow. Phew. Taking on 10 gods at once was still too much, he sighed. Under the powerful effect of the life gem, Ryu gradually recovered. He opened his system interface casually, and rows of notifications popped up instantly. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the first stage of the path to godhood, slay 10 gods. Completion rating, EX class. The second stage of the path to godhood has unlocked, collect the fruit of Eden and 6 root gems. Ryu clenched his fists reflexively. From the moment he killed the first god, he had sensed something different, something fundamental from the slain gods seemed to have been absorbed by him. By the time he had slain all 10, he felt as though he had transcended, as if the chains shackling his soul had been broken, opening the gateway to a higher level of existence. Fruit of Eden. A contemplative expression crossed Ryu's face. In his storage space, he already had 4 fragments of the Fruit of Eden. However, it would take 12 fragments to form a complete fruit. The issue was that the origins of the fragments were unclear. The known methods of obtaining them included defeating beings related to the Garden of Eden and Tendragacha. Other than that, he had no leads. As for the root gems, Ryu already possessed 4, representing space, time, life, and energy. That left 2 more to be found. Unfortunately, such divine artifacts were hidden across various mission worlds, and acquiring them depended largely on luck. Yet, 5 minutes later, Ryu stared at the violet root gem in his hand, representing the soul, utterly speechless. Putting aside the second stage of his mission for the time being, he ventured to the 99th floor of the dungeon, where he unexpectedly discovered the gem resting on a pedestal. Well, what could he say? He could only happily accept it with a grin. However, after retrieving the gem, Ryu realized something extraordinary. The world source, located at the deepest part of the dungeon on the 99th floor, had developed its consciousness after prolonged contact with the soul gem. A brand new soul had been born. Observing this infantile soul within the world source, Ryu couldn't help but marvel. Well, aren't you lucky, he said with a slight smile, deciding to lend it a helping hand. With the path to godhood now open, he no longer needed the world source to strengthen himself. And now that it had developed its soul, everything seemed to fall perfectly into place. Ryu pressed the soul gem closer to his hand. Ding! With a soft chime, the soul gem merged into his weapon, Apocalypse. Only one slot remained unfilled, a large, central one, clearly reserved for the most powerful and crucial gem. After securing the soul gem, Ryu brought Apocalypse into contact with the world source. Brilliant violet light enveloped the world source, and Ryu felt a cool sensation seep into his very marrow. The feeling wasn't chillingly cold but rather refreshing, like stepping into an air-conditioned room after being scorched by the sun, opening a refrigerator, and downing an ice-cold soda in one gulp. Pure bliss. Just as Ryu's mind began to wander, he suddenly heard a sharp crack, the sound of shattering glass. The world source, which replenishes the soul, suddenly shattered. A figure darted out from inside and leaped straight toward Ryu. Ryu's right hand instinctively twitched. But when he got a clear look at the figure's true face, he hesitated. In that moment of hesitation, the figure had already pounced on him. Father! A sweet voice called out, belonging to a purple-haired, emerald-eyed lowly. However, Ryu froze, stiff as a board, unable to move. It wasn't because this lowly was especially strong, nor because she had any power to restrain him. It was simply because she wasn't wearing any clothes. The lowly showed no shyness at all. She wrapped her arms around Ryu's neck, hanging onto him like a koala, and rubbed her little face against his like a kitten seeking affection. At that moment, Ryu's expression could only be described as awkward. He didn't even know where to put his hands. What the hell? First, I somehow gained 2 clingy mothers, and now I suddenly have a bonus daughter? Are they planning to organize my entire family for me? After much painstaking persuasion, Ryu exchanged for a white mage robe from the system store, and only after an enormous struggle did he manage to dress the little lowly in it. Finally, the two could have a normal conversation. So, you're saying that you were born from the world source and are the world's consciousness? Ryu's face showed a hint of helplessness. Even though the lowly had let go of his neck, she still clung tightly to him, wrapping her arms around his arm as if afraid he might run away. That's right, father, the lowly replied with a cheerful smile. Let me make this clear, I'm not your father. Before Ryu could finish, he was interrupted by the lowly's tear-filled, pitiful eyes, looking at him as though he was about to abandon her. Fine, call me whatever you want. Ryu could only sigh in defeat. Father is the best. The lowly cheered and then leaned in to plant a kiss on Ryu's cheek. Afterward, she giggled mischievously as if she had done something naughty and dashed away. Halfway through her little dash, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and smiled sweetly at Ryu. It's because of you, father, that I was able to be born into this world. So, thank you, father. For some reason, Ryu felt a warm sensation in his heart. Having a daughter didn't seem so bad. Let's go. Time to head home. Yes, father. Master? Can you say that again? She's your daughter. Wait, what? What? When Ryu returned to the surface, he caused quite a commotion. And understandably so, he had gone alone into the dungeon, only to return with a daughter. When everyone heard the news, their first reaction was, "Are you kidding me? A daughter? And she's already this big?" Many people, especially the women who had been involved with Ryu, even began to suspect that this trip was just an excuse for him to retrieve a secret love child he had kept hidden somewhere. Ryu had to exhaust himself explaining the truth before anyone reluctantly accepted the purple-haired lowly's origins. Even so, the revelation left a significant impact on everyone. While most people moved on, certain individuals, specifically the women who had been romantically involved with Ryu, began having other thoughts. If they didn't hurry up and have kids with him, they'd be left behind. Soon enough, Ryu noticed that something was off. Whatever had gotten into them, the women in his life were suddenly much more enthusiastic. Freya and Seer, along with Semiramis, were already overwhelming on their own. Ryu was starting to consider redeeming some vitality supplements from the system store just to survive. Even Jean, who had always been rather reserved, began coming up with new ways to seduce him. Not only did she unlock all kinds of positions, but on one occasion, she even spent an entire night with him, 7 times. The temptation of a saint was already hard to resist, let alone when said saint had fallen and gained a devilish allure. Her charm was maxed out. While Ryu was thoroughly enjoying himself, Jean ended up bedridden for several days, an incredibly rare occurrence. After all, the regenerative abilities of heroic spirits weren't something to scoff at. And so, Ryu spent a leisurely yet busy period. As for what he was busy with, well, anyone familiar with Rule 34. But soon enough, this peaceful time came to an end. The disruption began one day when Ryu was casually chatting with his daughter and learned that, as the world's consciousness, she could alter the world's rules. Ryu's mind immediately began to churn with ideas. What came to him wasn't some grand, noble notion. No, what he thought was this: it's time to settle the score with those damned gods. Previously, Ryu had always been at a disadvantage, him out in the open, while the gods worked in the shadows. He couldn't do much to them. But now? With a daughter who was essentially the world's administrator, where could those gods possibly hide? Turns out, having a daughter wasn't so bad after all. His mood soared. However, after discussing things with his daughter in detail, Ryu gradually calmed down. Things weren't as simple as he had initially imagined. His first thought had been to simply rewrite the rules of the world and eliminate the gods outright, a straightforward and brutal solution. But his daughter explained that while she could indeed do this, it would come at a great cost to herself. The gods weren't outsiders, they were native to this world. To put it simply, if the world were a body, the gods would be like a specific type of essential cell. Eliminating one or two wouldn't be a big deal, but wiping them all out at once? Well, imagine removing all of a certain type of cell from your body. It'd be a miracle if the body didn't collapse. Hearing this, Rhea decided to change his approach. If he couldn't destroy the gods physically, he would destroy them spiritually, by dismantling their faith. These gods claimed to be the world's protectors and insisted that without them, the world would fall to monsters and that humanity couldn't survive without their guidance. Fine. He'd flip the script. He'd push the gods into direct opposition with humanity and make them experience what it was like to be universally despised. Dark, ruthless plans began to form in Ryu's mind, each one more sinister than the last. I'm not great at doing good deeds, but when it comes to bad ones, I'm a creative genius. Guess I'm just born to be a villain. As he sifted through his ideas, Ryu couldn't help but mock himself. Eventually, he made his choice. This is the one, he declared. Turning to his daughter, he whispered his plan into her ear. So, can you pull this off? The purple-haired lowly thought for a moment then nodded obediently. No problem, father. Ryu suddenly remembered something. By the way, I haven't given you a name yet. Let's call you. Chapter 243, FGO, 243. 1,703 words. Pandora. Thinking of Campione. World, where a millennia-old lowly enjoyed being addressed as a mother by the Godslayers, Ryu couldn't help but chuckle. Pan. Do. R.A., what a beautiful name. Thank you, father. The purple-haired lowly, no, she should now be called Pandora, raised her hands in glee and threw herself into Ryu's arms. I love you the most, father. Looking down at her delicate, adorable face, brimming with joy and innocence, Ryu felt his blood rushing to his head. He almost roared at the sky, I can't hold it anymore. No wonder so many people fall for Lolis. Ryu nearly lost control, saved only by an invisible force named Moral restraining him. The charm of Lolis? Absolutely lethal. Better not provoke. Better not provoke. After some playful banter, Pandora, right in front of Ryu, altered the rules of the world. Yet, it wasn't quite what he had imagined. Pandora simply closed her eyes, and a minute later, opened them again. It's done, father. Done. Ryu's face was full of confusion. Shouldn't such a world-altering event involve stormy skies, trembling earth, shining stars, and billion-dollar effects? But you just opened and closed your eyes, without even a dime's worth of special effects, and told me it's done? WTF. Seeing his disbelief, Pandora pouted unhappily. Ryu quickly patted her little head, coaxing his little daughter back into a good mood. Pandora, like a kitten, rubbed her head against his palm a few times. The world's rules have been changed to align with Father's wishes. Now, any mortal who slays a deity can seize their power. Her expression screamed, praise me. Praise me now. But the words she uttered were capable of flipping the entire world upside down. Ryu had based his request on the anime Campione. And had Pandora rewrite this world's rules. Just imagine, slay a god, and you gain their strength, immense power and near-eternal life. For mortals, especially short-lived humans, this was the ultimate temptation. Though the odds of a mortal slaying a god were perhaps 1 in a billion, as long as the probability wasn't 0, sheer numbers would make that chance approach certainty. For mortals, slaying a god was a high-stakes gamble with their lives. Lose, and you face torment in hell. Win, and you ascend to the heavens in one step. Now, a life gamble with odds greater than 0 and a reward in the billions was right before them. What would happen? Especially for adventurers. Those who became adventurers were gamblers who bet their lives on the line. They were never the law-abiding type, they sought immense power, the finest women, and the rarest drinks. And now, the scheming Ryu had given them an opportunity, a chance to ascend to the heavens in one step. How would they choose? What expressions would the gods, who saw their followers as children, then get backstabbed? Ryu was looking forward to it. As Pandora altered the world's rules, all the gods suddenly felt an inexplicable unease, a chill penetrating their very souls, as if something extremely unfavorable had just occurred. Divine intuition was no joke. No god dared to dismiss such premonitions as illusions. Just days ago, news arrived that several Olympian deities, allied with Asgard's gods, had besieged that man only to be slaughtered, with none returning. And now, this foreboding feeling appeared again. The gods were unsettled. Weaker gods began reaching out to their allies. Stronger pantheons secretly readied themselves. And then, a thunderous announcement erupted from the Hanging Garden Chaldea. To maximize the impact, Ryu used projection magic to broadcast this shocking message across the entire world. I, Gwyn Ryu, the sovereign of the Sky City and the master of the dungeon, now hold the source of this world's power in my grasp. To punish 10 deities for their despicable ambush against me, I have decided to rewrite this world's rules. From this moment forth, any mortal who slays a god by any means shall inherit their power. Do you desire it? That invincible strength? Eternal life? If you desire it, then it's all yours. Go forth. The invincible strength lies within your reach. Go forth. Kill every god you see. From today onward, it is Ragnarok. The age of Godslayers has arrived. This speech, later known as the Godslayer Declaration, was spread to every corner of the world by Nan Ryu, marking the start of an era of conflict between mortals and gods. The world erupted in chaos. Countless ambitious figures, adventurers, and gamblers burned with passion. Their desires exploded like volcanic eruptions. An opportunity had fallen from the heavens into their laps. To cement the truth of his declaration, Ryu made another earth-shaking announcement. 3 days later, he would publicly execute a god in Sky City, broadcasting the event worldwide as proof of his words. The world braced for a storm. However, Ryu had no intention of opening Sky City to outsiders this time. Countless spies and diplomats tried to gain entry, only to find themselves shut out. Meanwhile, the gods stared at Sky City with fury and hatred. For gods with familial followers, a strange tension arose as they noticed their followers now regarded them with wary, unfamiliar eyes. The bonds of trust had shattered, hanging by a thread. All that remained was a spark, the proof of the Godslayer Declaration. Once proven true, there would be no reconciliation, only a fight to the death between mortals and gods. Some radical gods even considered destroying the mortal realm to eradicate all humans. But to their terror, they found their once world-shaking powers rendered useless. To these foolish thoughts, Ryu merely chuckled. Did you think it was still the old world? Now this world has moderators. Allowing you to live is already a gift. Want to make trouble? Dream on. In the Rakia Kingdom, the strongest adventurers were merely at level 3 or level 4. Even if 5 million adventurers of such caliber banded together, they would pose no threat to Ryu. As for Ares himself, while he had sought the help of friendly gods after Ryu's proclamation, his unlikable personality and territorial behavior, establishing his kingdom, frequently waging war against Orario, and monopolizing the dungeon with a get-lost, everyone else attitude, had left him isolated. In the end, the only ally who joined him was the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. But what could a goddess of beauty, with no power to sway an unyielding steel-hearted man, contribute to a battle? Ryu dealt with her effortlessly, knocking her unconscious with a single slap before turning Ares into a bruised mess and hauling him off. Ares proved himself an embarrassment to the title of the god of war. Ryu estimated that Ares could rank among the weakest war gods in history. It didn't take much effort for Ryu to defeat him. Pathetically, Ares begged for mercy, fully aware of what awaited him if he were taken captive. In desperation, he even offered Aphrodite to Ryu as some sort of living pleasure tool. Ryu, taken aback by Ares' lack of dignity, decided to make him pay dearly. With a swift stomp, he crushed Ares' manhood before dragging him away triumphantly. The destruction of the Rakia Kingdom's palace and the forced capture of its war god sent shockwaves throughout the world. Both mortals and gods began to take Ryu's threats very seriously. With 2 days remaining until the deadline, a striking figure with golden hair stepped out of a teleportation circle. The man who had shaken the world, Gwyn Ryu, stood outside the circle, smiling as he welcomed her. Kohai, he greeted, raising his hand. Senpai. Ace nodded in acknowledgement. Even after all this time, Ryu found it hard to discern her emotions. Curious about her progress, Ryu opened his system interface to check Ace's heroic spirit status. Name, Ace Wallenstein. Race, human, half-god, unawakened. Class, saber. Alignment, lawful good. Growth potential, 5 stars. Rank, mythical heroic spirit. Base stats, strength, 58.4, A. Agility, 69.2, A+. Endurance, 57.6, A. Magic, 56.7, A. Luck, B+. Class skills. Magic resistance, A. Personal skills. Gale-A. Sword Saint EX. Noble Phantasms. Blessing EX. Blade of Despair B. Avatar of Wind EX. Ryu couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and envy at her terrifying talent. Aside from himself, an outright cheat system, Ace was advancing faster than any other heroic spirit under his command. Her base stats had reached an average of a rank, with her agility nearing the unmeasurable EX level. What surprised him most was her newly acquired skill, Sword Saint, an EX-level ability that had mysteriously appeared during her solo training sessions. Suppressing a twinge of jealousy, Ryu led Ace into Sky City. After showing her to her room, he smiled and said, "Rest up for now. I'll prepare a banquet to welcome you." Was it his imagination, or did Ace's normally expressionless eyes suddenly light up at the mention of banquet? My Kohai can't possibly be a foodie, Ryu thought, almost laughing. As he was leaving, he noticed Ace staring at him, as if reminding him of something he'd forgotten. Ryu slapped his forehead. "Right," he exclaimed, turning serious. "The reason I called you here is simple. I want you to kill the war god Ares and become the first godslayer in this world." Ace was visibly stunned by this audacious and insane proposition. Her emerald eyes widened, and she stared at Ryu in disbelief. Understanding her shock, Ryu gently patted her shoulder. "Whatever you decide, I'll support you." Ace lifted her head and asked, "Will it make me stronger?" Ryu nodded. "Stronger than ever. Much stronger. Will I be able to help you after becoming stronger?" "Absolutely." "All right, I'll do it." Looking into Ace's determined eyes, Ryu felt deeply moved. He had always tried to shield her, treating her as a 16-year-old girl who needed his protection. But now, he realized that she was a warrior, ready to kill and be killed. "Good. No matter what, I'll ensure you become this world's first godslayer," Ryu declared, pounding his chest. Being the first godslayer granted unparalleled world bonuses, and Ryu was determined to let his woman reap the benefits. As the execution day approached, an unexpected figure cloaked in black arrived at Sky City. Finally, the day of reckoning dawned. Chapter 244, FGO, 244. 1873 words. It was no exaggeration to say that all eyes were on the scene. Countless gazes were fixed on the city in the sky, where the execution platform had already been erected. On the wooden platform, Ares was forced to kneel at the center. When this image spread across the world, it caused an uproar. Mortals and gods alike stared in disbelief at Ares. This once proud, towering deity now resembled a defeated stray dog, kneeling on the wooden floor and awaiting his final judgment. At first, Ares maintained his arrogant defiance, shouting curses at Ryu with a demeanor of "My fate is mine, not the heavens." That was until Ryu silenced him with a gag ball, finally shutting him up. At this moment, another key figure stepped onto the stage. Clad in lightweight silver-white armor adorned with floral patterns that glowed faintly with golden magical energy, she held a sword forged from despair itself. The blade, strengthened with countless precious materials, appeared as though it was formed from condensed lightning. Her face was as delicate as a doll's, with golden hair shining brilliantly under the sunlight and emerald green eyes devoid of any emotion. Ace walked forward with steady steps and stopped beside Ryu. Meanwhile, in the residence of the Loki Familia. "It's Ace. It's Miss Ace. Why is that child there?" Members of the Loki Familia, watching the broadcast from their hideout, gasped in shock. They couldn't believe that the girl who had left the Familia and hadn't been seen in a long time would appear in this manner. "A godslayer, is it?" Riveria's expression was complicated, her gaze a mix of pride, as if watching her child grow up, and melancholy, feeling surpassed by the younger generation. As the captain, Finn observed Ryu beside Ace, deep in thought. "Ace is so cool," exclaimed Lafia, Ace's little fangirl. "She's a big deal now," one of the Amazonian sisters remarked. "Well, you can't compare mortals to her," the other replied. "But someone's having a bad day," they teased as they glanced at the sullen-looking wolfman. "TCH. Bet growled in frustration and stormed off to his room. "Those two are showing off their relationship right in front of me. Do they think wolves don't have feelings?" As the moment drew near, Ryu raised his arm and shouted, "The time has come. From today forward, the gods will no longer be untouchable, sacred beings. Treat them as prey. Use them as stepping stones to reach the summit. Everyone, let us witness the dawn of the Godslayer era together. Today marks the twilight of the gods and the rise of mortals. Commence the execution." His speech ignited the blood of everyone watching the live broadcast, mortal and god alike. A super gamble with life itself at stake, how thrilling could it get? As Ryu declared the execution's commencement, viewers unknowingly leaned closer to their screens, their breathing quickening. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. An indescribable chaos, like a gray mist, suddenly enveloped the sky above the city. A heavy, overwhelming pressure, akin to an ocean's weight, bore down mercilessly. Ares spat out the gag ball and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Boy, you're done for. You're dead. Your mouth skills aren't bad, been practicing, have you? Ryu quipped casually. You. Before Ares could retort, Ryu knocked him unconscious with a single blow. He then turned to Ace. No matter what happens, your mission is simple, kill Ares. With that, he kicked the unconscious Ares toward Ace. Ace nodded obediently and raised her blade, the weapon pulsing with lightning. Mortals! How dare you! A thunderous roar echoed across the world as the chaos split open, revealing a massive rift rimmed with purple-blue lightning. Two colossal hands emerged from the rift, gripping its edges and tearing it wider. The gods and mortals watching were captivated. Mortals were filled with trepidation, while the gods' eyes gleamed with schadenfreude. Arrogant mortals, challenging the gods, now you'll learn your place. From the chaos emerged Chaos, the primordial creator god of the Olympian pantheon and one of the most powerful beings in existence. Having endured Ryu's audacious God-Slayer declaration and his treatment of Ares as a sacrifice, Chaos could no longer stay silent. Yet, facing this unprecedented enemy, Ryu smiled confidently and waved his hand. Attack! A crimson lightning bolt tore through the sky, a blood-red spear pierced into the rift. Ah! A scream echoed from the rift. Simultaneously, a deathly purple-black portal and the projection of a massive golden planet appeared on either side of the chaos, squeezing it tightly. Chaos, already injured by the crimson spear, hesitated. You pathetic mortals! Remember this, I'll return. Chaos attempted to retreat, but Ryu scoffed. Come and go as you please? Not so fast. With a cold laugh, he activated world separation. Starry Mirror Lake, the Gate of Oblivion, and the Golden Planet projection converged, trapping Chaos in the center. While the gods clashed in the heavens, Ace swiftly drove her sword through Ares' heart. The sealed war god, unable to resist, perished with the gag ball still around his neck, a pathetic and humiliating death. Ace's body erupted with a powerful aura, her energy surging and quickly breaking through mortal limits to reach an even higher level. She clenched her fists, feeling the immense, turbulent power within her, a wild, untamed force coursing through her veins. Her usually emotionless face showed a rare frown as she struggled to contain the power. In desperate need of an outlet, she leaped into the battle between gods. With her joining the fray, the balance of power began to tilt. Chaos was gradually dragged out of the chaos. At this critical moment, Ryu frowned and let out a cold snort. How much longer are you all going to watch? If you don't act now, the treaty we agreed on is null and void. As his words fell, another unexpected change occurred. Above the skies of the floating city, a chilling silence fell as several terrifying presences, rivaling even Chaos in power, suddenly emerged. The most shocking part was yet to come. These primordial deities from various pantheons didn't attack Ryu's faction. Instead, they launched a surprise assault on Chaos from behind. And so, the mighty ruler of the Olympian pantheon found himself reduced to little more than a tragic, shattered cup on the table. Boom! With a deafening crash, the indescribable sea of chaos was scattered, leaving the heavens riddled with spatial cracks resembling shattered glass. From within the void, a humanoid figure made of formless gray mist was forcibly expelled. Tiamat. Brahma. Ammonius. You have betrayed me. The figure bellowed in anguish and rage. A faint sigh echoed through the skies, and the overwhelming presence disappeared as quietly as they had come, leaving no trace of their arrival. The figure raged on, hurling curses and roaring in fury, but Ryu only scoffed. Fool! Don't you see? We've already struck a deal in the shadows, and you, he smirked, pointing to Chaos, are their offering of good faith to me? The night before, Tiamat had infiltrated the floating city alone, engaging Ryuk in an extensive conversation. By dawn, they had reached a mutual agreement. Ryu would restrain his forces, sparing other pantheons from annihilation. In exchange, the deities would retreat into the private dimensions created by their respective creator gods. For the ancient deities, this was a bitter compromise born of necessity. Pandora had essentially become the world's overseer, with the power to forcibly sever the connection between the gods' dimensions and the primary world. Such an act would spell mutual destruction. These timeless deities, each as cunning as they were powerful, saw the writing on the wall. They knew Ryu had gained enough leverage to overturn the table entirely if provoked. Preferring to avoid an all-out confrontation with this madman, they sacrificed cows and the Olympian pantheon. From Ryu's perspective, using Ares as a mere ceremonial offering to herald the new era of godslayers wasn't nearly grand enough. Offering up cows, the creator god of the Olympian pantheon, as the ultimate sacrifice? Now, that was worthy of the event's magnitude. So, with Tiamat leading the negotiations, the covert deal was sealed without a hitch. Of course, while the agreement was formally established, it didn't signify reconciliation. On the contrary, both sides were brimming with hatred for one another. For the gods, being forced into an agreement with a mortal was a humiliating disgrace. For Ryu, leaving potential threats alive ran counter to his philosophy of eradicating enemies to the root. Both sides anticipated future battles. But for now, this was Ryu's moment of triumph. In the climactic battle's finale, the heavily wounded cows was obliterated by a full-force punch from Ryu. With this, the epic confrontation of divine proportions came to a close. In the aftermath, the world saw unprecedented change. Ace had ascended to the level of an initial godslayer, capable of rivaling the gods themselves. Meanwhile, Ryu's faction had successfully annihilated the creator god of the Olympian pantheon. Through magical means, the entire world had witnessed the battle live, a spectacle more dazzling than any billion-dollar CGI. The breathtaking visuals and fervent speeches ignited the hearts of audiences worldwide, planting seeds of ambition everywhere. Almost overnight, war erupted between mortals and gods. While countless adventurers fell in their attempts to challenge the divine, Ryu's predictions came true. Among the many, a few emerged as lucky victors. By the next day, 4 new godslayers had appeared in the world. Among them was one particularly unexpected figure, Barry, the silver-haired genderbender beauty. Perhaps emboldened by her newfound power, Barry sought vengeance against Ryu. But before Ryu could act, Ace stepped in and delivered an overwhelming, humiliating defeat to Barry. Ryu sighed, shaking his head. Poor girl. Beaten, trained, and humiliated in the original story, and now, with Ace strengthened, the cycle continues. With a twinge of pity, Ryu finished Barry off with a casual gesture. Other newly minted godslayers quickly learned from Barry's example and adopted a more cautious attitude. Still, the rise of godslayers triggered an inevitable shift. The success stories of these individuals inspired widespread fervor. Across the world, mortals began targeting weaker gods, employing poison, traps, and ambushes. The tension between gods and mortals intensified, pushing the world into chaos. To protect themselves, the creator gods united, merging their dimensions into one vast realm separate from the mortal world. They began recalling their pantheon members, though some minor or rebellious gods chose to remain among mortals, unwilling to abandon the vibrancy of the human realm. For the remaining gods on the surface, the tables had turned. Mortals, especially godslayers, actively hunted them. And with the discovery that killing gods further enhanced their power, godslayers became relentless. Over time, adventurers flocked to serve the godslayers, offering loyalty in exchange for protection. These alliances birthed massive new organizations, and the godslayers, now akin to demon lords, became the apex predators of this new world order. Through it all, Ryu observed from above, hands off yet pleased. The historical inevitability of such transformations left him marveling. But as he watched this new world unfold, a thought crossed his mind, wait a second, isn't this supposed to be Damaki? How did we end up like God Eater? Chapter 245, FGO, 245. 2,227 words. It feels like this world has been completely messed up by me. Ryu quickly exited the Damachi world. After completing the first stage of his mission to become a god, Ryu's attributes became: Name, Nguyen Ryu. Race, human. Class, none. Level, true god, stage 1. Basic attributes, strength. Agility. Endurance. Magic. For ordinary people, the average attribute is 10, except for magic. Below 10 is F-, and above 15 but below 20 is E-. The grading follows this pattern. Luck. Class skills. Item creation, rank D, 12%. Magic resistance, EX. Personal skills. Advanced mastery of cold weapons, 4%. Advanced mastery of unarmed combat, 99%. Mana burst, rank B, 99%. Primordial rune, rank B, 10%. World ruler, EX, high mana consumption. Flight. Adaptability to harsh environments. Language comprehension. Body of a true god. Shave, rank C, 43%. Noble phantasms. Reversal war god, true, EX. O Brahma, cover the earth, rank B. Revelation, EX. Machine gun blow, evolved from swallow reversal. World source powers. Ocean ruler, plus. World separation, plus. Death command, plus. With his level upgraded, all of Ryu's basic attributes were now unreadable, displayed as question marks. However, the most significant improvement in his strength came from the 3 world source power abilities, collectively referred to as source powers. It's important to understand that the plus symbol signifies a multiplier effect when used at full power, regardless of the cost. 1 plus represents a 1x multiplier, while 2 plus indicate a 2x multiplier. Ryu believed that if he were surrounded by gods again, this time his world separation could seal them away, causing them to doubt their divine existence. The Ocean Ruler and Death Command were upgrades he obtained after killing Poseidon and Hades, respectively. As for world separation, it was an enhancement earned after taking down the ancient being known as Chaos's cows. Should I go back and farm a few more gods, he pondered, stroking his smooth chin as he stared at the plus signs behind his source powers. Initially, Ryu thought Damachi was just a low-level training ground, but it turned out to have hidden benefits. It seemed the time had come to farm it more seriously. Moreover, he had a hunch that the higher his source powers before completing the second stage, the greater the benefits he would receive after becoming a god. Besides Ryu, the one whose strength increased the most this time was Ace Wallenstein. Her updated attributes were: Name, Ace Wallenstein. Race, human, god slayer. Class, saber. Growth talent, 5 stars. Level, true god. Basic attributes, strength. Agility. Endurance. Magic. Luck, A. Class skills. Magic insulation. Personal skills. Sword god. Goddess of war. Noble phantasms. Divine authority, war. Sword of despair. Incarnation of wind. Ace's basic attributes also surpassed the realm of mortals, turning into unreadable values, and her skills were significantly enhanced. Ryu deduced that a skill level turning into meant it had surpassed EX rank, entering the god level category. At this moment, Ryu remembered something important: he had enough points for 3 10x gacha. Without hesitation, he synthesized a super 10x gacha and prepared to draw them all at once. A spectacular display of holy light filled the air as the summoning circle spun rapidly. However, the first 3 pulls yielded nothing but junk, causing Ryu's mood to plummet. Anyone who's played too many gacha games knows that luck comes in waves. When you're lucky, you get miracle draws on singles. But when you're unlucky, even 10x draws might yield nothing good unless you brute force it with cash. It was clear Ryu's first 3 draws had the hallmarks of bad luck. The next 6 pulls weren't much better. Aside from collecting 5 pieces of Fruit of Eden shard, the other 5 draws were complete flops. Well, at least I got 5 more shards. Ryu could only console himself with this bitter truth. Just as he was about to give up, however, happiness arrived unexpectedly. Amidst a kaleidoscope of rainbow-colored light, a heroic spirit summoning card, glowing with brilliant 7-colored radiance, floated at the center of the summoning circle. The god of gacha has not abandoned me after all. Ryu, clenching his right fist in excitement. The Apocalypse made a faint creaking sound. Fortunately, Apocalypse had already surpassed the realm of noble phantasms and was evolving into a divine artifact. Otherwise, with Ryu's current strength, he might have crushed it. Click. A small, exquisite foot stepped out from the summoning circle, adorned with a golden high-heeled shoe inlaid with various expensive gemstones. When the figure finally stepped forward, Ryu felt as if his eyes were about to be blinded. The brilliance and magnificence of the figure in front of him were overwhelming. Her golden, custom-fitted armor only covered her waist, leaving her proud, curvaceous figure on full display. Her upper body was clad in a sheer black veil, just enough to cover her shoulders and the upper curve of her peaks. Her fair, healthy skin was fully exposed from her chest to her stomach, marked with mysterious crimson runes. Her long, golden hair flowed freely behind her like threads of pure gold, cascading down to her ankles. Her goddess-like face, a gift from the heavens, bore a slight smirk of disdain for the world. Her scarlet eyes, as red as blood, were filled with an air of arrogant pride as she sized up Ryu. "So, you're the master of this king? You don't look like much." "Very well. Leave the enemies to this king. Your job is to stand in the back and offer me thunderous applause and cheers." "You are." Ryu stared blankly at the dazzling golden figure, instinctively asking a question. This inquiry seemed to annoy the beautiful woman before him. Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow. "You don't even know who I am? I am the one and only king of heroes, Gilgamesh. Commoner, carve this king's name into your soul." "Ah, a gender-swapped version of Gilgamesh, huh?" After witnessing the Lancer Artoria, Ryu wasn't all that surprised. At this point, adding a gender-swapped Gilgamesh seemed par for the course. But this subtle shift in Ryu's emotions was not lost on Gilgamesh, whose sharp intuition allowed her to sense it. Her scarlet eyes flickered with a dangerous light. "What? Do you have any complaints about this king?" "This king answered your summons, that is the greatest honor of your life." Ryu jolted, instinctively standing at attention with his hands behind his back, shouting, "No complaints whatsoever. Long live Queen Gilgamesh." Ryu's subconscious antics ended up causing a massive misunderstanding. "Wha?" The originally aloof and regal Gilgamesh suddenly appeared flustered, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Given her status, aside from her close friend Enkidu, no one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner, especially not a man. "Aren't males just supposed to be used for reproduction?" "Ahem." Gilgamesh raised her fist to her mouth and let out 2 light coughs, attempting to mask her momentary panic. "You are quite a bold commoner. However, since you have such courage, I shall allow you to serve me." After a brief conversation, Ryu realized that this gender-swapped version of Gilgamesh still retained her haughty personality, but she wasn't as delusionally grandiose as before. Although she had a sharp tongue, she didn't constantly refer to others as mongrels as the original Gilgamesh did. "What? Do you think commoner is an insult too? Isn't commoner the signature catchphrase of every prideful queen and tsundere Ojusama in fiction?" Surrounded by an array of heroic spirits, from the cold and aloof queen to the stern saint and the gentle soft-spoken girl, Ryu was only missing a true tsundere in his collection. Despite having no prior experience dealing with tsunderes, he knew one universal truth: tsunderes are just cold on the outside but warm on the inside, saying one thing while meaning another. With this diagnosis in mind, Ryu quickly figured out how to conquer this prideful queen, through her stomach. No joke. After mastering his cooking skills from across the realm, Ryu's culinary prowess reached the realm of divine cuisine. While Gilgamesh was known for possessing all the treasures of the world and having tasted divine ambrosia, the world of food is different. Food quality is tied to time, technological advances, and culinary skill. Ryu could confidently say that modern food crushes ancient food tenfold. Thus, with his otherworldly cooking skills and modern culinary variety, Ryu successfully conquered Gilgamesh's appetite, earning the title of Her Majesty's personal chef. On the surface, it might seem like Ryu got the short end of the deal, but as they say, if you dare to dream big, even a queen can take maternity leave. What's wrong with being a chef? Can't a chef marry a rich, powerful beauty too? After winning her over with his culinary skills, Ryu managed to extract a series of unequal treaties from Gilgamesh, bringing her to the world of Damachi. At this point, the gods still roaming the mortal world had become increasingly scarce. Those still out there were either cunning old foxes who knew how to stay out of trouble or runners who were fast enough to escape. Previously, Ryu had fought enemies far stronger than himself, so his opponents rarely fled. But with the tables turned, all the weaklings had run off. The only gods left in the mortal world were the slippery, the cowards, and the speedsters. Frankly, Ryu didn't want to waste his time hunting such annoying targets. However, he still needed 4 more pieces of the Fruit of Eden, and the gods were the most likely to drop them. Luckily, Gilgamesh's arrival was perfectly timed. With her at his side, she could throw out Enkidu's chains, and no matter how sneaky or fast the target was, as long as they possessed divinity, they would get tied up and beaten down. As predicted, it didn't matter how slippery or fast the gods were, once caught by Enkidu's chains, they were finished. Ryu simply hugged Gilgamesh's golden leg and claimed the kill for himself. This was a refreshing change for Ryu. Up until now, he'd trained under the brutal tutelage of Skathak, constantly on the receiving end of tough love. Even Ishtaran was more of a ranged core-type character, and Ryu never had a chance to hug a Carrie's leg. But now? With Gilgamesh, grinding bosses was pure bliss. Just to clarify, whether figuratively or literally, Gilgamesh's smooth, tender golden thighs were an absolute delight to embrace. Don't ask how Ryu knows this, just accept that he does. As for Gilgamesh herself, she was surprisingly enthusiastic about hunting down gods. The two formed a deadly combo that hunted over 20 deities in a single month, causing panic among the surviving gods. Just hearing the names Gwyn, Ryu and Gilgamesh made the remaining gods tremble in fear. Amid these hunts, Ryu also figured out the drop rate mechanics for the Fruit of Eden fragments. It turned out that gods with authority like Life or Earth had a much higher chance of dropping the fruit fragments compared to other gods. Armed with this knowledge, Ryu's farming efficiency skyrocketed. In less than 2 months, he gathered all the pieces of the Fruit of Eden. Upon combining the fragments, the completed Fruit of Eden appeared as a shimmering golden apple. Ryu examined it from every angle. It didn't seem like something he could eat. Just as he hesitated, a slender, delicate hand suddenly reached out from the side and snatched it away. Huh? This fruit's shape is quite elegant, it matches my tastes perfectly. Gilgamesh glanced sideways at Ryu with an air of pride and declared, "Commoner, is this your tribute to me?" "Very well. I am pleased with your offering." As she spoke, a ripple of light appeared beside her, the gate of Babylon. Gilgamesh raised her hand, about to toss the Fruit of Eden into her treasury. Upon seeing this, Ryu's face turned red with panic. "No way. This is my breakthrough item. You think you can just take it like that?" For the past few months, he'd endured Gilgamesh's willfulness and demands, but this time, it was too much. Without thinking, Ryu pounced on her. Gilgamesh's eyes widened in disbelief. "Commoner, what are you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Ryu tackled her to the ground. He seized her wrist and bit directly into the Fruit of Eden. Earlier, Ryu had wondered how he was supposed to eat it. But as soon as his teeth sank into it, the Fruit of Eden demonstrated the true meaning of melts in your mouth. The golden apple instantly dissolved into a radiant liquid that slid down his throat and into his stomach. Before Ryu could even process the flavor, a surge of overwhelming life energy erupted within him, coursing through every inch of his body. This energy caused his cells to undergo drastic evolution, pushing his entire being toward a higher plane of existence. Of course, such a transformation was not without its costs. Excruciating pain surged through every part of his body like wildfire. Before he could even cry out, Ryu's vision went black, and he passed out from the pain. Chapter 246, FGO, 246. 1854 words. Then, Ryu's entire body collapsed directly onto Gilgamesh's soft form. Even worse, his lips coincidentally landed right on Gilgamesh's red lips. MMPH. Gilgamesh's beautiful eyes instantly widened in shock as she struggled furiously to free herself. Well, who would have thought the mighty king of heroes, Gilgamesh, would enjoy this sort of thing? Truly surprising. At this moment, a mischievous voice echoed. Gilgamesh turned toward the source of the voice and saw Ishtar Rin standing there, her devilish smile fixed squarely on the two of them. Gilgamesh's mind practically exploded. Of all people, her mortifying state had to be witnessed by this woman. Since the mythological era, she and Ishtar had been sworn enemies. Even now, while working under the same master, they maintained only the bare minimum of civility, refraining from fighting in Ryu's presence, just barely. Whenever the two met, mocking jabs and sarcastic barbs were inevitable. And now, after being pinned to the ground by their master and having her first kiss stolen in such an undignified manner, her arch-nemesis had seen it all. The mere thought of this accursed woman bringing up this incident every time they met in the future made Gilgamesh's blood boil. Her pride as the king of heroes could not tolerate such humiliation. Losing her composure, she shoved Ryu off her, scrambled to her feet, and glared furiously at Ishtar, fists clenched. "You despicable woman! How dare you mock me?" Ishtar smiled wickedly. "Oh, don't worry. I wouldn't dare compare to your majesty's hunger. To think the heroic king would roll around in the dirt with her master like this." Snap. Something broke in Gilgamesh's mind. "Wretched wench. I'll kill you. Think I'm afraid of you? Bring it on." In an instant, it was goddess versus heroic king, a clash of titanic proportions. When Ryu woke up, he was greeted by utter devastation around him, the sight leaving him dumbfounded. No way. I just took a nap, and this is what happens? He opened the system panel, taking a closer look at his attributes. Name, Nguyen Ryu. Original race, human. Class, none. Level, true god, second stage. Base attributes, strength. Agility. Endurance. Magic power. Luck. Class skills. Divine artifact crafting, low-level energy nullification. Possessed skills. Grandmaster weapon mastery. Grandmaster hand-to-hand combat. Energy burst, true god level. Primordial rune, 70%, true god level. World ruler, god king level. Body of the god king. Shave, true god level. Noble phantasms. Reversal war god, true god king level. Brahma, true god level. Apocalypse. Machine gun blow, true god level. Source powers. Ocean ruler, plus. World separation, plus. Command of death, plus. Not only had his base attributes been upgraded to star ratings, but his skills and noble phantasms had also undergone massive enhancements. Most had reached true god level, while a select few top-tier abilities had advanced to god king level. What surprised him was that Apocalypse still displayed a question mark for its level. Could this evolving artifact have origins tied to the creation god level, or perhaps even higher? After collecting the Fruit of Eden, Ryu departed the Damacy world. Its remaining value to him had diminished significantly. But to his surprise, the Damacy world's development took an unexpected turn after his departure. To counter increasingly rampant mortals, the gods were forced to unite. However, having exhausted vast amounts of divine energy to merge their individually created small worlds, the creator gods had entered long periods of slumber. In their absence, the current god kings collaborated to create a god specifically designed to combat godslayers. Godslayers, supported by their followers, established territories, gradually forming godslayer-centric nations, earning them the title of demon lords. The god created to counter the godslayers possessed power equivalent to 10 of them combined. It was regarded by the gods as their ultimate weapon, earning the title of the final king. Back in Chaldea, Ryu rested for a day before preparing for a new dungeon expedition. He had a strong premonition, this dungeon would be the final piece of the puzzle in his ascent to godhood. This time, he brought along the newly summoned Gilgamesh. Originally planning to go alone, he had no choice but to bring her along since she was still sulking over the previous incident. To ensure success, he shamelessly approached Scatha for help. Surprisingly, she agreed, much to Ryu's delight. This time, victory seemed assured. However, as soon as they entered the new world, they were hit with a rude awakening. The sky was shrouded in thick black clouds, with occasional red lightning slithering through. Despite it being midday, no sunlight penetrated the darkness. The sky looked as if a black dome had covered the world. The air reeked of burnt flesh, as though the atmosphere itself was on fire. Large flakes of gray-black snow drifted down from above. Instinctively, Ryu caught one in his hand. A slight stinging sensation followed. This wasn't snow, it was radioactive, magical dust. The world resembled a nuclear wasteland, teetering on the brink of death. In the distance, the sounds of artillery and flashes of magical energy punctuated the chaos. Destructive forces continued to ravage the already ruined land. This world is insane, Ryu muttered grimly. A post-apocalyptic world was bad enough, but to think idiots were still waging war here? What's wrong with these morons? Mutual destruction is fun to you? For Ryu, Gilgamesh, and Scathach, survival in even harsher environments was no problem. But being dumped in a place like this annoyed Ryu immensely. It was like stepping on dog poop, not harmful, but disgusting. At that moment, Ryu noticed the sound of shouting and the clash of weapons in the distance. The three exchanged glances. Gilgamesh's eyes glimmered with excitement, as if eager for action, while Shersho remained calm and indifferent, her demeanor unchanged even in the face of a post-apocalyptic world. After a moment of thought, Ryu spoke. Let's go check it out. Though Ryu, backed by the strength of Gilgamesh and Shersho, had little to fear from most challenges, caution was always wise. Especially in an unfamiliar and hostile world, gathering intelligence was critical. As they crossed a low hill, a massive battlefield came into view. On one side were Warbeast, riding a variety of wild beasts. They bore human faces but had animal ears and tails. On the other side were monstrous creatures of all shapes and sizes. The two sides were locked in a savage struggle. Massive crossbow bolts, clouds of poison gas, acidic sprays, and fireballs filled the air. The Warbeast had an overwhelming advantage in numbers, coordinating like skilled hunters to surround and isolate smaller groups of monsters. But the monsters were no pushovers. Despite lacking coordination, their sheer size and innate magical abilities made them formidable. With a swipe of a claw, a tail lash, or a blast of venom, they inflicted heavy casualties on the beast folk. It was a brutal, bloody conflict. Many Warbeast fell, and in turn, the monsters were relentlessly felled and dismembered. Ryu observed the gory battlefield, the sight unsettling even to him. Beasts are just beasts, utterly lacking in grace. Gilgamesh folded her arms, her expression disdainful as she watched the carnage unfold. At that moment, Ryu's sharp gaze caught something unusual. Along the edges of the battlefield, a group of people dressed like refugees hid in the forest. The forest bore signs of habitation, likely their shelter before the war reached them. Enhancing his vision with energy, Ryu looked closer. The refugees crouched nervously in the shadows, clearly helpless against the chaos. Their home had unfortunately become a battleground, and they seemed incapable of resistance. A stray projectile could obliterate their shelter and their lives. They huddled in fear, powerless and desperate. Ryu frowned deeply. Was this an isolated tragedy, or a reflection of humanity's plight across this world? While he wasn't a staunch human supremacist, seeing his kind reduced to such misery stirred a sense of responsibility. At that moment, a massive two-headed lion monster was brought down by the Warbeast. Sensing its impending doom, the creature unleashed a desperate fireball, not a typical fireball, but one as large as a carriage. It obliterated several Warbeast in its path before hurtling toward the forest where the refugees hid. The terrified refugees screamed, scrambling backward in vain. The fireball was far faster than they could flee. The Warbeast glanced briefly in the refugees' direction before refocusing on the battle. To them, these humans were ants, insignificant casualties. Just as the fireball was about to engulf the forest, it suddenly veered off course. The flaming sphere shrank rapidly, transforming into a golden orb the size of a ping-pong ball, which floated harmlessly into Ryu's hand. With a smirk, Ryu flicked the orb back toward the battlefield. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the ground, sending a towering mushroom cloud into the sky. When the flames and smoke cleared, a massive crater, 100 meters in diameter, had replaced the battlefield center. Everything in the blast zone, Warbeast and monsters alike, had been reduced to ash. Ryu nonchalantly blew on his fingers, as if dusting off imaginary soot. The battlefield fell silent. The Warbeast, their faces pale with fear, stared at Ryu's small but imposing figure. Their mounts trembled, ready to flee at any moment. The monsters, however, seemed enraged. A massive, three-headed wolf standing on a distant hill fixed its 6 eyes on Ryu, growling menacingly. A whoa! With a blood-curdling howl, it signaled the monsters to attack. In unison, hundreds of monstrous beasts charged toward Ryu, their massive forms shaking the earth. The ground seemed to ripple like water, cracks spidering out from the impact of their charge. The air grew oppressive, thick with their overwhelming presence. Behind Ryu, the human refugees collapsed in fear. Many fell to their knees, trembling, while some curled up in fetal positions, unable to face the terror. Ryu glanced back at them, his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. It was clear to him now, humanity's survival in this world was precarious at best. Their spirits had been crushed, their resilience eroded by relentless hardship. They were like livestock, stripped of their will to fight. Looks like I'll have to pick up my old game again. Ryu sighed, shaking his head. During his time in the world of cabannery of the Iron Fortress, he had faced similarly broken people. Their hopelessness had been a challenge, but through leadership and belief, he had rebuilt their resolve. Building morale is exhausting work, he muttered. As he grumbled, Ryu began tracing runes in the air with his fingers. One by one, ancient and complex primordial runes materialized before him, forming a glowing script. In a mere second, an intricate chain of symbols hovered in the air. With a final stroke, the entire chain lit up. A dazzling flash erupted from the runes, coalescing into a pure white bolt of lightning. The lightning arced toward the charging monsters, branching out into a massive web of electricity. ZZZZZZTTT. In an instant, the monsters were reduced to charred husks, their massive forms obliterated by the blinding power of the lightning. A perfect, devastating wipeout. Chapter 247, FGO, 247. 1838 words. The leader of the war beast was a wolfman clad in silver-white armor. Standing half a step behind him was a fox woman dressed in a shrine maiden's attire. The fox woman was stunningly beautiful, with a voluptuous figure, golden fluffy ears, and a tail that combined sensuality and cuteness. She leaned in and whispered something into the wolfman's ear. After scrutinizing Ryu, the wolfman hesitated no longer and promptly blew the signal for retreat. On the other side of the battlefield, a three-headed monster glared at Ryu fiercely, its gaze filled with caution. It then raised its three heads and howled toward the sky. Ah whoa! The magical beasts on the battlefield immediately perked up their heads, their ears twitching slightly, and then retreated in an orderly fashion. The three-headed monster was the last to leave. As it was about to step into the forest, it turned back and shot Ryu a glance filled with resentment and fury. Then, without hesitation, it turned and disappeared into the forest, its silhouette swallowed by the trees. The Beastman horde, numbering over 100,000, along with nearly 1,000 magical beasts, had created a battlefield that stretched beyond the horizon. Yet, this massive war was settled by Ryu alone. Behind Ryu stood a group of human refugees who had been watching his overwhelming display of power. They shivered in fear, exchanging nervous glances until they managed to push forward a trembling, white-haired elder to speak on their behalf. "Thank you, Your Grace, for saving us," the elder said, his voice quivering. Ryu waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no need for formalities. His primary goal had been to learn about this world's nature, and saving the refugees was merely incidental. However, the elder's next words piqued Ryu's interest. After hesitating for a moment, the elder cautiously asked, "May I ask which race Your Grace belongs to?" This question intrigued Ryu. He appeared human, with black hair and distinct human features. The elder, though aged, should not have been so blind as to mistake this. A sly smile spread across Ryu's face. "Oh. Do I not look like a human to you?" The elder offered a bitter smile. "You jest, Your Grace. Everyone in Disboard knows that we humans are the only intelligent race incapable of using magic." Ryu's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized the name and found the elder's words deeply intriguing. Among all the intelligent races, why was humanity alone incapable of using magic? Was this the malice of the gods or a peculiar rule of this world? Given the familiar name Disboard, Ryu began to form a hypothesis. Through his conversation with the elder, Ryu confirmed his suspicions. This was the world of No Game No Life, specifically, the version from 6,000 years before the main story, a time depicted in the movie prequel. Unlike the cheerful and playful atmosphere of the main series, this era of Disboard was a living hell, engulfed in a war among the gods. The sky was perpetually covered by black dust, radiating intense corruption and radiation, with no sunlight in sight. Intelligent races, driven by the commands of their deities, developed apocalyptic weapons and unleashed them indiscriminately on the battlefield, pushing the world to the brink of destruction. It was like a magical version of World War III, with nations hurling nuclear-equivalent attacks at one another without restraint. Amid these godlike beings, humanity, though intelligent, could neither use nor even perceive magic. Among such earth-shattering forces, they were powerless, with a combat effectiveness of essentially zero. Even a stray magical attack could easily claim hundreds or thousands of human lives. To survive, humanity had been forced to live like rats, hiding underground. Before crossing into this world, Ryu had played a survival game called This War of Mine, which depicted the plight of civilians during a modern war. In it, players scavenged for food, water, and medicine while balancing morality and survival in a war-torn city. Though the game was grim, in Ryu's view, it was paradise compared to the plight of humanity in Disboard. At least in the game, after surviving for dozens of days, the United Nations intervened, and the war ended. There was at least a faint hope for survival. But in Disboard, humanity knew only despair. Being alive to see another day was a miracle. They never knew when a stray magical strike might obliterate their shelter or when another race might discover and annihilate them. The unending war had turned all intelligent races, except for humans, into bloodthirsty beasts. To refer to them as monsters might have been more accurate. For what? The gods were fighting over the Suniaster, a mythical artifact said to grant the power to become the sole deity. The selfish desires of a handful of gods had cost Disboard countless lives. How absurd. How infuriating. Ryu suddenly thought that playing the role of a humanist wouldn't be so bad. Of course, his primary goal remained to secure the final root gem, known as Void, which he suspected was closely tied to the Suniaster. The artifact's coordinates had been deduced by the movie's protagonist, Riku. Once Ryu had the location, charging in headfirst would be his style. For now, he shelved the Void gem's importance. Helping humanity rise from its status as a trampled ant colony became his immediate concern. When Ryu explained the world's situation to Gilgamesh and Scathach, their reactions were telling. Scathach remained indifferent, while Gilgamesh's face twisted with disdain. As expected, gods, no matter the world, are all equally revolting. Regarding this, Ryu chose not to comment. After all, Gilgamesh herself was a victim of the gods' arrogance, which likely fueled her newfound enthusiasm for teaching humanity in this world how to overthrow the deity's rule. Ryu, uninterested in micromanaging what felt like a simulation game, focused on direct action. The two divided responsibilities. Ryu sought out scattered human refugees, while Gilgamesh took on the task of organizing, governing, and teaching them. As for Scathach, she predictably continued her role as an aloof bystander. Having uncovered the harsh truths of this world, Ryu abandoned restraint. If these beings held no value for their own lives, there was no reason to expect mercy from others. Whenever he encountered warring factions from other races, he unleashed a meteor barrage, obliterating both sides indiscriminately. Over time, the number of humans in the settlement swelled to the millions, while the number of non-human casualties caused by Ryu reached horrifying levels. This rise in both human strength and destruction naturally drew attention from other races. Without warning, a coalition army consisting of war beast, demonic beasts, and dwarfed was amassed near the human settlement. Their total force numbered in the millions, equipped with advanced war machines like dwarf tanks and airships. Yet, under the combined might of Ryu and Gilgamesh, the coalition was utterly annihilated. For Ryu, enhanced by Energy Gem, deploying devastating magical weapons was as routine as breathing. As for Gilgamesh, her arsenal of large-scale attacks exceeded anyone's wildest expectations. After the battle, Ryu spared only the commanders of the war beast and dwarf to extract critical information. Through friendly and persuasive means, he confirmed his suspicions. The surrounding major races, war beast, dwarfed, demonic beasts, and giants, had collectively decided to exterminate the human faction. Under the leadership of the powerful giant race, the coalition had agreed to a temporary truce. Their goal was the complete obliteration of humanity, not just a military defeat or enslavement, but total eradication, body and soul. In the eyes of their gods, the Suniaster could belong to only one race, making every other a mortal enemy. These gods and their frenzied worshippers adhered to a single equation: dead rivals equals good rivals. The coalition attack accelerated Ryu's plan to relocate the human settlement. From the beginning, his strategic insight revealed that their current location was unsuitable. If humans, the weakest race, had managed to claim it, it was unremarkable land, barren and lacking valuable resources. Moreover, this settlement was sandwiched between multiple powerful factions, serving as a natural buffer zone, a precarious position akin to a hellish opening move in a strategy game. Ryu knew that neither he nor Gilgamesh could protect humanity forever. For humans to thrive in this world, they had to grow strong enough to defend themselves. Ryu's vision offered two potential paths. Seize the Suniaster, rewrite the world's laws, and strip all races of their magical abilities. This would level the playing field and allow humans, with their unparalleled creativity, to rise above the rest. Find a way for humans to wield magic, elevating them to equal footing with the other races. Both approaches had pros and cons, leading humanity in radically different directions. The first would foster technological innovation while discarding magical reliance. The second would require the creation of an entirely new magical system. Ultimately, Ryu chose the second path, enabling humans to use magic, finding it far more intriguing. The key lay with the Suniaster, which he suspected was the source of the world's power. Only something that fundamental could reshape the rules of existence. But before pursuing the Suniaster, the relocation of the human settlement became an urgent priority. Of course, Ryu had some farewells to deliver to the surrounding neighbors. Warbeast capital, Orgrimmar. You're all useless. Every last one of you. A deafening roar reverberated through the ancestral hall. The shockwave rattled the bone and fong ornaments hanging from the columns and ceiling. A towering lion man clad in crimson black, spike-covered heavy armor leaped from his throne of bone, fang, and hide. He grabbed the throat of a kneeling wolfman and effortlessly hoisted him into the air. I entrusted you with everything, and this is what you bring me? 30,000. 30,000 of our finest warriors were wiped out completely. By humans, those weaklings only fit to be our slaves or food. Choking, the wolfman struggled to explain between gasps for air. As Supreme Chieftain. I apologize. It's because, among the humans, 2 extraordinary warriors appeared. Before he could finish, a glob of saliva splattered across his face. Fool. There's no way such a frail race could produce strong warriors. Those must be rogue divine spirits. The lion chieftain's expression suddenly shifted, becoming eerily calm. The wolfman, however, began trembling even more violently. The chieftain's gaze had changed to that of a predator eyeing its next meal. Enough. I should never have expected anything from the likes of you. Go explain your failures to the ancestor. The wolfman's chest heaved in terror, his eyes widening with dread. As a high-ranking member of the war beast, he knew all too well how cruel and pitiless their patron god was. No. Chieftain, wait, have mercy. Before the plea was complete, the lion chieftain's muscles flexed, and his claws crushed the wolfman's throat, silencing him forever. Carrying the lifeless body, the chieftain strode toward a cavern behind the great hall. The air inside was thick with the stench of blood. Crunch. The chieftain stepped on something brittle, the sound reminiscent of breaking chips or eggshells. Chapter 248, FGO, 248. 1,493 words. Credits, Rage Just a Game. Under the dim torchlight, the horrifying scene was revealed, a skull from an intelligent species. The ground of the entire cave was paved with bones, a grotesque sight of death. The Lion Man chieftain strode nonchalantly over the gruesome floor, dragging the wolfman, who was now frothing at the mouth, deeper into the cave. Inside, the atmosphere opened into a vast chamber. At the center stood a massive altar made entirely of bones. Upon closer inspection, the remains were varied, massive bones likely belonging to giants, winged skeletons possibly from sky-winged species, sharp-eared elf remains, and even bones of warbeast. However, the largest number of skeletons belonged to a smaller, humanoid species, humans. Nearby, a striking figure caught the Lion Man chieftain's eye, a golden-haired, red-eyed fox maiden. She wore a shrine maiden's outfit, its design both provocative and revealing. The crude, dark iron chains binding her contrasted starkly with her fair, silky skin, creating a strange aesthetic of cruel beauty. Even the Lion Man chieftain, who prided himself on his disdain for frail females and preference for muscular males, nearly faltered in his convictions. Snapping back to his senses, he snorted disdainfully, weak female, and masked his discomfort with a dismissive scowl. The fox maiden remained indifferent, her golden hair drifting softly as her vacant crimson eyes stared at the ground. Unbothered by her silence, the chieftain approached the bone altar. He extended his free hand, and with a metallic zing, sharp claws emerged from his padded fingers. Like slaughtering a chicken, he slashed the wolfman's throat. Scarlet blood spurted forth, forming a dense crimson mist. The wolfman's eyes widened in terror as his life drained rapidly. Strangely, the blood began flowing unnaturally, as if alive, toward the center of the altar. The bleeding accelerated dramatically, and the wolfman's once sturdy body shriveled into a grotesque, mummified husk. Suddenly, a wild and angry voice echoed throughout the cavern. It started distant and ethereal but quickly grew louder and more tangible. Roar! The taste of blood, still so delicious. A brilliant red light erupted at the center of the altar. Like a nebula, the crimson glow condensed into the shape of a lion humanoid made entirely of blood energy. My servant, why do you disturb me? The Lion Man chieftain trembled at the question, his fur standing on end. One wrong word, and he knew he could face a fate worse than the wolfman's. Kneeling reverently, his voice quivered as he replied, My lord, we have discovered a new godling among the humans. Before he could finish, the blood god burst into wild laughter. Humans? Those pitiful creatures produced a godling? You dare mock me? A terrifying killing intent filled the air, suffocating the chieftain. This is the power of a deity. He thought, terrified, as he pressed himself flat against the ground, tail wagging submissively. Speak. The god demanded, withdrawing its oppressive aura. Your servant dispatched 300,000 troops, allied with demonkind and dwarf, an army of 1 million strong, but they were annihilated by just 2 humans. Interesting, the blood god mused. So it seems they are godlings after all. Perhaps newly born and weak. Perfect for devouring. Muttering to itself, the god grew silent. The chieftain dared not move, the tension was unbearable. Finally, the god declared, "If your report proves true, you shall be rewarded. If you have deceived me." With that ominous proclamation, the god strode past the kneeling chieftain toward the cave's exit. Relieved, the Lion Man chieftain sighed internally. Perhaps I will even receive a divine reward. Those unlucky godlings will be devoured soon enough. How tragic. As his thoughts wandered, an explosion shook the cave. Boom. A furious roar followed, shaking the walls. Who are you? Blood-red light shot back into the cave, slamming into the wall with tremendous force. Embedded in the stone was the blood god, battered like a rag doll. What insolence! Did I hear you were looking for me? Excellent, I've come to repay your kindness. A calm but chilling voice drifted into the cave. Emerging from the entrance was a figure, not tall but exuding an overwhelming presence. Bastard! You attacked me? I will tear out your guts, crush your skull, and drink your brain. The enraged blood god roared and lunged at the intruder. However, it was all for nothing. Ryu's fingers moved swiftly through the air, sketching out complex, glowing blue runes. Though his agility was rated at only 4 stars, it far surpassed the limits of ordinary mortals, even beyond those of heroic spirits, reaching a speed 10 times faster than sound. His finger left countless afterimages as he moved. In less than a second, he inscribed several thousand characters of ancient primordial runes into the air. If a group of web novel authors were to witness this godlike display of typing efficiency, they would probably drool in admiration. As Ryu completed the final stroke, the runes glowed brighter, releasing a terrifying surge of energy. With his comprehension of primordial runes now at 70%, their ancient, mysterious power began to reveal its full potential. Dragon's strength, increasing physical might tenfold. Child of the Gale, enhancing speed tenfold. Molten Fury, imbuing attacks with devastating fire attributes. Eternal Scorch, inflicting sustained damage over time. Elemental Covenant, granting immunity to most elemental harm. One by one, these overwhelming buffs took effect, making Ryu, already formidable, practically invincible. But he wasn't satisfied yet. With a thought, the energy gems embedded in Apocalypse emitted a radiant golden light. A tidal wave of energy surged into Ryu's body, but he remained unfazed. His 6-star durability allowed him to withstand the immense energy influx effortlessly. The energy transformed within him. Part of it strengthened his body, pushing it toward an unprecedented peak, while the rest turned into a dark red energy radiating boundless hatred and wrath. As the beastly god lunged toward him, Ryu raised his power to its zenith and unleashed a single punch. Die. The air in front of his fist splintered, leaving translucent cracks accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. A void-like black hole, the size of a human head, appeared in midair. Ryu's fist had punched through space itself. In an instant, his fist emerged from the spatial rift directly before the beastly god. Boom. The blood-formed deity exploded violently, scattering blood-red fragments like shooting stars. This supreme deity of the war beast was obliterated with a single punch. An ominous red fist shadow slammed into the cave wall, causing a massive tremor. A giant, mountain-like crater formed, and the force pierced through the ceiling. The heavy, lead-colored clouds above cracked open, and a beam of sunlight streamed through the gap, illuminating the land below. So weak. Always boasting about annihilating nations. Where did that confidence even come from? Ryu muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. He had prepared extensively, yet his opponent fell so easily. If I'd known it'd be this pathetic. I wouldn't have wasted all those buffs, he grumbled internally. What's this? Ryu noticed a shimmering, multicolored orb of light floating in the air where the god had perished. Curious, he reached out and grasped it. Acquired divine essence, cannot be used by the current host. Wait, what? Ryu blinked. You dropped something I can't use? Are you kidding me, system? Sighing, he stashed the essence in his storage space. Even if it was just a collectible, it was still a treasure dropped by a deity. Turning his attention to the surroundings, Ryu noticed the sea of bones covering the cave floor, most of them human. His expression darkened. His gaze shifted to the lion-headed chieftain, frozen in terror, and the chained fox maiden. The moment Ryu's eyes landed on him, the lion-headed chieftain shivered uncontrollably. The invincible beast god had been obliterated in a single blow by this man. What kind of death god is this? Instinctively, the chieftain tried to grovel. I. Before he could finish, Ryu casually swatted at him. Splat. The chieftain became a bloody smear on the ground. Ryu then approached the fox maiden. As he raised his hand, a soft, mellifluous voice stopped him. Please wait. Her voice was like a sweet breeze caressing the skin, making it hard to resist. The fox maiden lifted her head, revealing an otherworldly beauty that momentarily left even Ryu, who was used to such sights, slightly stunned. Golden hair shimmered brilliantly despite the grimy surroundings, and her crimson eyes gleamed like perfect rubies, holding a galaxy of stars within. Her face seemed sculpted by a master artisan, flawless in every detail. Her lips curved into a seductive smile, her gaze teasing yet intent. Hidden deep in her eyes was a faint trace of triumph. Even the ruthless beast god had been unable to resist her allure, sparing her life and keeping her as a prized possession. The fox maiden brimmed with confidence, her charm was her ultimate weapon, irresistible even to the mightiest beings. I humbly offer myself to serve you, my lord. I beg for your mercy. Chapter 249, FGO, 249. 1789 words. The fox maiden gracefully knelt, her movements elegant and poised. Though she wore a revealing shrine maiden outfit that exposed half her thigh, underarms, shoulders, and part of her chest, she carried it with a noble aura reminiscent of a royal princess in ceremonial attire. Ryu stroked his smooth chin, then slowly spoke. I must admit, your proposal is very tempting. A faint, triumphant smile flickered across the fox maiden's lowered face. But I refuse. The fox maiden looked up in shock, her expression screaming two large words, why not? Ryu shrugged. I'm not into girls with animal ears. Sorry. With that, he raised his hand and, without mercy, struck down. Smack. The fox maiden was turned into a splattered paste. You're quite ruthless. She was offering herself to you without reservation, you know. A voice, proud with a hint of mockery, echoed in the cave, accompanied by the crisp clinking of golden artifacts. Gilgamesh stepped into the cavern with measured grace. Ryu turned his head and looked at her with a peculiar gaze, blurting out suddenly, are you worried about me? Ahem, ahem. Gilgamesh quickly raised her hand to her mouth, pretending to cough, though the blush on her cheeks betrayed her embarrassment. Ryu's first remark had shattered the hero queen's facade of arrogance. Don't tell me I hit the mark, he teased, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The queen's expression shifted to one of flustered indignation. Commoner. Silence. You're insufferable. Why would I ever care about a commoner like you? Sure, Ryu replied nonchalantly, clearly unimpressed. But his dismissive attitude didn't escape the perceptive Gilgamesh. Commoner. You insolent commoner. Pay attention when I'm speaking to you. Her frustration reached the point where she almost stomped her feet. After some banter, a fuming Gilgamesh eventually threw a divine essence crystal at Ryu. It was the essence of the god of forging, Okan, who had created the dwarf race. The two had been dividing their tasks. Ryu attacked the war beast while Gilgamesh targeted the dwarfs. Ryu trusted Gilgamesh entirely for the dwarf assault. After all, her Chains of Heaven, a divine artifact practically made to subdue gods, made her a natural predator of lower-tier deities. The god of forging was one such unfortunate victim. Initially mistaking Gilgamesh for a mere demigod, the god of forging had eagerly charged forward, brandishing his hammer and waddling on his short legs. He was utterly thrashed. It was a complete and utter defeat. Gilgamesh, indulging her naughty side, suspended him mid-air with her chains and summoned a barrage of blunt weapons to beat him to death, poetically fitting for a deity who had spent his life forging tools. The god of forging's death was the very definition of tragic. Despite the deaths of two divine beings, Ryu remained dissatisfied. Angered by the warbeasts and dwarfs' oppression of humans, he unleashed devastating anti-army noble phantasms upon their capitals and populous cities, eradicating over 70% of both races. The number of conscious lives lost, directly or indirectly, due to Ryu surpassed hundreds of millions. Yet he felt no guilt. In this brutal, bloody apocalyptic war, strength was the ultimate truth. When the warbeast and dwarf were powerful, they crushed humanity without hesitation. Now that Ryu was stronger, it was their turn to pay the price. Together with Gilgamesh, Ryu also annihilated the gods backing the giants and demon kind, nearly wiping out their race. These two races, with their large physiques and individual strength, were particularly unsuited for stealth. They posed a threat to humanity in the future, so Ryu's approach was especially merciless. As a result, in the territory where humanity resided, races capable of threatening their existence were essentially exterminated. Humanity ascended as the dominant race on the continent, entering a period of rapid development. To ensure that humans could use magic in this world, Ryu, alongside Skathak and Gilgamesh, both top-tier magic users, diligently researched. They eventually devised a way for humans to harness magic. This world's advanced magitech, demonstrated by the dwarfs' creation of magic-powered nuclear weapons like the Marrow Bomb, proved that the environment was rich in magical energy. Most intelligent races, however, possessed innate spirits that allowed them to cast magic naturally, leaving ambient magic untapped. To Ryu, such mages resembled bloodline-dependent sorcerers rather than traditional wizards. Their research resulted in a Dungeons and Dragons-like system where humans could build spell models within their souls, draw on ambient magical energy, and cast spells. One system relied on innate talent, while the other depended on intellect. Each had its strengths, but Ryu believed that humanity's resilience and creativity would ultimately surpass other races under equal conditions. Humanity's rise alarmed the remaining intelligent races, especially as Ryu's legendary deeds spread worldwide. Based on his actions, a new title was bestowed upon him, the Reaper. Humans, in turn, were regarded as the Reaper's chosen race. Among the surviving gods, Ryu became the subject of the greatest fear. With 4 deities already fallen to him, his reputation eclipsed even that of old Deus, the so-called strongest war god. In this apocalyptic world, war gods thrived on battle lust and malice, rapidly growing in power. But now, the war god faced competition. The Reaper, feeding on death, had also become one of the war's biggest beneficiaries, and a cunning one, often waiting for others to weaken before striking. This led the gods to consider forming alliances against him, driven more by their collective paranoia than by any clear plan. The Reaper had become a legend and a threat, a force that even gods could no longer ignore. A streak of light flashed and landed in the human capital city. The powerful invisibility magic shrouding the light ensured that the humans, whose magic had just begun to develop, were completely unaware of its arrival. Emerging from the light was a delicate and intelligent-looking young woman of the Flugel race. She had pink hair flowing gracefully down her back and radiant wings stretching from her shoulders. All right, let's see what secrets this place holds for me to uncover. Hee hee. The girl, who initially appeared refined and intellectual, suddenly had a trickle of drool running from the corner of her mouth. Her expression morphed into something disturbingly similar to that of a lecherous middle-aged man preying on a pure-hearted schoolgirl. So this is what it means for the tone to completely fall apart. A playful voice suddenly rang out behind her. The fearless girl of the Flugel stiffened, her feathers bristling in alarm. Before she could react, a gust of wind swirled past, and a hand grabbed her slender neck, lifting her effortlessly into the air. Who are you? No, what are you? She choked out with difficulty. The Flugel, known for their wisdom and intellect, resorting to insults? How disappointing, Jibril. The fearsome figure behind her pulled her closer until his breath brushed against her sensitive feathered ears. The heat of his words felt like a chilling gale from the depths of hell. How does he know my name? Overwhelmed by shock, fear, and confusion, Jibril's mind spiraled into chaos. Under the pale moonlight, the figure's face came into view. It was Ryu. His fingertips, gripping her neck, shimmered with a dark, profound glow. As if sensing her inner turmoil, his voice resonated not just in her ears but directly in her soul. You don't need to know who I am. All you need to understand is that by serving me, I will grant you ultimate pleasure, infinite knowledge, and the chance to wander through countless otherworldly realms. As Ryu's words washed over her, Jibril's mind was flooded with vivid fantasies, worlds filled with unimaginable wonders and endless knowledge awaiting her grasp. That would be the ultimate bliss. Unaware, she began to lose herself in the allure. Her cheeks flushed, her legs pressed tightly together as if seeking relief, and drool streamed down her chin like a waterfall. Under the influence of Ryu's soul gem abilities, her hunger for knowledge and desire were magnified until they eclipsed all else. The responsibilities of the Flugel? Her loyalty to the war god old Deus? All insignificant nonsense. I want it. I want it all. Let me drown in this infinite ocean of knowledge. Her soul sang in ecstatic surrender, and an indelible mark of loyalty to Ryu was etched deep within her very being, a mark impossible to erase without power exceeding that of the soul gem. My supreme master, please guide me to that ultimate bliss. When she regained her senses, Jibril was on one knee before Ryu, her expression fervent as she reverently kissed his fingertips. Her solemnity lasted only moments. In the next instant, she transformed into her lecherous self again, drooling as she clung to Ryu's arm. Master, when will you fulfill my desires? I'm willing to do anything, even sharing your bed, if that's what you want. Despite the sensation of her ample chest pressing against his arm, Ryu felt no joy, only regret. I must have made a mistake picking this lunatic as my representative. When he get the void gem, Ryu and Gilgamesh couldn't stay in this world for long. Selecting a native to act as their proxy seemed like the logical choice. Just as he was deliberating, this eccentric flugel girl practically flung herself into his lap. With a sigh, he accepted his fate. Jibril, you have a job. As the strongest among her kind, Jibril was both powerful and knowledgeable, making her a seemingly ideal candidate. Yet her bizarre personality made him question his decision. Out of sight, out of mind. Ryu swiftly handed Jibril off to Gilgamesh, trusting her to deal with her peculiarities. Surely, the two would create interesting sparks. As humanity claimed the northern continent of Disboard, their fame grew. Humans from all over the world risked death at the hands of other species to cross the seas, seeking refuge in the so-called human paradise. Today, two peculiar guests arrived in Fuyuki, the human capital city named by a mischievous transmigrator. In the reception hall, Ryu sat across from two cloaked figures, one tall and one short. Between them was a chessboard carved from a mysterious translucent gem that glowed like stardust. Standing behind Ryu, Jibril was dressed in a scandalous maid outfit, her curious eyes darting up and down the cloaked visitors, especially the shorter one. It was the tall figure's turn. Though shrouded in heavy fabric, the glimpse of weathered yet resolute eyes revealed a being of unyielding determination and wisdom. With careful precision, he moved the white queen, cornering Ryu's black king. Checkmate. A raspy voice echoed from behind a dusty veil. Clap, clap, clap. Ryu's face lit with admiration as he applauded his opponent. Chapter 250, FGO, 250. 1837 words. Such remarkable skill at chess, I imagine only the god of games could surpass you. Ahaha. You flatter me. The tall figure coughed violently, his fragile health apparent. The shorter figure beside him hurriedly reached into their cloak, pulling out what looked like a flexible tube, almost as if they were about to refuel him. But the tall man stopped them with a raised hand. Ryu's expression turned slightly amused. Though brief, he'd observed what lay beneath the smaller figure's cloak, ball-jointed appendages and softly glowing mechanical components. You truly go to great lengths for humanity, Ryu remarked, his tone filled with admiration. He knew exactly how much the man before him had sacrificed to end the great war engulfing their world and to ensure humanity's survival. Yet, there was no trace of pity in Ryu's words. For someone like this man, pity would be an insult. Perhaps this is what it means to be a true hero, Ryu thought. The tall man seemed momentarily taken aback by the comment but said nothing. Before he could respond, Ryu snapped his fingers. A soft green glow emanated from the back of his hand, radiating an aura of vitality. The energy flowed like a living stream toward the tall figure. What are you doing? The smaller figure exclaimed, leaping to her feet. Her cloak fell away to reveal her true form, a mechanical being with a futuristic design. Her right arm transformed into an advanced energy weapon, glowing circuits lighting up as she pointed it at Ryu. A bright blue targeting reticle appeared before the gun, centered on Ryu's chest. The tactical visor over her eye activated, scanning him with precision. Energy surged within the weapon, its circuits glowing an ominous blue. Shuvi, stand down, the tall man ordered, his voice filled with urgency. As the green light coursed through his body, he could feel it repairing the radiation-induced damage that had ravaged him. For the first time in years, he felt his strength returning. Relax, Rupi said with a sly smile. With another snap of his fingers, Shuvi's weapon malfunctioned. Its gathered energy dissipated harmlessly into the air, forming faint blue trails that converged into a glowing sphere before Ryu. But that wasn't all. The green light didn't just restore the tall man's health, it began regrowing the arm he'd lost to the war's harsh conditions. When feeling returned to the newly formed limb, he was so shocked he pinched himself, leaving a bruise on the tender skin. Tears welled in his eyes from the sudden pain, confirming that this was no dream. Both the tall man and Shuvi were stunned, the reality before them defying their understanding. Now, shall we have a proper conversation? Ryu asked, his tone calm but confident. The tall man, regaining his composure, nodded solemnly. Shuvi lowered her weapon, her concern for the man evident despite her mechanical nature. The tall man suddenly stood, bowing deeply to Ryu. Thank you, he said. Ryu waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for thanks. This is simply my respect for all you've sacrificed for humanity and this world. The tall man, known as Riku, caught the deeper meaning in Ryu's words. A bitter smile crossed his face as he realized his secrets had been uncovered. With a thoughtful pause, Ryu continued, I will soon journey to the Elven continent, pierce the Star Core, and claim the Suniaster to end this war once and for all. Riku's eyes widened in shock, a sense of helplessness washing over him. From the beginning of their conversation, it was clear he'd been outmaneuvered. Ryu knew everything about him, while Riku knew nothing. Riku wasn't used to feeling powerless, but at this moment, he couldn't deny the gulf between them. You need to do nothing, Ryu said, his voice resolute. Simply wait for the war to end. The weight of those words left Riku dazed. Could his lifelong goal, one he'd sacrificed so much for, be within reach so easily? Was it truly this simple? The new arm he flexed and Shuvi's worried gaze reassured him this was no illusion. Yet, he had one final question. Forgive my boldness, but are you human? Ryu paused, momentarily caught off guard. Then he smiled, answering firmly, of course. I take pride in being human and have never considered abandoning that identity. I see, Riku murmured, a rare look of relief crossing his face. Reaching into his cloak, he produced a weathered map, its edges frayed from years of use. Riku. Shuvi gasped, her expression pained. She knew how much he had sacrificed to obtain that map. It's all right, Shuvi, Riku said gently, handing the map to Ryu. I entrust this to you. As Ryu accepted the map, Riku's face softened into a smile, a rare moment of peace, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Oh, right, perhaps you should start preparing in advance, Ryu suddenly remembered something, flashing a meaningful smile. Riku paused, instinctively asking, preparing for what? Riku-kun, don't you think you owe Shuvi a grand wedding? What? Riku froze, staring at Ryu with a dumbfounded expression. He felt completely lost, unable to follow Ryu's train of thought. At that moment, Riku felt someone tugging at his sleeve. He turned his head quickly. Riku. Shuvi looked up at him, her eyes filled with longing and anticipation. I understand. I'll do it. Though overwhelmed, Riku couldn't bring himself to refuse Shuvi's seemingly reasonable request. As if things weren't chaotic enough, Ryu interjected mischievously, well then, let me be the first to congratulate you two on your upcoming marriage. Oh, by the way, with our current technology, we can create a human body for Shuvi. So, if Riku-kun agrees, certain reproductive actions are also possible. Riku, humanity's great hero and savior of the war-torn world, nearly collapsed on the spot. In reality, he merely spat out all the tea he had just sipped. After teasing the iconic couple, Ryu made a hasty exit. In truth, before he was transported to this world, Ryu had been a staunch supporter of the Riku X Shuvi ship after watching No Game No Life, 0. Just as he had fiercely defended the Sieg X Astolfo pairing in Fate/Apocrypha, Ryu vowed to protect his favorite couples. Upon stepping outside, a voice called out from nearby. Commoner, you seem to be in a rather good mood. At the corridor's corner stood Gilgamesh, her arms crossed as she regarded him with interest. Her posture accentuated her perfect curves, making her presence even more commanding. Meeting her ruby-like eyes, Ryu shrugged. Well, I did just fulfill a small wish of mine. Oh. I thought with your shamelessness, you'd have made a move on that mechanical girl by now. Ahem. Gilgamesh's blunt remark left Ryu choking in shock. What? Did I hit the mark? A glimmer of amusement flashed in her gemstone-like eyes. Ryu shook his head helplessly. I do have a strong sense of possessiveness. Gilgamesh's expression instantly turned into one of triumphant understanding, as if she had perfectly predicted his nature. But then Ryu continued, however, it seems you misunderstand me. I am still human, and there are one or two sacred places in my heart that I wouldn't defile. The moment he said this, the atmosphere between them grew peculiar. Gilgamesh began scrutinizing him as though seeing him for the first time. Feeling unnerved under her gaze, Ryu asked, "What? Was something I said strange?" To his surprise, Gilgamesh laughed. "No, I simply find you more amusing than I thought. Commoner, keep dancing for me and bring me more entertainment." With that, she left, leaving a bewildered Ryu behind. At that moment, he couldn't help but internally quip, if foolishness had a color, maybe it's not just blue but also gold. Of course, he wouldn't dare let a certain golden queen hear this thought. With the current trajectory, as races continued their endless wars, weakening themselves further, humanity quietly developed in the background. At this rate, even without Ryu's intervention, humans could eventually claim victory on their own. But clearly, the other races weren't so foolish as to let humanity develop unhindered and then snatch the fruits of their labors. Wars rarely involve just the original belligerents. Over time, others inevitably get dragged in. Watching from the sidelines? A pipe dream. Without warning, the most powerful faction, led by Old Deus, made its move against the human continent. Above humanity's capital, Fuyuki City, a grotesque, oversized mass resembling warped flesh descended from the dark clouds. This was an Avant-Heim, a mythical entity and the mobile fortress of the Flugel race. Without any notice, it had invaded another nation's airspace, a blatant act of war. The Flugel's hostility was unmistakable. Suddenly, a voice boomed across the heavens. "I am Artosh, the god of war." The strongest of the gods, Old Deus Artosh, who had slain multiple divine beings and surpassed them all in power, had directly entered the fray, targeting humanity. As if to proclaim his might to the world, his voice resounded across the entire disboard. "Insignificant ants, you are no more than specks of dust. Yet you dare to covet the victor's throne? Pathetic. Laughable. You know nothing of true power. The weak must grovel before the strong. The weak must accept the fate bestowed upon them by the mighty. Weakness is a sin. To covet what belongs to the strong is a crime punishable by death. Rejoice, insects. For today, here and now, I, Artosh, the god of war, shall grant you all the equality of death." Artosh's declaration of war was as arrogant and domineering as his nature. And why not? Artosh alone, supported by one phantasma beast, a flying fortress, and less than 1,000 Flugel, dared to challenge the entire world. Following his proclamation, the black clouds above churned into a storm, crackling with purple lightning. A massive magical array formed, covering the sky, its bullseye directly above Fuyuki City. At its center, pure black energy swirled, devouring the land's mana and pulling it skyward in a dazzling display of floating snowflakes. The earth trembled as an enormous gravitational force pulled everything upwards, forming a spiraling gray column visible even from space, a tower of destruction. Above the tower, a colossal magic circle unleashed devastating energy. Divine Strike. With a single command, wings of light spanning hundreds of kilometers unfurled. A radiant glow erupted in the sky, and when it faded, a gigantic fireball, like a miniature sun, descended. Its searing heat distorted the air itself. In Fuyuki City, no one panicked. Men, women, and children stopped what they were doing and looked skyward. There was no fear in their eyes, only resolve. Having survived the horrors of war, they would not bow, even to the mightiest of gods. Faced with such unwavering humanity, Ray knew what he had to do. He would answer their unyielding will, ignite the flames of hope, and strike down the arrogant war god from his divine pedestal. Humanity would not be trampled. Chapter 251, FGO, END. 4038 words. Ryu's figure silently appeared in the sky, right beneath the Avant-Heim. His figure seemed minuscule compared to the Avant-Heim, which had a diameter of over 100 kilometers and covered the sky like a miniature sun. However, in the next moment, when Ryu directly placed his palm on the surface of that searing sun, capable of vaporizing steel, a miracle occurred. The miniature sun began to shrink rapidly, visibly with the naked eye, until it was reduced to the size of an apple. If not for the golden orb radiating boundless heat floating above Ryu's palm, everything that had just occurred might have seemed like an illusion. Without waiting for anyone to react, Ryu casually tossed the golden orb back into the sky, allowing it to return the way it came. After finishing this, Ryu suddenly turned around, clasped his hands behind his back, and murmured. 3, 2, 1, boom. As Ryu's countdown ended, a sun rose slowly above his head. In the next instant, a blinding flash of light bathed the entire world in pure, dazzling white. Immediately after, a terrifying shockwave, visible to the naked eye, came crashing down from outer space. From a viewpoint outside the planet, it looked like a massive comet had collided directly with Disboard. Under the immense pressure of the power-packed shockwave, the planet's originally transparent atmosphere turned a milky white. A massive storm swept across the entire planet in an instant. The thick, magic-radiated black clouds that had been covering the planet were completely blown away, and the long-lost sunlight once again blanketed the land. A beam of sunlight happened to fall upon Ryu. What had once been a small, insignificant figure in the sky now appeared tall, majestic, and godlike. Humanity, who had been waiting for the apocalypse, suddenly realized that the crisis had been averted. Their emotions, like a roller coaster, swung wildly from despair to elation. When Ryu, with his divine and awe-inspiring presence, appeared before them, every pair of eyes was filled with fiery reverence. No one knew who started it, but suddenly, someone shouted, "All hail the god of death." As soon as one person shouted, others quickly joined in, and before long, every human in Fuyuki City was chanting together. The deafening chants of "All hail the god of death" grew in power, like a tidal wave. God of death. All hail. All hail. All hail. In stark contrast to the jubilant, celebratory Fuyuki City, the floating fortress of Avantheim was shrouded in gloom. The Flugel were terrified to discover that their connection with their master, the god of war, had been completely severed. This outcome could only mean one thing: their ever-invincible master, the undefeated god of war, Artosh, had fallen. On Avantheim, small, delicate figures with tiny wings on their backs and halos above their heads sat dejectedly on the ground, their faces filled with confusion and fear. Their pitiful appearance would make anyone's heart ache with affection. This was the Flugel's passive protection mode triggered by excessive energy depletion. In a way, this protection mechanism proved to be quite effective. Instead of killing them, Ryu had Jibril them, while using soul gems to brainwash them. As a result, the entire Flugel race was directly conscripted under his command. Defeating the strongest god of war in a head-on battle elevated Ryu's prestige to its peak. No race or divine being dared to provoke Ryu or the humans again. With his newfound, unassailable reputation, Ryu headed straight to the world's center, the birthplace of the divine race, the Elven continent. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the entire planet shook. Countless streaks of starlight erupted from the Elven continent, spreading across the world. Amidst the dazzling starlight, a peculiar object slowly emerged from within the planet. A spiral of blue light ribbons, inscribed with ancient Disboard text, coiled around a crystalline, multifaceted object that shimmered like a star. The moment Ryu saw it, he understood. This was the Suniaster. A wish-granting device, more mysterious, more powerful, and nearly omnipotent, far surpassing the holy grail of the Type Moon universe. Through the Suniaster, the rules of Disboard could be significantly altered. After obtaining the Suniaster, Ryu wasted no time. The first rule he modified was the complete eradication of the divine race. The second rule was that no intelligent race was allowed to engage in total war, nor could they drive another intelligent race to extinction or enslave them. Apart from that, Ryu did not transform Disboard into a game world. While it might be amusing, he recognized that a world without struggle would stagnate. The First and Second World Wars had brought tremendous pain to Earth, but it was undeniable that, within just a few short decades, humanity's technology had advanced at rocket speed, producing black tech after black tech. The struggle is the driving force behind human progress. This truth applies to all intelligent races, not just humans. Thus, Ryu allowed for conflict and even small-scale wars. Moderate conflict maintains a sense of competitiveness, driving the development of the entire world forward instead of letting it stagnate. This concept was subtly reflected in the original story. During the Great War, there were large floating warships and technologies akin to nuclear weapons. But after 6,000 years, 6 whole millennia, Disboard still hadn't launched into space or entered the space age. Meanwhile, on Earth, one world war was enough to drive humans to space exploration within a century. If humans had 6,000 years, wouldn't they have been shoulder to shoulder with the sun by now? Riku's good intentions were ultimately spoiled by Tet, turning Disboard from one extreme to another. Even fishermen know that to keep fish alive in a tank, you need to add a few catfish to keep them active. But Tet, being the god of games, still had the mind of an eternal child. Ryu had no intention of making the same mistake. transforming the world held no appeal for Ryu. After all, having once been the master of several worlds, ruling over them was no longer a challenge. Now, there was only one thing that truly mattered to Ryu. The root gem. Just as fate had chosen, the final and strongest root gem, Void, was hidden within the Sunniaster. Following the unseen guidance, Ryu altered the rules of this world and, without hesitation, shattered the Sunniaster, extracting the Void gem. The Void, as its name suggested, embodied endless darkness and infinite emptiness. The Void gem was a profound, autumnless black. When Ryu held the pitch-black gem in his hand and put on the apocalypse. Ding! A soft yet soul-piercing chime echoed. The pitch-black gem automatically embedded itself at the very center of apocalypse, fitting perfectly into the largest slot. A surge of formless energy suddenly burst from Apocalypse Gauntlet. The 5 other root gems embedded in different positions on the back of his hand lit up simultaneously. Grooves resembling circuits extended from the 5 gems toward the Void gem. 5 streams of light, each a different color, flowed into the Void gem as if each of the gems were pouring their energy into it. Boom! The pitch-black gem suddenly erupted like the birth of the cosmos or the explosion of worlds. A dazzling, multicolored brilliance radiated outward. A surge of unmatched power coursed from the gauntlet into Ryu's body. At that moment, he felt as if he had become an omniscient, omnipotent god. All infinite worlds lay within his grasp. But this wasn't just an illusion. With a mere snap of his fingers, he could wipe out all life with ease. The intoxicating allure of such boundless, absolute power was overwhelming. Even Ryu almost lost himself in it, nearly becoming a slave to its power. Fortunately, Skathaka's Spartan-style training had proven successful. After traversing countless worlds and enduring battles of blood and iron, his will had been forged like tempered steel. Breaking free from the temptation of infinite power, his mind sharpened. He noticed something he hadn't before. What if someone stole this invincible gauntlet from him? No matter how strong a piece of equipment is, it is still a tool. To achieve true invincibility, only the self can be relied upon. Ryu gazed at his right hand, observing the fearsome energy waves emanating from Apocalypse, remaining silent for a long while. After some time, a bold idea came to him. And he immediately put it into action. He thrust his right hand straight into his heart. Indescribable, soul-rending agony. The pain was like shoving the sun into his chest cavity. Merely piercing his chest shouldn't have hurt so much. In truth, even without the life gem, this type of injury was one that Ryu could recover from in an instant. What truly brought him unbearable pain was the root gems now inside his body. Considering that these ultimate mysteries were born alongside the very fabric of existence, it was clear they weren't something mere mortals could comprehend. Perhaps infuriated by Ryu's reckless action, the root gems went berserk inside his body, releasing wild, uncontrollable energy. If not for Ryu's advancement to the rank of true god, he would have been reduced to ashes the moment the gems entered his body. But even now, his situation wasn't much better. His powerful body seemed only to prolong his death, forcing him to endure even more suffering. And then, Ryu exploded. When the energy of the root gems was fully unleashed within him, a blast of destruction swept out. The world of Disboard, and even the entirety of the multiverse, was reduced to pure void. As his consciousness faded, only one thought remained in Ryu's mind. He pressed the root gems firmly into his own body. The world returned to the void. No one knows how much time passed. From the emptiness, a faint, nearly imperceptible sound echoed. Thump. 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 A heartbeat? A heartbeat echoed from the nothingness. Then, a faint light appeared in the void, small as a spark at first, but it grew into a torch and then into a radiant sun that illuminated the entire void. At the heart of this brilliance floated a naked Ryu, suspended in silence. It felt as if he had been sleeping for countless eons or perhaps only a fleeting moment. Just then, a soft, doting chuckle echoed. What a reckless child you are. Who's there? Awakened from his slumber, Ryu's eyes snapped open, and he immediately noticed his current predicament. Before him, a figure with an unparalleled presence slowly emerged from the void. Shursho? Ryu's eyes widened in shock. The figure before him was undoubtedly Skathak, but something was off. His expression instantly turned cold. No. You're not Shursho. Who are you? The woman wore a deep purple evening gown adorned with a black feathered collar, like a night-blooming rose. Behind her trailed a cape adorned with countless shimmering stars. Upon closer inspection, one would realize these jewels were, in fact, trembling stars. On her head, she wore a lightweight silver crown encrusted with countless glimmering, unknown gems. Upon closer inspection, Raya noticed that each gem was a small world containing innumerable stars. Her ruby-red lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding an air of profound mystery. Her crimson eyes glowed like the most precious of rubies, silently gazing at Ryu. Though her face was identical to Scat Haka's, down to her figure, her aura was completely different. Unlike Scat Haka's tranquil, detached air, this woman exuded nobility and enigma, like a night lotus blooming under the cover of darkness, evoking an irresistible curiosity. Just a change in temperament was enough to distinguish them as two entirely different people. "So, who exactly are you?" Ryu asked again. The woman, with a sly smile, covered her mouth and giggled. "It seems you're still not used to my new form." Before she finished speaking, a purple flash flickered. Gone was the noble and mysterious figure. What stood before him was a familiar figure in a skin-tight suit, eyes as cold as blood, and with two sharp spears in hand. "Or, is this form better for you?" The aura, the fragrance, the tone, everything was familiar. Yet, for Ryu, it was terrifyingly familiar. His gaze trembled. It felt as if the illusion of everything he believed had been shattered. There was never a Scat Hak, was there? All along, it was you. Though he didn't say it aloud, the realization settled into his heart like an unbearable truth. It felt as though everything he had ever done had been like a puppet on strings, unaware that every move was controlled. The woman before him, the one with Scat Haka's face, was that hand controlling the strings. Her answer shattered his expectations. "You're half right. I am Scat Hak, but I'm also not Scat Hak. She willingly fused with me. I am the queen of the land of shadows, Scat Hak, but I am also the abyssal sovereign, Chaos." With her declaration, the void trembled. Her name alone was enough to make the world quake. Although it was hard to accept, it was the truth. Even the system he had relied on as his golden finger was a fabrication of chaos. Everything had been a lie. Even his so-called final boss, the Abyss, was false. But Chaos's reasons for doing this left him bewildered. "Why me?" he asked, his voice calm yet firm. Her answer? "To create my ultimate rival, Order." Her gaze was unyielding as if to say, "I forged you, and you forged me." For the first time, Ryu smiled, an earnest, liberated smile. "So, there was never a system to begin with?" Chaos nodded lightly. "And no such thing as Chaldea?" Another nod. "Then the heroic spirits I summoned, and the time I spent with them, were all fake too?" This time, she shook her head. "Those were real. They were born from your memories. After all, if a game only had 2 players, it would get boring pretty fast." Despite everything, Ryu felt a little relieved. As long as the other people weren't just chaos in disguise, he had a chance to restore them. This wasn't just wishful thinking, it was an achievable goal. Because now, the root stones had fused completely with him, and he had been reborn. The power he now wielded far surpassed his previous self, reaching an immeasurable realm. The only true benchmark for his current strength was the being standing before him, the very being who had shaped him from the shadows, Chaos. Though he might lack her experience, their power now existed on the same level. This realization eased Ryu's frustrations somewhat, but one question still burned in his mind. So he asked it directly. "Why me?" Ryu's question held 2 meanings. One was asking why Chaos had chosen him, and the other was asking why she had helped him in the first place. Or, perhaps, it was a question about both. After all, the system he had relied on as his biggest cheat turned out to be a fabrication of chaos. Naturally, the enemy that the system had declared to be the Abyss, and Chaos as well, had also been fabrications. The only thing Ryu couldn't understand was why she had both aided him and framed him as her enemy. Perhaps because they had been together for so long, Chaos immediately understood his implied meaning. She began to explain. "It wasn't I who chose you. This was all Destiny's choice. If I had to put it in your terms, I suppose you could call it fate. As for why I helped you, it's because I wanted to personally nurture you into my greatest nemesis, Order." Her answer caught Ryu completely off guard. The first half was still acceptable, but the second half was completely illogical. Deliberately nurturing your nemesis? Do all big shots just act this recklessly? Are they so confident that everything is under their control? Sensing Ryu's thoughts, Chaos spoke with cold indifference. It seems you've misunderstood something. My nemesis may be order, but that doesn't mean that only one of us can survive. Just as there is no light without darkness, so too are chaos and order inseparable. Without order, even I, along with the multiverse, would gradually decay. The reverse is also true. We are two halves of a whole, necessary for the balance of all things. That is why I spared no effort in nurturing you to become order. By elevating you, I elevate myself. So you needn't feel any gratitude or guilt. Everything I've done was for my own sake. But Ryu suddenly laughed. Truly selfish people never call themselves selfish. People who say things like that usually think the opposite deep down. Besides, selfish or not, it doesn't matter to me. You're the one who took me, a useless shut-in, and turned me into one of the strongest beings in the multiverse, capable of controlling my destiny. For that, I owe you a debt of gratitude. And the only way I can repay it is with my entire life. Faced with Ryu's seriousness, Chaos's cold mask seemed to crack a little. It took her a moment to respond, and when she did, her tone was a bit awkward. I thought you'd hate me for sure. Her words made Ryu feel a little embarrassed. Images of his first encounter with her flashed in his mind. Back then, he had been nothing but a naive, cringy, self-important kid. Ugh, a walking, talking Chunibyo mess. His black history is in its purest form. To hide his embarrassment, Ryu coughed twice, clearing his throat. Ahem, ahem. Well, I think you've misunderstood me too. After everything I've been through, I've grown a little. That's only natural, right? When he finished speaking, the two exchanged a glance, and, as if sharing an unspoken understanding, they both smiled. Under Chaos's guidance, Ryu successfully rewound the timeline of the entire multiverse. Everything was restored to its original state. No one knew what had happened, except for him and Chaos. Ryu also fulfilled a promise he had made. He created a human body for Shuvi and hosted a grand wedding for Riku and Shuvi. He even placed the crown of human sovereignty upon their heads. Ryu believed that, under the leadership of this couple, humanity would continue to grow and prosper. As for the Flugel race, to prevent them from committing suicide, he was forced to erase the influence that Artosh had placed on them, reprogramming them to serve him instead. However, before he left, there was a small incident. One of the Flugel, a certain love-obsessed girl, clung to his leg and refused to let go. She even spouted all sorts of ambiguous, suggestive words, making the onlookers believe he was a heartless scumbag abandoning his lover. Feeling utterly defeated, Ryu wiped their memories and took Jibril with him. That event taught him an important lesson. The strongest power in the world still doesn't count as invincible. But never letting your guard down, that is the true path to being invincible. 10 years later, Chaldea. Chaldea was no longer the sterile, sci-fi laboratory it had once been. Through a complete overhaul, Chaldea had been transformed into a dreamlike fairy tale castle. A crystal-carved fountain stood at its center, with a small rainbow arcing gracefully over it. Floating white clouds dotted the sky, upon which small, exquisitely designed houses had been built. The entire place exuded an enchanting, storybook-like atmosphere. From time to time, vibrant, strangely shaped fish darted through the sea of clouds. In the courtyard, amidst a variety of rare, exotic flowers and plants, were lifelike replicas made entirely of various kinds of desserts. Even the central pavilion in the courtyard was unique. Its outer walls were coated with white chocolate, while its main structure was made of cookies. Inside the pavilion, a silver-haired, golden-eyed little girl was engrossed in a book. Suddenly, a small hand reached out and snatched the book away. The silver-haired girl let out a sigh. Stop messing around, Jean. The culprit was another girl with a similar appearance but with brilliant blonde hair and blue-gray eyes. What's so fun about reading? Come play with me, Joan. Her big, lively eyes darted around mischievously as if she were plotting something. No, reading is more interesting, Joan replied firmly. Joan, you're so mean. Play with me just for a little while, please. With that, Joan was pulled into a whirlwind of pleading. Joan tried to resist, but Jean's hand was being shaken back and forth, making it impossible to concentrate on her book. At that moment, a gentle but firm voice rang out. Jean. Stop being naughty. The instant she heard that voice, the blonde-haired little girl shrank back, her face showing a trace of fear. At the same time, another voice, familiar yet laced with rebellion and defiance, chimed in from the side. What's the big deal? Kids are supposed to be lively. Unlike our little Joanne here, who's always acting like an old man in a child's body. Two figures, one white and one black, approached together. The woman in white was dressed in a pure white dress. Her appearance hadn't changed much from 10 years ago, with not a single sign of aging. The only thing that had shifted was her demeanor. If, in the past, her aura was that of a holy maiden with a touch of innocence, she now radiated the gentle warmth of a mother, exuding a maternal glow that soothed all who came near. The woman walking beside her, in stark contrast, had a mischievous smirk on her face. Her eyes held a playful glint, and her demeanor was as rebellious and prideful as ever. "You naughty girl." As soon as she spotted the woman in black, the golden-haired little girl's eyes lit up. She rushed forward and threw herself into her embrace, hugging her tightly. The woman in white watched the scene unfold with a look of exasperation and affection. "Honestly, I have no idea who this child takes after. Who cares? She's his daughter, and that's all that matters," the black-clad woman said nonchalantly. Not far from them, in the courtyard, there was an English-style round table adorned with a large, multi-tiered dessert stand. Each tier was filled with exquisitely crafted, adorable-looking sweets. A few little girls sat around the table, each with a cup of fragrant tea in front of them. It seemed a small tea party was underway. Two girls appeared to be the center of attention. One of them was a blonde-haired, emerald-eyed girl with an iconic ahogue atop her head. She sipped her tea with elegance and composure. Across from her sat another blonde-haired girl with fiery red eyes. Her expression was one of discontent, and she kept grumbling toward the former. A silver-haired girl with elf-like pointed ears sat nearby, quietly trying to mediate the situation. Meanwhile, a purple-haired, pointy-eared girl had a look of helpless resignation on her face. A girl with cat-like ears was grabbing desserts with her bare hands, stuffing them into her mouth with unbridled enthusiasm. Another blonde-haired girl, who had a calm and collected expression, nibbled on sweets while quietly observing the bickering on the opposite side of the table. Further in the distance, on a beach of silver sand and crystal-clear blue waters, dozens of shipgirls in colorful swimsuits were playing, laughing, and having fun. Each was enjoying their leisure time in her unique way. Today, as always, Chaldea was peaceful. Overlooking this serene and harmonious scene from the top of a hill, Ryu gazed down with a gentle smile. "So this is where you were." Scathach, still as stunningly beautiful as ever, appeared by his side. They glanced at each other and smiled. A pair of hands reached out and interlocked their fingers, intertwining their fates. In that moment, they were one. And that moment became eternal. The end. Thank you for reading this story so far. Special thanks to Rage Just a Game for buying the collections. Thanks, bud. My dear silent readers, thank you. Also the Atlas members that supported this book bonus chapter. Dams. Waterwave. Daxter. Novel reader. Simonoj Nella Valley. Thank you guys. Chapter 252, FTO, Extra. 788 words. Ryu, one of the overlords of the multiverse known as Order, sensed a peculiar fluctuation as he passed by a certain world one day. Following this mysterious sensation, he opened a portal and stepped into the world. As soon as he entered, several powerful consciousnesses immediately noticed his presence. Ryu glanced at them with a faint, indifferent gaze. Those powerful entities instantly withdrew their senses in a panic, shrinking away as if his very presence instilled fear. Raising his hand, Ryu summoned a golden, radiant sphere that hovered above his palm. With a mere thought, the sphere expanded a billionfold, revealing the intricate details of an entire universe reflected within its golden glow. Let's have a look. With a casual swipe of his fingers, Ryu zoomed in and out of the scenes within the orb, as though he were scrolling through a phone screen. When he focused on the most critical location of many universes, Earth, a series of familiar images appeared before him. Oh, it's the Marvel Universe. Let's see where the plot is right now. Ah, I see, it's Infinity War. How nostalgic. Despite having the face of a 20-year-old, Ryu sighed like a man in his 70s. The scene zoomed further, showing the events playing out on Earth. The infamous Thanos descended like a god, mercilessly overpowering all the superheroes. NOO. Scarlet Witch's anguished scream echoed as she watched Thanos rip the Mind Stone straight out of Vision's forehead. With the final stone placed into the Infinity Gauntlet, an overwhelming, unstoppable power coursed through Thanos' body. He felt omnipotent. With just one snap, he could obliterate half of all life in the universe. Snap. With a sense of divine purpose, Thanos wasted no time and raised his gauntlet hand, executing the fateful snap. A wave of obscure, dreadful energy surged from the Infinity Gauntlet, spreading rapidly in all directions. But just as it was about to reach its zenith, the force hit an invisible dam and was instantly repelled. 1 minute passed. Thanos' eyes filled with confusion. Nothing happened. The universe remained unchanged. Everything was exactly as it was. Except for the fact that he had been holding a powerful, overbearing pose like a king for a whole minute, and it was now growing awkward. Then, a voice echoed. "Bro, that's not how you snap your fingers." With no dramatic effects like time-space portals or shadows, Ryu's figure quietly appeared before Thanos. There were no flashing lights or fancy visual effects, it was as if he had always been there. Thanos' eyes narrowed with vigilance. "Who are you?" "I'm your FA-. Ryu instinctively began but stopped himself just in time. He had no interest in claiming a bizarre genetic offspring like Thanos. With a casual wave of his hand, Ryu said, "Who I am doesn't matter. The key thing is, you need a little help." "Humph." Thanos scoffed. His large, purple face twisted in scorn. Without a word, he snapped his fingers at Ryu once again. But nothing happened. Thanos' face immediately darkened. "What did you do?" Ryu simply smiled without saying a word. To Thanos, that smile seemed inscrutable, filled with layers of deep meaning. His mind raced, calculating the possibilities. He even began to doubt whether the gauntlet on his hand was a counterfeit. Snap, snap, snap. Unwilling to relent, Thanos continued snapping his fingers, producing a rapid, rhythmic series of metallic clicks. Yet the expected power never came. At that moment, Ryu made a subtle motion with one of his fingers. Crack. A soft cracking sound echoed. The thumb of the Infinity Gauntlet snapped clean off and fell to the ground. For a moment, the atmosphere grew incredibly awkward. Ryu smiled faintly. "Bro, it looks like you bought your gauntlet off a certain sketchy e-commerce site." "Shut up." Thanos' face turned ashen, well, as ashen as a purple face could get. "Bro, that's not how you snap your fingers. Let me show you how it's done." Ignoring Thanos' increasingly murderous glare, Ryu raised his hand. With a relaxed, effortless motion, he snapped his fingers. Snap. A soft but crisp sound echoed. In the next moment, Thanos' consciousness faded into darkness. Time seemed to slow. Thanos felt an unprecedented sense of peace and tranquility. In the mornings, he bathed in the golden glow of dawn. At night, he gazed at the endless starry sky. Sometimes, he walked in the rain, marveling at rainbows forming in the mist. Life felt serene and idyllic. Until the day he was tossed into a pot of boiling water. In his final moments before his consciousness completely dissolved, he vaguely heard a voice muttering. "Geez, this purple sweet potato looks ugly." Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox audiobook.